Chapter 1's Rank Mission, Reward, 100 million. You, come here. A cool and languid female voice quieted down the lobby of the SPI luxury department store in Tianhai City. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, a woman was reclining on a velvet sofa in the rest area. The woman took off her sunglasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful yet aloof face. Qin Leng Yue. The queen known to everyone at SPI, the daughter of the Qin Group, with a net worth of billions, is also the most top-tier and most demanding VIP customer in the business world. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. This customer is here again. His smile remained unchanged as he walked over with steady steps, bowed slightly, and said in a gentle and respectful voice, "Miss Qin, good afternoon. I am your personal VIP receptionist, Jiang Chen. How can I help you?" His colleagues cast gloating glances his way, and even a few shoppers looked over curiously. Qin Leng Yue pointed to her smooth calves and said, "I'm tired from shopping, my legs are sore." She paused, then raised her beautiful phoenix eyes. "Hey, come here and carry me around. After we explored this floor, I'll give you 30,000. Boom. Jiang Chen's mind went blank. Carry her shopping? He doubted he had heard correctly. The air around them seemed to freeze for a moment, then burst into whispers and laughter. Did I hear that right? Queen Qin asked Jiang Chen to carry her? Ha, isn't this just like the ancient emperors going on tours, using eunuchs as human sedan chairs? Jiang Chen is in deep trouble now. Our SPI's top receptionist, if he gets slapped like this, where will he put his face? 30,000 yuan. Carrying that for an hour is equivalent to half a year's salary for me. I'd carry it if I were in their shoes. Various whispers drifted into Jiang Chen's ears. He could feel his cheeks burning, and a sense of humiliation shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He is SPI's top VIP receptionist, relying on professional service and extremely high emotional intelligence, not on selling his dignity. But, that's 30,000 yuan. He thought of his sister lying in the hospital, needing expensive medication every day to stay alive. Her pale face contrasted sharply with the empty wallet in his pocket. I just received another payment reminder from the hospital yesterday. Jiang Chen. What are you standing there for? A greasy voice broke in. Lu Wei, the VIP customer manager, jogged over with a fawning smile plastered on his face. He bowed and scraped to Qin Leng Yue, saying, "Miss Qin, please calm down. It was our fault for not providing adequate service. Our SPI service motto is to meet all your needs." After saying that, he turned around abruptly and scolded Jiang Chen, "Miss Qin is giving you a huge favor by asking you to carry her. In our service industry, the customer is God. What's your self-esteem worth? Can it pay your sister's medical bills?" Lu Wei precisely struck Jiang Chen's most vulnerable spot. He was jealous of Jiang Chen, jealous of his youth and good looks, jealous of his strong business skills, and even more jealous of him being designated as the exclusive receptionist by a top client like Qin Leng Yue. Now that he has the opportunity to humiliate Jiang Chen in public, how could he possibly let it go? Jiang Chen clenched his fists at his sides. He looked at Lu Wei's repulsive face, then at the queen on the sofa who seemed to be enjoying a good show. Dignity and reality, like two mountains, weighed him down, making it hard for him to breathe. The surrounding laughter grew clearer and clearer. Look, Jiang Chen's face has turned green. I'll definitely refuse, but if I do, I'll probably lose my job. That manager Lu was really ruthless, always rubbing salt into people's wounds. Jiang Chen slowly loosened his fist. He figured it out. Dignity? Compared to his sister's life, his dignity was worthless. He looked up and forced a somewhat stiff but professional smile onto his face. "Yes, Miss Qin," he said. "It's my pleasure." After saying that, he walked up to Qin Leng Yue, knelt on one knee, lowered his head slightly, and revealed his back, which, although not broad, was sturdy enough. "Please." The entire room fell into a deathly silence. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen actually agreed. Lu Wei sneered smugly from the side. Qin Leng Yue found things getting more interesting, and then resumed her lazy demeanor. She stood up, just as her soft, fragrant body was about to press against Jiang Chen's back. Just as Jiang Chen felt he was about to be crushed by the gaze of the whole world. A mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is facing an ultimate service challenge, demonstrating extraordinary dedication and mental fortitude. God-tier customer service system activated. New player gift packs are being distributed. System binding successful. Jiang Chen was suddenly taken aback. What is it? System? Am I hallucinating? This was Jiang Chen's first reaction. Was he humiliated to the point of developing mental health issues? My sister's illness is still unresolved. I absolutely cannot afford to collapse as well. However, the next second, a pale blue, semi-transparent light screen appeared before his eyes. The light screen has a futuristic feel, and a few lines of simple text are clearly visible on it. God-level customer service system. Host, Jiang Chen. Our motto, the customer is king. Even the most demanding customers are a godsend. If you can imagine it, we can do it if you dare to ask, the rewards will be plentiful. New player gift pack has been activated. Congratulations, host, you have received Constitution Enhancement Fluid X1 already used automatically. Before Jiang Chen could even process this unbelievable news, he felt a warm current surge from his heart and quickly spread throughout his body. My body, which had been somewhat weak due to long-term malnutrition and overwork, seemed to be infused with boundless energy. Muscles, bones, and even every cell are rejoicing. My knees, which had been trembling with nervousness, were now as steady as a rock. Hey, are you even capable? If not, then get lost. Qi Lengyue's impatient voice rang out. She had been standing there for a long time, but the man remained kneeling on the ground, motionless. Lu Wei quickly chimed in, Jiang Chen. What are you dawdling for? Miss Qin's time is incredibly precious. Can you afford to compensate for the wasted time? If you don't want to work here, get out of here right now. Jiang Chen snapped out of his daze, staring at the system panel in front of him, his heart pounding. This is not an illusion. It's true. The kind of cheat-like ability that only exists in online novels has actually come to happen to me. He suppressed his inner elation and shock and steadied himself. Just then, the mechanical voice sounded again. Ding! An S-level bizarre request has been detected. A God-level task has been generated. The light screen in front of me refreshed. Task type, S-rank God-level fate-changing level. Quest name, The Queen's Mount. Task description, carry customer Qin Lengyue on your back and complete at least 1 hour of immersive shopping experience. The service must exceed the customer's expectations and shatter her cold exterior. Mission rewards, 1. 100 million in cash. 2. God-level driving skills. 3. 10% equity in SPI luxury department store. Mission failed, system unbinding. The host will immediately faint from exhaustion, resulting in social death. Jiang Chen's breathing almost stopped. Cash, 100 million? 100 million. The cost of his sister's surgery and subsequent rehabilitation, the cost of his mother's retirement, all the heavy burdens weighing on his heart crumbled instantly in the face of these numbers. Humiliation? What humiliation? This isn't humiliation. This is a windfall. It's the only chance to change my destiny. This Miss Qin is not a spoiled rich woman at all. She is clearly a living bodhisattva who saves people from suffering and a walking money-giving child. Jiang Chen's emotions soared from the depths of despair to the heavens, and his entire demeanor changed. If he had endured humiliation just now for the sake of 30,000 yuan and his sister's medical expenses, then now he is volunteering for the ultimate goal of 100 million yuan. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly, filled with unprecedented fighting spirit and enthusiasm. Chapter 2 focuses on prestige and companionship. Miss Qin, I'm so sorry, I was rude just now. His voice was loud and powerful, full of magnetism. To give you the most perfect immersive shopping experience, I just rehearsed the best route and pace in my mind to ensure an absolutely smooth and comfortable journey. Now, I'm ready. These words were spoken with force and conviction, leaving everyone around them stunned. Rehearsing the route and pace? You're just a nobody, yet you act like the chief commander of a rocket launch? Qin Lengyue was also taken aback. She had never seen a waiter say such a thing when faced with such a request. Raising an eyebrow with interest, oh? Quite the boast. I'd like to see just how perfect your service is. After saying that, she gently pressed her soft body against Jiang Chen's back. The scent, a blend of perfume and feminine fragrance, filled Jiang Chen's nostrils. It smelled wonderful, and it was very pleasant. Jiang Chen was momentarily distracted. He could feel that the body behind him, though slender, had amazing curves and was pressed tightly against him. The sensation was breathtaking. The effects of the physical enhancement liquid were clearly evident at this moment. Qin Lengyue, along with her outfit, weighed nearly 100 pounds, but the moment Jiang Chen carried her on his back, it felt like he was carrying a ball of cotton, as light as nothing. He cupped her thighs behind him with both hands, and the smooth, delicate fabric touched them, sending a shiver through him. "Miss Chin, please hold on to my shoulder." Jiang Chen whispered a reminder, then simultaneously used his waist and legs to stand up without the slightest sway. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water and as steady as Mount Tai. Qin Lengyue had already prepared herself for her body to sway, and even subconsciously gripped Jiang Chen's shoulder tightly. But she realized that she had been worrying for nothing. The man's ascent was smoother than the start of a top-of-the-line elevator. She lay on Jiang Chen's back, her view suddenly opening up, and this novel experience made her feel somewhat uneasy. "Let's go," she said calmly. "Yes, my queen," Jiang Chen silently added in his mind, and took a step forward. He walked with a steady pace. Qin Lengyue lay on his back, barely feeling any bumps. "This doesn't look like a person walking, it's more like sitting in a top-of-the-line floating massage chair." Lu Wei and his colleagues were all waiting to see Jiang Chen make a fool of himself, to see him panting and staggering. But what they saw was a man with an upright posture, a composed gait, and even a relaxed smile on his face. "Wow, this stamina is amazing." Everyone was stunned. Jiang Chen ignored the gazes around him, only one thought occupied his mind. 100 million. For 100 million, I'd do anything, let alone carry you on my back. As he walked steadily, he began to think about the second requirement of the task. Exceeding customer expectations, shattering its cold exterior. Simply carrying it on your back is clearly not enough. We need to get some work done. Miss Chin, our Cartier boutique is to our left. We just received a limited edition of 15 Panther and Hummingbird watches, featuring champlev enamel and diamond setting techniques. They're incredibly elegant. However, Jiang Chen's voice reached Qin Lengyue's ears. His voice was already quite good, but now, due to his enhanced physique, his breath was long and deep, making it sound exceptionally magnetic. Qin Lengyue hummed in surprise, somewhat taken aback that he would speak. "However, I think that although the design of this watch is exquisite, it is a bit too lively and does not match your capable and noble aura today." Jiang Chen's tone was neither humble nor arrogant, like a professional fashion consultant giving advice. In the past, the sales assistants would just repeat themselves like a broken record, praising her for having good taste and saying that she looks good in anything. This was the first time she had ever met someone like Jiang Chen who dared to directly reject a top-tier luxury brand. "Then, in your opinion, what constitutes the top-tier configuration?" Qin Lengyue asked, intrigued. Jiang Chen didn't stop walking. He steadily turned to the Bulgari counter on the other side, his gaze falling on a serpenti-high jewelry necklace in the window. "That necklace," he said, "is a mysterious and alluring design, symbolizing wisdom and vitality. Its lines are cold and gorgeous, but the emerald set in the snake's head brings a captivating sense of danger. Just like you, Miss Chin. Unattainable, yet irresistibly alluring." These words stirred something within Qin Lengyue. It is so high that it seems unattainable, yet it makes people want to explore it. This man has good taste. The surrounding colleagues were completely dumbfounded. They initially thought Jiang Chen was just physically gifted, but they didn't expect him to be so eloquent. This isn't just strolling around in secret, it's practically a mobile VIP one-on-one tour guide service. How does he know so much?" a female colleague murmured to herself. "I just looked at the information about that necklace last week, I can't remember it at all. The key point is that he even dared to speak to Queen Qin like that. He's incredibly audacious." Lu Wei had hoped to see Jiang Chen make a fool of himself, but instead of making a fool of himself, the kid shone brightly and seemed to make Qin Lengyue quite happy. "This won't do. Absolutely not." His eyes darted around, and he quickly followed, forcing a smile as he said, "Miss Chin, Jiang Chen is a grown man, what does he know about jewelry? If you like it, I'll have the Bulgari store manager personally bring it out for you to try on and give you the most professional explanation." He wanted to regain control of the narrative. Jiang Chen sneered inwardly, "Here it comes, the clown is starting his performance." Before Qin Lengyue could speak, Jiang Chen interjected, "Manager Lu is right, I am indeed just a novice." Unlike Manager Lu, who knows these jewels like the back of his hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei immediately puffed out his chest, thinking that Jiang Chen had backed down. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen changed the subject. "However, I believe there are two types of service. One is explaining the product, and the other is understanding the customer. Products are cold, but people are warm. What I can do is to put myself in Ms. Chin's shoes and try to understand which item best resonates with her soul." He paused, then added softly in a voice only Qin Lengyue could hear. After all, our service emphasizes prestige and companionship. Puff. Qin Lengyue finally couldn't help but chuckle softly. The main focus is on companionship? She repeated this recently popular internet meme, feeling both annoyed and amused. This man actually dared to use internet memes to tease her. But for some reason, she didn't feel offended. Instead, she found it novel and relaxing. That smile stunned everyone around them. The legendary Queen Qin, who was said to never smile, actually smiled. Just because of a single sentence from the man who carried her on his back? Although it was just a very soft laugh, the corners of her mouth, which had been frozen for millennia, did indeed turn up. Compared to Zhang Chen's lewd remark, Lu Wei's words were simply greasy and low class. You? Lu Wei was so angry that he couldn't speak. What do you mean, you? Qin Lengyue's voice returned to its cold tone, but it was noticeably less distant than before. Shut up, don't disturb my immersive companionship service experience. Lu Wei instantly felt like a duck with its neck being choked, but he didn't dare to utter a single word in rebuttal and could only slink away to the side in disgrace. His colleagues around him, seeing his embarrassed expression, all tried their best to suppress their laughter. Zhang Chen carried Qin Lengyue on his back and continued walking forward. He knew that the first step had been successful. Next, all he has to do is carry this performance through to the end. Chapter 3, a black card shocks the entire audience. From watches to jewelry, from ready-to-wear to haute couture, from perfumes to leather goods. Zhang Chen is like a walking encyclopedia of luxury goods, able to readily recall the design concepts and historical allusions of each brand, each series, and even each individual item. Some of this knowledge came from his daily hard work and accumulation, while the other part seemed to appear out of thin air in his mind, crystal clear. He knew this must be a hidden benefit brought by the system. He not only explained, but more importantly, he could always accurately connect the product characteristics with Qin Lengyue's temperament, experience, and even her possible mood. This Wind's Love perfume has a top note of refreshing lemon, like the fearless spirit of youth. The middle notes transition to water lily and green pepper, representing the challenges and spiciness encountered during growth, and the base notes are the calm cedar, representing the composure and solitude of standing at the summit after weathering countless storms. Miss Qin, doesn't this sound like your story? This haute couture gown is made of 18 different black fabrics. To outsiders, it is just a patchwork of black, but only the wearer knows that each piece of black has a different texture and warmth. Just like you, outwardly aloof, but inwardly rich and complex. Qin Lengyue lay on his back, her initial amusement turning to surprise, and then to silence. It had been a very, very long time since she had spoken so much with anyone. No one else could so accurately glimpse a corner of her inner world. This man wasn't introducing a product, he was deciphering her soul. She even had the illusion that this broad and sturdy back was the safest place in the world. Before I knew it, almost an hour had passed. Zhang Chen had already carried her on his back and explored almost the entire floor. Not a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his breathing remained steady and strong. A number of customers and shop staff who had gathered around to watch the spectacle had already gathered. And the protagonist of this play is about to have his most magnificent farewell. Ms. Qin, your 1-hour immersive companionship service experience is coming to an end. Our last stop is the VIP lounge over there. I'll carry you there so you can rest for a bit. Zhang Chen's voice pulled Qin Lengyue back to reality. She hummed in agreement, her voice tinged with dependence. Lying on this man's back felt really comfortable and reassuring. If she could, she would even like him to keep carrying it on his back forever. The thought flashed through her mind so quickly that it startled her. You've gone mad, Qin Lengyue, you must be insane. Zhang Chen gently placed her on the soft sofa in the VIP room. The moment her feet touched the ground, Qin Lengyue felt a pang of reluctance. Service complete. Zhang Chen took a step back, bowed slightly again, and smiled sincerely and brightly. Thank you for your patronage. I hope my service satisfied you. Regarding your promised 30,000 yuan. He paused deliberately, displaying the desire of an ordinary worker for money. After all, when you're acting, you have to go all the way. Qin Lengyue looked at him. The man in front of her was making the most humble gestures and saying the most realistic things, but his eyes were surprisingly bright, and his spine was straight, without the slightest hint of servility. The service was good, she commented with 4 words. These 4 words, spoken by the Queen of Qin, carried a weight comparable to an emperor's reward. Lu Wei's eyes turned red. How could Zhang Chen have caught such an enormous fortune? Unwilling to give up, he quickly stepped forward. Miss Qin, I'm glad you're satisfied. This is what we should do. I'll apply for a bonus of 30,000 yuan for Jiang Chen right away. He wanted to claim the credit for himself, saying it was a company reward, not a personal bonus from Qin Lingyue. However, Qin Lingyue didn't even glance at him. He took a card out of his $1 million Hermes Birkin bag. It was a card that was entirely black except for a gold Q stamped in the center. The moment Lu Wei saw the card, his breath caught in his throat. That's the Qin family's internal black gold card. It's not the kind issued by banks, but the highest level certificate circulated within the Qin family itself. It is said that this card has no spending limit, and the holder can enjoy royal treatment at any Qin family-controlled or partner company worldwide. This card is the ultimate symbol of status and power. You can't buy it even if you have money. Qin Lingyue handed the card to Jiang Chen. Your name is Jiang Chen, right? Yes, Miss Qin, Jiang Chen replied respectfully. Here you go with this supplementary card. Qin Lingyue's tone was calm, yet she uttered a bombshell statement. From now on, you'll be my personal sales assistant. When I come to SPI, I'll only seek your service. You can use this card as you please. Boom! It felt like a bomb had exploded in Lu Wei's head. Personalized shopping guide? They also gave me a supplementary card for the Qin family's black gold card? This is like flying into space on a rocket. What does it mean to become Qin Lingyue's exclusive sales consultant at SPI? It means instant success. It means an astronomical monthly commission. It means the entire shopping mall, and even the entire service industry in Tianhai City, will have to look up to Jiang Chen. Lu Wei was so jealous he was almost going crazy. Jiang Chen was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Qin Lingyue to pull such a stunt. Personalized shopping guide? Black and gold supplementary card? It's not mentioned in the mission rewards. Could it be a hidden perk? He was overjoyed inside, but on the surface he pretended to be flattered and quickly waved his hand. Miss Qin, this is too precious, I can't accept it. I was just doing my job. I never take back what I give away, Qin Lingyue said firmly. Take it. This is what you deserve. She paused, then took her phone out of her bag and tapped a few times. Also, here is a tip for your service this time. Ding dong. Jiang Chen's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a bank transfer notification. Your savings card account ending in 8848 received a deposit of 500,000 yuan on November 15th at 15:30, and your current balance is 501,235.50 yuan. 500,000. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He worked hard for a month, earning a base salary plus commission, and even with all his hard work, he only made a little over 10,000 yuan. Now, Qin Lingyue casually transferred 500,000 yuan as a tip to him? Is this the world of the rich? The surrounding colleagues were already in an uproar. The promise of 30,000 yuan turned into a tip of 500,000 yuan, plus a legendary black gold supplementary card. This world is crazy. Just then, the cold, mechanical voice rang out in Jiang Chen's mind once again. Ding! S-rank mission completed. Customer satisfaction, 95% extremely satisfied. Task evaluation, perfect. The host successfully broke through the client's cold exterior with a professional service attitude combined with witty language, gaining the client's high approval. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 4 My sister's life-saving money is here. Reward 1, 100 million in cash has been deposited into the host's designated bank account. Reward 2, God-level driving skills, already instilled. Reward 3, 10% equity stake in SPI Luxury Department Store. The equity transfer agreement has been generated and is stored in the system space, ready to be activated at any time. Boom! A massive influx of information flooded Jiang Chen's mind, instantly integrating countless pieces of knowledge, skills, and muscle memory related to driving. From ordinary family cars to top-of-the-line supercars, to heavy trucks, F1 race cars, and even tanks and airplanes, he felt like he could drive them right now. But none of these things compare to the shock of the bank notification sound when the money arrived. Ding dong. Another text message notification. Jiang Chen opened the new text message. Your savings card account ending in 8848 received a deposit of 100 million yuan on November 15th at 15:31. Your current balance is 100,501,235.50 yuan. 100 and 500,000. Looking at the long string of zeros on his phone screen, Jiang Chen felt his soul tremble. He knew that from this moment on, his life, which had started with being ridden on a rich woman, had been completely reversed. Qin Lengyue stood up, put her sunglasses back on, and resumed her aura of being unapproachable. She walked to the door, then suddenly stopped and looked back at Jiang Chen. Sunglasses obscured her eyes, but Jiang Chen could sense that her gaze was meaningful. "Come to my house tomorrow to provide services." After saying that, she left without looking back, surrounded by a group of bodyguards. The room was left with a room full of petrified people, and Jiang Chen, whose heart was in turmoil. As soon as Qin Lengyue left, the air in the VIP lounge seemed to begin to circulate again. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, breaking the deathly silence. The next second, the entire lounge erupted in chaos. My God! A 500,000 yuan tip. And that black card. Jiang Chen is going to fly to the moon. I'm so jealous, I'm really jealous. Why can't I carry someone while shopping? Give me a break, with your weak constitution, you'd collapse after just a couple of steps. Do you have Jiang Chen's stamina? Do you have his mouth? From now on, Jiang Chen will be our SPI's living god of wealth. We can't afford to offend anyone else. Colleagues gathered around, their faces beaming with ingratiating smiles. Brother Chen, Brother Chen. Congratulations. Brother Chen, please take good care of us in the future. Brother Chen, aren't you treating us to dinner tonight? The repeated calls of Brother Chen made Jiang Chen feel somewhat dazed. Just an hour ago, they were calling him Jiang Chen, Little Jiang, or even Hey. Is this the change that money and status bring? It's frighteningly realistic. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, but his face still wore that gentle smile. Everyone, you're too kind. We're all colleagues, it's only right that we help each other. Treating you is no problem, I'll do it after I get paid. He had 100 million yuan in his pocket, yet he talked about treating people to meals when he got paid. Everyone assumed he was joking, since the 500,000 yuan tip alone would be enough for them to earn for several years. Brother Chen, you're joking with us, aren't you? That's right, you're a man with a black card now. Amidst the chorus of praise, a discordant voice rang out. What are you all doing here? Don't you have to go to work? Lu Wei walked over with a dark face, his eyes red with jealousy. Why Jiang Chen? That poor kid. He looked down on the most suddenly became Qin Lengyue's favorite, and his status was even higher than his, the manager. Jiang Chen. Lu Wei's tone was full of sourness. Don't think you can get cocky just because you've gained a little favor from Miss Qin. Let me tell you, at SPI, I'm your boss. According to company regulations, you have to report and take a cut of any personal gifts you've received from clients. He wanted to use the regulations to pressure Jiang Chen and get a share of the profits from that 500,000 li. Upon hearing this, the surrounding colleagues immediately fell silent. They also wanted to see how Jiang Chen, this newcomer, would deal with Lu Wei, this seasoned veteran, launching an attack. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen slowly took out the black and gold supplementary card from his pocket and fiddled with it between his fingers. Manager Lu, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Lu Wei's gaze was instantly drawn to the black card, his eyes filled with greed and jealousy. He cleared his throat, adopting the air of a manager. I said, according to company regulations. Oh, it's a rule. Jiang Chen interrupted him, waving the card in his hand. Miss Qin said that from now on, when she comes to SPI, she will only seek my service. I am her exclusive sales assistant. He emphasized the word exclusive. If Manager Lu has any objections to Ms. Qin's decision, or feels that the tip Ms. Qin gave should be taken as a cut, why don't you call Ms. Qin now and confirm it with her personally? As Jiang Chen spoke, he took out his phone and made a gesture as if to dial a number. You. Lu Wei's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to tell Qin Lengyue, I want your tip. Wouldn't that be courting death? He never expected that Jiang Chen, the seemingly gentle and submissive young man, would be so difficult to deal with when he stood up for himself. You, don't try to intimidate me with Miss Qin. Lu Wei said, his voice trembling with fear. In short, you're still my employee, so you have to follow my rules. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, put away his phone and black card, and his smile returned to its innocent and harmless state. I will definitely abide by the rules and follow Manager Lu's arrangements. Well. Manager Lu, if there's nothing else, may I leave work now? I have an urgent matter at home. He doesn't want to stay here for even a second longer. He needs to go to the hospital immediately. 100 million. My sister's life is saved. Looking at Jiang Chen's calm demeanor, Lu Wei felt a lump in his throat, unable to swallow it. He could only manage to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Get out. Okay, thank you, manager. Jiang Chen smiled and turned to leave. He could feel Lu Wei's venomous gaze behind him, but he didn't care. Once I activate my SPI shares and become a shareholder of this shopping mall, crushing him will be a piece of cake. Jiang Chen practically rushed out of the mall. Instead of taking a taxi, he ran directly to the nearest subway station. The effects of the physical enhancement liquid made him feel like he had inexhaustible energy, and he could run as fast as the wind, attracting the attention of passers-by. He doesn't have time to think about godlike driving skills right now, nor does he have time to buy a car. He just wanted to get to the person he cared about most as quickly as possible. Chapter 5 Next Mission. Half an hour later, at Tianhai City First People's Hospital. Jiang Chen rushed to the payment window of the inpatient department, panting, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. Hello, I'm here to pay Jiang Yu's bill. Jiang Yu, Ward 302, Hematology Department. The nurse collecting the payment looked up at him, somewhat impatiently. How much? All of it. All her debts, and all the costs of the subsequent surgeries, have been paid. All paid in one lump sum. Jiang Chen's voice trembled with excitement. The nurse paused, checked the information on the computer, then frowned. Sir, are you sure? Jiang Yu's surgery and subsequent treatment are estimated to cost around 2.3 million yuan. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Can you afford it? Jiang Chen didn't say much, and directly took out his bank card, swipe card. The nurse took the card with some skepticism. When she entered 2,300,000 on the POS machine and saw Jiang Chen calmly enter the password, and finally when the receipt that said transaction successful was printed out, she was completely stunned. Jiang Chen held the thin payment slip, feeling as if it weighed a ton. He rushed up to the third floor, ran to the door of Ward 302, and through the glass window, saw the girl lying on the hospital bed, wearing a mask, quietly reading a book. His younger sister, Jiang Yu. The girl seemed to sense something, looked up, and saw her brother outside the window. A bright smile appeared on her pale face, and she waved to him. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly reddened. He nodded vigorously at his sister, a smile brighter than the sun shining on his face. Yeah, I'm rich now. Your illness can be cured. He leaned against the cold wall, slowly slid down, and buried his face in his hands. The tears that had been suppressed for so long finally burst forth. These are not tears of humiliation, nor tears of pain, but tears of joy and rebirth. From this day forward, Jiang Chen will never have to bow his head for money again. Jiang Chen spent the entire afternoon at the hospital with his sister, Jiang Yu, until she fell asleep before quietly leaving. He didn't tell his sister where the money came from, only saying that he received a large bonus from the company and borrowed some money from friends, which covered the surgery costs. Seeing the light rekindled in his sister's eyes, Jiang Chen felt that the humiliation he had suffered today was the most worthwhile deal in the world. As I left the hospital, night had already fallen. The neon lights of Tianhai City lit up one after another, adorning the entire city with dazzling lights. Standing on the bustling street, Jiang Chen felt for the first time that this steel forest, which had swallowed the dreams of countless people, was not so cold after all. He took out his phone and looked at the balance that made him dizzy. A feeling of unreality welled up inside him. He opened the chat window with his best friend Wang Hao, hovered his finger over it for a long time, and finally only typed one line. Jiang Chen, mouse, are you there? He replied almost instantly. Wang Hao, holy crap, Chenzi, what's gotten into you today? I saw Lu the Skinflint's reprimand notice in the department group this afternoon, saying you left early without permission and they're going to dock your attendance bonus. Are you okay? Jiang Chen looked at the message and smiled. Lu Wei's methods are still so low level. Jiang Chen, it's nothing, I just came from the hospital. My sister's surgery fees are all taken care of. There was a full half-minute of silence on the other end of the screen. Wang Hao. Wang Hao, holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Really? That's over 2 million. Did you rob a bank? Jiang Chen could imagine Wang Hao scratching his head in shock on the other end of the phone. Jiang Chen, pretty much, I snatched a money-bringing boy. Wang Hao, speak like a human being. What exactly happened? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided to reveal a little, but not everything. The system was too unbelievable. Jiang Chen, do you remember the Queen Qin I mentioned to you? I served her well today, and the young lady was so happy that she rewarded me with a sum of money. Wang Hao, you rewarded me with a sum of money? How much? Enough to help me scrape together over 2 million? Jiang Chen, yes, more than that. Wang Hao, Chenzi, buddy, please, spare me a way out. You're not just a top-notch sales bro, you're a rich woman killer. Please, open a class, I'll be the first to sign up. I'll deduct the tuition from your bounty. Seeing the string of witty remarks and kneeling emojis sent by Wang Hao, Jiang Chen completely relaxed. This is the world he knows. After joking around with Wang Hao for a while, Jiang Chen politely declined the other party's suggestion to go out for some barbecue to celebrate with you. He has more important things to do now. Qin Lengyue's words were still echoing in his ears. Come to my house tomorrow to provide services. This is a preview of the next mission. He must be fully prepared. Chapter 6 tomorrow, come to my house to provide services. First, one's appearance must be acceptable. Although Qin Lengyue didn't seem to care much about his clothes, he couldn't be wearing cheap clothes from a street stall when he was providing door-to-door service. Jiang Chen took a taxi back to the SPI business district, but instead of going into SPI, he went to a nearby men's clothing brand store that was relatively affordable but had decent design and quality. He's rich now, but he doesn't plan to flaunt it too much. Playing dumb to outsmart others is the essence of a satisfying story. He chose a well-tailored dark gray casual suit, a white shirt, and a pair of polished black leather shoes. The total cost was less than 5,000 yuan, which was negligible for his current net worth, but it looked surprisingly good on him, who was 183 centimeters tall and had undergone physical enhancement. The young man in the mirror had a tall and straight posture, and his temperament was calm yet had a refreshing youthful feel. You would never guess that he was a working man who had just been worrying about making a living. Sir, you look so handsome in this outfit. You're a walking clothes hanger. The sales assistant's praise came from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and swiped his card to pay the bill. Next, we studied the battlefield. Where does Qin Lengyue live? He opened his phone and entered keywords such as Qin Lengyue and address, but naturally found nothing. How could the privacy of such a top-tier tycoon be found online? However, he had her phone number. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to send a text message anyway. Hello Miss Qin, this is Jiang Chen. What time should I arrive at your residence tomorrow? What is your address? After the text message was sent, it disappeared without a trace, and there was no response for a long time. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He found a coffee shop, sat down, and began to review the entire day's events, thinking about how to improve his god-level customer service. Just as he was finishing his coffee, his phone vibrated. It was a text message from an unknown number, and the content was extremely brief. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Cloud Top Palace, top floor of Building A. Come up by yourself. Heavenly Palace on the clouds. Jiang Chen gasped. That's the most prestigious residential complex in Tianhai City, located in the most bustling area of the city center, known as Sky City. Those who live there are all incredibly wealthy and powerful, and among the very elite. Especially the top floor of Building A, which is said to be a king of the building specially reserved by the developer, a 360-degree panoramic sky duplex villa worth more than 500 million yuan. Qin Lengyue actually lives there. Jiang Chen felt his heart start racing again. This door-to-door service is on a really high standard. The next morning, Jiang Chen left home an hour early. Standing before the grand, palace-like gates of the Cloud Palace, gazing at the towering skyscraper that seemed to pierce the clouds, he once again felt the immense impact of money. Security here is extremely tight. The security guards standing at the entrance are like special forces soldiers, with sharp eyes. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and walked over. Sir, please wait a moment. Who are you looking for? The security guard reached out to stop him. I'm looking for Miss Qin on the top floor of Building A. I have an appointment with her, Jiang Chen replied calmly. The security guard sized him up, his eyes scrutinizing him. Jiang Chen's attire was decent, but compared to the top-tier tycoons coming and going, it still seemed too ordinary. Do you have an appointment? Have. The security guard picked up the walkie-talkie and whispered a few words. A moment later, he put the walkie-talkie down, and his expression instantly became respectful. Oh, it's Mr. Jiang. I'm sorry. Miss Qin has already instructed that you can go up directly. As he spoke, he personally led the way, taking Jiang Chen to the private elevator in Building A. The elevator requires iris recognition and a password to start. The security guard helped him operate the elevator, and the doors slowly opened. Mr. Jiang, Ms. Qin is the only resident on the top floor. The elevator will take you directly to her door. Thanks. Jiang Chen stepped into the elevator, feeling as if he had entered a scene from a science fiction movie. The elevator ascended rapidly, and the floor numbers jumped wildly. When the elevator doors opened again, he found himself in an incredibly spacious entryway. Directly in front of them, a woman with a graceful figure, wearing a silk nightgown, stood barefoot in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery of the entire Tianhai city. It was Qin Lingyue. Hearing the noise, she slowly turned around, her beautiful face expressionless. You're here? Yes, Miss Qin, Jiang Chen replied respectfully. What service do you require today? He had prepared himself mentally for all sorts of things, such as cleaning the several thousand square meter mansion or playing some boring games with her. However, Qin Lingyue simply extended her slender finger and pointed to an ornate cat tree in the corner of the living room. On it, a huge ragdoll cat was lying lazily, not even bothering to lift its eyelids. Do you see it? Qin Lingyue asked calmly. I saw it, a very beautiful ragdoll cat. Its name is Tsuehua. Jiang Chen. What a down-to-earth name. It's in a bad mood today, Qin Lingyue said with a hint of annoyance. It didn't even eat breakfast. She paused, looked at Jiang Chen, and told him about today's task. Your job is to cheer it up and get it to eat breakfast. Chapter 7. Your cat is in a bad mood. Jiang Chen stood there, stunned, for a full 3 seconds before he could react. He envisioned countless possibilities. Keep him company, play with him, act as his punching bag, or even make him go to the rooftop to perform a shamanistic ritual. But he never expected that this weird task would be to coax a cat. He looked at the ragdoll cat named Tsuehua in the corner, then at Qin Lingyue, who had a "I'm so annoyed" look on her face, and a feeling of extreme absurdity welled up in his heart. A $500 million penthouse, a billionaire ice queen, is actually troubled by a cat named Tsuehua not eating. The world of the rich is something he simply doesn't understand. Ding! A bizarre Class C request has been detected. A God-tier mission has been generated. In my mind, the system's voice sounded at just the right moment. Task type, Rank C challenge. Task name, Tsuehua Smile. Task description, soothe the pet of client Qin Lingyue ragdoll cat Tsuehua, make it happy, and get it to eat. Mission rewards, 1. 5 million in cash. 2. Master level pet communication skill. Mission failed, Tsuehua will develop a permanent aversion to the host, which may lead to a decrease in customer satisfaction. C-level mission? A reward of 5 million yuan in cash, plus a master level pet communication skill? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. While not as extravagant as an S-rank mission, the rewards are still quite generous. 5 million was a number he wouldn't have dared to even dream of yesterday. As for that pet communication technique, it sounds very interesting. What? You can't do it? Qin Lingyue raised an eyebrow when she saw that he hadn't spoken for a while, her tone carrying a hint of challenge. No, of course I can do it. Jiang Chen immediately snapped out of his daze, a confident and professional smile appearing on his face. Ms. Qin, please rest assured. Soothing clients' emotions, whether human or animal clients, is my area of expertise. As he spoke, he silently chanted in his mind, System, claim your reward. Ding! Master-level pet communication skills have been imparted. Instantly, another massive flow of information flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. Countless pieces of knowledge about animal behavior, psychology, the language systems of different species, and ways of expressing emotions are etched into his mind like instinct. Now, when he looks at the ragdoll cat named Tsuehua, he feels completely different. In his eyes, it was no longer a lazy cat. He could clearly read its current emotions: boredom, a little irritability, and a trace of loneliness. What do you plan to do? Qin Lingyue looked at him with great interest, wanting to see what tricks this man, who always brought her surprises, had up his sleeve this time. Jiang Chen didn't immediately go up to tease the cat, but instead walked to the cat bowl first. The bowl contains top-quality imported cat food mixed with fresh deep-sea fish, and there is also a bowl of temperature-controlled purified water next to it. The food here is much better than what he used to eat. Miss Qin, is this what Tsuehua usually eats? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, this is special cat food supplied by the French royal family. Tsuehua has been eating this since she was a kitten, Qin Lingyue replied. You'll get tired of eating it every day, Jiang Chen said bluntly. It's like people. If you eat delicacies every day, you'll miss the spicy hot pot from a roadside stall. Shi Lengyue was taken aback, and felt that what he said seemed to make some sense. Moreover, Jiang Chen pointed to the cat. It's not because the cat food doesn't suit its taste, it's just being temperamental. Getting upset? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded and walked towards the ornate cat tree, stopping 3 meters away from Suihua. He didn't reach out rashly, but squatted down to keep his line of sight at the same level as the cat's. He looked into Suihua's large, sapphire-like eyes and tried to use the pet communication skills he had just acquired to convey a friendly thought to her in his mind. Hello, Suihua, you seem a little unhappy today. It's a very strange feeling, not with language, but with pure mental power, to translate a message into a signal that a cat can understand. Suihua, who had been lying lazily, twitched her eyelids. It raised its head, and for the first time, a look of curiosity appeared in its beautiful blue eyes as it looked at the unfamiliar two-legged creature. There's hope. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and continued to transmit his thoughts. Aren't you bored? Staying in this big house every day, even though we have everything, there's no one to play with? Suihua tilted her head, seemingly trying to figure out what the two-legged creature was saying. It stood up from the cat tree, stretched out a big yawn, and showed its soft belly. Qin Lengyue watched from behind, dumbfounded. Suihua has a cold and aloof personality, and she ignores everyone except her. Even with her, it depends on Suihua's mood before she can touch her. But now, it's showing such a relaxed attitude towards a complete stranger it's just met? Jiang Chen continued his communication. Your mother loves you very much, but she is too busy and doesn't have time to spend with you. She's very worried about you because you're not eating. Meow. Suihua called out softly, her voice gentle and sweet, with a hint of grievance. In Jiang Chen's translation, the meow meant, yeah, she hasn't played with me with the cat toy in a long time. All she does every day is look at those boring documents. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. Goodness, this cat has become a spirit. He stood up, turned to Qin Lengyue and said, Miss Qin, Suihua says it wants you to play with it. Qin Lengyue was completely stunned. It said? She pointed at the cat, then at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yes. Jiang Chen said with certainty, making up a lie in a serious tone, I just had a deep soul communication with it. It told me that material satisfaction cannot fill the void in its spirit. What it needs is the company of its family. Qin Lengyue. She felt that her worldview had been shaken. A man squatted down and stared at her cat for a while, then ran over to her and said that he and her cat had a deep soul-to-soul communication. This sounds like something out of a charlatan. But Suihua's reaction confirmed his words. Suihua gracefully jumped down from the cat tree, walked with elegant cat steps to Qin Lengyue's feet, rubbed her little head against her robe, and made a purring sound in her throat. This is it being affectionate. Qin Lengyue couldn't remember the last time Suihua had ever acted so affectionately towards her. She crouched down and somewhat awkwardly stroked Suihua's soft fur. What else did it say? Qin Lengyue couldn't help but ask. It said, Jiang Chen suppressed a laugh and continued his performance, that the feathered cat toy in your study is the most fun, but you haven't taken it out for a month. Also, it doesn't like the new perfume you bought yesterday, it's too strong. Qin Lengyue's hand froze in mid-air. She suddenly raised her head and stared intently at Jiang Chen. She hadn't touched the cat toy in the study for a month. She only sprayed the new perfume she bought yesterday at home. No one but her could possibly know these things. How did this man know all this? Could it be that he can really talk to cats? Chapter 8, My in-depth discussion with Suihua. Seeing Qin Lengyue's utterly shocked expression, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This master-level pet communication technique is simply divine. This is a game-changer for dealing with lonely rich women who own pets but don't have time to spend with them. On the surface, he still maintained a calm and collected demeanor, as if communicating with animals was just a basic skill for him. Miss Qin, animals are much more perceptive than humans. They can sense their owner's emotions and distinguish between sincerity and perfunctory attitude. Jiang Chen began his flirtatious theory. Although you live with it every day, your mind is on work, and your spirit is tense. Suihua can sense this, so it is also protesting to you in its own way. These words left Qin Lengyue speechless. Because everything Jiang Chen said was true. She was indeed too busy handling the group's affairs and scheming against those old foxes on the board. When she got home, all she wanted to do was clear her mind. She simply didn't have the energy to spend time with a cat. She thought that giving it the best food and the most comfortable environment was being good to it. But what it didn't expect was that all it wanted was a few minutes of her company. For a moment, Qin Lingyue felt a mix of emotions, guilt, heartache, and a strange feeling that the man in front of her had seen through everything. Then, what do we do now? Qin Lingyue's voice softened unconsciously, like a child who had done something wrong seeking guidance. It's very simple. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Now, please put aside your identity as President Qin and just act as Suohua's mother. Go to the study, take out her favorite cat toy, and play with her for 10 minutes. Qin Lingyue hesitated for a moment, but seeing Suehua rubbing her head against her feet, she stood up and went into the study. Soon, she came out carrying a cat toy with a colorful feather tied to the top. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, this ruthless queen in the business world awkwardly waved a cat toy. Suehua, on the other hand, was as excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood. She pounced around, jumped, rolled around, and made satisfied gurgling sounds in her throat, full of vitality. Sunlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm golden glow on the person and the cat. Unconsciously, a long-lost, genuine smile appeared on Qin Lingyue's face. That smile was pure and bright, instantly softening her cold and beautiful face, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Chen stood quietly to the side, watching this scene, and felt a touch of emotion in his heart. Peel away that cold, hard shell, and this so-called queen is really just an ordinary woman who longs for warmth and companionship. 10 minutes later, Suehua, tired from playing, ran to her cat bowl and began to eat her breakfast with gusto. Qin Lingyue was covered in sweat, but her face was filled with a satisfied smile. Ding! The C-level mission to Suehua's smile has been completed. Customer satisfaction, 100% impeccable. Task evaluation, excellent. The host not only completed the task but also deeply healed the emotional gap between the client and their pet, demonstrating service value far exceeding the task itself. Rewards doubled for achieving excellent rating. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, 10 million in cash. Already deposited into the host's designated bank account. Reward 2, Master Level Pet Communication Skill has been automatically upgraded to Grandmaster Level Omniscience. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. Double the reward? 10 million. Pet communication skills have been upgraded? Grandmaster level, all-knowing? What the heck is this? Can it talk to tables and benches? Before he could think it through, Qin Lingyue had already walked over. Thank you, Jiang Chen, she said sincerely. This was the first time she had ever thanked him so sincerely. It's my pleasure to do it for you and Suehua, Jiang Chen said with a smile. I'm happy to serve you and Suehua. How did you do that? Qin Lingyue couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering her. Can you really understand what it's saying? This is a trade secret, Jiang Chen said with a mysterious smile. You can think of it as a talent. A talent that can resonate with pure souls. That's an incredibly sophisticated and high-class statement. Qin Lingyue was stunned by his words. Although she found it absurd, the facts were right in front of her, leaving her no choice but to believe it. She looked at Jiang Chen, her gaze becoming increasingly complex. This man, at their first meeting, captivated her with his amazing physical strength and professional knowledge. On their second meeting, she used this incredible talent to heal both her pet and herself. He seemed shrouded in a mist, making him completely unfathomable to her, yet she couldn't help but be deeply attracted to him. She took a document and a pen from a drawer in the living room. This is a private, exclusive service contract. Qin Lingyue handed the contract to Jiang Chen. Sign it. From now on, you won't need to work at SPI anymore, you'll serve me exclusively. Your monthly salary is 1 million, with an additional year-end bonus. You must fulfill all my needs. A monthly salary of 1 million. Jiang Chen's heart pounded wildly again. This is practically a contract of servitude. Only with an outrageously high salary. He took the contract and glanced at it briefly. The terms were very domineering, basically requiring him to be available at any time, 24 hours a day. However, his current system tasks are already deeply tied to Qin Lingyue. Signing this contract will not only provide him with a stable and substantial income, but also make it easier to trigger and complete tasks. Why not? Ms. Qin, Jiang Chen closed the contract, looked up at her, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. The contract says it will meet all your needs. Is this all a serious statement? A faint blush appeared on Qin Lingyue's cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to flirt with her so openly. You. She was both embarrassed and angry, but regained some of her queenly demeanor and said coldly, "Sign or not? If not, get out." "Sign, of course I'll sign." Jiang Chen picked up the pen and signed his name at the end of the contract with a flourish. Just kidding, only a fool wouldn't sign a contract with a monthly salary of 1 million. After signing the contract, he handed it back to Qin Lingyue. At the same time, his phone rang. It's a text message from the bank confirming the deposit has been received. Your savings card account ending in 8848 received a deposit of 10 million yuan at 10:15 a.m. on November 16. Your current balance is 100,501,235.50 yuan. Wait, the balance is incorrect. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. 100 million, plus the 10 million that just arrived, plus the 50,000 Qin Lingyue gave me yesterday, it should be 110,500,000. But why is his balance still just over 100 million? He quickly opened the transaction details. To my surprise, there was an expenditure of 2.3 million yesterday afternoon. Recipient, Tianhai First People's Hospital. He was too excited yesterday to notice the changes in his bank account balance. It turns out that the money he used to save his sister yesterday was not the 500,000 yuan Qin Lingyue gave him, but rather the 100 million yuan reward from the system. Jiang Chen's heart was instantly filled with a warm feeling. He always believed that he had traded his dignity for the money to save his sister's life. But now he understands that the system is his true source of confidence. From the moment he activated the system, he was no longer that poor boy who had to bow down for money. Chapter 9, he conquered the cat, and he conquered her too. Watching Jiang Chen sign the contract, Qin Lingyue felt a little conflicted. From this day forward, this interesting man is completely hers. This feeling is like receiving a long-awaited, unique, and precious collectible. Alright, the contract is signed, you can go back now. Qin Lingyue put away the contract and gave him the order to leave. You're going back already? Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Don't you need me to offer any other services? Like, chat with you, or tell you a bedtime story? He's now fully in his fun-loving mode, enjoying seeing this ice queen break down. Roll. Qin Lingyue blushed and grabbed a cushion from the sofa, throwing it at him. Jiang Chen easily caught it and said with a smile, "Okay, Miss Qin. Please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. My service is available 24/7, and I'm always on call." After saying that, he put the cushion back on the sofa, turned around and left gracefully. Watching his departing figure, Qin Lingyue was so angry that her teeth itched, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. That bastard. Leaving the heavenly palace on the clouds, Jiang Chen felt lightheaded. With a monthly salary of 1 million and the additional 10 million that just arrived in his account, he is now a multi-millionaire. The first thing he did was call his mother to tell her that all the money for his sister's surgery had been taken care of, so she could focus on recovering and wouldn't have to do those hard handicrafts anymore. On the other end of the phone, his mother wept with joy, repeatedly asking him where the money came from. Jiang Chen only said that the company boss took pity on him and gave him a large advance on his salary. After calming his mother down, Jiang Chen stood on the street and began to ponder an important question. He's a freelancer now, and it's not right for him to still live in that rundown rental room that costs 1,500 a month. More importantly, he needs a vehicle befitting his status as a god-level service expert. He can't possibly take the subway or a taxi every time Qin Lingyue summons him, can he? It's time to put my god-like driving skills to good use. He took a taxi directly to the largest auto city in Tianhai City. His goal is clear: to buy a car that can showcase his status without being overly ostentatious, while also boasting top-of-the-line performance. After looking around, his eyes settled on a black Audi RS7. A suit-wearing thug, a low-key performance beast. It perfectly met his requirements. "Hello sir, you have excellent taste. This is our store's star model, with a 0-100 km/h acceleration time of just." The saleswoman greeted him warmly. No need for introductions, Jiang Chen interrupted her directly. "This car, full payment, all options maxed out. Can we pick it up today?" The saleswoman was stunned. She had met straightforward people before, but never one this straightforward. Judging from the young man's attire, although it was decent, he didn't seem like someone who could afford to buy a luxury car worth over 2 million yuan in cash. But her excellent professionalism made her immediately respond, "Yes. Of course. This way, sir, please. We'll process your paperwork right away." Half an hour later, when Jiang Chen swiped his card to pay for the car at 2.1 million yuan and received the car keys amidst the shocked gazes of the salesperson and other customers in the showroom, he once again experienced the joy of being rich. The moment you sit in the driver's seat and grip the steering wheel, your God-level driving skills automatically activate. Every component and every aspect of the RS7's performance seemed to be an extension of his body. He didn't even need to read the manual to know how to unleash the full potential of this performance beast. He floored the accelerator, and with the mesmerizing roar of the V8 engine, the black RS7 vanished into the traffic like a bolt of lightning. That was awesome. This ultimate sense of control, where man and machine become one, is indescribable in any language. Jiang Chen drove his new car around the city to familiarize himself with its condition before heading straight to SPI luxury department store. He's going to resign. Although the contract has been signed, the procedures still need to be followed. While you're at it, go check out Lu Wei's fascinating face. When Jiang Chen drove his brand new Audi RS7 into the SPI employee parking lot, it immediately caused a sensation. Holy crap! Isn't that Jiang Chen? Why is he driving an RS7? He just received Queen Qin's reward yesterday, and he's already picked up the car today? That's incredibly efficient. This car must have cost over 2 million, right? A 500,000 tip isn't enough. Could it be that black card? Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Jiang Chen parked his car and strolled leisurely into the VIP customer department. In the office, Lu Wei was giving a lively morning meeting, his spittle flying everywhere. Especially Jiang Chen. He's completely disorganized and undisciplined. Yesterday, he took a small favor from a client and got carried away, leaving early without permission. Our department will not tolerate such a black sheep. I've decided to deduct all of his bonuses and commissions for this month. He had barely finished speaking when the office door was pushed open. Jiang Chen leaned against the doorframe, a playful smile on his face. Manager Lu, talking behind people's backs is not a good habit. The office fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen at the door. He was a completely different person today than yesterday. Wearing a well-tailored casual suit, he exuded a confident and composed aura, showing no trace of a working-class person. When Lu Wei saw him, he was first stunned, then his anger flared up. Jiang Chen! You dare to come here? You've already been. I'm here to process my resignation. Jiang Chen interrupted him, gently placing a pre-written resignation letter on his desk. Lu Wei looked at the resignation letter and sneered, "Resign? Sure. According to regulations, you need to apply a month in advance. This month, you'll be going to the warehouse every day to check the inventory. This is blatant revenge." Really? Jiang Chen smiled. Manager Lu, are you sure you want me to go to the warehouse to check a month's worth of goods? I'm sure. I said it. Lu Wei slammed his fist on the table and roared. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, took out his phone, and dialed a number in front of everyone. The call was answered quickly. Jiang Chen pressed the speakerphone button. A clear, cool, and familiar female voice came through the receiver throughout the entire office. Hello? It's Qin Lingyue. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Jiang Chen spoke into the phone, his tone tinged with helplessness and grievance. Miss Qin, it's me, Jiang Chen. I'm sorry to bother you. I might be having a little trouble. What trouble could my personal waiter possibly cause? Qin's cold voice carried a hint of displeasure. It's like this, Jiang Chen said slowly, glancing at Lu Wei, whose face was starting to turn pale. I just came to SPI to resign, and our manager, Lu, said that I have to follow company regulations and go to the warehouse to check a month's worth of goods before I can leave. In that case, I may not be able to serve you 24 hours a day. There was silence on the other end of the phone. In the office, you could hear a pin drop. Cold sweat was already beading on Lu Wei's forehead. He stared intently at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with fear. He never expected that Jiang Chen would actually dare to call Qin Lingyue to complain in front of him. It's over. The thought exploded in his mind. Chapter 10 Manager, you're fired. The silence on the other end of the phone lasted only 3 seconds. But for Lu Wei, those 3 seconds felt like an eternity. Every second felt like a slow, agonizing torture of his career. Which manager, Lu? Qin Lingyue's voice rang out again, still cold and clear, but anyone could hear the anger contained within it. Her personal servant, the one she just signed $1 million monthly salary contract with, was actually being harassed by a mere department manager? This isn't a slap in Jiang Chen's face, it's a slap in Qin Lingyue's face. Jiang Chen's smile deepened. He looked leisurely at Lu Wei, whose face had turned ashen, and deliberately asked, "Manager Lu, Miss Qin is asking which manager Lu you are. Would you like to introduce yourself to Miss Qin?" I. Lu Wei's lips trembled, his teeth chattered, and he couldn't utter a single word. He's now filled with deep regret. How could he forget that Jiang Chen is no longer the lowly employee he can manipulate at will? He's Qin Lingyue's man. He wanted to beg for mercy and try to snatch Jiang Chen's phone, but his legs were too weak to move. Lu Wei, manager of VIP Customer Department, SPI Luxury Department Store, Tianhai City. Seeing that he didn't speak, Jiang Chen kindly answered for him. With each word he uttered, Lu Wei's face grew paler. Qin Lingyue on the other end of the phone only said 2 words. "Wait." Then, the call was disconnected. The office was deathly silent. All of Lu Wei's colleagues looked at him with the eyes of someone who had already died, and quietly moved a little further away from him, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Jiang Chen put away his phone, pulled up a chair, and sat down with an air of authority, right across from Lu Wei's desk. He didn't say anything, just quietly looked at him with a warm smile on his face. But to Lu Wei, that smile was more terrifying than the devil's grin. Jiang Chen no, Brother Chen. Lu Wei finally couldn't hold back anymore. His voice trembled, and he forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. I was just joking with you. Yes, just joking. I'll approve your resignation right away. Right away. He hurriedly picked up the resignation letter from the table, intending to sign it. Don't rush, Manager Lu. Jiang Chen reached out and pressed his hand down. Didn't Miss Qin tell us to wait? Then let's wait and see. I don't have many strengths, but I am patient. Lu Wei was about to cry. What is he waiting for? To die? With a plop, he slid off the chair and knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. Brother Chen. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I looked down on you. Please forgive me this time. I have elderly parents and young children to support, I can't lose this job. He cried and wailed, clinging to Jiang Chen's leg, making a complete fool of himself. The surrounding colleagues stared in disbelief, their eyes then revealing a mixture of contempt and glee. Is this the Manager Lu who usually bullies them? Serves him right. Jiang Chen frowned in disgust and pulled his leg back. Manager Lu, what are you doing? A man's knees are worth gold, get up quickly. He said this, but made no attempt to help him up. He is not the Virgin Mary. When Lu Wei forced him to kneel down in public and humiliated him, did he ever think that he also had a family and dignity? Beg for mercy now? Too late. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the office. The general manager of SPI, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a receding hairline, practically rushed in with 2 vice presidents. The general manager's surname is Wang, and he usually acts superior to his employees. But at this moment, he was covered in sweat, and his face was filled with panic. The first thing he saw when he rushed in was Jiang Chen, sitting calmly in a chair, and Lu Wei, kneeling in front of him. Mr. Wang's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, it's over. Just 5 minutes ago, he received a phone call that made his soul tremble. It was a call directly from the chairman's office of the Qin Group. Over the phone, Chairman Qin's secretary conveyed Ms. Qin Lingyue's instructions in a completely emotionless tone. Within 5 minutes, dismiss Lu Wei, the manager of the VIP Customer Department, and offer the sincerest apologies to a gentleman named Jiang Chen. Otherwise, the Qin Group will reassess its partnership with SPI. This order was nothing short of a death sentence for President Wang. He dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately led his men to rush over. Mr. Jiang. General Manager Wang rushed over to Jiang Chen, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, and said in an extremely humble manner, I'm so sorry. It was a management problem on our part that caused you to suffer. On behalf of SPI, I would like to express my sincerest apologies to you. The 2 vice presidents behind him also bowed, not daring to breathe. The entire office staff were completely stunned. The general manager came to apologize in person? And he brought 2 vice presidents with him? Just because of one phone call from Jiang Chen? This Queen Qin's abilities are terrifying. The way they looked at Jiang Chen again was no longer with envy or jealousy, but with deep awe. Seeing this scene, Lu Wei, who was kneeling on the ground, was utterly desperate. He collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Jiang Chen slowly stood up, touched President Wang's arm, and smiled. President Wang, you flatter me. I just came to process my resignation. I didn't expect it to cause such a commotion. No, this isn't your fault, it's our fault. General Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his brow. Mr. Jiang, your resignation procedures, I'll handle them for you personally right away. I guarantee it'll be done within a minute. He glanced at Lu Wei on the ground, a flash of disgust and coldness in his eyes, and said sharply. Lu Wei. You are fired, effective immediately. Pack your things and get out of SPI. Chapter 11. The dust has settled, and the new shareholders have taken office. Lu Wei was dragged out by two security guards, incoherently shouting, Brother Chen, I was wrong, and President Wang, give me another chance. His voice faded into the distance and finally disappeared at the end of the corridor. In the office, the colleagues who had been watching the commotion earlier were now all silent, their heads almost buried under the desks, and they were even breathing cautiously. The only sounds in the space were Mr. Wang's slightly rapid breathing and the forced smile on his face that looked more like a grimace. Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied with this solution? General Manager Wang asked, bowing and scraping, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead again. Jiang Chen found it amusing. This CEO Wang was quite a character, his initial arrogance followed by obsequiousness perfectly embodying the essence of a seasoned workplace veteran. However, he didn't intend to make things difficult for him any further. After all, they would still be cooperating in the future. Mr. Wang, you're too kind. I just came to process my resignation. I didn't expect to bother you. Jiang Chen toyed with the Audi car keys in his hand, his tone indifferent. Resign? No. Upon hearing this, General Manager Wang shook his head vigorously. Mr. Jiang, please don't say that. You are now a valued shareholder of SPI, the boss of all of us. I'll tear up this resignation letter for you right now. As he spoke, he actually picked up the resignation letter on the table, tore it to shreds in a few quick movements, and threw it into the trash can, all in one smooth motion, as if it were something dirty. The other colleagues in the office almost popped their eyes out. Shareholder? Jiang Chen has become a shareholder of SPI? What a joke! Yesterday he was just a lowly receptionist earning 5,000 yuan a month, bossed around by Lu Wei, and today he's a company shareholder? That's faster than a rocket launch. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. It was a complex mix of fear, awe, and extreme fawning. Several female colleagues who had previously gotten along fairly well with Jiang Chen but hadn't spoken up earlier were now filled with regret. If they had known Jiang Chen was this powerful, they should have rushed up and clung to his leg. Mr. Wang, resignation is definitely necessary. Jiang Chen ignored the stares of those around him and said calmly, I've already signed a dedicated service contract with Miss Qin, so I can no longer hold a position at SPI. However, he changed the subject and looked at President Wang. But my status as a shareholder is still valid, right? Valid. Of course it's valid. Mr. Wang nodded hurriedly, took out a pre-prepared document from his briefcase, and presented it with both hands. Mr. Jiang, this is your share certificate, showing that you own 10% of SPI's shares. We have already confirmed it with the legal department, and it can be notarized at any time. From now on, we will notify you in advance of every board meeting, and the company's financial statements will also be sent to you quarterly. Jiang Chen took the document. It felt heavy in his hand. Although he knew nothing about business, he knew its significance. This wasn't some game item, it was a real asset, a cash cow that would bring him huge dividends every year. God-level customer service system, awesome. Okay, I understand. Jiang Chen nodded, casually tucking the document under his arm. Please handle my resignation procedures, Mr. Wang. As for salary and bonuses, just follow the regulations. Absolutely. I'll handle it for you personally. As for your salary and bonus, I'll make sure to pay you the highest possible amount. That bastard Lu Wei withheld some of your money, I'll make it up to you 3 times over. Boss Wang patted his chest and guaranteed. Jiang Chen smiled and said nothing more. He didn't care about that little bit of salary anymore. He glanced around the office. Those once familiar faces now seemed so foreign. He knew that from this moment on, he and they were no longer from the same world. Then I'll be going now. Jiang Chen turned around and left the place where he had worked for more than 2 years with a flourish. After he left, the office was initially deathly silent, then erupted into a cacophony of voices. Oh my God! Did I hear that right? Jiang Chengcheng is our boss? 10% of the shares. Our SPI has an annual turnover of tens of billions, that's a lot of money. No wonder Queen Sheen protected him so much. Their relationship was more than just ordinary. Oh no, I even mocked him before, will he hold a grudge? Jiang Chen couldn't hear the discussions behind him. He drove his black Audi RS7 smoothly out of SPI's underground parking garage. Sunlight streamed through the car window and warmed his face. He took a deep breath and felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. The burden that had weighed on his heart for over 2 years was finally lifted today. He took out his phone, thought for a moment, and sent a WeChat message to his best friend Wang Hao. "Mouse, what are you doing?" He replied almost instantly, "What else can I do? I'm just a laborer at the company, being ruthlessly exploited by capitalists." "How's it going, Brother Chen? Did your resignation go smoothly? Did that bastard Lu Wei give you any trouble?" Jiang Chen's lips curled up as he typed with one hand, "It's done. Lu Wei has been fired." There was a silence of about 10 seconds on the other end, and then a video call popped up. Jiang Chen answered the call, and Wang Hao's chubby face with black-rimmed glasses appeared on the screen, with a cubicle as the background. "Holy crap! Chunzi! What did you say? Lu Wei got fired? Did you do it?" Wang Hao's voice was very low, but his face was flushed with excitement. "I guess so." Jiang Chen pointed the camera at the car's steering wheel, where the Audi 4 Ring logo was clearly visible. Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly. "Holy crap! An Audi? An RS7? Where did you get that? Rented it?" "I bought it, in full," Jiang Chen said casually. Full payment?" Wang Hao's mouth gaped open enough to fit an egg. "More than 2 million, bro. Where did you get so much money? Didn't you say Queen Sheen only gave you 500,000? Oh, and they gave me another 10 million later." Jiang Chen continued to say the most provocative thing in a calm tone. Wang Hao fell silent. He stared at Jiang Chen with the look of someone looking at an alien for a full half-minute before finally managing to utter a single sentence. "Brother Chen, tell me honestly, did you get Queen Sheen pregnant?" Jiang Chen almost spat a mouthful of blood onto the steering wheel. "Get lost. Can't you think of anything healthy? What else? 10 million. This isn't a tip, it's child support," Wang Hao said with a gossipy look on his face. Jiang Chen was too lazy to explain to him and said, "Are you free tonight?" "Same place, skewers, my treat. I absolutely have to be free. Even if the sky falls, I have to go. I'm going to interrogate you properly. What kind of magic did you use to bewitch that ice queen like this?" "Okay, see you tonight." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen was in a great mood. The feeling of unintentionally showing off in front of his brothers was just too good to pass the time. Just then, my phone rang again. It was an unknown number. Jiang Chen answered the phone, and Qin Lengyue's clear and familiar voice came from the other end. "Is your resignation process complete?" "It's all taken care of, Miss Qin," Jiang Chen replied respectfully. "Lu Wei, has it been dealt with?" "It's been dealt with. Mr. Wang fired him." "Whom?" Qin Lengyue responded indifferently, as if it were just a trivial matter. She paused for 2 seconds, then said, "Remember the contract you signed. You are my personal attendant. You are on call 24/7, available whenever you need me. Save my phone number." "Okay, Miss Qin. It's all right now." After saying that, she hung up the phone decisively. Jiang Chen listened to the busy tone on his phone, lost in thought. Personal waiter. It sounds good, but it also means that during the contract period, he can only serve Qin Lengyue as a client. But his system is a god-level customer service system. The more eccentric customers he has, the more money bringers he'll attract. Wouldn't it be a waste to only have Qin Lengyue as his money bringer? However, let's keep her calm for now. After all, this S-Class mission issuing machine seems to be the most generous at the moment. Moreover, he has just acquired 10% of SPI's shares and needs time to digest them. As Jiang Chen thought about this, he started the car. The black suit-wearing thug let out a low roar and merged into the traffic of Tianhai City. He was going to the bank to deposit the share certificate into a safe. Then, he would go and look at the house. It's time to give my mother and sister a truly stable home. Chapter 12. Brother, you call this a mobility scooter? At 7 p.m. in the Old Street area of the south of the city, at the Lao Difon Barbecue restaurant. This shop has been open for over 10 years. The environment isn't great, just a makeshift shed by the roadside with a dozen or so greasy tables. But because the food is authentic and the prices are reasonable, it's always been incredibly popular. This is Jiang Chen and Wang Hao's secret hideout. Ever since college, whenever they encounter something upsetting or joyful, the two of them come here, order 100 meat skewers and a few bottles of ice-cold beer, and chat until midnight. Wang Hao left work early and had already found a spot. He was sitting with his legs crossed, scrolling through his phone while occasionally glancing towards the intersection. He was incredibly curious today, like his mind was on fire. What exactly happened to Jiang Chen? Yesterday he was worried sick about the 200,000 yuan surgery fee, but today he's driving a 2 million yuan Audi RS7 and has even managed to get 10 million yuan. This plot is even more fantastical than the online novels he read. Just then, a deep and sexy engine roar came from afar. The voice was so distinctive that many diners around turned to look at it. Wang Hao also raised his head, and then his eyes widened. A coupe, entirely black with sleek, menacing lines and exuding power, slowly pulled over to the side of the road. Its aggressive front end resembled a beast poised to pounce. It is the Audi RS7. The car came to a smooth stop in the parking space in front of the barbecue restaurant. The domestic cars costing tens of thousands of yuan and the joint venture cars costing hundreds of thousands of yuan around it instantly looked like little brothers in front of it. The car door opened, and Jiang Chen got out of the driver's seat. He wasn't wearing a suit today, just simple casual clothes, but his physique, enhanced by the body-strengthening fluid, made even the simplest clothes look like something out of a model's outfit. His 1.83-meter height, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs drew whispers from several girls at the next table. Holy crap! The half-smoked cigarette in Wang Hao's mouth fell to the ground. He rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he wasn't seeing things. It really is Jiang Chen. He scrambled over, circled the RS7 twice, reaching out to touch it but not daring to, his face a mixture of shock, envy, and utter confusion. Chenzi, this is really your car? Wang Hao's tongue was tied in knots. Jiang Chen found his pathetic appearance amusing and casually tossed the car keys over. What else? Here, take it, try driving it around a couple of times? Wang Hao hurriedly caught the key, its heavy weight and the 4 circles on it made his heart pound. I dare not. How much money would I have to pay if I scratched this thing? Wang Hao shoved the key back into Jiang Chen's hand, as if it were a hot potato. Useless. Jiang Chen gave him a disdainful look. It's just a car for getting around. When Wang Hao heard this, he almost choked. A mobility scooter? You call a suit-wearing thug worth over 2 million a mobility car? What about my second-hand Volkswagen that I bought for 80,000 yuan? A 4-wheeled handcart? The differences between people are just too great. Let's go inside and talk, I'm hungry. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and walked into the barbecue restaurant first. Wang Hao followed behind, glancing back at the luxury car every few steps, feeling like he was dreaming. The two sat down, and Jiang Chen skillfully ordered, "Boss, 100 lamb skewers, 100 beef skewers, 20 kidneys, 20 beef tendons, and a dozen ice-cold beers." "Okay," the boss replied loudly. "Chenzi, tell me the truth." As soon as the beer arrived, Wang Hao eagerly filled his glass, then stared intently at Jiang Chen. "How far have things progressed between you and that Queen Qin? Why did she give you so much money? Don't tell me it's a tip, I don't believe it even if you beat me to death." Jiang Chen took a sip of ice-cold beer, savoring the aroma of malt and the refreshing sensation of the cool liquid sliding down his throat, before slowly opening his mouth. "I already said it's for service fees." "Bullshit. What kind of service is so valuable? Is it edged with gold?" Wang Hao didn't believe it at all. "More or less." Jiang Chen smiled. "I signed a contract with her to be her personal exclusive service consultant, with a monthly salary of 1 million. The 10 million I just mentioned was an advance payment of my year-end bonus." "A monthly salary of 1 million? Wang Hao's voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of everyone around him. He quickly covered his mouth, leaned close to Jiang Chen, lowered his voice, but his eyes were wide open like saucers. "Dude, are you serious? 1 million a month? That's 12 million a year? And that doesn't even include bonuses?" Jiang Chen nodded calmly. Wang Hao felt that his worldview had been completely overturned. He's a programmer, which is considered a high-paying job in Tianhai City. Even working himself to the bone and working 996 hours a month, he only makes a little over 20,000 yuan. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, earns $1 million a month. That's 50 times his salary. He worked hard for 4 years and it was only enough to earn Jiang Chen's monthly salary. Where the hell can I go to seek justice? No, I need to take a break. Wang Hao picked up his wine glass, downed it in one gulp, then refilled it and downed it again. He downed 3 cups in a row before letting out a long breath, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Jiang Chen. Qinzi, are you still the Qinzi I know? Have you been possessed by an alien? You've been reading too many novels, Jiang Chen chuckled. I'm still me, I'm just a bit luckier. You call that being lucky? You're saying your ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke. Wang Hao complained. No way, you have to teach me your womanizing secrets today. I want to hook up with a rich woman too. I don't want to work hard anymore. Just then, the skewers arrived. Jiang Chen picked up a skewer of mutton and stuffed it into his mouth. Eat yours. With your build, no rich woman would be interested in you. At most, you could attract a rich woman's grandmother. Get lost. Wang Hao mumbled as he chewed on his meat. The two ate and chatted. Wang Hao recounted his messy experiences at the company as jokes, while Jiang Chen shared his adventures of the past 2 days with him, half-jokingly. Of course, he didn't mention a word about the system. It was his biggest secret, and he couldn't tell anyone. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Hao's face was flushed. He put his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder and slurred, Chen. Qinzi, to be honest, I'm so happy for you. You've finally made it. You don't have to put up with other people's attitudes anymore. Jiang Chen felt a little emotional as well. Yes, we've finally made it through. Just 2 days ago, he was still worrying about his sister's medical expenses and being humiliated by someone like Lu Wei. Now, he is a billionaire with a net worth of over 100 million and a major shareholder of SPI. All of this feels like a distant memory. By the way, now that you're so rich, what are your plans? Wang Hao asked. Let's settle things at home first, Jiang Chen said. I'm planning to buy a nicer house and bring my mother and sister there. I've also made arrangements at the hospital. We'll use the best medicine and hire the best doctors. Of course. Now Auntie and Xiaoye can rest assured. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. What about you? Don't you plan to enjoy yourself a bit? Like a young model club or something? Vulgar. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at him. I'm planning to make some investments. Invest? Jiang Chen nodded. He has money now, master-level business acumen, and SPI shares as a starting point. It would be a waste not to do something with it. He didn't want to just be a rich woman's waitress. His goal is to build his own business empire. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated. It was a new text message. He picked it up and saw that it was from an unknown number, but when he saw the name, he was stunned. The sender is Wang Tiancheng, General Manager of SPI. The text message was brief and extremely respectful. Chairman Jiang, hello. I apologize for bothering you. Regarding the marketing plan you proposed at the last meeting, we've worked overnight to prepare a detailed implementation plan, which we'd like to report to you. Would you be free tomorrow to come to the company and provide some guidance? Jiang Chen looked at the address in the text message and couldn't help but smile slightly. Chairman Jiang. This name sounds pretty good. Just as he was about to reply, Wang Hao, who was sitting opposite him, noticed him and leaned over to take a look. When he saw the words Chairman Jiang, he froze, forgetting to chew the kidney in his mouth. Chairman Jiang. Chairman Jiang? Wang Hao's voice trembled. Which Chairman Jiang? When did you become the chairman? Chapter 13. A newcomer to the job. I'm a shareholder. Wang Hao already had a loud voice, and this shout immediately drew the attention of everyone at the surrounding tables. Chairman Jiang? What chairman? That young man driving the Audi? He's already the chairman at such a young age? Are you kidding me? A chairman eating at a roadside stall? A murmur arose from the surrounding area. Jiang Chen glared at Wang Hao helplessly, signaling him to keep his voice down. What are you shouting for? Do you want everyone to know? Wang Hao realized he had lost his composure and quickly lowered his voice, but the shock on his face did not diminish at all. He pointed at Jiang Chen's phone and stammered, Chen. Qinzi, what's going on? Didn't you say you were going to resign? How did you become Chairman Jiang? What chairman? Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Chen put away his phone, picked up a skewer of grilled beef tendon, and said slowly, "It's that Miss Chin from before, who gave me some company shares, so that's why the company manager calls me that." Wang Hao felt like his brain wasn't working properly anymore. They're giving away money, cars, and now they're even giving away company shares? A little shares? Wang Hao swallowed hard. Which company S shares? SPIS? Jiang Chen nodded. How much? 0.1%? In Wang Hao's mind, giving away even a fraction of a percent of the shares would be an incredibly generous gesture. Jiang Chen held up one finger. Wang Hao guessed, 1%? Jiang Chen shook his head. Holy crap! No way? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. 10%? Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but just smiled, which was taken as tacit agreement. Puff. Wang Hao spat out the mouthful of beer he had just taken a sip of, but luckily Jiang Chen dodged it quickly. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Hao choked, his face turning red. He coughed as he looked at Jiang Chen with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. 10%. 10% of SPI's shares. My God. Shinzi, do you know how much money SPI makes in a year? Do you know how much these 10% of shares are worth? How much? Jiang Chen really didn't know. The system had only given him shares, not their valuation. I don't know the exact amount, but SPI is a landmark in Tianhai City and one of the top luxury shopping malls in the country. These shares are worth at least $1 billion. Wang Hao was so excited that he waved his hands and feet, as if the shares were his own. 1 billion? Jiang Chen himself was also startled. He knew the shares were valuable, but he didn't expect them to be this valuable. 100 million in cash, plus 1 billion in shares. In other words, his net worth is now over 1.1 billion? 2 days ago, he was a poor young man bowing his head to pay for a 200,000 yuan surgery. 2 days later, he became a super rich man with a net worth of 1.1 billion. This feeling is so fucking unreal. Shinzi, pinch me. I think I'm drunk and dreaming. Wang Hao brought his face closer. Jiang Chen didn't hold back and slapped him on the forehead. With a crisp, loud snap, it rang out. Ouch! Wang Hao clutched his head. That really hurts. It's not a dream. Holy crap! My brother's a billionaire. He stood up excitedly, about to shout, but Jiang Chen pulled him back down. Sit down. Keep a low profile, understand? I understand. Wang Hao nodded repeatedly, but he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with admiration. Brother Chen. From today onwards, you're my brother. I'll follow you from now on. Get lost, I don't have a younger brother as fat as you. The next morning, Jiang Chen declined Mr. Wang's kind offer to pick him up and drove his Audi RS7 to SPI luxury department store again. This time, his identity is completely different. As soon as the car arrived at the entrance of the underground parking garage, the security guard, who had ignored him yesterday, saw his license plate from afar and, as if a button had been pressed, gave him a perfect 90-degree bow and raised the barrier for him with a big smile. Jiang Chen parked his car in a parking space marked Chairman's Exclusive and walked out leisurely. Today, he specially wore the dark gray casual suit he had bought before. With his tall and upright figure and composed demeanor, he looked every bit the young and promising business elite. Instead of using the staff entrance, he went directly through the main entrance and took the VIP-only sightseeing elevator to the top floor, the boardroom floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, General Manager Wang Tianchang, along with 2 vice presidents and several department directors, were already waiting at the door. They were all dressed in suits and stood in 2 rows, making it seem as if they were welcoming national leaders. Chairman Jiang. Welcome to our work inspection. General Manager Wang was the first to greet him, his face beaming with a smile, and he warmly shook Jiang Chen's hands. Mr. Wang, you're too kind. Just call me Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen said politely. That won't do. The rules can't be broken. President Wang's attitude was firm. Jiang Chen didn't bother to correct them and followed them into the lavishly decorated boardroom, a room he had only seen in the company's brochure. A huge oval conference table, comfortable leather chairs, and a huge floor-to-ceiling window facing the room, offering a panoramic view of most of Tianhai City's bustling cityscape. Jiang Chen was seated next to the head of the table, a position second only to the chairman. After everyone was seated, General Manager Wang cleared his throat and began his work report. Chairman Zhang, our board of directors discussed your immersive art shopping experience exhibition proposal overnight. Everyone agrees that this proposal is visionary and forward-thinking, and is an excellent strategy to help SPI break through its current predicament. We have already established a special team, and this is the detailed implementation plan we have developed based on your core ideas. Please take a look. As she spoke, a female secretary respectfully placed a beautifully bound proposal in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flipped through a few pages. They were filled with dense technical terms and data analysis. He remained outwardly calm and composed, appearing to have everything under control. In reality, he was extremely panicked. Holy crap! What is all this nonsense? What does building a user mental model mean? What does achieving a closed loop of brand and sales synergy mean? I recognize every single word, but I just can't understand it when they're put together. System, help me. Shouldn't you be giving me a skill like God-level business management or Grandmaster-level marketing right now? Giving me money in shares without any instruction manual is no way I'm supposed to show off. Jiang Chen frantically called out to the system in his mind, but the system did not respond at all. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. A man in his 50s sitting opposite him, with slicked back hair and gold-rimmed glasses, adjusted his glasses and said with a forced smile, "Mr. Wang, we've reviewed the plan, and it's indeed excellent. However, its implementation involves a huge budget and resource allocation. Chairman Jiang, at such a young age, you've become our major shareholder. You must be exceptionally capable. I wonder if Chairman Jiang has any specific guidance on the budget allocation section of this implementation plan?" This man is the company's marketing director, surnamed Zhang. He's a seasoned veteran in the company and, relying on his seniority, he's never really taken General Manager Wang seriously. His words sounded like a request for advice, but in reality, he was trying to embarrass Jiang Chen in public. What can a young man in his early 20s know about budget allocation? He just wanted to see Jiang Chen make a fool of himself. Instantly, everyone's eyes in the conference room focused on Jiang Chen. Mr. Wang's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed Director Zhang inwardly, thinking, "Isn't this just deliberately sabotaging me?" He was about to speak up to smooth things over. But just then, the long-lost mechanical voice finally rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Host detected facing a Level B workplace challenge. God-level mission triggered. Task title, Establishing Shareholder Authority. Task requirements, at the board meeting, pinpoint the major flaws in the current plan and propose a perfect solution to completely win over all senior executives and establish your absolute position as a core shareholder. Task reward, 5 million renminbi in cash, and the God-level skill, Master-level business insight. Skill description, this skill allows the host to instantly see through the essence of all business activities, discerning the hidden opportunities and risks within them. It's here. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. The system still loves me. Without hesitation, he silently declared in his mind, accept the mission. Chapter 14, A Divine Insight, a word that startles the world. The moment the thought of accepting the mission crossed Jiang Chen's mind, a vast and refined stream of information instantly flooded into his mind. Those business terms, financial statements, and market data that he had previously found to be like gibberish suddenly became crystal clear and logically sound, as if connected by an invisible hand. The plan before him was no longer a pile of dry text and numbers, but a dynamic battle map full of logical flaws. In the conference room, everyone was looking at Jiang Chen. The director who had launched the attack, Director Zhang, already had a faint, sarcastic smile on his lips. He was certain that this young man, who had risen to his position through women, was now completely flustered and would either spout some nonsensical nonsense or awkwardly pass the buck to Director Wang. Mr. Wang also looked worried, his palms were sweating, and he was ready to speak up to save the day at any time. However, Jiang Chen's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. He neither panicked nor avoided the issue. He simply tapped the table lightly with his fingers, making a soft tap-tap sound, then looked up, his gaze calmly sweeping over everyone present before finally settling on the face of Director Zhang. Director Zhang, right? Jiang Chen's tone was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. You just asked me what guidance I could offer regarding budget allocation? I wouldn't presume to offer guidance, but I'd like to hear Chairman Zhang's insightful opinion, Director Zhang replied with a forced smile. I wouldn't call it insightful. Jiang Chen picked up the proposal and casually flipped to page 17, the section on online promotion budget. I only have one question. Jiang Chen pointed to one of the projects. The proposal says we're going to invest 30 million yuan to invite 10 top internet celebrities to do live streaming e-commerce on various platforms as a warm-up for this art shopping experience exhibition. I'd like to ask Director Zhang, do you think our SPI's target customers are people who would sit in a live streaming room and try to grab a few hundred yuan in coupons? The moment these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent. The smile on Director Zhang's face froze. Mr. Wan's eyes suddenly lit up. That's a fucking perfect question. That hits the nail on the head. Director Zhang's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He forced a defense, saying, Chairman Zhang, you might not be aware of this. We live in the era of internet traffic, and live streaming e-commerce is currently the hottest marketing model. It can quickly expand the visibility of our event and achieve cross-platform dissemination. Breaking out of the circle? Jiang Chun chuckled, interrupting him. Director Zhang, we are SPI, the trendsetter for luxury goods in Tianhai City. We are the circle ourselves. Whose circle do we need to break out of? He stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the bustling traffic below. Our customers are the elite who value quality, experience, and identity. Would they come to shop just because an influencer shouts family, here's the link? No, that would only lower the standards of SPI and make us look like an outlet mall rushing to clear out its stock. What we want to do is lead the way, create a sense of scarcity, and make customers feel that being able to participate in our experiential exhibition is an honor and a symbol of status. Jiang Chen turned around, his gaze sharp. Therefore, in my opinion, this budget of 30 million is a waste of money, and even counterproductive. It does not attract our target customers at all, but a group of bargain hunters who only care about discounts. This is not only a waste of money, but also dilutes our brand value. His voice wasn't loud, but every word struck the hearts of every executive present like a heavy hammer. Especially President Wang, he almost wanted to stand up and applaud Jiang Chen. He understood these principles, but Director Zhang was a veteran in the marketing department, and the entire department was staffed by his people. Sometimes, General Manager Wang couldn't be too forceful in rejecting his proposals. But now, Jiang Chen, this new shareholder, has unabashedly torn down this barrier. Director Zhang's face had turned from white to red, then from red to pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He wanted to refute, but found that Jiang Chen's words were logically sound, and there was no loophole to refute them. Then, according to Chairman Zhang's opinion, how should this budget be spent? Director Zhang asked unwillingly. It's very simple. Jiang Chen walked back to his seat, picked up a pen from next to the proposal, and wrote a few words on the whiteboard. Precise targeting and segmented marketing. He turned to a young manager in the marketing department. Xiaoli, I remember you submitted a report last week analyzing the spending habits and social circles of our black card customers, right? The young manager, Xiaoli, was taken aback. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen to suddenly call on him and even know about the report he had submitted. He quickly stood up and said, Yes, Chairman Jiang. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded. My suggestion is to cut all the budgets for influencer live streaming. Use that 30 million in 3 areas. First, 10 million will be used to invite Europe's top exhibition design team to design unique art installations and interactive experiences for our art shopping experience exhibition. What we want is not a shopping mall, but an art museum where you can shop. Secondly, 10 million will be used to partner with the most upscale private banks, equestrian clubs, and golf clubs in Tianhai City. We won't sell tickets, we'll only send out the highest quality and most exquisitely designed invitations to their top members. We'll make this invitation a form of social currency within their circles. Third, and most importantly, 10 million. Jiang Chen's gaze returned to Director Zhang. Use this 10 million to leverage 100 million in free traffic. Contact those real fashion magazine editors, art critics, collectors, and those truly tasteful celebrities. Invite them to our opening reception. We don't need to pay them appearance fees, we just need to provide a top-tier social platform. They will willingly give us free, high-class publicity on their own social media. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone was amazed by the blueprint he had drawn up. This is no longer a simple marketing plan, it's a game changer. He didn't get bogged down in the specific details of execution, but instead completely overturned their original way of thinking from a strategic perspective. Precise, high-end, and effective. Mr. Wang was so excited that his hands were trembling, and his eyes were filled with fanatical admiration when he looked at Jiang Chen. This isn't just a young person, this is clearly a business genius with exceptional strategic vision. Miss Qin's judgment is indeed sharp. As for Director Zhang, he was completely deflated. He lowered his head, not even daring to look at Jiang Chen, his face burning with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Just then, the system notification sounded in Jiang Chen's mind again. Ding! B-level mission, establishing authority as a shareholder, completed. Customer satisfaction SPI Board of Directors, 98%. Task evaluation, excellent. Task reward has been issued, 5 million renminbi in cash, and the Master-Level Business Insight skill has been permanently locked. Jiang Chen's bank card quietly gained an extra 5 million. But at this moment, he no longer cared about the money. He enjoys the thrill of being in control, of using his wisdom and ability to conquer these seasoned veterans in the workplace. He stood up and straightened his suit. The specific execution is up to Mr. Wang and everyone else. I'll only look at the results. After saying that, he ignored the stunned executives and walked straight out of the conference room, leaving everyone with an unfathomable back view. After the meeting room door closed, a suppressed gasp of surprise erupted from inside. That's amazing. This idea is absolutely brilliant. I'm impressed, you're really skilled. General Manager Wang let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had won a great victory. He glanced at Director Zhang, whose face was ashen, and said coldly, Director Zhang, did you understand Chairman Zhang's instructions? I understand. Then let's do it. Jiang Chen stepped out of the SPI gate, took a deep breath of fresh air, and felt refreshed. Today's battle has successfully established his authority. From now on, no one in SPI should dare to underestimate him anymore. He had just gotten into the car when his phone rang. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a helpless smile. It is Qin Ling Yue. Hello, Miss Qin. Where are you? The voice on the other end of the phone was as cold as ever. Just came from SPI. Come to my house right now, Qin Ling Yue said in a commanding tone. What else do you need? Suihua, you're throwing a tantrum again. Jiang Chen. He couldn't help but complain inwardly, damn. I just finished directing a multi-billion-dollar project and playing the role of a domineering CEO, and now I have to go back to being a cat slave? This role reversal is too fast. Chapter 15: The Cat's New Troubles. Despite his internal monologue, Jiang Chen's actions were anything but slow. After all, Qin Ling Yue is currently his only S-level mission issuing machine, and he can't afford to offend her. He floored the accelerator, and the black Audi RS7 roared as it sped off towards the heavenly palace in the clouds. With his godlike driving skills, he drove smoothly and effortlessly, weaving and overtaking other vehicles, managing to shorten the 40-minute journey to 20 minutes. When he arrived at the luxurious mansion on the top floor of Building A of the Cloud Palace again, Qin Ling Yue was wearing a casual silk dress, standing in the center of the living room with her arms crossed, looking rather unwell. Not far from her feet, the ragdoll cat named Suihua was curled up under the sofa, only her furry bottom showing, looking like she was saying, "Leave me alone, I'm withdrawn." What's going on, Miss Qin? Jiang Chen changed into slippers and walked into the living room. I don't know. Qin Ling Yue frowned, her voice full of frustration. She was fine this morning, but suddenly she started acting like this after breakfast. She won't come out no matter how I call her, and she won't let me touch her. Jiang Chen glanced at the cat food bowl. There was still more than half of the premium cat food left. He glanced again at Suihua, who was hiding under the sofa. This scene seems familiar. Am I too busy again and haven't played with it? Qin Ling Yue asked uncertainly, her tone even carrying a hint of self-reflection that she herself didn't realize. It shouldn't be. Jiang Chen shook his head. He crouched down and tried to communicate with Suihua on a spiritual level. The Grandmaster level all-knowing, ability activated, and a faint but clear emotion emanated from under the sofa. It wasn't out of resentment or boredom. Rather, it was a kind of fear, mixed with a hint of unease and resistance. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. His emotions were far more complex than before. Just then, the system notification sounded as expected. Ding! Host detected facing a C-level service challenge. God-level mission triggered. Task title: Suihua's social anxiety. Task requirements: within 24 hours, find the real reason why the ragdoll cat Suihua is depressed, successfully resolve its psychological problems, and restore its liveliness. Mission reward: 2 million in cash, God-level skill, Grandmaster Beast Taming. Skill description: this skill is an advanced version of Master-level pet communication. It not only allows communication with all things, but also enables guidance and taming of their behavior to a certain extent, with particularly significant effects on animals. Another new skill. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. From communication to animal taming, this is a qualitative leap. Wouldn't we be able to command an entire animal army in the future? Just thinking about it is exciting. He immediately accepted the task. Miss Qin, think carefully, did anything unusual happen at home today? Or, did any strangers come by? Zhang Chen stood up and began to guide Qin Lengyue to recall. Qin Lengyue thought for a moment and shook her head. No. It's just me and Auntie at home today. Oh, and you too. Did you hear any strange noises? Or did you talk on the phone with anyone and discuss anything unusual? Zhang Chen continued to press. Making a phone call? Qin Lengyue was taken aback for a moment, then realized something. This morning, I spoke with Wanqing on the phone and we arranged for her to come over for tea tomorrow afternoon. Wanqing? My best friend, Su Wanqing. What's wrong? When you called her, did you mention anything about animals? Zhang Chen asked tentatively. Qin Lengyue looked at him as if he were a charlatan. But she thought about it carefully for a moment, and then her expression became a little strange. It was mentioned. Wanqing said that she would bring her dog with her tomorrow. It's a golden retriever named General Dot. After saying that, she herself felt it was somewhat absurd. You mean, Suehua was scared because she overheard me on the phone and knew a dog was coming tomorrow? It can understand phone calls? It may not understand every word, but it can keenly sense your emotions and some keywords it is familiar with, such as dog, Zhang Chen explained seriously. Moreover, animals' hearing is much more sensitive than humans, so the sound on the phone may be very clear to it. He pointed under the sofa. It's not throwing a tantrum, it's being scared. It's expressing its fear and protest by hiding. Qin Lengyue looked at Zhang Chen and fell silent. Although Zhang Chen's explanation sounded unbelievable, considering that he had accurately described the details of the cat toy and the perfume scent last time, she had no choice but to believe it. This man seems to be shrouded in all sorts of incredible secrets. Then, what should we do? The usually decisive and ruthless Queen Qin seemed somewhat at a loss when faced with her cat's psychological problems. We can't stop Wanqing from coming just because of this, can we? Of course not. Zhang Chen smiled, revealing a confident expression that said, I've got everything covered. This is just a minor issue, leave it to me. As he spoke, he squatted down again, this time not too close, but at a distance of 2 or 3 meters, to make eye contact with the hairy but under the sofa. Suehua, don't be afraid. He didn't speak, but instead used his knowledge of all things, ability to convey a comforting and friendly message. I know you're afraid of that dog named General. You feel like it will take your territory, steal your owner's attention, and even hurt you, right? The ball of fur under the sofa moved slightly. Zhang Chen continued to transmit his thoughts, but don't worry, that golden retriever is a very gentle big guy, it won't hurt you. And, with me here, I will protect you. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to get along with it, and let it know that this is your territory, and you are the master here. His thoughts were filled with powerful confidence and a calming force, as if they possessed some kind of magic. Suehua, nestled under the sofa, seemed to sense this power. Slowly and tentatively, it peeked its little head out of the darkness, its large, sapphire-like eyes gazing curiously at Zhang Chen. The fear in his eyes had visibly diminished. Qin Lengyue, standing to the side, was once again speechless with astonishment at the incredible scene before her. She simply couldn't understand how Zhang Chen had managed to do it. He hadn't said a word, he had just been squatting there, and the cat, which had been withdrawn all morning, had somehow come out on its own. This is beyond the scope of scientific explanation. Seeing this, Zhang Chen knew that his reassurance had worked. He slowly reached out his hand to Suehua, continuing to convey his thoughts. Come on, come out. Let's play a game first. Tomorrow I'll teach you a dog taming technique that will make that big golden retriever completely obedient to you. Suehua tilted her head, seemingly considering the credibility of Zhang Chen's words. A few seconds later, it made a decision. It gracefully emerged from under the sofa, walked up to Zhang Chen, and gently rubbed its little head against his palm. Qin Lengyue. She felt that she had failed as a master. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Qin Lengyue was a little confused. She didn't remember making an appointment with anyone today. She walked to the entrance and pressed the intercom button. On the screen appeared a bright and beautiful smiling face. The woman was holding a dog leash, and at the other end of the leash was a huge, golden-haired golden retriever that looked extremely excited. Long Yu. I just finished some business nearby, so I came over early. I have a surprise for you. The woman on the screen waved enthusiastically. Qin Lengyue's expression changed. It's Su Wancheng. Why did she arrive early? Even worse, the big golden retriever behind her had already started scratching at the door, barking excitedly. In the living room, Suehua, who had just been calmed down, heard the dog barking and her fur stood on end instantly. She let out a sharp meow and turned around to try to crawl back under the sofa. This is bad. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Speak of the devil, and he appears this is troublesome. He was just about to receive the Grandmaster level beast taming technique to take control of the situation. Qin Lengyue, who was at the entrance, was clearly unaware of the seriousness of the problem and had already pressed the open door button. The apartment door slowly opened. The golden retriever named General was like a golden cannonball, instantly breaking free from the leash in Su Wancheng's hand and rushing into the living room with a gust of wind. Its target was that rag doll cat with its fur standing on end. Chapter 16. I am the King of Beasts. General. Come back. From the entrance hall came Su Wancheng's startled and anxious cry. But it was too late. The golden retriever General is enormous, almost as tall as an adult when standing, and runs with tremendous force. It had clearly been cooped up in the car for too long and was now extremely excited, treating the little, furry creature in the living room as a novel toy. Woof! Woof woof! It barked as it lunged at Suehua, its huge paws creating a gust of wind. Meow! Suehua was so frightened that she let out a shrill scream, her legs went weak, and she was about to be overwhelmed by that enthusiastic mouth. Qin Lengyue was also terrified, her face turning pale, and she instinctively screamed, Suehua. The whole scene instantly spiraled out of control. At this critical moment, a figure moved with lightning speed, instantly blocking between Suehua and Jinmao. It's Jiang Chen. He reacted almost the instant the golden retriever rushed in. Grandmaster level beast taming skill, claim it. A surge of information, even more powerful and controllable than the previous omniscience, flooded his brain. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if he could understand the language of all animals in the world, and even influence their behavior with his will. Jiang Chen remained completely calm in the face of the large golden retriever charging towards him like a small tank. He didn't even yell at them. He simply stood there, his body slightly lowered, his gaze fixed on the golden retriever's eyes. Then, an invisible, authoritative aura suddenly emanated from him and enveloped the excited dog. The idea was very simple, consisting of only one word. Sit. The golden-haired general who was charging at full speed suddenly seemed to be brought to an abrupt halt. Its massive body slid more than a meter across the smooth floor, its foreclaws scraping the ground with a screeching sound, finally stopping less than 10 centimeters from Jiang Chen. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the golden retriever, which had been as fierce as a tiger just a moment ago, whimpered, its massive body went limp, and it obediently sat down on the ground. It raised its head and looked at Jiang Chen in front of it, its eyes filled with confusion, bewilderment, and a trace of awe that came from the depths of its bloodline. It couldn't understand why this two-legged beast exuded an aura that it couldn't resist, an aura that seemed to belong to a beast king. The entire living room was deathly silent. The air seemed to freeze. Su Wancheng, who had just rushed in, remained frozen in place, her mouth agape, wide enough to fit a light bulb. Qin Lengyue stopped screaming, covered her mouth with her hand, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. What's going on? The general is a well-known house-destroying expert, and when he gets going, even his owner, Su Wancheng, can't stop him. But now, it was actually subdued by Jiang Chen with just a glance? So well-behaved, like a wronged puppy? This is more fantastical than a movie. Suehua, who was hiding behind Jiang Chen, also stopped screaming. She cautiously peeked half her head out from behind Jiang Chen's trouser leg, looking at the big guy who had just wanted to eat her, but was now behaving like a grandson. Her cat eyes were full of great confusion. Jiang Chen ignored the shock of the crowd. He slowly squatted down, reached out, and patted the big golden retriever's head lightly. Your name is General, right? He said in a gentle voice, while simultaneously conveying his thoughts. I know you mean no harm, you just want to make friends. However, your approach is too enthusiastic and has frightened this lady. He pointed to Suehua behind him. The general made two woof sounds and rubbed its huge head against Jiang Chen's palm, as if it were being affectionate or admitting its mistake. Alright, now, let me introduce you to each other. Jiang Chen turned around and sent a telepathic message to Tsuewa behind him. Tsuewa, come out, it's alright. His name is General, he's a simpleton, he won't hurt you. Tsuewa hesitated for a moment, but out of trust in Jiang Chen, she mustered her courage and stepped out from behind him. Jiang Chen then said to the General, General, this is Ms. Tsuewa, the owner of this place. You must respect her and not frighten her, do you understand? The General nodded in a humane manner, then carefully stuck out his nose and gently sniffed Tsuewa, wagging his tail affectionately twice. At first, Tsuewa was a little nervous, but after realizing that the other party really meant no harm, she gradually lowered her guard. She even stretched out her little paw and tentatively patted the General's nose. The General was not angry at all, on the contrary, he stuck out his tongue happily. And so, thanks to Jiang Chen's mediation, the crisis of a cat-dog war was averted. A cat and a dog, right in the middle of the living room, began a harmonious and friendly exchange under the astonished gazes of their two beautiful female owners. Only then did the system notification sound in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! C-level mission, Tsuewa's social anxiety, completed. Customer satisfaction, 100%. Task evaluation, perfect. Mission reward has been issued, 2 million in cash, and the Yi Grandmaster level beast taming skill has been permanently activated. Mr. Jiang. Su Wanqing finally snapped out of her shock. She looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity and inquiry in her eyes. You, how did you do that? Are you a professional dog trainer? No, even the world's top dog trainer couldn't make the General stop with just a glance. Qin Lengyue also came to her senses. She walked to Jiang Chen's side, looked at the unbelievable scene before her, and then said to Su Wanqing in a cool tone with a hint of smugness. He's not a dog trainer. He's one of my men. The phrase "he is mine" is filled with a strong sense of possessiveness. However, Su Wanqing's mind was no longer on the verbal argument with her best friend. She looked at Jiang Chen as if she had seen a savior. She strode up to Jiang Chen, completely ignoring Qin Lengyue's warning look, took out a gold-embossed business card from her Hermes bag, and handed it to Jiang Chen with both hands. Mr. Jiang, my name is Su Wanqing. I know this request may be a bit abrupt, but I have a favor to ask, and perhaps only you can help me. Her expression was incredibly sincere, and her eyes were full of anticipation. Name your fee after the job is done. Chapter 17: The Challenge from the Horse Farm. Jiang Chen took the business card and glanced at it. The business card has a simple design, with a pure black background and only one line of gold lettering. Su Wanqing, CEO of Tianhai Royal Equestrian Club. Royal Equestrian Club? Jiang Chen vaguely recognized the name. It was supposedly one of the most exclusive private clubs in Tianhai City, with members being extremely wealthy and powerful, and membership fees reaching 7 figures. For Su Wanqing to be the CEO of such a place, her identity was definitely not simple. Please speak, Miss Su, Jiang Chen said politely. He could feel that Qin Lengyue beside him had grown even colder. Her gaze was like a knife, scraping back and forth between Su Wanqing and himself. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly. Interesting, this queen is actually quite cute when she's protecting her food. Su Wanqing seemed completely oblivious to her best friend's dissatisfaction. She took a deep breath, a look of worry and earnestness on her face. Mr. Jiang, hear us what happened. Our club has a champion thoroughbred named Red Flame. It used to be the pride of our club, winning us countless honors. However, it was injured in a race 3 months ago, and its temperament has changed ever since. It's changed? Yes. Su Wanqing's expression turned serious. It has become extremely aggressive. It no longer lets anyone near it, let alone ride it. We've had the best veterinarians from home and abroad examine it, and they all say its injuries have healed and there is nothing wrong with its body. We've also consulted the best equine psychologists, but it's all been to no avail. Right now, Qiyan is like a trapped wild beast. It attacks anyone who gets close, and several experienced grooms have been kicked and injured by it. She looked at Jiang Chen, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. When I saw you taming the General just now, I was thinking that perhaps only you can communicate with Qiyan, find out the reason for its drastic change in temperament, and help it get out of it. Su Wanqing paused, her tone becoming even more sincere. Mr. Jiang, Qiyan is of extraordinary significance to our club and to me personally. It's not just a horse, but also our partner and a hero. As long as you can cure it, whatever conditions you propose, I will do my best to fulfill them. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Moreover, this time the notification sound seemed even more exciting than before. Ding! Host detected facing a high difficulty service challenge God level mission triggered. Mission title: The Wounds of the Wild Horse. Mission requirements: delve into the inner world of the champion horse Crimson Flame, uncover the root of its psychological trauma, and successfully heal it, allowing it to accept riders again and return to the racetrack. Mission rewards: 1. 50 million in cash. 2. God level skill, God level riding. 3. 20% stake in Tianhai City Royal Equestrian Club. Holy crap! Rank a mission. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. This reward is incredibly generous. 50 million in cash. Godlike riding skills. And a 20% stake in the Equestrian Club. That's the top club in Tianhai City. A 20% stake is probably worth more than SPI's 10% stake. This isn't a mission, it's like a windfall, and a golden one at that. Jiang Chen's breathing became somewhat rapid. He almost agreed without hesitation. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Qin Lengyue's expression beside him. A thick layer of frost had formed on that stunningly beautiful face. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly remembered that his current identity was Qin Lengyue's personal attendant. In theory, I cannot take on private jobs without her permission. If this isn't handled properly and we offend this S-level task issuing machine, then it will be a huge loss. Jiang Chen's mind raced. He immediately feigned a troubled expression, looked at Qin Lengyue, and asked, "Miss Qin, what do you think?" He cleverly passed the ball to Qin Lengyue. Su Wanqing also realized what was happening and quickly grabbed Qin Lengyue's arm, pleading, "Good Lengyue, please lend me Mr. Jiang just this once. Just this once. Shi Yan is really dying. If this continues, it will have to be euthanized. I'm begging you." Qin Lengyue remained silent, her face cold. She was very unhappy. "I'm very unhappy." Jiang Chen was a treasure she had discovered, something that belonged to her alone. And now, someone was actually trying to steal her treasure right in front of her? This made her feel that her ownership had been violated. However, seeing her best friend's almost crying expression, and looking at the pitiful horse named Shi Yan, she felt a little sorry for her. More importantly, she also harbored a secret curiosity and a desire to show off. She also wanted to see where the limits of Jiang Chen's abilities truly lay. If he could really tame that wild horse that even experts couldn't handle, wouldn't that further prove his unique insight? This man belongs to her, Qin Lengyue. Thinking of this, Qin Lengyue's displeasure subsided slightly. She cleared her throat and spoke in her usual cool and aloof tone. "Let him go, that's fine." Su Wanqing was overjoyed. "Really? Thank you, Lengyu. You're so kind." However, Qin Lengyue changed the subject and stated her conditions. "I have 2 conditions." "Don't just say 2, I'll have 200. Qin Lengyue extended 2 slender fingers. "First, I must go with him. I want to see him serve with my own eyes." "No problem." Su Wanqing agreed immediately. This was hardly a condition. Second, Qin Lengyue looked at Jiang Chen, then at Su Wanqing, a playful smile curving her lips. "I want half of the reward you offered." "Ah?" Su Wanqing and Jiang Chen were both stunned. Su Wanqing never expected that her best friend, who regarded money as dirt, would make such a mercenary request. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was internally ranting and raving. "Wow! This queen is something else. She's even going so far as to take a cut from the commission? I haven't even started working yet, and she, the middleman, is already taking half of my hard-earned money? Even capitalists aren't this ruthless." However, despite his complaints, Jiang Chen was secretly overjoyed. Qin Lengyue's words meant that she agreed. Moreover, even if she gets half of the reward, it would still be 25 million in cash, plus 10% of the club's shares. This deal is a steal. So, if you don't agree, then forget it. Qin Lengyue added when she saw the 2 of them looking stunned. "Agreed. Of course I agree." Su Wanqing nodded vigorously. Jiang Chen quickly added, "It's entirely up to Miss Qin to decide." "Then let's go." Qin Lengyue acted swiftly, grabbing her coat from the sofa, putting on her high heels, and looking ready to leave right away. Half an hour later, at the Royal Equestrian Club in the western suburbs of Tianhai City. A vast European-style manor came into view before the 3 of them. The neatly trimmed lawns, elegant castle-like architecture, and the fresh scent of grass in the air all highlight the luxury and prestige of this place. Su Wanqing drove them directly to the backyard of the horse farm, a separate stable area with extremely tight security. Before he even got close, Jiang Chen heard a series of angry hoofbeats and neighing. They arrived outside a huge circular paddock. Inside the enclosure, a magnificent horse, entirely fiery red without a single stray hair and possessing a lithe and graceful form, was frantically ramming against the fence. Its eyes were bloodshot, filled with ferocity and unease. It is called Red Flame. Several grooms stood outside the paddock, at a loss, their faces filled with worry and fear. President Su, you finally arrived. Qi Yan's emotions are particularly unstable today, no one can get close. An older groom rushed over to Su Wanqing and said. Su Wanqing looked at the wild horse in the enclosure, her eyes reddening. Mr. Jiang, I'm begging you. She turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen with her last hope. Xin Lengyue also looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of nervousness that she herself was unaware of. Jiang Chen nodded without saying a word, simply watching the spirited horse. He took a step forward and walked to the fence. Chapter 18, Communicating with the Soul of a Divine Horse. As soon as Jiang Chen approached the fence, the fiery horse named Crimson Flame immediately noticed him. It stopped charging, turned its head sharply, and stared intently at Jiang Chen with its bloodshot eyes. Hercules. It let out a warning neigh, raised its front hooves high, and slammed them heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its stance seemed to say, take one more step closer, and you'll taste the power of my hooves. The surrounding grooms were so frightened that they took several steps back. The older groom shouted nervously to Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang. Danger! Step back! Su Wanqing and Xin Lengyue's hearts were in their throats. Xin Lengyue, in particular, subconsciously took a half step forward, her palms clenched tightly. She suddenly felt a pang of regret. Perhaps she shouldn't have let Jiang Chen take this risk. However, Jiang Chen ignored all of this. He simply stood there quietly, looking at the wild, unruly horse through the fence. To others, he just seemed to be spacing out. But in reality, he had already activated the Grandmaster-level all-knowing ability, slowly extending his spiritual power towards the Crimson Flame. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of negative emotions swept over him like a storm. Anger. Fear. Pain. There is another kind of despair, of being deeply betrayed. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. The horse was suffering more than he had imagined. Its agitation was not wildness, but a desperate form of self-protection. As his mental energy deepened, fragmented scenes began to surface in Jiang Chen's mind. It was a sunny afternoon at a racetrack. Crimson Flame was speeding along the track, its movements perfectly synchronized with its rider, giving it a commanding lead. It could sense the rider's excitement, and it shared in the joy of victory. However, just before it crossed the finish line, a sharp pain suddenly came from its side. In the video, a small spur that shouldn't be on the field is hidden behind the rider's boot. It was the human it trusted most who, in pursuit of greater speed, harmed it in such a despicable way. The excruciating pain caused Crimson Flame to lose its balance. Instantly it howled and crashed heavily to the ground. The scene that follows is one of endless darkness, pain, and the cacophony of human screams. But the most profound feeling wasn't the pain of falling, but the betrayal of being stabbed in the back by the most trusted partner. I see. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with understanding and sympathy. He finally understood. The wounds inflicted by Crimson Flame were not physical, but psychological. It wasn't that it feared people, but that it no longer trusted them. In its view, all humans who want to get close to it are likely to be like that rider, seemingly kind to it but secretly harming it. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Su Wanqing, whose expression was solemn. Miss Su, may I ask where the rider from the Crimson Flame is now? Su Wanqing was taken aback, not expecting him to ask this suddenly. Her expression changed, and she said somewhat awkwardly, after that accident, he was expelled from the club for seriously violating the rules of the game and was banned for life. Is that all? Jiang Chen pressed. Has he come to see Qi Yan? Su Wanqing's eyes darted around, but she finally sighed and said, no. I admit, it was our club that handled it poorly. At the time, we were only concerned about Qian's injury and the club's reputation, and we neglected Qian's feelings. We didn't even let that rider say goodbye to Qi Yan. Jiang Chen nodded. Everything made sense. In the world of Crimson Flame, the one who harmed it simply vanished. Meanwhile, others relentlessly tried to restore its competition. This made it believe that all humans were the same, merely seeking to exploit it. I see. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he did something that shocked everyone. He flipped over and leaped directly into the enclosure. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen! Su Wanqing and Qin Lengyue exclaimed in surprise at the same time. The grooms were terrified, their faces turning pale. It's over. Someone's going to die. Shi Yan was instantly enraged when he saw that this human dared to trespass into his territory. It let out a deafening roar, pawed at the ground, lowered its head, and charged towards Jiang Chen like a red Ferrari. That momentum was enough to send a bull flying. Qin Lengyue's heart skipped a beat. She almost rushed in to pull Jiang Chen out. But Jiang Chen remained standing still, motionless. He simply watched the charging horse, his eyes showing no fear, only calm and pity. Then, he transmitted his thoughts to them without reservation. This time, he was neither delivering an order nor offering reassurance. It is more of a kind of empathy. I know you're in pain. I know he betrayed you. I know you no longer trust anyone. But I am not him. I won't hurt you. I just wanted to help you. I am your friend. It is a pure and equal exchange without any coercion or ulterior motive. The crimson flame, which was charging wildly, suddenly shuddered. A gentle voice suddenly rang in its mind. It had never heard this voice before, yet it could clearly understand every single meaning within it. It sensed the sincerity in the voice, without a trace of deception. Its charging speed unconsciously slowed down. When it was less than 3 meters away from Jiang Chen, it stopped. It raised its head, and for the first time, its frantic, bloodshot eyes revealed confusion and bewilderment. It looked at the tiny human in front of it, not understanding why he was not afraid of it, and not understanding why he could know the pain in its heart. Outside the paddock, everyone held their breath. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. They witnessed a scene they would never forget. The young man stood quietly in front of the wild horse. And that fierce horse, capable of tearing everything apart, stopped right in front of him. A man and a horse, 3 meters apart, gazed at each other silently. Jiang Chen slowly extended his hand to Qi Yan. A gentle smile graced his face. His thoughts were transmitted once again. It's okay, it's all in the past. Let me help you, okay? Qi Yan looked at the hand that was being reached out to him. It hesitated. The wariness of humans in its bloodline and the strange sense of closeness that the human in front of it brought it were fiercely battling in its mind. Outside the enclosure, Qin Lengyue's hands were clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh, but she was completely unaware of it. Her gaze never left the figure standing in front of the fiery horse. For some reason, she suddenly felt that the figure from behind was incredibly reliable, incredibly reassuring. Finally, after a long few seconds, Crimson Flame made its choice. It slowly lowered its proud head. Then, step by step, she carefully walked up to Jiang Chen. It gently sniffed Jiang Chen's outstretched hand with its nose. Finally, it gently rubbed its cheek against Jiang Chen's palm. At that moment, the entire racecourse was completely silent. Everyone was completely stunned by this miraculous scene before their eyes. Chapter 19: Galloping on Horseback, Amazing the Audience. Outside the enclosure, everyone was petrified. The grooms stared wide-eyed, completely unaware that their tools had fallen to the ground. Su Wanqing covered her mouth tightly with her hand, her eyes instantly reddening, and tears welled up uncontrollably. What did she see? The ferocious Qi Yan, who was so violent that she was about to be euthanized, and the wild horse that even her master couldn't get close to, was now rubbing affectionately against Jiang Chen's palm like a docile kitten. This is not taming at all. This is a heartfelt and complete trust and reliance. Qin Lengyue was also stunned. For the first time, a look of shock appeared on her perpetually icy face. She knew Jiang Chen was amazing. He could communicate with cats and subdue vicious dogs with a single glance. But she never imagined he could be this amazing. What she was seeing was beyond her comprehension. Just how many secrets is this man hiding? Inside the enclosure, Jiang Chen felt the warmth and softness in his palms and smiled. He knew that Qi Yan had completely accepted him. He gently stroked Crimson Flame's mane, continuing to communicate with it using his mental power, telling it that the person who hurt it had been punished, and that there were still many people here who cared about it. Qi Yan listened quietly, a comfortable gurgling sound coming from his throat. The violence and unease in his eyes were visibly dissipating, replaced by a sense of tranquility and dependence. After calming him down for a long time, Jiang Chen felt that the time was about right. He turned his head and gave Su Wanqing and Qin Lengyue outside the enclosure a confident smile. Then, he made an even bolder move. He used neither a saddle nor reins. He simply patted Qi Yan's neck lightly, and then, with Qi Yan's tacit approval, he swiftly flipped over and mounted the horse. Ah! Another gasp came from outside the enclosure. Riding a wild horse without a saddle is practically playing with your life. However, Qi Yan not only did not resist in the slightest, but also snorted affectionately, as if welcoming his arrival. Just as Jiang Chen steadily mounted the horse, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The first stage of the A-level quest, The Wounds of the Wild Horse, has been completed. Do you wish to claim the quest reward now, the divine skill, divine riding skill? Take it. Jiang Chen said without hesitation. In an instant, a stream of information far more complex and mysterious than God-level riding skills flooded into his brain. Everything about horses, from how to control balance to how to communicate with them, to all the world's most difficult equestrian skills, was etched into his very being at that moment. He felt as if he had become one with the crimson flames beneath him. He could clearly sense Qi Yan's every breath, every heartbeat, and every muscle contraction. And Qi Yan seemed to be able to sense his thoughts as well. This feeling was incredibly wonderful. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and gently squeezed the horse's belly with his legs. This is just a very simple instruction. Qi Yan immediately understood. It began to stroll slowly through the paddock with graceful steps. 1 step, 2 steps. His steps were steady and rhythmic. Jiang Chen sat upright on horseback, looking like a born knight. The people outside the paddock were completely stunned, their initial shock turning into utter disbelief. They've left. My God, he actually rode it. And riding without a saddle. How is that possible? After pacing around a few times, Jiang Chen felt that his coordination with Qi Yan was becoming more and more seamless. A slight smile played on his lips, and a surge of boundless pride welled up within him. He gave the command again using his legs. Drive! With a long neigh, Crimson Flame's 4 hooves flew, instantly transforming from an elegant stroll to a brisk walk, and then to a free-spirited run. The fiery red figure transformed into a bolt of lightning in the hunting grounds. The wind whistled in his ears, and Jiang Chen felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. He even let go of his hands, opened his arms, and felt the embrace of the wind. And Crimson Flame, like an extension of his body, perfectly executed his every intention, growing faster and faster, yet always maintaining perfect balance. My God! Is this a horse riding performance? His sense of balance is amazing. Su Wanqing was too excited to speak. Beside her, Qin Lengyue's beautiful eyes sparkled, her gaze fixed on the figure galloping on horseback, unable to look away for even a moment. If the previous reassurance was a miracle, then this riding is art. Jiang Chen was no longer satisfied with simply running. He began to guide Qi Yan, making him perform various difficult equestrian maneuvers. Aerial step change and spinning in place in dressage. Rapid braking and gliding to a stop in Western equestrian sports. Every movement was executed with fluidity and precision, full of power and beauty. This is no longer just simple horseback riding. This is a top-notch performance where man and horse become one. Everyone present, including the old grooms who had raised horses their whole lives, was completely mesmerized. They had never seen such a harmonious and spiritual combination of centaurs. Finally, after a burst of lightning speed, Jiang Chen pulled the reins he had imagined, and Qi Yan, understanding perfectly, made a beautiful sudden stop, coming to a steady halt in front of Qin Lengyue and Su Wanqing. A man and a horse, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, resemble a perfect sculpture. The entire room fell silent. A few seconds later, thunderous applause erupted. The grooms applauded and cheered for this godlike young man from the bottom of their hearts. Su Wanqing rushed to the fence excitedly, stammering, It's amazing. Mr. Jiang. You're a miracle. Just then, the system's voice played the most beautiful melody in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Rank emission, The Wounds of the Wild Horse has been perfectly completed. Customer satisfaction Su Wanqing plus Qi Yan, 120%. Mission evaluation, godlike. Due to the host's performance far exceeding expectations, the mission reward has been doubled. Rewards: 1. 100 million renminbi in cash. 2. The God-level riding skill is permanently unlocked. 3. 40% stake in Tianhai Royal Equestrian Club. Boom! Jiang Chen felt his brain buzzing from the series of surprises. The reward has doubled? 50 million in cash turned into 100 million. 20% of the shares became 40%. He is now the largest shareholder of this top equestrian club. Almost simultaneously, his phone started ringing incessantly with text message notifications. One of the messages was a text message from the bank confirming that 100 million yuan had been deposited into the account. The other one was a confirmation letter from the legal department of the equestrian club regarding the change of shareholding. Jiang Chen looked at the message on his phone, then at the excited Su Wanqing in front of him, and at Qin Lengyue, whose eyes were complicated and who seemed to be thinking about something. He knew that his life had once again achieved an amazing leap. Looking at Jiang Chen, Su Wanqing's eyes held not only gratitude and admiration, but also a hint of something else. Mr. Jiang, you are the savior of Qian. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Her words were filled with undisguised admiration. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than a cold voice interrupted. Qin Lengyue slowly walked forward, her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of any expression. She first glanced at Su Wanqing, whose face was full of admiration, and then turned her gaze to Jiang Chen, who was still riding on horseback. She spoke coldly. Service is complete. Jiang Chen, we should go. In an instant, the previously enthusiastic atmosphere in the air suddenly plummeted to freezing point. Chapter 20, Is the Ice Queen jealous? Qin Lengyue's voice wasn't loud, but her icy aura that kept everyone at arm's length was clearly felt by everyone present. Su Wanqing, who had just been excited, froze with a smile. She then realized that her behavior just now seemed a bit excessive. She looked at her best friend's expressionless face and her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this jealousy has probably been spilled. Jiang Chen, on horseback, also keenly sensed the change in atmosphere. He looked into Qin Lengyue's calm, still eyes, but secretly chuckled to himself. No way? Really? Is the Ice Queen really jealous? Just because I served another woman, I even got a few compliments? But didn't you still take half of the payment with such self-righteousness? What kind of intermediary takes money and is also jealous? Jiang Chen was inwardly complaining, but on the surface, he immediately made the most correct response. He nimbly dismounted, his movements graceful and elegant, and then respectfully said to Qin Lengyue, Yes, Miss Qin. That attitude was exactly like that of a loyal and obedient subordinate. Seeing this, Su Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable, but she quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Lengyue, don't be like that. Mr. Jiang has helped us so much, and I haven't properly thanked him yet. How about this, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight, as a celebration, she warmly invited. No need, Qin Lengyue refused without hesitation. His time is mine. I have other things that I need his help with. After saying that, she didn't even wait for Su Wanqing to speak again before turning around and leaving everyone with a cold and arrogant backview. The meaning was clear, none of you are allowed to touch my people. Su Wanqing was rebuffed and looked embarrassed. Jiang Chen gave her a helpless look, then nodded to her and the grooms before quickly following Qin Lengyue. The two walked one after the other without saying a word. But Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the low pressure emanating from Qin Lengyue was almost solidifying. Once inside Qin Lengyue's Bentley, Jiang Chen consciously took the driver's seat. In the rearview mirror, he could see Qin Lengyue leaning against the back seat, looking out the window with her head turned to the side. Her beautiful profile was taut, giving off a keep-away vibe. The atmosphere inside the carriage was so quiet it was almost oppressive. Jiang Chen started the car and drove smoothly away from the equestrian club. He thought for a moment and decided to take the initiative to break the awkward silence. Miss Qin, the weather is lovely today. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Lengyue's icy voice. Shut up. Drive. Well, the conversation has died down. Jiang Chen shrugged, deciding not to make a fool of himself. He realized that the queen was currently furious, and nothing he said would make a difference. However, he wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. The contrast between the icy queen who controls a multi-billion-dollar business empire and the fact that she would get upset over such a trivial matter is truly fascinating. The car drove smoothly back to the city without any conversation. As Jiang Chen drove, he mentally calculated his gains for the day. 100 million in cash, plus 40% of the shares in the equestrian club. These two assets alone are worth billions of dollars. This is making money faster than a money printing machine. Just as he was happily calculating his secret stash of money, Qin Lengyue in the back seat seemed to finally lose her temper. In a seemingly casual tone, she abruptly asked, "You seem to really enjoy being admired by other women?" Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, almost thinking he had misheard. He glanced in the rearview mirror. Qin Lengyue was still looking out the window, as if it were just a casual question. But Jiang Chen knew that this was absolutely a life or death question. His mind raced, and he immediately came up with an excellent testing method. He pretended not to notice the sourness in Qin Lengyue's words and replied in a very normal tone, "I wouldn't say I like her. But Miss Su is indeed very warm-hearted. She just told me privately that, to express her gratitude, she wanted to treat me to a meal alone and talk about the club's future development." Squeak! As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, before he could even react, the temperature inside the carriage seemed to drop to freezing point instantly. A powerful and chilling killing intent suddenly emanated from the back seat. Jiang Chen even felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw Qin Lengyue slowly, inch by inch, turning her head around. Her face remained expressionless. But her gaze was like two poison ice blades, fixed on him intently. Then, in a slow, clear, and emotionless tone, she asked, word by word, "You dare go?" Although it is only 3 words, the threat and warning contained within are extremely strong. Jiang Chen had no doubt that if he dared to say dare, he might disappear from Tianhai City in the next second. It's done. Test successful. The queen is definitely jealous. Jiang Chen was overjoyed inside, but his face immediately showed a look of fear and loyalty. "Of course I wouldn't dare," he said righteously. "Miss Qin, you've misunderstood. I already rejected her on the spot." He paused, then added in the most professional and sincere tone, "I am your personal waiter, and all my time belongs to you alone. How could I possibly accept someone else's invitation without your permission? This is the most basic professional ethics." That flattery was perfectly timed. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the murderous aura that had almost frozen him slowly receded. The temperature inside the carriage seemed to have risen a bit. Qin Lengyue, sitting in the back seat, remained silent. She slowly turned her head and looked out the window again, but there seemed to be a slight, almost imperceptible loosening at the corners of her tightly pressed lips. Snort. After a long while, she finally let out a soft, slightly arrogant snort from her nose. Jiang Chen noticed in the rearview mirror that the corners of her mouth seemed to uncontrollably turn up by a mere 1/10 of a millimeter before she quickly suppressed them. Done. Jiang Chen mentally made a peace sign. It seems that the best way to deal with this kind of arrogant queen is to stroke her fur the right way. The car quickly returned to the underground parking garage of the Cloudtop Palace. Jiang Chen parked the car and, as usual, got out to open the back door for Qin Lengyue. "Miss Qin, we've arrived." Qin Lengyue stepped out of the car gracefully, but did not immediately head towards the elevator. She stood by the car, looked at Jiang Chen, remained silent for a few seconds, and then suddenly spoke. "Starting tomorrow, you'll be moving in." "Ha?" Jiang Chen was stunned on the spot. He thought he had misheard. Move over here?" "Okay." Qin Lengyue nodded, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "There are vacant guest rooms in the annex. Go and choose one yourself. It will save me from wasting time when you are still on the other side of the city every time I need your services." What kind of incredible plot twist is this? Living together? Even though I'm staying in the annex, this is just too exciting. Jiang Chen's brain momentarily went blank. He looked at Qin Lengyue's calm and composed face, completely unable to understand what she was thinking. Is it because he's afraid of being seduced by other women, so he simply keeps her by his side and monitors her 24/7? That possessiveness is just too strong. Just as Jiang Chen was still in shock and hadn't recovered, that familiar mechanical voice rang out in his mind again without warning. Moreover, this time, the notification sound carried an unprecedented sense of solemnity. Ding! S-rank long-term mission issued. Mission name, the Queen's personal guardian. Task requirements, accept Qin Lengyue's request to live together and move into the Cloud Palace. Be truly on call 24/7, and in the process, gradually break down her last line of defense, becoming the only person she can trust and rely on. Task duration, long-term. Task reward? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the 3 golden question marks on the mission panel. S-rank mission. It's a long-term project. Most importantly, even the system couldn't estimate the reward for this mission, and could only use 3 question marks to represent it. What does this tell us? This means the final reward for this mission will be incredibly generous. Jiang Chen's breathing instantly became rapid. Chapter 21 S-rank mission, the reward is a question mark? Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the 3 glittering golden question marks. S-rank mission. This is already his second S-level mission. The first S-rank mission, the Queen's Mount, rewarded him with 100 million in cash, god-level driving skills, and 10% equity in the SPI mall. Each reward was phenomenal, instantly transforming his life from hell to heaven. And now, the reward for this long-term quest called the Queen's Personal Guardian is 3 question marks? What does this mean? Jiang Chen's heart pounded wildly. He could almost hear the blood rushing through his veins. This means that the final reward for this task is so generous that even the omnipotent system cannot measure it with specific numbers or items. It could be a form of power, an empire, or something beyond the material world. In an instant, Jiang Chen's breath became somewhat hot. His gaze changed completely as he looked at the woman who had ordered him to move in. A money-bringing boy? No, this is no longer a money-giving boy. This is the ultimate treasure that walks, breathes, and can talk. What? You don't want to? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't react for a long time and was just staring straight at her, Qin Lengyue frowned slightly, and her cold aura as an ice queen returned. In her view, offering to let one of her subordinates move to the Cloud Palace was an immense favor. Countless people in the entire Tianhai city would give anything to even set foot there. This Jiang Chen actually dares to hesitate? No, of course not. Jiang Chen snapped out of his daze, and immediately put on the most professional and sincere smile. He bowed slightly and replied respectfully with impeccable manner, "It is my honor to move into the Cloud Palace and be at your service 24 hours a day, Miss Qin." I'm just too excited and didn't react for a moment. Inner monologue, excited? I'm fucking bursting with excitement. An S-rank long-term mission. The reward is 3 question marks. Forget moving in, I'd sleep in the doghouse by the door, I'd do it. This impeccable answer eased Qin Lengyue's tense expression slightly. That's just how she is. She responds better to gentle persuasion than force. Jiang Chen's submissive yet slightly admiring attitude greatly satisfied her desire for control. She gave a soft response through her nose, which was taken as acknowledgement of Jiang Chen's statement. She took a card out of her handbag and handed it to Jiang Chen. This is Butler Lin's business card. Contact him directly tomorrow, and he will arrange everything. Choose a suite in the annex that you like. Her tone remained authoritative and commanding, as if she were instructing someone on a trivial matter. Okay, Miss Qin. Jiang Chen accepted the business card with both hands, adopting an extremely humble posture. Qin Lengyue stopped looking at him and turned to walk towards the private elevator. The sound of her high heels clicking on the ground was particularly crisp in the empty underground parking garage. The elevator doors opened, and she stepped inside without looking back. Jiang Chen straightened up only after the elevator doors slowly closed. He looked down at the business card in his hand, then looked up at his reflection in the elevator door, and let out a long sigh. My brain was buzzing from overexcitement. He quickly brought up the system panel and carefully reviewed the S-level mission again. Mission name, the Queen's Personal Guardian. Mission level, S long-term. Task requirements, accept Qin Lengyue's request to live together and move into the Cloud Palace. Be truly on call 24/7, and in the process, gradually break down her last line of defense, becoming the only person she can trust and rely on. Task duration, long-term. Task reward? Break through their last line of defense. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably turning upwards. This task is far more interesting than those simple services. It's not just about fulfilling needs, it's about winning hearts and minds. But the more challenging it is, the more exciting it is, isn't it? Jiang Chen put away the business card and got back into his Audi RS7. He didn't start the car immediately, but leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and calmed his excited emotions. A few minutes later, he took out his phone and dialed his mother's number. Hello, Mom. Chen, are you still at get off work so late? You need to take care of yourself and not overwork yourself. His mother's concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Chen felt a warmth in his heart and said with a smile, Mom, I have something to tell you. My company leaders value me highly and have promoted me. They've also arranged a new place for me to live, right in the city center, close to the company. I'll be moving there in the next couple of days, and it will be much more convenient for me to get to work. He didn't tell the truth, revealing the location of the Heavenly Palace would only worry his mother. Using the excuse of a company arrangement was the easiest way to get his family to accept it. Really? That's wonderful. Our Chen is so promising. The mother's voice was filled with pride and joy. What about your old house? Let's rent it for now. I'll still go back to see you and Yaya on the weekend. Okay, make sure you eat well over there, okay? Okay, Mom. You should get some rest too. After hanging up the phone, Zhangchen felt much more at ease. No matter how high he flies or how much money he earns, home will always be his softest concern. Then, he opened WeChat, found that familiar profile picture, and made a video call. It was answered almost instantly. On the other end of the screen, Wang Hao's perpetually sleepy face, wearing black-rimmed glasses, was revealed, with his doghouse, piled high with takeout boxes and coding books, in the background. Damn, Shinzi, checking up on me in the middle of the night? Are you trying to show off your 2 million yuan car? Wang Hao yawned and casually complained. Zhang Chen smiled, deliberately pointing the camera at the parking space where the Bentley had just left, then turned it back to his face and said casually, "Nothing, just letting you know that I'm moving tomorrow." Moving? Where to? Tired of your cramped rental? Planning to move to a bigger place? Want me to help you look? There's a nice neighborhood near my company, but the rent is a bit expensive, 6,000 a month. No need, Zhang Chen interrupted him. I'm moving to the heavenly palace on the clouds. The other end of the video call went silent instantly. Wang Hao's expression froze. He rubbed his eyes and picked at his ears, as if he thought he had misheard. You say it again? Where are you moving to? The heavenly palace on the clouds, Zhang Chen repeated, enjoying his best friend's look of utter disbelief. Wang Hao's mouth slowly opened wide enough to almost fit an egg. 5 seconds later, a deafening scream came from the phone, nearly shattering Zhang Chen's eardrums. Holy crap! Cloud Palace? Is that the legendary Cloud Palace where a single apartment starts at 500 million yuan, known as the Sky City? Right. You fucking won the lottery? No, even winning the lottery wouldn't be enough to buy that toilet. Wang Hao jumped up from his chair and paced back and forth in front of the camera like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. No, Shinzi, tell me honestly, what exactly did you do? You didn't really sell yourself to that Queen Qin, did you? More or less. Zhang Chen shifted to a more comfortable position and said slowly, she asked me to move in so that I could provide her with 24-hour exclusive service. Moving in there? Wang Hao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Living together? Holy crap! Shinzi, you're amazing. You're going to become a live-in son-in-law, you've hit the jackpot in one step. What do you mean by live-in son-in-law? That sounds so awful, Zhang Chen said with a look of disdain. I'm just an employee who provides professional services. I don't believe you for a second. Wang Hao had a I've seen through everything look on his face. You're something else. Now you won't have to worry about your sister's surgery fees for the rest of your life, or even the life after that. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me, dear brother. Listening to his best friend's wailing and howling, Zhang Chen was in a great mood. After joking around with Wang Hao for a while, he finally hung up the video call. The garage was quiet again. Zhang Chen started the engine, and the suit-wearing thug emitted a deep roar. He drove his car slowly out of the underground parking garage of the Cloud Top Palace and into the city's dazzling lights. Starting tomorrow, this will be his new home. A brand new service full of unknowns and excitement is about to begin. Chapter 22. Moving into the annex building of the Heavenly Palace on the Cloud Top. The next morning, Zhang Chen drove his Audi RS7 back to the old neighborhood where he rented an apartment. The car, parked downstairs, looked out of place with its surroundings, attracting the attention of many elderly people who were out for their morning walks. Zhang Chen's home is a one-bedroom apartment of less than 40 square meters, with a monthly rent of 3,000 yuan. Pushing open the door, a familiar, slightly damp smell wafted out. The small space was filled with all his belongings, a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and some odds and ends. This place holds all his memories from the 2 years after graduating from university. On countless exhausting nights, he would sit here, eating instant noodles while calculating the exorbitant cost of his sister's surgery, feeling a despair that seeped into his very bones. And now, standing here, it feels like a lifetime has passed. He didn't have much to pack. He didn't intend to take any of the clothes or shoes, those cheap, street stall-worthy items. A woman like Qin Lengyue would absolutely not tolerate her personal servant appearing before her dressed in such attire. He simply opened the wardrobe and took out a picture frame from the bottom shelf. The photo in the frame shows the three of them. Back then, the father was still alive, the younger sister smiled like a little son, and the mother's face didn't have so many wrinkles. He gently brushed the dust off the photo frame and carefully placed it into a backpack. Then, he packed up a few of his favorite books. This is all he needs to take from the past. An hour later, Jiang Chen drove off, taking one last look at the dilapidated residential building before stepping on the gas and heading towards the Cloud Palace, which represented the pinnacle of luxury and power in Tianhai City. Goodbye, past. Hello, future. When the black Audi RS7 reappeared at the entrance of the Heavenly Palace in the cloud top, the security personnel at the gate recognized the car. They stood at attention a distance away, gave the car a standard salute, and then quickly opened the gate. Jiang Chen drove the car into the underground parking garage without any hindrance. He had just parked his car when a middle-aged man, dressed in a well-tailored tuxedo, with his hair neatly combed and wearing white gloves, was already waiting in front of an elevator. It was the same person on the business card Qin Lengyue had given him, Butler Lin. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Butler Lin greeted Jiang Chen as soon as he got out of the car, with a professional and impeccable smile on his face, but his eyes were subtly scrutinizing Jiang Chen. Hello, Butler Lin. Jiang Chen nodded politely. He could sense that although Butler Lin appeared respectful on the surface, there was a faint air of aloofness and scrutiny about him beneath. And it made sense anyone who could serve as Qin Lengyue's butler was no ordinary person. Miss has already given instructions. Please follow me, and I will take you to the annex to choose your room. Butler Lin made a pleased gesture, then turned and pressed the elevator button. Jiang Chen followed him into the elevator. The elevator did not go to the top floor where Qin Lengyue lived, but stopped on a floor in the middle. As soon as the door opened, a completely transparent glass corridor appeared before Jiang Chen. The long corridor, suspended in mid-air, connects the main building with a slightly smaller building next to it. Below, there is a meticulously manicured rooftop garden, and in the distance, the bustling skyline of Tianhai City. This corridor alone is enough to amaze any designer. Mr. Jiang, this way please. The annex is specially prepared for entertaining distinguished guests and staff. Butler Lin introduced the annex in a calm tone as he led the way. Jiang Chen thought to himself, staff? Are they grouping me with those bodyguards and gardeners? However, he still wore a gentle smile as he followed Butler Lin through the corridor and into the so-called annex building. Then, he was stunned. This isn't some annex building, it's clearly a standalone, extremely luxurious sky villa. The hall has a ceiling height of over 10 meters, a dazzling crystal chandelier, a full set of top Italian designer furniture, and what appears to be an original work by a modern art master hanging on the wall. The level of luxury in this annex has exceeded all of Jiang Chen's previous imagination of a luxury mansion. Mr. Jiang, there are 6 suites in the annex. Miss has instructed that you may choose any one. Butler Lin led him on a tour of the building, floor by floor. Each suite is like a presidential suite in a top-tier 5-star hotel. The smallest one is over 200 square meters. It has everything: a bedroom, living room, study, walk-in closet, and bathroom with a view. Moreover, each room has a different decorating style, ranging from classic luxury to modern minimalism. Jiang Chen ultimately chose a modern-style suite located on the top floor. This suite boasts a huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the most beautiful river view in Tianhai City. Standing here, it feels as if the entire city is beneath your feet. A very good choice. Butler Lin nodded. This is the room with the best view. He handed Jiang Chen a black card. Mr. Jiang, this is your access card. In addition, I have entered your fingerprint and iris information into the system. From now on, you can freely enter and exit the main building and the annex building. The room is equipped with a fully intelligent home system, which you can operate via voice or the control panel on the wall. If you have any needs, just call me. Butler Lin explained everything in great detail, as professionally as a walking user manual. Finally, he looked at Jiang Chen and said in a very solemn tone, Mr. Jiang, there's one more crucial point. I will send Mrs. Daily schedule to your phone. From now on, you need to be on call 24 hours a day. No matter when or where, if Mrs. internal phone rings, you must be at her designated location within 3 minutes. Can you do that? No problem. Jiang Chen nodded. Isn't this exactly what an S-class mission requires? He was already mentally prepared. Very good. Butler Lin seemed satisfied with his attitude, a genuine smile appearing on his face. Then, I won't bother you any longer. Lunch will be delivered to your room at 1 o'clock. If you have any other dietary preferences, please let me know. After speaking, Butler Lin bowed slightly and then quietly withdrew. Jiang Chen was the only one left in the huge suite. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked down at the bustling traffic below, and felt a strong sense of unreality welling up inside him. Just yesterday, he was still that poor young man living in a 40-square-meter rented room, worrying about the hundreds of thousands of yuan needed for surgery. Now, he lives in a penthouse worth hundreds of millions and has become a hidden billionaire with a net worth of billions. He turned on the smart speaker in the room and played some soothing music. Then, he walked into the walk-in closet, which was bigger than his entire previous home. The walk-in closet was already filled with brand new clothes. From casual wear to formal wear, from shirts to ties, from leather shoes to sneakers, all styles and brands are available, and all of them are his size. Jiang Chen picked up a shirt at random and glanced at the tag. Loro Piana. An ordinary white shirt costs 5 figures. He knew this must have been arranged by Qin Lingyue. That woman even considered such details. She wouldn't allow any flaws in her personal belongings that were inconsistent with her status. Jiang Chen took off his suit, which cost less than 5,000 yuan, threw it into the trash can, and then put on brand new clothes. When he stood in front of the mirror again, dressed in a well-tailored top-brand outfit, his entire demeanor underwent a transformation once more. If before he was just a handsome waiter, now, he exudes a genuine air of nobility in every gesture he makes. Just then, a panel on the wall suddenly lit up. A cold, emotionless female voice came from inside. "Come to the study in the main building. Immediately." It was concise and to the point, and had a commanding tone. "It is Qin Lingyue." Jiang Chen's spirits lifted, and he called from the inside, "Coming." He straightened his collar, strode out of the room, walked through the glass corridor suspended in the air, and for the first time, as a resident, headed towards the mysterious main building. Chapter 23: The Queen's First Night Mission. Passing through the glass corridor, the automatic doors of the main building slid open silently. A wisp of air, infused with a sophisticated fragrance and a subtle coolness, wafted towards me. If the annex is an extremely luxurious hotel, then the main building is a real, cold palace. The space here is larger, and the decor is more understated and substantial. Every piece of furniture and every decoration exudes an aura of "I'm expensive and have a history." But the entire space lacks a sense of human warmth that's so quiet you can hear your own heartbeat. Based on his memory of visiting before, Jiang Chen quickly found the study on the second floor. He stood at the door and knocked gently. "Enter." Qin Lingyue's usual indifferent voice came from inside. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and entered. The study is as big as a small library, with 3 walls lined with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with all kinds of books, from economics and finance to literature and history. A huge ebony desk was placed in the center of the room, and Qin Lingyue sat behind the desk. She was wearing a smart white business suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and her long hair was neatly tied up at the back of her head. She was focused on looking at the laptop in front of her. She didn't even lift her head when she heard Jiang Chen come in. She simply extended her slender finger and pointed to a small mountain of folders next to her desk. "These are the financial statements and business reports of 3 subsidiaries of the Qin Group for the last quarter." Her voice, like her, was devoid of any warmth. 2 hours to read them all, then give me a summary. I need to know the most core financial data, year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter growth, the main profit growth points and loss points, and what potential risks you think there are. Let's begin now." After saying that, she ignored Jiang Chen and returned her gaze to her computer screen, as if Jiang Chen was just a breathing tool. Jiang Chen stood there, staring at the pile of folders thicker than bricks, momentarily bewildered. What the heck? Financial statement analysis? Business report summary? This is not a job that a VIP receptionist with a hotel management degree should be doing. This is the kind of work only top financial analysts and CEO assistants need to do. What exactly is she trying to do? Is she testing me? Or is she deliberately making things difficult for me? Jiang Chen was quickly calculating in his mind. He knew very well that with his current knowledge, he wouldn't be able to understand these highly technical reports, let alone in 2 hours, or even in 2 days. Just as he was about to speak, saying that he might not be able to handle the task, that familiar voice rang out in his mind at just the right moment. Ding! A Level B workplace challenge has been detected. Task title: Analyst's Debut. Task requirements: complete the financial analysis task assigned by client Qin Lingyue perfectly within the specified time, demonstrating insights that surpass those of professionals. Mission rewards: 1. 8 million in cash. 2. God level skill, master level financial analysis. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. A level B mission. The reward is 8 million in cash and a master-level professional skill. This is like a pillow being delivered to someone when you're about to fall asleep. Accept the mission, he silently declared to himself without hesitation. Ding! Mission accepted. Reward, master-level financial analysis skill initiation. In an instant, an immense flow of information, like a flood bursting its banks, surged into Jiang Chen's brain. At this moment, all knowledge related to financial analysis, including accounting standards, financial models, DuPont analysis, discounted cash flow, and risk assessment, seemed to be etched into his DNA. Those technical terms and complex formulas that he once considered like gibberish have now become as simple and clear as 1 + 1 = 2. The entire process lasted less than a second. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, his gaze was completely different from before. If there was a hint of confusion and bewilderment just now all that remains is absolute confidence and clarity. He glanced at the figure behind the desk, still engrossed in his work, and sneered inwardly. Are you trying to test me? Or are you trying to make things difficult for me? Queen Xin, you probably don't know what kind of being you are facing. He didn't say another word, walked directly to the pile of documents, picked up the top one, pulled out the chair next to him, and sat down. He opened the folder and began to read. Qin Lengyue, behind her desk, seemed to be working intently, but her eyes never left Jiang Chen out of the corner of her eye. When she saw Jiang Chen sit down and start working without saying a word, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had thought that Jiang Chen would beg for mercy, or at least show a troubled expression and tell her that he couldn't do it. After all, he was just a service worker in a shopping mall. She assigned this task with the intention of testing and making things difficult for her. On one hand, she wanted to see just how far this man's abilities stretched. On the other hand, she also wanted to give him a warning, to make him understand that even if he lived in the heavenly palace on the clouds, he was still just a servant who had to unconditionally obey any of her orders. But he actually accepted it so calmly? Can he understand it? For the first time, Qin Lengyue's judgment began to waver. She suppressed her distracting thoughts and decided to wait and see. She wanted to see how long Jiang Chen could keep up his act. Time passed, second by second. In the study, only the soft breathing of the two people and the rustling sound of Jiang Chen turning the pages of paper could be heard. Jiang Chen read very quickly, almost 10 lines at a glance. With the aid of his master-level financial analysis skills, those complex data and tables appear to him like clear diagrams. He can easily see through the embellished numbers to uncover the true state of the business. Why did this company suddenly experience a cash flow crisis? Oh, it turns out that the accounts receivable cycle was maliciously extended. Why were that company's profits inflated? It turns out they were capitalizing R&D expenses, a little trick to manipulate accounting standards. All problems will be exposed. When Qin Lengyue occasionally looked up, she would see Jiang Chen's focused profile. He watched intently, his brows furrowing and relaxing intermittently, his fingers tapping lightly on the table from time to time, as if he were performing some kind of complex calculation. His demeanor and aura made him seem less like a novice and more like a seasoned expert who had been immersed in this field for many years. Qin Lengyue's heart sank deeper and deeper. Less than an hour. Jiang Chen closed the last folder. He picked up a pen and a piece of white paper and began to write on them. He moved incredibly fast, almost without pausing, as lines of clear numbers and concise text flowed from his pen. 10 minutes later, he stopped writing, picked up the paper that was filled with writing, and stood up. He walked to Qin Lengyue's desk and gently placed the paper in front of her. Miss Qin, I'm done. Qin Lengyue raised her head, looked at him, and then looked at the paper in front of her. He completed a task that should have taken 2 hours in just over an hour? She sneered inwardly, thinking it must have been written randomly. She picked up the paper, intending to glance at it casually before rebuking him in the harshest terms for his perfunctory attitude and overestimation of his abilities. However, when her gaze fell on the first word on the paper, she froze. The handwriting is neat and strong, and the logic is clear and distinct. The report was divided into 3 parts, each corresponding to one of the 3 companies. Each section precisely lists the core financial data, with comparative analysis with the same period last year and the previous quarter, accurate to 2 decimal places. Then came the analysis of profits and losses, which was incisive and hit the nail on the head. Finally, here is a risk warning. When Qin Lengyue saw the risk warning section, her breath hitched. The first 3 risks listed by Jiang Chen were all ones that she was already aware of and was working on dealing with. For example, Company A's core technology patents are about to expire, and Company B's overseas markets face policy risks, etc. The fact that he could see these points already shows that he wasn't talking nonsense. But what truly shocked her were the last 2 points. Risk 4, Company C's core supplier, Huaca Precision, has hidden debt risks. Its major shareholder has high-risk performance-based agreements overseas. If these agreements default, it will lead to a disruption in the supply of key components to Company C's production lines, with production expected to be suspended for at least 3 months. Risk 5, Zhang Qiming, the vice president of Company A, has engaged in numerous unfair related party transactions with his wife's younger brother, Yuanhang Trading, which is suspected of involving the transfer of benefits, with the amount estimated to be over 50 million. These 2 pieces of information were like 2 thunderclaps, exploding in Qin Lengling's mind. These 2 matters are top secret information that she only managed to uncover after more than half a month of investigation using the Qin Group's internal risk control and monitoring departments, and she hasn't even had time to formulate a solution yet. How did he know? Moreover, his summary was more accurate and thorough than that of his own professional team. Qin Lingyue gripped the paper tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She suddenly raised her head and stared intently at Jiang Chen. For the first time, her usually cold eyes revealed an emotion called horror. Who exactly is this man? Ding! Rank B mission, analyst's debut, perfectly completed. Customer satisfaction, 100%. Task evaluation, excellent. Reward, 8 million renminbi in cash, and permanent certification of master-level financial analysis skills. The system's pleasant notification sound rang in Jiang Chen's mind. He felt incredibly pleased to see Qin Lengyue's horrified expression. He knew that his move had completely stunned this ice queen. The atmosphere in the study became unusually heavy and quiet. Qin Lengyue just stared at him for a full half-minute, unable to utter a single word. Finally, she took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart, placed the paper on the table, and said in a voice devoid of emotion, "I understand. You, go out now." "Okay, Miss Qin." Jiang Chen bowed slightly, turned and left the study. Just as he reached the door and was about to touch the doorknob, Qin Lengyue's voice came from behind him again. Her voice seemed to carry a subtle, complex emotion. "I can't sleep tonight. Come to my room at 11 o'clock. Chapter 24, Tell me a bedtime story. Come to my room at 11 o'clock. As the study door closed behind him, Qin Lengyue's last words still echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. His heart began to pound uncontrollably. Go to her room? In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone, in a bedroom, an extremely private place. What does this mean? Countless indescribable images flashed through Jiang Chen's mind in an instant. Could it be that this ice queen has been completely won over by her performance today and is preparing to give her some kind of special reward? He shook his head, trying to calm himself down. No, Qin Lengyue isn't that kind of person. She is arrogant, aloof, and extremely controlling. Even if she were very interested in someone, she wouldn't be so direct. There must be some other reason behind this. Jiang Chen returned to his suite in the annex and paced back and forth in the huge living room. He remembered the time he casually said, "Tell me a bedtime story," to amuse her at the SPI shopping mall. Although she blushed at the time, she wasn't really angry. Could it be that she really just wants me to tell her a story tonight because she can't sleep? As soon as the thought popped into Jiang Chen's head, he felt it was somewhat absurd. Would a queen who controls a business empire worth hundreds of billions be like a little girl who needs someone to tell her stories to lull her to sleep? The contrast is too great. But apart from this, Jiang Chen couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation. Never mind, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Anyway, the requirement for an S-class long-term mission is to break through her psychological defenses, and tonight is the best opportunity. Jiang Chen checked the time. It was still more than an hour until 11 o'clock. He went to the bathroom first and took a shower. When he stood wrapped in a bath towel in front of the huge bathroom mirror, which was comparable to the bedroom in his previous rented apartment, he was stunned for a moment. The man in the mirror was tall and muscular with smooth, defined lines. It's not the exaggerated, muscular kind of bodybuilding, but a perfect form full of power and beauty. This is all thanks to the physical enhancement liquid. With the addition of the god-level writing skill he just acquired at the horse farm and the master-level financial analysis he obtained today, his entire demeanor has undergone a dramatic transformation. His eyes were sharp, yet carried a hint of all-knowing composure. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "With looks like that, it's no wonder Queen Qin was tempted." He carefully selected a comfortable set of dark gray silk loungewear from the dressing room. This outfit strikes the perfect balance, not too casual, not too formal. After making all the preparations, Jiang Chen sat on the sofa and quietly waited for the time to arrive. As the hands of the clock on the wall approached 11 o'clock, his heart began to beat faster involuntarily. This feeling is even more nerve-wracking and exciting than taking the college entrance exam for the first time. 10:59. Jiang Chen stood up, straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and walked out of the annex building. The Heavenly Palace at night is exceptionally quiet. He walked alone in the empty corridor and arrived at the door of Qin Lengyue's bedroom in the main building. Her master suite occupies half of the entire top floor, and its heavy solid wood door looks like the gate of a castle. Jiang Chen raised his hand and gently knocked 3 times on the door. Thump, thump, thump. Come in. The voices inside were still cold and clear, but they seemed less sharp and more weary than during the day. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and went inside. The sight before him startled him slightly. The bedroom was surprisingly large, but the decor was unexpectedly minimalist. The main color scheme was a calming black, white, and gray, with no superfluous decorations, making it feel spacious and even somewhat cold. The only things that truly embody luxury are the ridiculously large bed and the entire wall of bulletproof floor-to-ceiling glass by the window. At this moment, Qin Lengyue was wearing a moon-white silk nightgown, leaning against the bed. Her long hair was casually draped down, making her less assertive during the day and more feminine. She wasn't wearing makeup, her face was bare, yet it was still breathtakingly beautiful. Only a dim bedside lamp was on in the room, casting a soft halo around her figure, making her appear somewhat fragile. A book lay on her lap, but she was clearly not reading it, she was simply staring blankly at the night view outside the window. Hearing Jiang Chen enter, she slowly turned her head, her beautiful eyes appearing exceptionally deep in the dim light. You previously said that your services included telling bedtime stories? She spoke, her voice very soft, as if confirming something. I was right. Jiang Chen made up his mind, but his face remained calm, still displaying the respectful demeanor of a professional service worker. Yes, Ms. Qin. Anything you need is within my service scope. Just then, the system's voice rang in his mind once again. Ding! A Class C special service request has been detected. Mission name, The Queen's Lullaby. Task requirements, use your abilities to help client Qin Lengyue overcome insomnia and fall asleep peacefully. Task rewards, 1, 5 million in cash. 2, God-level skill, Master Storyteller. Another God-level skill. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately accepted. Ding! Mission accepted. Reward, Master-level Storytelling Master, Skill Initiation. In an instant, countless wonderful stories, from ancient times to the present, from east to west, myths, fairy tales, fables, history, flooded into his mind like a vast galaxy. More importantly, he also mastered the ability to use voice, rhythm, and tone to create different atmospheres and guide the emotions of the audience. He's now a walking storyteller. Jiang Chen cleared his throat, walked to a single sofa about 3 meters away from the bed, and sat down. This distance allowed her to hear him clearly while maintaining sufficient respect without appearing offensive. Qin Lengyue looked at him without saying a word, simply waiting quietly. Jiang Chen didn't talk about those overused Snow White or Cinderella stories. He paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in an extremely gentle and soothing tone. In a very, very far place, there is a kingdom that is covered in ice and snow all year round. The queen of the kingdom is a very beautiful and very powerful woman. From the moment she was born, she was told that her responsibility was to protect the kingdom. In order to make the kingdom stronger and to protect herself from the cold, she built a magnificent castle for herself with the hardest 1,000-year-old ice, and sealed her heart in the deepest part of the castle as well. Jiang Chen's voice seemed to possess a certain magic, flowing slowly through the quiet room. Qin Lengyue's body was originally tense. But upon hearing the beginning of the story, her eyelashes trembled slightly. Jiang Chen continued, every day, the queen sits on her high, cold throne, dealing with mountains of affairs. She is very successful, and the kingdom is more prosperous than ever before under her rule. Everyone respects and worships her, but no one dares to approach her, because the chill emanating from her is enough to freeze everything. She grew accustomed to this loneliness. She told herself that this was her destiny as queen. Until one day, a strange traveler came to her kingdom. Jiang Chen's story unfolds at a leisurely pace. He didn't try to embellish anything, he simply used the most plain language to tell a story about loneliness, protection, and warmth. This story is like a mirror, clearly reflecting Qin Lengyue's inner world. She is the queen who uses coldness to disguise herself. She also longed for warmth, yet feared being burned. Qin Lengyue listened quietly, unaware that her tense shoulders had unknowingly relaxed completely. My eyelids started to feel heavier and heavier. Jiang Chen's voice grew softer and softer. The traveler told the queen that although ice is hard, what it fears most is not fire, but persistent warmth. Even the most fortified castle needs a window to let the sunlight in. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, he saw that the figure leaning against the headboard was breathing evenly and deeply. She fell asleep. She slept soundly and peacefully under the soft light. That face, which was always cold and aloof, now carried a hint of childlike tranquility and innocence. Jiang Chen stopped speaking. He gazed at her silently for a few seconds, a very strange feeling welling up inside him. This feeling transcends the joy of completing a task and receiving a reward. It is a purer, more heartfelt sense of accomplishment. He stood up quietly, tiptoed to the bedside, pulled the blanket up for her, and then dimmed the bedside lamp. Having done all this, he didn't linger. Like a ghost, he silently left the room and gently closed the door behind him. Standing in the empty corridor outside the door, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that from tonight onwards, his relationship with Qin Lengyue was no longer simply that of employer and service provider. He had quietly opened a window in that frozen castle. Chapter 25: The Awkwardness of Eating Breakfast Together. The next morning, when Jiang Chen woke up, it was already broad daylight. He slept very well. The mattress in the annex was just the right firmness, and the room was kept at a constant temperature and humidity, so quiet that not a sound could be heard. This top-notch living experience was something he never dared to dream of before. After washing up and changing into a decent set of casual clothes, he went to the restaurant in the main building. Inside the enormous restaurant, a sumptuous breakfast was already laid out on the long tables. Chinese and Western dishes were plentiful, just like a five-star hotel buffet. Butler Lin was standing to one side, directing two maids to set out the tableware. Upon seeing Jiang Chen enter, Butler Lin immediately came forward and respectfully said, "Good morning, Mr. Jiang." His attitude seemed even more respectful than yesterday. "Good morning, Butler Lin," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "Miss has instructed that from today onwards, you will have breakfast with her," said Butler Lin, pulling out a seat for Jiang Chen next to the head of the table. "This position is very delicate. It's not a subordinate's position, it's more like a family member's position." Jiang Chen understood. It seemed that last night's bedtime story service had been very effective. He had barely sat down when Qin Lengyue came down from upstairs. Today, she caught Jiang Chen's eye. Instead of her usual imposing business suit, she changed into a beige Chanel knitted dress, her long hair flowing smoothly over her shoulders, and her face adorned with light makeup. She looked less like a sharp, queenly figure and more like a lazy, gentle woman. More importantly, her complexion was better than ever before. Her skin was fair with a rosy glow, and the faint bluish tinge under her eyes had disappeared. Clearly, she slept very well last night. She walked to the dining table, naturally sat down in the main seat, glanced at Jiang Chen, and nodded slightly as a greeting. "Good morning, Miss Qin." Breakfast began in this eerily quiet atmosphere. Neither of them spoke. The only sound in the restaurant was the soft clinking of cutlery against plates. Jiang Chen didn't care. He ate his food without a care, and it did taste quite good. But he could sense that Qin Lengyue seemed a little uncomfortable. Several times, she looked at him as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly. It seemed that this queen was not quite used to this warm family atmosphere. Just then, Qin Lengyue's phone suddenly rang. The crisp sound of a bell broke the tranquility of the restaurant. She picked up her phone, glanced at it, and frowned almost imperceptibly, but still answered the call and, as if possessed, pressed the speakerphone button. A vibrant, melodious female voice, as clear as a nightingale's, came from the phone. "Lengyue. My best friend. Good morning. It's Su Wanqing. What is it?" Qin's voice was cold and concise as always. "Oh dear, why are you still so cold? I just called to say thank you again. And while I'm at it, I also want to give a proper thank you to your amazing Mr. Jiang." Su Wanqing's tone was filled with undisguised excitement and admiration. "Shi Yan is so well behaved now. This morning when I went to the horse farm, it actually nudged its head in and let me pet it. This was absolutely impossible before. You have no idea, all those old grooms at our horse farm are practically worshipping Mr. Jiang like a god now." Jiang Chen was drinking milk when he heard this and almost spat it out. He secretly glanced at Qin Lengyue. Sure enough, after hearing Su Wanqing's praise, Qin Lengyue's expression turned cold at a visible speed. The hand holding the knife and fork tightened unconsciously. Unaware of anything amiss, Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone continued enthusiastically, "So, Lengyu, I want to discuss something with you. Could you lend me your Mr. Jiang again for just one day? I have a pony at my club that I just bought from Argentina. It's a bit shy, and I'd like Mr. Jiang to help train it." Before she could finish speaking, Qin Lengling suddenly picked up her phone. She turned off the speakerphone, brought the phone to her ear, and said, word by word, in an extremely cold voice, "He's busy. I'm never free. Don't call me about this kind of thing again." After saying that, she hung up the phone without waiting for Su Wanqing to react. With a thud, she threw her phone on the table. The temperature in the entire restaurant seemed to drop to freezing point instantly. The two maids standing not far away were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe, wishing they could turn themselves into nothingness. Qin Lengyue slowly raised her head, her icy eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. "Have you remembered what I said? You are my personal waiter. Do you need me to explain the meaning of the word exclusive again?" Her voice was filled with a powerful possessiveness and an undeniable warning. Jiang Chen was overjoyed, but on his face, he immediately put on an expression of utmost sincerity and professionalism. He put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then looked at Qin Lengyue, saying solemnly, "Of course I understand, Miss Qin. My service, my skills, and all my time belong to you alone. This is stated in our contract and is my professional ethics as a top service expert." These words were spoken with utmost loyalty and righteous indignation. Qin Lengyue's lips twitched slightly when she heard the title top service expert, but she was still very satisfied with Jiang Chen's clear statement. The chill emanating from her finally dissipated somewhat. She picked up her knife and fork again and snorted coldly, "Good to know." Just then, Butler Lin walked in silently from outside. He first bowed to Qin Lengyue, "Miss, the car is ready for your meeting at the group headquarters at 9 o'clock. Then, he turned to Jiang Chen and bowed slightly, "Mr. Jiang, Miss has instructed that from today onwards, you will serve as her driver and assistant, accompanying her on all her business activities." "What? Driver and assistant? Do I have to accompany her to the company meeting?" Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected that his service scope would expand from the realm of daily life to the realm of commerce so quickly. He looked at Qin Lengyue, who was elegantly having breakfast, as if it were just a trivial decision. Jiang Chen immediately understood. This queen intends to keep me completely by her side and monitor me 24/7. That's fine. He was worried about the lack of progress on the S-rank long-term mission, the queen's personal guardian. Now, the opportunity has arrived. The Qin Group headquarters, that's a real den of dragons and tigers. Surely, there are even more interesting services waiting for me there. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. Chapter 26. Come with me to the company meeting. Half an hour later, a black Bentley Mulsanne smoothly drove away from Hentaying Highlands. Jiang Chen was sitting in the driver's seat. Today he changed into a well-tailored black Armani suit, which, combined with his handsome face and tall figure, made him look even more stylish than many popular male celebrities. In the back seat, Qin Lengyue was resting with her eyes closed. She didn't say a word from the moment she got on the bus. Jiang Chen could see her flawless profile through the rearview mirror. Her features were still sharp and cold, but there was less of the weariness she used to have between her brows. With his god-level driving skills already activated, Jiang Chen drove extremely smoothly, and the car was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. He knew that Qin Lengling was using this method to enjoy a moment of peace. Soon, the car entered the financial center of Tianhai City. A towering, futuristic skyscraper came into view. This is the headquarters building of the Qin Group. It is undoubtedly a landmark building in Tianhai City, a symbol of power and wealth. The Bentley slowly drove into the exclusive underground passage and stopped in the chairman's private parking space. Jiang Chen immediately got out of the car, went around to the back seat, and opened the car door for Qin Lengyue. "Miss Qin, we've arrived." Qin Lengyue opened her eyes and gracefully stepped out of the car. Immediately, two bodyguards in black and a female secretary in a business suit, who had been waiting there, quickly came forward. "Good morning, Mr. Qin." The group bowed in unison. Qin Lengyue responded lightly, then strode towards the private elevator. Jiang Chen naturally followed beside her, even closer than the two professional bodyguards. This detail made the female secretary and bodyguards take a few more glances at him, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. They had never seen any man get so close to President Qin. Stepping into the elevator, Qin Lingyue pressed the button for the top floor. As the elevator ascended rapidly, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the atmosphere around him became increasingly oppressive with each floor. With a ding, the elevator arrived at the top floor. As soon as the door opened, a spacious foyer, as large as a plaza, appeared before us. The moment Qin Lingyue appeared, all the employees in the lobby stopped what they were doing, stood up in unison, and bowed in greeting. "Hello, Mr. Qin." The voices were perfectly synchronized, carrying a deep sense of awe. Jiang Chen followed behind Qin Lingyue, walking through the welcoming passage lined with employees, and for the first time directly experienced the power this woman possessed. Here, she is the absolute queen. All eyes were focused on Qin Lingyue. But at the same time, countless curious, surprised, and jealous gazes fell on Jiang Chen beside her. Who is that person? I've never seen him before? Wow, he's so handsome. Is he the new assistant? That can't be right. President Qin's assistant is Linda, and the one following behind is. This person is actually walking side by side with President Qin? My goodness, look, President Qin seems to be in a good mood today. She's not even frowning. Jiang Chen could hear the employees' whispers clearly. He remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was secretly laughing. Of course, with a top-notch service expert like me around, how could she not be in a good mood? Qin Lingyue led Jiang Chen directly to a conference room at the far end of the corridor. Outside the conference room, a dozen or so men and women in suits stood, each of them looking like a business elite. These people are the top-level managers of the Qin Group. Upon seeing Qin Lingyue approaching, they immediately came to greet her. President Qin. Qin Lingyue simply nodded and then pushed open the conference room door. She turned around and said to Jiang Chen, "You, come in with me." Then she said to the others, "You all wait outside." This move stunned all the executives outside the door. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. When President Qin held a high-level meeting, he actually let a young man who appeared out of nowhere into the room, while making the vice presidents and directors wait outside? What's going on? Amidst the surprised and uncertain gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen followed Qin Lingyue into the huge boardroom. Qin Lingyue walked to the main seat and sat down, then pointed to a corner next to her. "You, sit there and listen, but don't say a word." "Okay, Miss Qin." Jiang Chen obediently walked to the chair in the corner and sat down. This position offers a clear view of the entire conference room without appearing too conspicuous. A few minutes later, the executives were allowed to file in and take their seats at the long conference table. Everyone subconsciously glanced at Jiang Chen in the corner, their minds filled with all sorts of speculations. The meeting began quickly. Today's topic of discussion is a high-tech subsidiary of the Qin Group. This subsidiary, which Qin Lingyue strongly advocated for investment in, primarily focuses on developing a novel biochip technology. While it has received substantial upfront investment, it has been operating at a loss for several years and has been unable to achieve commercialization. The atmosphere was very tense from the start of the meeting. The CFO spoke first, using a series of stark figures to illustrate how dire the subsidiary's financial situation was, severely dragging down the group's overall profits. Following this, several vice presidents also spoke. Their words were tactful, but their core message was the same: this project should be stopped as soon as possible. Jiang Chen sat in the corner, listening quietly. With his masterful financial analysis and business acumen, he gained a clear understanding of the whole story after listening for only a dozen minutes. He discovered that the company's technology itself was actually very promising, and could even be said to be ahead of the market. The crux of the problem lies in management and market positioning. Just then, a man who looked to be in his 40s and had a somewhat arrogant look in his eyes, sitting diagonally opposite Qin Lingyue, cleared his throat and spoke. Long Yu. His way of addressing her was different from others, carrying the intimacy of an elder to a junior, but his tone was full of pressure. "I never approved of your biochip project in the first place. Look at it now. 3 years have passed, nearly 2 billion yuan has been burned, and we haven't even heard a sound. I suggest we stop delaying and sell it while there's still someone willing to take it. Every little bit of cost we can recover will be a relief to the group's shareholders." This man, named Qin Tian, was Qin Lingyue's cousin and a representative of another faction within the group. He had always harbored resentment towards Qin Lingyue for taking this position. Today, he clearly wanted to use this failed project to undermine Qin Lingyue's prestige. As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, several people in the conference room immediately nodded in agreement. Chairman Qin is right, a short pain is worse than a long one. The prospects for this project are too uncertain. We can't keep throwing money into this bottomless pit. In an instant, all the pressure fell on Qin Lengling, who was in the main seat. Her face, which was already expressionless, was now as cold as ice. She knew that this was a trap set by Qin Tian. If she agrees to sell the company, it would be tantamount to admitting her decision-making error, and her credibility would be severely damaged. If she disagrees, then you need to come up with a plan that can convince everyone and revive the company. However, she does not have such a plan at the moment. The atmosphere in the meeting room was extremely tense. All eyes were on Qin Lengyue, waiting for her to make her final decision. Qin Tian leaned back in his chair, a faint, victorious smile on his face, looking smugly at his niece who had been driven to the brink of despair. Well, my dear niece? It's time to show your courage in going against the grain. Say something, won't you? His tone was full of undisguised provocation. Qin Lengyue's hands were clenched into fists under the table. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Level A workplace difficulty detected. Mission title, The Board's Savior. Task requirements, at the current meeting, provide client Qin Lengyue with a perfect solution to save the subsidiary from bankruptcy and, through this opportunity, completely solidify her absolute authority on the board of directors. Task rewards: 1. 50 million in cash. 2. God-level skill, God-level corporate strategy. 3. 5% of the subsidiary's original shares. Rank emission. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Qin Lengyue, who was being stared at by everyone and was isolated and helpless, and then he looked at Qin Tian, who had an arrogant face. He knew his moment to shine had arrived. Accept the mission. Before Qin Tian's sarcastic words, say something, had even completely faded. Just when everyone in the conference room thought Qin Lengyue was about to give in, a calm and clear voice rang out from the corner. I have a different opinion. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone's eyes in the conference room were focused on that corner. The young man, who had been ignored since the beginning of the meeting, slowly stood up from his chair. At the board meeting in Chapter 27, his words caused a sensation. The moment Jiang Chen stood up, the entire boardroom fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was looking at him like he was crazy. Who is he? How dare he speak up in this kind of setting? Qin Tian, sitting opposite Qin Lengyue, was the first to react. He was stunned for a moment, then a wide, disdainful smile appeared on his face. He pointed at Jiang Chen and said to Qin Lengyue, Lengyue, is this the person you brought into the board of directors? A driver who carries your bag and drives you? What, now it's up to a driver to interfere in the Qin Group's decisions? His words drew unrestrained laughter from his faction. Ha, Chairman Qin is right, this is a huge joke. Young people these days are really arrogant and ignorant. Even the executives who remained neutral shook their heads, feeling that the young man was too reckless and didn't understand the rules. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Lengyue, who was in the main seat, did not immediately reprimand Jiang Chen as they had expected. She simply looked at Jiang Chen quietly. Her eyes were extremely complex. There was surprise, there was doubt, but more than anything, there was a kind of anticipation that even she couldn't quite explain. This man always does the most surprising things when she least expects them. From taming wild horses to analyzing financial statements, he has given her so much to be amazed by. What about this time? When everyone thinks it's a dead end, will he really have a different opinion? A sliver of absurd hope actually rose in Qin Lengyue's heart. She met Qin Tian's and everyone else's gazes and spoke coldly in an unquestionable tone. Let him speak. Those three simple words were like an imperial edict, instantly silencing all the laughter in the meeting room. Qin Tian's smile froze on his face. He looked at Qin Lengyue in disbelief. Lengyue, are you crazy? You actually want to listen to a driver's nonsense? I said let him talk. Qin Lengyue's eyes remained unwavering. Qin Tian was speechless, and could only let out a heavy snort, lean back in his chair, cross his arms, and adopt a let's see what tricks you can pull attitude. The meeting room fell silent once again. All eyes were once again focused on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen showed no sign of tension. After receiving the infusion of the God-level corporate strategy skill, his brain has become a highly sophisticated supercomputer. All the problems of this subsidiary, and the optimal path to solve them, were as clear in his mind as the lines on the palm of his hand. He ignored the questioning and disdainful looks and calmly walked to the huge electronic whiteboard at the front of the conference room. He picked up a pen, and without saying a word, wrote 4 large characters directly on the whiteboard. The path to breaking the mold. Then, he turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally settling on Qin Tian's face. His voice was clear and powerful. Everyone thinks that Starcore Bio is a bottomless pit of money and should be abandoned immediately. If I may be so bold, that conclusion is completely wrong. You only see that it is losing money, but you don't see the real value behind it. He stretched out his finger and tapped it on the whiteboard. You made 3 mistakes. First, the positioning was wrong. You have always wanted to apply its biochips to the high-end medical field. This direction is highly competitive, has a long certification cycle, and requires huge investment. As a startup, Starcore Biotech simply cannot afford to spend that much. This is strategic short-sightedness. Secondly, there are management errors. I just listened to the financial report, and the company's administrative and marketing expenses account for 40% of the total expenditure. Meanwhile, the core R&D team's salaries are far below the industry average. A large amount of funds has been spent on ineffective public relations and bloated administration. This is a management incompetence. Third, a failure in coordination. The Qin Group possesses the nation's top consumer electronics product lines and distribution channels. However, Xinghe Bio's technology has been isolated and has not been integrated with any resources within the group. This is a waste of resources. Jiang Chen's every word was like a sharp knife, precisely dissecting the crux of the Starcore Biology's problems. The meeting room was completely silent. Those executives who had just been echoing Qin Tian all lowered their heads, their faces burning with embarrassment. Because everything Jiang Chen said was true. Qin Tian's expression had become extremely ugly. But Qin Langling's eyes gleamed with a strange light. Jiang Chen didn't pause. He turned around and began to draw a clear logic diagram on the whiteboard. Therefore, my plan is very simple and consists of 3 steps. The first step is a technological shift. Abandoning high-end medical technology, we will shift our focus from biochips to smart wearable devices for pets. What? This novel suggestion stunned everyone. Jiang Chen's voice was full of powerful confidence and infectious energy. You may not know this, but the pet market size exceeded 300 billion last year. And it's still growing at a rate of 20% every year. This is a huge blue ocean market. We can launch a smart collar that uses the Starcore biochip to monitor a pet's heart rate, body temperature, blood oxygen, and mood fluctuations in real time. It can even predict disease risks through data models. Just imagine, which pet owner who treats their pet like family would refuse such a product? We can partner with veterinary hospitals, pet food companies, and pet insurance companies. Behind this is a complete industry chain. Jiang Chen's words opened a completely new door for everyone present. They were all stunned by this brilliant idea. The second step is organizational restructuring. Cut all unnecessary administrative positions and disband the current marketing team. Invest all the saved funds into R&D and production. Establish a new project team led by someone who truly understands technology and the market. The third step is resource integration. The first batch of orders for the new product came from smart home consumer electronics brand under the Qin Group. We will bundle this pet collar as part of the smart home ecosystem and sell it as part of the ecosystem. Utilizing our existing channels, we can cover the entire country overnight. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he threw down the pen in his hand. On the whiteboard, a clear, complete, logically sound, and imaginative business blueprint was presented to everyone. From technology application to market positioning and marketing strategy, everything is interconnected and flawless. This is no longer a simple suggestion. This is a master-level corporate rescue plan worthy of being included in business school textbooks. The entire conference room was deathly silent. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the whiteboard, and then at the young man standing in front of it, who appeared to be radiating light. Qin Tian's face was completely bloodless. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found that he couldn't utter a single word. Jiang Chen's plan was too perfect, so perfect that it instilled fear in him. Meanwhile, Qin Lengyue, sitting in the main seat, looked at Jiang Chen's back. Her usually cold eyes were now burning with an unprecedented, fervent light. Shock, admiration, curiosity, fascination. A mix of complex emotions caused her heart to pound uncontrollably. What kind of monster is this man? Finally, she stood up. The crisp sound of high heels broke the silence of the conference room. She walked to Jiang Chen's side, looked at the blueprint on the whiteboard, and then, in a voice filled with unprecedented power and confidence, announced to everyone, "The meeting is adjourned. From today onwards, Starcore Bio will proceed according to this plan. I am fully responsible for this matter." Her words carried weight, and no one dared to raise any objections. She had completely taken control of the situation. The conference room door opened, and the executives, looking completely bewildered, walked out one by one. Each of them would subconsciously lower their heads as they passed by Jiang Chen, their eyes filled with awe. Soon, only Jiang Chen and Qin Lengyue remained in the huge boardroom. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Chapter 28. Who exactly are you? The huge boardroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The space, which was just moments ago bustling with noise and undercurrents, is now empty except for Jiang Chen and Qin Lengyue. Qin Lengyue did not speak immediately. She simply stood there, her gaze slowly shifting from the whiteboard filled with disruptive strategies to Jiang Chen's face. Her gaze was more focused and sharp than ever before. Like two of the sharpest scalpels, they tried to dissect him completely, inside and out, to see him clearly and plainly. Jiang Chen met her gaze calmly. He knew that a storm was coming. His stunning performance at the board meeting just now completely shattered his pretense of being an ordinary waiter. Qin Lengling wasn't stupid. She absolutely refused to believe that a VIP receptionist serving tea and water in a shopping mall could possess such terrifying business strategy capabilities. Questioning is inevitable. The crisp sound of high heels tapping on the marble floor rang out, one after another, as if stepping on one's heart. Qin Lengyue took long strides and slowly walked up to Jiang Chen. The distance between the two was less than half a meter. Jiang Chen could even smell the unique, cool fragrance emanating from her, a blend of cedar and white tea. She just stood there, looking up at him with her breathtakingly beautiful face, without saying a word. An invisible, powerful sense of oppression emanated from her, enveloping the entire space. If it were the Jiang Chen of the past, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand up under her gaze. But now, Jiang Chen simply met her gaze calmly, his eyes showing no sign of flinching. After a long while, Qin Lengyue finally spoke. Her voice was low and soft, yet carried an undeniable seriousness. "Who exactly are you?" "They've arrived." Jiang Chen thought to himself. He had anticipated this problem long ago. He had already thought of the answer. An answer that could explain her abilities without revealing the system, while maintaining an air of mystery and continuing to pique her curiosity. He looked into Qin Lengyue's probing eyes but did not answer immediately. He simply smiled slightly and countered, "Miss Qin, is this question really that important?" Qin Lengyue's brows furrowed instantly. "Of course it's important." Her voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of urgency she herself didn't realize. "You're not just an ordinary VIP receptionist. You understand animal language, you know horseback riding, you understand financial analysis, you even understand the top-level strategy of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. These are not abilities that an ordinary person can possess. You must give me an explanation." She stared intently at Jiang Chen, as if trying to find even the slightest flaw in his face. Jiang Chen's smile remained unchanged. He looked at her and said slowly, word by word, "Miss Qin, I thought you already knew. I have only ever had one identity. That is, your personal waiter." "What?" Qin Lengyue was stunned. She obviously did not expect Jiang Chen to give such an answer. Jiang Chen stepped forward, taking half a step. The distance between the two of them grew even closer. He lowered his head slightly, lowered his voice even further, and continued in a magnetic tone that only the two of them could hear. "My job is to serve you and solve all the problems you encounter. When you get tired from shopping, my back is the most comfortable seat for you. When your cat is upset, I can understand its feelings and help you solve your problems. When your horse is agitated, I can soothe its trauma and make it docile again. When you're struggling with insomnia, my story is the best sleeping pill for you." So, his gaze became deep and serious. "When you're struggling with the mess at your company, when you're being besieged by your relatives at the board meeting, I step in to offer solutions and clear obstacles for you. Isn't that also part of my service? All my abilities exist for only one purpose. That is, to serve you." These words were like a bombshell, exploding in Qin Lengyue's mind. She was completely stunned. She considered countless possibilities. He might be the heir being groomed by a reclusive family, who has come out to experience life. He could also be a super agent trained by a secret national agency. She even wondered if he might not even be from this world. But she never expected him to give such an answer, which sounded utterly absurd, yet was impossible to refute. He reduced all those miraculous and incredible abilities to a single, simple origin. Serve her. This logic was so domineering, that she couldn't resist it. Because this precisely struck at the deepest part of her heart, her queen-like desire for control and possession. Yes, does it matter who he is? Does his past matter? The important thing is that he is now my man. Everything about him exists solely for me. This realization filled Qin Lengling's heart with an unprecedented and intense sense of satisfaction and security. She looked at the man in front of her, at his deep eyes that seemed to see through everything, for a very long time. The doubts and wariness in my heart began to slowly melt away without me even realizing it. Instead, she felt an even stronger curiosity, and a hint of something she herself was unwilling to admit, a feeling called heart flutter. Finally, she took a deep breath, turned around, and faced away from Jiang Chen. She didn't want him to see the complicated expression on her face at that moment. Fallacy. She squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. But her voice no longer had the sharpness and pressure it had before. Instead, it carried a hint of coquettishness. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew he had overcome this hurdle. Moreover, it was done in the most perfect way. Not only did he not expose himself, but he also further solidified his exclusive status in Qin Lengyue's heart. Qin Lengyue walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the city below, and remained silent for a moment. Then she spoke, her voice regaining its usual coolness. From today onwards, in addition to my personal attendant, you will have one more position. Qin Group, Special Advisor to the Chairman. I'll have the legal department revise your contract. Salary, double. After saying that, she strode out of the conference room. When she opened the door, her secretary Linda and 2 bodyguards, who had been waiting outside, were all stunned. Because they saw that their eternally icy queen seemed to have a faint smile on her lips. You must be seeing things. Jiang Chen followed Qin Lengyue out of the conference room. The 2 bodyguards, who had been looking at him with curiosity and scrutiny, had completely changed their expressions when they looked at him. From curiosity, it turned into awe. It enabled President Qin to overcome the opposition at the board meeting and speak. It was a pleasure to spend so much time alone with President Qin in the conference room. My mood improved whenever President Qin came out. This young man is definitely not just a driver. He's a genius. The group stepped into the elevator, and the atmosphere was completely different from when they arrived. Previously, there was a clear distinction between superiors and subordinates. Now, although Jiang Chen is still standing half a step behind Qin Lengyue, everyone knows that this young man's status in President Qin's heart has changed drastically. There seemed to be a wonderful, unspoken understanding and magnetic field between them that no one else could penetrate. It was a near-equal partnership built on her endless needs and seemingly omnipotent abilities. In the elevator, Qin Lengyue looked at herself in the mirror and Jiang Chen beside her, and a thought popped into her mind uncontrollably. Perhaps keeping him by my side is the best decision I've ever made in my life. Chapter 29. A distinguished guest arrives in my sister's hospital room. After a storm was brewing at the Qin Group, Jiang Chen was given a rare day off. Qin Lengyue also seemed to need time to process everything that had happened today, and to rethink how to define and use Jiang Chen, this personal servant who was increasingly beyond her control. Jiang Chen did not waste this precious rest time. He drove his Audi RS7 and headed straight to the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City as his first stop. Since paying 2.3 million yuan in treatment fees, Jiang Yu, the younger sister, has been moved from a crowded ordinary ward to a VIP ward on the top floor of the hospital. The environment here is quiet, the facilities are first class, and more importantly, there is a top-notch team of experts to provide her with 24-hour monitoring and treatment. Jiang Chen arrived at the ward door and saw his mother sitting by the bed, peeling an apple for his younger sister through the glass window in the door. Jiang Yu, lying in her hospital bed, looked much better than before. Although her face was still somewhat pale, a glimmer of hope rekindled in her eyes. She was holding her phone, chatting and laughing with her mother. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's heart was instantly filled with an immense sense of happiness. Wasn't everything he did all for this moment? He pushed open the door and went inside. Brother! Jiang Yu exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him, and tried to sit up. Don't move! Don't move! Jiang Chen quickly walked over and pressed her shoulder. The doctor said you need to rest more. Chen, you're here. The mother stood up, a relieved smile on her face. Mom, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, then placed the fruit and some nutritional supplements he was carrying on the bedside table. Brother, you're wasting money again. Jiang Yu pouted, pretending to be angry. The doctors and nurses here are so good to me, the food is good, and I don't lack anything. Buying things for you is not considered wasting money, Jiang Chen said, affectionately pinching her nose. As long as you're doing well, I give you the whole world. TCH, bragging. Jiang Yu said, but her eyes were glistening with tears of happiness. The family chatted happily in the hospital room. Jiang Chen didn't mention the thrilling experiences he had gone through recently. He only said that he had a new job and that his boss was a very nice person who valued him highly. The mother and sister didn't ask any more questions. In their simple mindset, the greatest blessing was that Jiang Chen was safe and sound and had a good job. Seeing the smile return to his sister's face and listening to his mother's endless concern, Jiang Chen felt his heart, which had been somewhat adrift due to his recent adventures, return to solid ground. This is his true human world. It is the root that he must firmly protect no matter how high he flies. Just then, the door to the ward was gently knocked on from the outside. Please come in. The mother thought it was a nurse and casually replied. The door was pushed open. Leading the way was Butler Lin, dressed in a sharp tailcoat. His ever-present smiling face seemed out of place here. Following closely behind him were two assistants dressed in black suits, carrying various sizes of beautifully packaged gift boxes, which appeared to contain top-quality supplements and fruits. Jiang Chen, his mother, and Jiang Yu were all stunned. Why is Butler Lin here? However, before they could react, a tall and aloof figure slowly walked in from behind Butler Lin. The newcomer was dressed in a well-tailored white Chanel suit and wore a pair of huge sunglasses that covered half of her face, but her powerful, aloof aura instantly filled the entire ward. It's Qin Ling Yue. How did she get here? Jiang Chen's mind went completely blank for a moment. He never expected that Qin Ling Yue would actually come to the hospital in person. The mother was even more frightened by the scene. She stood up awkwardly from her chair, wiping her hands on her apron, not knowing what to say or do. Jiang Yu, lying on the hospital bed, also opened her curious eyes wide, looking at this woman who seemed to have stepped out of the TV, with a powerful aura and beauty that seemed unreal. An eerie silence fell over the entire ward. Qin Ling Yue stood in the center of the ward. She seemed a little uncomfortable in the hospital environment. Her beautiful brows were slightly furrowed behind her sunglasses. She slowly raised her hand and took off her sunglasses. Her flawless, cold, and exquisitely beautiful face was revealed. Her gaze swept around the ward and finally landed on Jiang Yu on the hospital bed. That usually icy gaze seemed to melt slightly when it saw Jiang Yu's pale yet still vibrant face. You must be Jiang Yu. She spoke, her voice cold and clear, but unlike usual, it carried a commanding tone. I am your brother's employer. She paused for a moment, as if considering her words. I heard you weren't feeling well, so I came to check on you. These words shocked Jiang Chen, his mother, and his sister once again. Employer? What kind of boss would personally go to the hospital to visit the sister of an ordinary employee? Moreover, it's someone like Qin Ling Yue, a big shot who stands at the top of the pyramid and whose true identity is rarely seen. This is completely illogical. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Ling Yue, his heart churning with turbulent emotions. He had absolutely no idea what this woman was trying to do. Was it just a whim? Or has she truly, already? He dared not think any further. After saying that, Qin Ling Yue just stood there, seemingly unsure of what to do next. One is a ruthless and decisive queen in the business world. One is a naive and innocent girl lying in a hospital bed, completely unaware of the outside world. Two people from completely different worlds met in a small hospital room. The atmosphere was awkward, yet filled with a strange tension. Jiang Chen knew he had to do something to break this situation. Chapter 30. Is this my brother's girlfriend? Just when the atmosphere in the ward was so awkward it was about to freeze, Jiang Yu, lying on the hospital bed, was the first to break the silence. Her big, dark eyes darted back and forth between Qin Ling Yue and her brother several times. Then, a bright, slightly mischievous smile appeared on her face. She spoke sweetly to Qin Ling Yue. Hello, beautiful lady. The word pretty sister made Qin Ling Yue's perpetually icy face visibly froze for a moment. In her world, people address her as either President Qin or Miss Qin, and those who are closer to her, like Su Wanqing, call her Lang Yu. This was the first time in her life she had ever heard the term pretty sister. Hello, you. Qin Lengyue responded subconsciously, her voice sounding slightly unnatural. Jiang Yu blinked and, in her innocent tone, dropped a bombshell. Sister, you're so beautiful, and you're so good to my brother, even coming to see me in person. She deliberately drew out her words, then tilted her head and asked with a grin. You're my brother's girlfriend, aren't you? Boom. These words were like a depth charge, exploding in the small hospital room. Jiang Chen's mother gasped, looking nervously at Qin Lengyu, afraid that her daughter's disrespectful words would anger the seemingly unapproachable big shot. Jiang Chen was also at his wits' end, wishing he could rush up and cover his sister's loose tongue. My dear sister. You're such a great wingman. But look who you're asking about. This is Qin Lengyue, the ice queen who can make Tianhai City tremble with just a word. Jiang Chen was prepared for Qin Lengyue to either lash out on the spot or simply turn around and leave. However, what happened next surprised everyone. The usually aloof and unsmiling Queen Qin froze on the spot as if a pause button had been pressed after hearing the question, Are you my brother's girlfriend? Then, a suspiciously faint blush spread visibly from her snow-white neck all the way to her ears. She actually blushed? Qin Lengyue panicked completely. Her mind was blank. How should she answer this question? Say no? But under the gaze of this little girl's clear and innocent eyes, why does this answer feel so difficult to say? And, saying it seems a little hurtful? Say yes? That's even more impossible. How could I possibly be his girlfriend? I'm just his employer. But if he's just an employer, why did I come here today? Even she herself couldn't explain her motivation for coming here today. Was he looking for some fresh air after the board meeting? Or was he simply curious about the life behind this mysterious man? Or, he just wanted to see what kind of girl was the sister he would do anything to protect. Countless thoughts swirled in Qin Lengyue's mind, creating a chaotic mess. For the first time in her life, she experienced what it meant to be completely at a loss. She instinctively cast a pleading look at Jiang Chen. In her eyes, there was a hint of panic and dependence that she herself was unaware of. Jiang Chen received her distress signal and was practically bursting with laughter inside. It's truly rare to see this ice queen in such a distressed state. However, he knew that now was not the time to watch the show. He quickly stepped forward, smiling as he ruffled Jiang Yu's hair, trying to smooth things over, saying, Yeah, don't talk nonsense. You're so disrespectful. Then, he gave Qin Lengyue an apologetic smile. Miss Qin, I'm sorry, my sister is young and doesn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart. He deliberately emphasized the title Miss Qin once again. Sure enough, Qin Lengyue's eyes dimmed slightly when she heard this address. Boss, Miss Qin, these words sound so jarring and distant in today's context. And nothing, it's nothing. Qin Lengyue looked away somewhat awkwardly, her voice barely audible. She felt she couldn't stay there for even a second longer. I have something to do at the company, so I'll have to go now, she said hurriedly. Then, without even waiting for Jiang Chen and the others to react, she turned around and quickly walked out of the ward. Her back view looked somewhat like she was fleeing in panic. Butler Lin and his two assistants quickly bowed to Jiang Chen's family and then hurriedly followed them out. The ward fell silent instantly. Jiang Chen's mother stared in the direction of the doorway, speechless for a long time, muttering to herself, This Miss Qin, she's really a strange person. Jiang Yu grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, lowered her voice, and said excitedly in a tone that said, I've seen through everything. Brother! Don't try to fool me. I saw it all just now. When I asked her if she was your girlfriend, her face turned red. She definitely likes you. Jiang Chen looked at his sister with a mix of amusement and exasperation. You little brat, what do you know about liking someone? How could I not understand? It's written in the book. When you like someone, your heart races when you see them and you blush when you hear their name. That pretty lady just now, she was right about it. Jiang Yu analyzed confidently. Jiang Chen was amused by her, but his heart was also stirred by his sister's words. Qin Lengyue, does she really like herself? Maybe. But the road ahead is still long. S-level long-term missions are not so easy to complete. That evening, Jiang Chen returned to the heavenly palace on the cloud top. He did not see Qin Lengyue. Butler Lin said that after Miss returned, she locked herself in her study and did not eat dinner. Jiang Chen knew that the trip to the hospital during the day, and the question about his sister, must have had a significant impact on her. He returned to his room in the annex, washed up, and lay on the bed when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text message. From Qin Leng Yue. The text message was very simple, consisting of only one sentence. Your sister is very cute. Let her focus on her treatment, don't worry about the money. There were no commands, no cold, impersonal words. It was just a simple, even caring, piece of advice. Jiang Chen stared at the text message for a long time. Then he smiled. He replied with 2 words, thank you. He knew that the frozen castle had more than just had a window opened. Now, a ray of warm sunlight has truly shone in. The quest, the Queen's personal guardian, seems to be getting more and more interesting. He put down his phone and looked out the window at the study in the main building where the light was still on. His eyes became more profound than ever before. My service is no longer a simple performance for the sake of a reward. It is slowly becoming part of my life. And that mysterious reward may not only represent wealth and power. It might be something more precious. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 31 Her Majesty the Queen Who Did Not Sleep All Night. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up refreshed in the annex building to a large bed that could fit 5 people. Sunlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the entire room in a golden glow. He stretched, his joints cracking with each breath. The abundant energy from the physical enhancement fluid made him feel like he could punch a bull to death. He was in a good mood. Qin Leng Yue's text message last night was undoubtedly a positive sign. This Ice Queen seemed to be melting away little by little under his control. The S-rank long-term mission, the Queen's personal guardian, was progressing steadily, which gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Inner monologue, TSK, Her Majesty the Queen says no, but her actions speak louder than words. Running to the hospital to offer comfort, sending text messages to check on my sister. This offensive is far more aggressive than any of her business rivals. But what exactly is this reward? It can't be her herself, can it? System, please don't be so unpredictable. Jiang Chen mentally bantered with the system as he walked into the dressing room. Qin Leng Yue had prepared an enormous amount of clothing for him, ranging from casual to formal wear, from sportswear to loungewear, encompassing almost all the top luxury brands, and all of them were in his size. He casually picked out a light gray cashmere casual suit from Loro Piana and put it on. The soft and skin-friendly feel made him sigh. The life of the rich is so simple, unpretentious, and boring. After finishing his preparations, Jiang Chen strolled through the suspended glass corridor and headed towards the main building's restaurant. He thought he was early, but to his surprise, there were already people in the restaurant. Qin Leng Yue was already seated at the head of the table. Today, instead of her usual imposing business suit, she wore a loose-fitting white silk loungewear set, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was completely bare, without a trace of makeup. But this appearance did not diminish her beauty. On the contrary, it made her less aggressive and more languid and haggard. Jiang Chen keenly noticed that beneath her eyes, which were usually as clear and cold as a deep pool, there were very obvious dark circles. This is truly a rare occurrence. Her Majesty the Queen has always been extremely conscious of her image, always appearing impeccably groomed down to the last hair. Butler Lin respectfully pulled out a chair for Jiang Chen. The seat was the one Qin Leng Yue had personally designated yesterday, next to the head seat, a seat symbolizing closeness and family status. Jiang Chen nodded to Butler Lin, then sat down, his gaze naturally falling on Qin Leng Yue. Knowing the answer already, he asked, Miss Qin, good morning. Did you not get enough rest last night? His voice was gentle, with just the right amount of concern. Qin Leng Yue was leisurely sipping a cup of black coffee when she heard Jiang Chen's words, and her hand holding the cup paused almost imperceptibly. She raised her eyelids and glanced at Jiang Chen indifferently. Eventful. The voice remained cold and clear, but Jiang Chen detected a subtle hint of a lack of confidence. Inner monologue, oh, still being stubborn. Those dark circles are practically down to your chin. What are you pretending to be so nonchalant about? You must have been completely taken aback by my sister's question yesterday. Are you my brother's girlfriend? And tossed and turned all night, right? You little punk, trying to fool me. Jiang Chen was secretly delighted, but his face maintained a professional and concerned expression. I'm sorry, I overstepped my bounds. However, as your personal attendant, your health is also a top priority within my service scope. His words were perfectly worded, expressing concern while placing himself in the role of a waiter, leaving Qin Leng Yue with no reason to lash out. As expected, Qin Leng Yue just snorted and stopped talking, lowering her head to continue drinking her coffee, but the speed was obviously faster than before, as if she was trying to hide something. Butler Lin directed the servants to serve breakfast one by one. The breakfast included Chinese-style shrimp dumplings and shumai, as well as Western-style fried eggs and bacon, with a variety of dishes that resembled a five-star hotel buffet. An eerie silence fell over the restaurant. There was only the occasional soft sound of knives and forks hitting the plates. Jiang Chen could sense that Qin Lengyue was acting very strangely today. She would steal glances at him from the corner of her eye every now and then, and as soon as Jiang Chen looked over, she would quickly look away like a startled rabbit, pretending to look at the scenery outside the window. Is this still the ruthless and decisive Queen Qin? Jiang Chen found it extremely interesting. He decided to add fuel to the fire. He elegantly sliced the sunny-side-up egg on the plate, and said seemingly casually, "Miss Qin, thank you so much for yesterday. My mother has been talking about it ever since she got home, saying that you are beautiful inside and out, and that." Jiang Chen paused deliberately, successfully drawing Qin Lengyue's full attention. Although she maintained her aloof demeanor, her slightly forward-leaning body and perked-up ears completely betrayed her curiosity. "What else did my mother say?" she finally couldn't help but ask coldly. Jiang Chen suppressed a laugh, but kept a straight face. "My mom said that's such a good girl, I wonder which rascal will end up with her." Puff. Qin Lengyue almost spat out the coffee she had just taken a sip of. She choked and coughed repeatedly, and her perpetually icy face instantly flushed with a beautiful blush. Whether from choking or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. "Cough, cough, cough. Miss Qin, are you all right?" Jiang Chen quickly stood up, handed her a tissue, and his face showed genuine concern. "Get away." Qin Lengyue slapped his hand away, grabbed a tissue, and wiped her mouth in a disheveled manner. She glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. If that look could kill, Jiang Chen would probably have been executed by slow slicing by now. That bastard. He definitely did it on purpose. He knew perfectly well why he had insomnia last night, yet he deliberately used such words to tease himself today. Qin Lengyue felt her cheeks burning hot, and her heart pounding uncontrollably. This feeling was so unfamiliar, and so dangerous. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the panic in her heart, and put on that cold mask again. "Jiang Chen." She called his name slowly and deliberately, her voice filled with resentment. "It seems I haven't given you enough work, so you have the leisure to talk nonsense here. Starting today, in addition to your position as special advisor to the chairman, you will also serve as an executive director of Xingha Biotechnology." A star core organism? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Isn't this the subsidiary that he pulled back from the brink of collapse at the board meeting the day before yesterday, the one that had lost 2 billion? That's right. Qin Lengyue's lips curled into a cold smile. "Since you proposed the smart wearable device for pets, then you will be in charge of its implementation. I'm giving you 3 months. If you can't turn the company around and produce the first sample, you can pack your bags and get out of here." She thought that this sudden, almost impossible task would panic Jiang Chen and make him beg for mercy. However, Jiang Chen's reaction once again surprised her. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Inner monologue, "Wow. It's like a pillow being delivered to my head when I'm sleepy. I was just wondering how to put my god-level corporate strategy skill into practice, and you dumped such a huge task on me? And as an executive director? Isn't this just handing me money and experience? Your Majesty, you're really kind." Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was a little excited. He immediately stood up straight, bowed slightly to Qin Lengyue, and said in a loud and powerful voice, "Yes, President Qin. I guarantee to complete the mission." That spirited and impatient demeanor made all the sarcastic remarks Qin Lengyue had prepared get stuck in her throat, leaving her unable to utter a single word. She felt like she had punched cotton, an indescribable sense of frustration. What is this man made of? Doesn't he feel any fear at all? That's a $2 billion hole. Qin Lengyue stared intently at Jiang Chen, trying to find even the slightest hint of pretense or guilt on his face. But she failed. Jiang Chen's eyes were clear and firm, full of confidence, as if the mess was nothing more than a Lego toy that he could easily assemble. This powerful self-confidence, while making Qin Lengyue feel frustrated, also stirred up a strange sense of admiration and trust deep within her heart once again, uncontrollably. She irritably threw down her fork and stood up from her chair. "I'm full. Butler Lin, prepare the car, let's go to the company." After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the restaurant in her high heels without looking back. But no matter how you look at it, that back view seemed to carry a sense of panic as if it were fleeing in disarray. As Jiang Chen watched her retreating figure, he could no longer suppress his smile, which blossomed into a wide grin. "This is interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. He picked up a slice of toast, leisurely spread butter on it, and began to eat it slowly and deliberately. A new game has begun. Chapter 32: The Parachuted in Executive Director. Half an hour later, at the top floor of the Qin Group headquarters building, Jiang Chen drove the Bentley Mulsanne and smoothly parked it in his designated parking space. He got out of the car, went around to the back seat, and skillfully opened the car door for Qin Lengyue. Qin Lengyue had already regained her usual icy queen demeanor. She wore a black Dior business suit, which accentuated her already perfect figure, and a pair of sunglasses that covered half of her face, exuding a powerful aura. The two walked side by side into the private elevator. In the elevator, Qin Lengyue suddenly spoke, her voice devoid of emotion. "I've already had the group's HR department issue the appointment notice to Xinghe Bio. All the company's documents have also been compiled by my secretary and sent to your email." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Jiang Chen nodded. "Don't thank me." Qin Lengyue snorted coldly. "I just want to see what you're really capable of. If you mess this up, not only will you be kicked out of Qin's group, but our exclusive service contract will also be void." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen showed a perfectly timed panic expression. He turned to Qin Lengyue and asked seriously, "President Qin, if I mess this up, will I lose my $1 million monthly salary?" Qin Lengyue was taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical question. She had thought Jiang Chen would express his determination or say something in his defense. Who knew that his main concern was actually that 1 million monthly salary? What is this man thinking? Doesn't he care at all about the power and status represented by the position of executive director? Of course. Qin Lengyue replied irritably. "Oh, no way." Jiang Chen immediately shook his head, his expression as serious as if he were discussing a multi-billion-dollar project. "I can't lose this job. For my $1 million monthly salary, I will do everything in my power to save Star Core Bio." "You." Qin Lengyue was so angry at his money-grubbing attitude that she couldn't speak. She felt that her intelligence and logic were being gradually lowered to the same level as this man's. Jiang Chen, however, looked at her innocently and asked, "President Qin, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" "Shut up." Qin Lengyue squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth, then abruptly turned around, her back to Jiang Chen, her shoulders trembling slightly. Jiang Chen knew that she had laughed in exasperation at his own words. Inner monologue: "You think I can't handle you? Talking about ideals and ambitions with you is so vulgar. Let's talk about money. Money is the most practical thing. After all, I'm your personal waiter, paid $1 million a month." Bite. The elevator doors opened, and we arrived at the top floor office area. Qin Lengyue took a deep breath, regained her icy queen demeanor, and walked out first. Her chief secretary, a capable woman named Chen Jing, immediately came forward. "Good morning, Mr. Qin." "Good morning." Qin Lengyue nodded, then pointed to Jiang Chen beside her and instructed Chen Jing, "This is Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang. From today onwards, he is the executive director of Xinghe Bio. Take him to Xinghe Bio's office and complete all the handover procedures." "Yes, President Qin." Although a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Jing's eyes, her professionalism prevented her from asking any further questions, and she immediately responded respectfully. Then, she turned to Jiang Chen with a professional smile. "Chairman Jiang, hello, my name is Chen Jing. Please come with me." The title Chairman Jiang struck Jiang Chen as somewhat novel. He nodded to Qin Lengyue, then followed Chen Jing to another elevator leading downstairs. The office area of Xinghe Bio is not in the main building of Qin's headquarters, but in a slightly shorter annex building next to it, occupying 3 whole floors. This also shows that Qin Lengyue had high hopes for this project. However, when Jiang Chen followed Chen Jing out of the elevator and into the office area of Xinghe Biotechnology, he was met with a lifeless atmosphere. In the huge open-plan office area, employees sat in 2s and 3s, most of them slacking off. Some were secretly browsing shopping websites, some were gossiping, and some were simply dozing off at their desks. The entire company was permeated with a decadent atmosphere of just getting by and waiting to die. No wonder, with a project that has been losing money for 3 consecutive years, experiencing high-level turmoil, and potentially being cut by the group at any time, who would be in the mood to work properly? Everyone is just waiting to collect their compensation and leave. Chen Jing's appearance, along with Jiang Chen, a completely unfamiliar face following behind her, immediately attracted everyone's attention. The employees stopped slacking off and pretended to open their work documents, while secretly scrutinizing Jiang Chen with curious and critical eyes. Who is this guy? He's so young and quite handsome. I don't know. Judging from the fact that Secretary Chen personally escorted him, he must be someone important. Could it be the new director? Does anyone in our company dare to come here? Who cares? The company's going to go bankrupt anyway, it doesn't matter who comes in. The whispers among the employees reached Jiang Chen's ears clearly. Chen Jing seemed a little embarrassed. She coughed lightly and led Jiang Chen directly through the office area to the door of a private office in a corner with the best natural light. The office door still bears a sign that reads, General Manager's Office. Chairman Jiang, this is your office. The former general manager just resigned last week, and we've already cleaned it up, Chen Jing explained. She pushed open the door, and a faint smell of dust wafted out. The office was large and luxuriously decorated, with mahogany desks, genuine leather sofas, and a huge bookcase. However, all of this seemed rather deserted. All the company's senior executives are waiting for you in the conference room. Would you like to go there now, or? Chen Jing asked. Let's go now, Jiang Chen said calmly. He knew that a tough battle awaited him. This newly appointed executive director, who seems to be still quite young, will have to demonstrate some real ability to keep the seasoned veterans of Xinghe Bio under control. Chen Jing nodded and led Jiang Chen to the conference room next door. She pushed open the conference room door and gestured for people to enter. Jiang Chen stepped inside. Whoosh! In the conference room, a dozen pairs of eyes instantly focused on him like searchlights. These gazes contained curiosity, scrutiny, contempt, disdain, and even undisguised hostility. Jiang Chen looked around. Around the conference table sat a dozen or so middle-aged men, all dressed in suits and exuding an air of sophistication. These people are the only remaining management team of Starcore Biotechnology. They had already heard from insider information that a new leader would be parachuted in today. They had assumed it would be a senior vice president sent by the group, or an industry bigwig poached from outside. But to their utter surprise, the person who walked in was a young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old. What's this? Is the group completely abandoning Xingnu Bio and just finding someone to be a mascot to complete its final journey? Or is this young man some rich kid who was sent here by his family to gain experience and prestige? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the conference room became incredibly strange. Everyone remained silent. No one stood up or greeted anyone. They sat calmly in their chairs, watching Jiang Chen at the door with expressions of anticipation. They wanted to see how this greenhorn would start. Chapter 33, 3 Questions That Stumped Everyone. Despite facing a dozen or so unfriendly gazes in the conference room, Jiang Chen showed no sign of nervousness. He walked calmly to the head of the conference table, pulled out a chair, and sat down with an air of nonchalance. The whole process was unhurried and deliberate, displaying a composure and calmness beyond his years. Chen Jing placed a list in front of Jiang Chen and introduced them in a low voice. Chairman Jiang, these are the company's vice presidents and directors of various departments. Jiang Chen glanced at the list, then looked up, his gaze slowly sweeping across the faces of everyone in the conference room. His eyes were calm, like a bottomless lake, without the slightest ripple. But for some reason, those whose gaze swept over him felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, as if this young man had seen right through their little thoughts. Everyone, I won't introduce myself. I think you've all received your appointment notices from the Human Resources Department. Jiang Chen spoke, his voice not loud, but it clearly carried to every corner of the conference room. From today onwards, I will serve as the executive director of Xinghe Biotechnology, and will be fully responsible for all matters of the company. After he finished speaking, the conference room remained deathly silent. Those seasoned veterans, each keeping their eyes down and not saying a word, acted as if they hadn't heard a thing. This is the most common form of intimidation in the workplace. They wanted to use this silent confrontation to tell Jiang Chen, "You young punk, we don't acknowledge you." Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated this outcome, and he wasn't angry, he simply smiled faintly. It seems that everyone has a lot of questions about me, the new executive director. He leaned forward slightly, interlaced his fingers, placed his hands on the table, and his gaze sharpened. It's all right. Before we start the meeting, let's play a game. I'll ask you 3 questions, and you can all speak freely. Whoever can answer them correctly, or whoever answers them best, I'll personally reward with 100,000 yuan in cash. 100,000 yuan in cash. These 5 words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating huge waves. The eyes of the group of previously lifeless, jaded old hands in the conference room suddenly lit up. Although they are senior executives with substantial annual salaries, who would complain about having too much money? What's more, this money comes too easily, all it takes is a few words. The originally somber atmosphere instantly became somewhat restless. A bald man sitting to Jiang Chan's left cleared his throat and spoke first. He is the director of the company's R&D department, namely Wei Dong, a stubborn old man with a technical background. Chairman Jiang, please feel free to ask us any questions. We will answer them to the best of our ability. Although his tone still carried a hint of arrogance, it no longer displayed the complete disregard he had shown before. Jiang Chen nodded, very satisfied with the result. What he wanted was to break this stagnant pool. Very well, my first question. Jiang Chen raised a finger and scanned the entire room. Everyone here is a core member of the company's management team. I would like to ask you, what do you think is the most fundamental reason why Xinghe Bio has reached this point, suffering losses for 3 consecutive years and on the verge of bankruptcy? The question fell silent again in the meeting room. But this silence is completely different from the silence before. Just now, it was a silent confrontation. Now, however, comes real reflection and apprehension. This is a very sensitive issue. Why do companies fail? Blaming it on strategic mistakes? That would be slapping President Qin in the face, since she was the one who spearheaded this project. Blaming poor RD? RD Director Li Weidong would be the first to disagree. Blame the marketing for poor performance? The marketing director will immediately jump up in anger. This is like a hot potato, whoever takes it is doomed. In the conference room, everyone looked at each other, speechless. Jiang Chen didn't urge him, and just waited quietly. A full minute passed before a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked quite refined, cautiously spoke. He is the company's CFO, Wang Defa. Chairman Jiang, I think the main reason the company is facing difficulties is because the field of biochips in the medical field we chose is too crowded and the competition is too fierce. The technological barriers of foreign giants are too high, and we have invested a lot, but it is difficult to see returns in the short term. His words were very diplomatic, blaming the objective market environment and offending no one. Many people nodded in agreement, thinking the answer was standard. After listening, Jiang Chen smiled noncommittally. What Director Wang said makes some sense. But that's not the root cause. His gaze shifted to Li Weidong, the RD director. Director Li, what about you? What do you think? Li Weidong snorted and said bluntly, I think it's because they didn't pay enough. Research and development is the most expensive. The 2 billion that President Qin promised sounds like a lot, but spread over 3 years, it's less than 700 million a year. That's not even enough to buy equipment and support our few hundred RD staff. How can we compete with those foreign giants who invest hundreds of billions? That's wishful thinking. His words were full of resentment. Jiang Chen simply smiled. Not having enough money is one reason, but it's not the root cause. He then looked at the marketing director. The marketing director quickly waved his hand. Chairman Jiang, please don't ask me. Our marketing department has really done its best. We can't even produce a product. We can't just go and brag to clients with a PowerPoint presentation, can we? You can't cook without rice. Others also started making excuses, blaming the market, RD, or the group for not providing enough support. After asking around, all the blame fell on others, and he himself was blameless. The smile on Jiang Chan's face gradually turned cold. He waited until everyone had finished speaking before slowly opening his mouth. Are you done talking? Now that you've finished speaking, it's time to hear my opinion. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that instantly silenced the entire conference room. What you're saying is all correct, but you've only seen the surface. Jiang Chen stood up, walked to the whiteboard in the conference room, and picked up a marker. There is only one fundamental reason why the star core creatures failed. He turned around and wrote 2 words heavily on the whiteboard. Human hearts. If morale is low, the team can't be led. A company where everyone, from top to bottom, is only thinking about how to shirk responsibility, how to pass the buck, and how to coast along while waiting for compensation, that kind of company, let alone giving it 2 billion, even 20 billion or 200 billion, it will still be a bottomless pit. Jiang Chen's voice was powerful and resonant. Every word struck like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone in the conference room. Those executives who were just talking big and shifting blame onto each other all turned red in the face and lowered their heads in shame. Jiang Chen's words were so sharp they practically tore off all their pretenses, leaving them bloodied and exposed. So, my second question. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened once again. From today onwards, I'm in charge of this company. Those who are just coasting along and waiting to be fired can go to HR, collect their compensation, and leave now. Those who want to stay and work with me to save this company, then you'd better give it your all. I'll ask one more time, is there anyone who wants to leave now? The entire conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one spoke, and no one dared to move. Everyone was stunned by the powerful aura emanating from Jiang Chen. For the first time, they began to take this excessively young executive director seriously. Very good, it seems everyone wants to stay and make a difference. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. So, here is my third question. This is also the last question that will determine whether you stay or leave. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Can anyone tell me, in your respective positions, what specific tasks you have completed over the past month? What results have you achieved? What problems have you encountered? And what specific, actionable suggestions do you have for the company's future development? You have 10 minutes to prepare. Each of you must submit a written report to me. I can't write it, or it's written in a way that doesn't satisfy me. Jiang Chen paused, his voice suddenly turning cold. Then get out of here now. Chapter 34 The First Fire Stuns the Veteran. Jiang Chen's last words were like a thunderclap, exploding loudly in the quiet conference room. What? 10 minutes to write a written report? Do I also need to write about specific work, achievements, problems, and suggestions? What a joke! The dozen or so senior executives in the conference room were all stunned. What have they been doing for the past month? No, for the past 6 months. Just drifting through life, slacking off, scrolling through web pages, waiting to die. Who remembers exactly what work they did? Even if you did it, how could such trivial matters possibly be written into a decent report? Not to mention any results or suggestions. The company is about to go bankrupt, so where would the results come from? As for suggestions, the best advice is to liquidate quickly, everyone take the money and leave. But can that be written in the report? In an instant, everyone panicked. Looking at Jiang Chen's young yet cold face, they felt a sense of fear for the first time. This new young man doesn't play by the rules. This isn't a meeting, he's launching a surprise attack, trying to wipe them all out at once. Chairman Jiang. Chairman Jiang. Wang Defa, the financial director, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered as he spoke. Isn't this a bit too sudden? 10 minutes, that's too tight a time frame. We don't have a lot of data and information on hand. Yes, Chairman Jiang, we all need to go back and prepare properly. Yes, give us a day, and we guarantee you a detailed report. Others echoed this sentiment, attempting to buy time. However, Jiang Chen didn't give them any chance at all. The documents aren't on hand? Jiang Chen sneered and pointed to the clock on the conference room wall. It's 9:30 a.m., normal working hours. As senior executives of the company, you're here for a meeting. Don't you even have a basic framework for the work of your departments? Or are you saying that you haven't done anything at all this past month? His voice grew increasingly stern with each question, leaving the group of seasoned veterans speechless and sweating profusely. I'll say it again. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over everyone like a sharp blade. 10 minutes. Start the timer now. If you can't write it, then get out. After saying that, he ignored everyone and walked straight back to the main seat. He picked up his phone and started looking at it leisurely, as if the group of overwhelmed executives in front of him were just air. Now, no one dared to haggle anymore. Everyone could see that this new Chairman Jiang was serious. This is his first major act as a new official, and he's going to burn down these old hands who've been coasting along. Begging for mercy is useless, and delaying is even less likely. The only way is to bite the bullet and write it. The meeting room instantly descended into chaos. Everyone was frantically searching through their phone memos, call logs, and even WeChat chat history, trying to find any clues that could prove they had done some work this month. Some people are so anxious that they scratch their heads and almost break their pens, but they still can't write a single word. Some people, on the other hand, start making things up, digging up old stories, changing the date, and writing them down. The only sounds in the conference room were the scratching of pens and paper and the heavy breathing of the group. Time passed, second by second. Every second felt like being slowly tortured to death. Sitting in the main seat, Jiang Chen appeared to be looking at his phone, but in reality, he was using the corner of his eye to take in everyone's ugly behavior. Inner monologue, a bunch of useless trash. You've practically hollowed out the company, and you still want to act high and mighty in front of me? Today I'll show you what a crushing defeat looks like. The system's master-level business insight isn't for watching your act. He had long seen through the company's problems. Technology and direction are not the most crucial issues. At its core, it's people. It's management. Unless these parasites who are in positions of power but do not fulfill their duties are purged, this company will never have a chance to come back to life. So, he's making an example of someone today. 10 minutes passed quickly. Time's up, stop writing. Jiangchen put down his phone and said in a cold voice. Everyone seemed to have been frozen in place, their movements stiffening. Some people only wrote a few lines in their reports. Some people write extensively, but upon closer inspection, it's all empty rhetoric and platitudes, utterly devoid of substance. Starting from the left, hand in your reports one by one, Jiangchen ordered. The first person to be named was the Director of Administration. A middle-aged man with a bloated and obese appearance. He stood up shakily and handed his messy report to Jiangchen with both hands. Jiangchen took it, glanced at it only once, and then threw it directly on the table. The administration department's main tasks over the past month have included urging employees to clock in, repairing 3 printers, and purchasing a batch of office supplies. Jiangchen read the contents of the report aloud, and with each sentence, the sarcasm on his lips deepened. Results: ensured normal attendance for the company and saved on maintenance costs, hee hee. He let out a cold laugh. As for questions and suggestions, there is absolutely none. Jiangchen raised his head and looked at the fat director, his eyes so cold they looked like they were about to spill ice. Director Zhang, is this all the work you did in a month? I. The fat director was so frightened that he trembled all over and couldn't say a word. You don't need to explain. Jiangchen waved his hand and pronounced the verdict directly. You're fired. Now, immediately, go to the HR department to complete the formalities. What? The fat director was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his ears. I was fired just because of this report? Chairman Jiang. You can't do this. I'm a long-time employee of the company. You have no right to fire me like this, he shouted excitedly. That power? Jiangchen laughed, a laugh tinged with utter contempt. President Qin has appointed me as the executive director, giving me full authority over all company affairs. This means that here, I am the rule. As for whether you're a long-term employee, Jiangchen's gaze suddenly turned sharp. A company is not a retirement home. Long-term employees who don't create value are a liability to the company. Cleaning up liability assets is the first thing I will do after taking office. You are the first. Now, I'm giving you 2 choices. First, leave gracefully, and the company will give you N+1 compensation in accordance with labor law. Second, have the security guards invite you out. That way, you won't get a single penny of compensation, and your name will appear on the blacklist of all Qin Group subsidiaries. You choose. Jiangchen's words were like a cold knife pressed against the fat director's throat. The fat director's face turned deathly pale instantly. He knew Jiangchen wasn't joking. If he really gets blacklisted by the Qin family, then he can forget about ever working in the business world of Tianhai City again. He collapsed instantly, like a deflated balloon. I'll leave. He said dejectedly, and then, amidst everyone's sympathetic yet fearful gazes, he walked out of the conference room with his head down. The entire conference room was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by Jiangchen's thunderous actions. Make an example of someone. This is the real example of making an example of someone. They looked at the indifferent young man in the main seat, with only one thought in their minds. Star Core creatures, the world is about to change. Chapter 35. Sorry, you've all been fired. The administrative director was kicked out of the conference room like a stray dog, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. The remaining dozen or so executives were all silent and trembling, not daring to even breathe loudly. They stared in horror at the nonsensical report in front of them, their palms sweating profusely. Just moments ago, they thought the administrative director was unlucky to be the first to run into trouble. Only now did they realize that the chicken that was killed was themselves. Who will be next? Everyone was starting to have second thoughts. Jiangchen's gaze swept over the pale faces, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips. That's the effect he wanted. Unless we completely shatter their refers to a mentality of taking chances or relying on luck, they will never learn their lesson. Next. He spoke softly, his voice low, yet it sounded like a death knell, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The second person to be interviewed was the Human Resources Director, a middle-aged woman dressed in a flamboyant manner. She took a deep breath, forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace, and swayed her hips as she handed over her report. "Chairman Jiang, this is my report. Please take a look." Jiang Chen took it, but only glanced at it before losing interest. The Human Resources Department's main tasks over the past month have been processing the resignations of 7 employees and interviewing 3 new employees, none of whom have been hired. Results: none. Problems and suggestions: none. Jiang Chen raised his eyelids, looked at the woman, and asked calmly, "Is this all your HR department has done in a month?" "Chairman Jiang, this isn't our fault," the woman immediately complained. "With the company in such a state, everyone outside knows we're going to go bankrupt. Who would want to come? It's already a huge achievement that we've managed to keep our current staff from leaving." "Oh? Is that so?" Jiang Chen smiled noncommittally. "Maintaining employee turnover? I think it's more about keeping yourselves employed." He incisively exposed the woman's lie. The woman's face turned pale, and she still tried to argue. Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently. "All right, that's enough. You should also go to the HR department and resign." Next. Another one. The atmosphere in the meeting room was extremely tense. Everyone felt as if a guillotine was hanging over their necks, ready to fall at any moment. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Jiang Chen's efficiency is astonishing. He hardly looks at the detailed contents of the report. He can make a judgment immediately by just glancing at the core work overview. His judgment was singular. "You're fired. The same to you. And you, get out of here." In less than 10 minutes, in the conference room, apart from Li Weidong, the director of the RD department, and Wang Defa, the financial director, he fired all the heads of the other departments, including the marketing department, the purchasing department, and the legal department. The entire conference room instantly became more than half empty. The remaining 2, Li Weidong and Wang Defa, sat there, feeling extremely uncomfortable, their faces as white as paper. They looked at Jiang Chen with fear and confusion in their eyes. "This is insane. This new chairman Jiang is absolutely insane. Doesn't he know that firing so many department heads at once would immediately paralyze the entire company? What exactly does he want to do? Could it be that his purpose in coming here was not to save the company, but to bury it with his own hands?" "Chairman Jiang. Chairman Jiang." Wang Defa, the financial director, spoke with a trembling voice. You fired them all, so how is the company supposed to continue its work?" His question also voiced Li Weidong's true feelings. Jiang Chen smiled faintly as he looked at the terrified expressions on their faces. That's exactly the effect he wanted. No destruction, no construction. If all these rotten roots are not cut off, new shoots will never grow. "Director Wang, you don't need to worry." Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Wang Defa's report. "I've read your report. Although it's poorly written, at least you wrote a sentence in the problems section." He picked up Wang Defa's report and read it aloud. "The company's internal approval process is too cumbersome, and there are many unreasonable expenditures in the financial accounts, which are suspected to be you didn't dare to finish writing the rest." Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Wang Defa, his eyes becoming meaningful. "You mean to say that some senior executives are suspected of abusing their positions to enrich themselves, right?" Wang Defa was jolted awake, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. He never expected that his casual grumble, written just to reach the word count, would actually be noticed by Jiang Chen. Moreover, they even pointed it out to him. I didn't, Chairman Jiang, that's not what I meant." He was so frightened that he quickly waved his hands in denial. "This is not something you can just say casually. Those directors who were fired, though incompetent, had deep roots and complex relationships within the company. If they find out that I stabbed them in the back, I'll never have a good life again." "You don't need to be afraid." Jiang Chen reassured him, "Since I dared to fire them all, I'm not afraid of their retaliation. I'm letting you stay because you at least still retain the professional ethics of a finance person. Although you don't have the courage to expose it." Jiang Chen threw the report back to Wang Defa. "Now, I'm giving you a chance. I'm giving you 3 days to set up an internal review team, and you will be the team leader. Give me all the company's accounts from the past 3 years, one by one, and have me check them again. I want to know exactly how that 2 billion was lost. How much of it was actually used for research and development, and how much was pocketed by certain people. You shall report all the problems that are uncovered, no matter who is involved or how high their rank is, directly to me alone. I'm giving you the authority to access any company documents and question any employee during the review process. If anyone refuses to cooperate, write down their name and I'll deal with them." Jiang Chen's voice was firm and resolute. "So, Director Wang, do you dare to take on this task?" Wang Defa was completely stunned. He looked at Jiang Chen, his heart pounding. He never dreamed that this young man would have such courage and determination. Audit 3 years' worth of accounts. This is tantamount to turning the entire management team of the company upside down. This is absolutely insane. But, looking into Jiang Chen's sharp and determined eyes, a long extinguished flame in Wang Defa's heart was rekindled. As a finance professional, what he hates most are those parasites who treat the company like their own personal ATM. Previously, he neither had the ability nor the courage to confront them. But now, the opportunity is right in front of us. Behind them is the seemingly unfathomable Chairman Jiang. Let's do it. Wang Defa gritted his teeth, stood up from his chair, and nodded heavily to Jiang Chen. "Chairman Jiang, I'll take the call. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll get to the bottom of everything within 3 days." His voice was filled with excitement and determination. Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. It is easy to find 1,000 soldiers, but difficult to find a good general. Wang Defa was exactly the sharpest knife he needed. Then, his gaze turned to the last person remaining in the conference room. Li Weidong, Director of R&D Department. Chapter 36. Do you want a miracle? Li Weidong, the R&D Director of Xingha Biotechnology, is an old man in his 50s, half-bald, with a foul and stubborn temper. He was the only person in the entire company that Jiang Chen treated differently. Because his report contained not a single empty phrase or platitude, nor any words of shirking responsibility. The 3 pages were filled with technical jargon, detailing every technical challenge their team had overcome, every experiment they had conducted, and every failure they had experienced over the past 3 years. In the final suggestion section, he wrote only 8 words. Even a clever housewife can't cook without rice. It was filled with resentment and helplessness. He is a pure technologist. A capable and proud veteran, but born at the wrong time, whose edges have been worn down by reality. At this moment, the veteran was looking at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. He witnessed firsthand how Jiang Chen used ruthless methods to wipe out the entire management team in just half an hour. To be honest, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He had long disliked those who only knew how to flatter and scheme against each other. However, after the initial pleasure came a deeper sense of confusion. If you've already blessed people, how can the company operate? Even if the finance department can find the problems and expose all the corrupt officials, how can we solve the most critical product issues? Without money and without direction, everything is just empty talk. He felt that Jiang Chen's actions just now were nothing more than a last struggle before his death. This young man may have some skill and some courage. But all of this is meaningless in the face of absolute technological barriers and capital disparities. Director Li. Jiang Chen's voice interrupted Li Weidong's thoughts. "I've read your report too." Jiang Chen picked up the report filled with technical jargon and waved it around. "It's well written. At least it shows me that there are still people in this company who are actually doing the work." Upon hearing this praise, Li Weidong's perpetually grumpy face showed a slight change in expression. He's a tech fanatic, and the thing he values most in his life is others recognizing his skills. Unfortunately, during his 3 years at Xingha Biotechnology, what he heard most was doubt, urging, and the question of why there are still no results. Jiang Chen's simple statement, "There are still people working," touched him more than any bonus or honor. "Chairman Jiang, you flatter us," Li Weidong said in a muffled voice. "We were just doing our duty. Unfortunately, it was of no use." His tone was filled with disappointment. "Who says it's useless?" Jiang Chen smiled. He stood up, walked over to Li Weidong, and gently placed the report on the table in front of him. "Director Li, in this report you mentioned that your team has achieved a key breakthrough in the neural signal recognition algorithm, is that right?" Li Weidong paused for a moment, then nodded. "That's right. In theory, our algorithm can improve the accuracy of bioelectrical signal recognition to 99.7%, which surpasses the vast majority of similar products on the market." When talking about his professional field, Li Weidong's eyes lit up again. But soon, that brilliance faded again. "However, this is just theory. We don't have enough funds to produce high-precision sensors, nor do we have the capacity to conduct large-scale clinical trials. No matter how good the algorithm is, if it can't be applied to products, it's just a pile of waste paper. No, that's not waste paper. Jiang Chen shook his head, staring intently at him. That's gold. A piece of gold buried in the sand, gold that hasn't had a chance to shine yet. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then posed a question that made Li Weidong's heart skip a beat. Director Li, if I were to tell you that money is no longer an issue. Moreover, I can point you in a completely new direction that will absolutely allow your technology to shine. Would you be willing to believe me one more time? Li Weidong suddenly raised his head and stared intently at Jiang Chen. Money is not a problem? Chairman Jiang, you're not joking, are you? Do you know how much it costs to turn our algorithm into a product? The subsequent production, testing, and promotion are a bottomless pit. Of course I know. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, yet full of undeniable confidence. The first payment, 500 million yuan, will be transferred to the company's account within 3 days. This money is specifically for your R&D department. Buy whatever equipment you want. Recruit whatever talent you want. Double the salaries, I'll approve it. Boom. 500 million. This number was like a bombshell, exploding in Li Weidong's mind. He was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. When President Qin initially allocated 2 billion yuan, spread over 3 years, the actual funding the R&D department could receive each year was less than 200 million yuan. Now, this young man, without even opening his mouth, is asking for 500 million. Moreover, the money will arrive within 3 days. How is this possible? How could the group's board of directors possibly approve funding for Xingha Bio, a bottomless pit? Who are you? Li Weidong's voice trembled slightly. For the first time, he began to doubt Jiang Chen's identity. This young man is definitely not just some gilded playboy. Who I am is not important. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and changed the subject. He walked to the whiteboard and erased the words human hearts that he had just written. Then, I picked up a pen and wrote a few words on it. Smart wearable devices for pets. Director Li, this is the new direction I've pointed out for you. Jiang Chen turned around, looked at the bewildered Li Weidong, and slowly began to explain. I know that your previous goal was high-end medical care and helping disabled people regain their mobility. This goal is great, but also distant. What we need to do now is to survive. Have you ever thought about applying your world's most advanced neural signal recognition algorithm to pets? With a tiny chip, we can monitor a pet's various physiological indicators in real time, such as heart rate, blood pressure, blood sugar, and body temperature. We can even translate their emotions by analyzing their faint bioelectrical signals. Happiness, sadness, fear, anxiety. Just think about it, what a huge market this is. Young people today treat their pets like their own children. How much are they willing to spend on their furry friends? A device that can tell you anytime, anywhere whether your cat or dog is happy or not, whether it's feeling well. Do you think they'd go crazy for it? Jiang Chen's voice was full of seduction. The blueprint he painted made Li Weidong, a seasoned scholar who had dedicated his life to serious scientific research, feel his blood boil and his eyes grow brighter and brighter. Yes. Why didn't he think of that? They kept getting stuck on the most difficult aspects of human medicine, determined to work tirelessly towards it. But they overlooked the fact that there was a vast and boundless blue sea right next to them. Pet market. Using their dragon-slaying level technology to expand into this market would be a complete game-changer. Li Weidong's breathing became rapid. His heart, which had been dormant for 3 years, began to beat wildly at an unprecedented speed at this moment. He seemed to see a brand new door slowly opening in front of him. Chairman Jiang, he stood up excitedly, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Jiang Chen looked at him with a confident smile on his face. Director Li, I know you still have many doubts in your mind. It's okay, I'll give you a day to go back and, together with your team, properly digest what I said today. Tomorrow morning, still here, I want to see a complete technical feasibility report based on this new direction. At the same time, please also list the equipment and personnel you need. Remember, money is not a problem. Jiang Chen walked to Li Weidong's side, patted him on the shoulder, and his voice became deep and powerful. What I need is your attitude. Are you still willing to join this madman, me, in creating a miracle? Li Weidong was shocked. Miracle? He hadn't heard that word in many years. He looked at the young man before him, whose deep eyes seemed to burn with a flame large enough to start a prairie fire. That flame also ignited the last embers of resentment in his heart. Good. Li Weidong slammed his hand on the table and roared out a single word with all his might. Chairman Jiang. I'll do it. I'll go back right now and wake up those bastards. We'll stay up all night and give you the perfect solution. After saying that, he grabbed the report on the table and rushed out of the conference room like a gust of wind. That figure no longer showed the previous dejection and aging. Yes, there is only the fighting spirit and hope to be reborn. In the huge conference room, only Jiang Chen and the financial director Wang Defa remained. Wang Defa watched Li Weidong's departing figure, then looked at Jiang Chen, who sat calmly in the main seat. He was still in a state of great shock. He felt like he was dreaming. In less than an hour, more than a dozen senior executives were all dismissed. The company, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, received an investment of 500 million yuan. The RD team, facing a dead end, found a completely new direction. All of this is because of this young man in front of us. Who exactly is he? How did he manage to do that? Looking at Jiang Chen, Wang Defa's eyes held not only awe but also a hint of fanatical worship. He knew that he might have chosen the right person to follow. The miracle of Star Core life may truly begin today, right here in this conference room. Chapter 37 500 million is just an appetizer. In the conference room, Jiang Chen picked up the water glass on the table and leisurely took a sip. The dismissal of two troublesome executives and the promise of a 500 million yuan pie made him feel that his performance just now deserved a perfect score. Inner monologue, TSK, with my talent for making empty promises, it's a waste not to be a self-help guru. But speaking of which, system, you're not asking me to pay for this 500 million out of my own pocket, are you? Although I can afford it, it still feels a bit like a loss. Bite. In my mind, the long-lost system notification sound rang out. System notification, the host has successfully triggered and partially completed the A-level mission, the savior of the board of directors. Phase 1 of the missions, reshape the Star Core biotechnology management team and establish absolute leadership. Interim assessment, perfect. Interim rewards are being distributed. Reward 150 million RMB in cash, already credited to account. Reward 2, a special support fund of 500 million yuan from the group will be specially approved by the Qin Group's board of directors and transferred to Xingha Biotechnology Company's account within 3 days. The host has absolute control over this fund. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing when he saw the information on the system panel. Inner monologue, system, you're such a sweetheart. Not only did you reimburse me, but you also gave me 50 million in pocket money. This move is way ahead of the curve. Jiang Chen was in a great mood and looked at Wang Defa, the financial director who was still standing there in a daze, with a warm smile on his face. Director Wang, Director Li is already busy with his work. Shouldn't you get started on your end too? Oh. Yes. Wang Defa suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly bowed and scraped, saying, Chairman Jiang, I'll go right away. I'll set up an investigation team immediately and get the person in charge for you today. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, then added, remember, when you're auditing the accounts, be thorough, but also pay attention to your methods. We're conducting an audit, not launching a political campaign. I only want results. I don't want to create chaos and uncertainty within the company, understand? Understood. Don't worry, Chairman Jiang, I understand. Wang Defa nodded repeatedly. He is now completely convinced of Jiang Chen's abilities. This young Chairman Jiang not only has ruthless methods but also a compassionate heart. He is meticulous in his work and considers everything very thoroughly. Working under a leader like this makes me feel at ease. Wang Defa, as if injected with adrenaline, accepted the order and left. Soon, the huge conference room was empty except for Jiang Chen. He leaned back in the comfortable leather seat, closed his eyes, and began to organize his plans in his mind. Restructuring the company is only the first step. Next, product research and development, production, marketing, channel development, every step is a tough battle. However, he wasn't flustered at all. Because he has a system. Master-level business insights, God-level corporate strategies, these skills are his greatest source of confidence. Moreover, behind him stands Qin Lingyue and the entire Qin Group. Inner monologue, pet smart wearable devices. This market is much bigger than Qin Lingyue and the others imagined. It's not just a hardware product, behind it lies a massive data platform and a completely new pet social ecosystem. Once it takes off, Xinghe Bio's valuation will increase more than 100-fold. At that time, my 5% original shares, hee. Jiangchen became more and more excited as he thought about it, as if he could already see countless coins beckoning to him. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I saw it was an unfamiliar number. Jiang Chen answered the call casually. Hello. Chairman Jiang. Hello. I'm Wang Tiancheng. On the other end of the phone came an incredibly enthusiastic voice, even bordering on obsequious. Wang Tiancheng? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment before he remembered. Isn't that the general manager of SPI Luxury Department Store? I am still a shareholder of SPI. Oh, it's Mr. Wang. Hello. Jiang Chen's tone was indifferent. Oh, Chairman Jiang, please don't call me President Wang, just call me Xiao Wang. Wang Tiancheng said in a very humble manner on the other end of the phone. Chairman Jiang, I'm calling you now to report on the immersive art shopping experience exhibition proposal you put forward at the board meeting last time. We've already started implementing it, and the results are simply phenomenal. Wang Tiancheng's voice was filled with excitement. Following your instructions, we cut the entire budget for inviting online influencers to do live streams. Then we spent a fortune to bring in a top-notch interior designer from Italy to transform the entire first floor of our mall into a mobile art gallery. Then, we partnered with several private banks and equestrian clubs, sending out limited edition invitations to their top members. Guess what? Those wealthy wives are absolutely scrambling for them. A single invitation is fetching up to 100,000 yuan in their circles. In the past few days, our mall's customer traffic has tripled compared to usual. And all of them are high net worth customers with real spending power. Sales revenue has also increased, it has increased fivefold. Wang Tiancheng became more and more excited as he spoke, almost to the point of gesturing wildly. Chairman Jiang, you're simply a genius. Our entire board of directors is now in awe of you. This isn't just a planning proposal, it's a money printing machine. Jiangchen simply smiled faintly as he listened to Wang Tiancheng's flattery. All of this was within his expectations. The skill of master-level business insight allows him to easily see through the essence of business phenomena and grasp the core user needs. For truly wealthy people, what they buy is never the product itself. What they're buying is style, social circles, and a sense of identity. Jiang Chen's solution precisely met their deepest need. Mr. Wang, this is just the beginning. Jiang Chen's tone remained calm. A good event can only bring short-term traffic. How to retain this traffic and turn it into long-term brand value for the mall is the question you need to think about next. Yes. Chairman Jiang, you're right. We were just about to invite you back to give us some more guidance. Wang Tiancheng quickly replied. No need for guidance, Jiang Chen refused directly. I have a new job recently and I'm very busy. I don't have time to return to SPI. Huh? Wang Tiancheng panicked upon hearing this. Chairman Jiang, you can't abandon us. You are the pillar of SPI. If you're not here, we'll be at a loss. Inner monologue, now they know how to suck up to powerful figures? Where were they before? But this is a good opportunity. Jiang Chen's eyes darted around, and a plan came to him. Mr. Wang, although I'm not here, I can recommend someone to you. Who? Wang Tiancheng asked curiously. I have a friend named Wang Hao. He is now a programmer at an internet company. Jiang Chen paused, then spoke in a profound and enigmatic tone. Although he is young, he has a genius-like sense for internet marketing and user operations. Many of the inspirations for my plan actually came from him. If you at SPI want to truly embrace the internet and undergo digital transformation, you need this kind of talent. We'll poach him and set up an independent new media operations department, with him in full charge. I can guarantee that within 6 months, SPI's online influence will definitely reach a new level. Jiang Chen's words were half true and half false. Wang Hao is indeed a programmer and understands the internet. But Jiang Chen's claims about a genius-like sense of smell and the inspiration for the plan coming from him are pure nonsense. His purpose in doing this was very simple. He just wanted to help his good brother out. Wang Hao was unhappy working at that 996 company. He worked overtime every day and didn't earn much money. Now that Jiang Chen has the ability, he naturally wants his brothers to live a good life as well. Moreover, having Wang Haoan in SPI would also help him keep an eye on the company. Killing two birds with one stone. Upon hearing this, how could Wang Tiancheng, on the other end of the phone, not believe it? He was personally recommended by Chairman Jiang. Could that be an ordinary person? Let alone a programmer. Even if Chairman Jiang said he was a janitor, Wang Tiancheng would still treat him like a revered monk. Okay. Chairman Jiang, I understand. Wang Tiancheng said excitedly, I'll go right away. I'll go personally. I'll invite Mr. Wang Hao to our company. Don't worry about the position, salary, or benefits, we'll offer you the highest possible terms. Jiang Chen hung up the phone with satisfaction. He could almost picture the look of utter disbelief on his best friend's face when Wang Tiancheng drove his Rolls-Royce to the ground floor of Wang Hao's run-down rental apartment. Inner monologue, bro, this is all I can do for you. From now on, you'll be a department director earning $1 million salary, so don't call me Versailles anymore. Jiang Chen stood up in a cheerful mood, stretched, and walked out of the conference room. On my first day at work, I cleaned up the company and made arrangements for my colleagues. It feels pretty good. He was about to take the elevator back to the top floor to report to Qin Lingyue when his phone rang again. This time, it was a video call. The caller ID showed it was his sister, Jiang Yu. Chapter 38. Bro, are you in a relationship? Looking at his sister's familiar smiling face on his phone screen, Jiang Chen's heart softened instantly. He walked to a quiet corner and pressed the answer button. Elder brother. Jiang Yu's clear and lively voice immediately came from the phone. In the video, she is leaning against the hospital bed, wearing a pink hospital gown. Although her face is still a little pale, her spirits are much better than before. Behind her was the bright and clean environment of the VIP ward, with a bouquet of fresh lilies on the bedside table. Yeah, how are you feeling today? Has the doctor come to check on you? Jiang Chen asked with a smile, his voice softening unconsciously. I'm doing great. The doctor just came by this morning and said all my indicators are recovering very well. In a few days, I can prepare for my first chemotherapy session. Jiang Yu waved her little fist, looking optimistic. That's good. Jiang Chen was relieved. Brother, didn't you go to work today? Why does the place you're in look so high class? Jiang Yu blinked her curious eyes, looking at the background behind Jiang Chen. Behind Jiang Chen was the corridor of the Qin Group headquarters, decorated like a 7-star hotel, full of modernity and technology. Yeah, I got a new job, and today's my first day at the company, Jiang Chen explained with a smile. Wow! The new company is so beautiful. Bro, what's your position now? You must have been promoted, right? Jiang Yu asked excitedly. Well, I guess so, Jiang Chen said vaguely. A junior leader. He couldn't very well tell his sister that he was now the executive director of a company, a shareholder of a department store, and worth billions, could he? He was afraid of scaring his sister. Wow! My brother is amazing! Jiang Yu exclaimed, showering him with admiration. I knew it! My brother is the best in the world. Hearing his sister's praise, Jiang Chen felt even happier than if he had earned $1 billion. By the way, bro. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something, leaned forward, lowered her voice, and showed a gossipy expression. That pretty lady from yesterday, she didn't contact you again, right? Pretty lady? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment before realizing that she was referring to Qin Lingyue. No, why? He. Jiang Yu revealed a sly smile that said, I've seen through everything. Brother, don't lie to me. After that lady left yesterday, Mom told me that the way she looked at you was strange. Mom also said that the other girl is as beautiful as an angel, rich, and has a strong presence, but she's a bit cold-hearted. But that's okay, Mom said that cold-hearted girls are caring. Brother, tell me honestly, have you already won her over? Jiang Chen was completely bewildered. What nonsense are you talking about? She's my boss. Boss? Jiang Yu curled her lip, looking incredulous. I don't believe it. What kind of boss would personally go to the hospital to see an employee's sister? And bring so many expensive gifts? And when I asked her if she was your girlfriend, her face turned bright red all the way to her neck. I saw it. Bro, just admit it. You're definitely dating her. Jiang Chen was both amused and exasperated. You little brat, what do you know about dating? How could I not understand? I've watched 800 idol dramas. Jiang Yu retorted confidently. According to the plot, you, a handsome and talented male lead from an ordinary background, meet a domineering female CEO who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. The two of you cross paths due to various coincidences. Then, the female CEO is attracted by your kindness and talent and gradually falls in love with you. Brother, am I right? Jiang Chen was stunned by his sister's accurate summary of the plot. Inner monologue, holy crap. Sis, you should become a screenwriter. This plot is exactly the same as what you described. Except that I don't have any talent and rely entirely on the system. You just watch too many TV dramas, Jiang Chen said, still denying it, and rubbed his temples with a smile. TCH, fine, don't admit it then. Jiang Yu pouted. But brother, to be honest, that sister is really a nice person. Although she seems cold, I feel that she's not a bad person at heart. And she really cares about you. If you really like her, take the initiative. Girls need to be coaxed. You're so handsome, you'll definitely win her over. Listening to his sister's earnest teachings, a strange ripple stirred in Jiang Chen's heart. Between him and Qin Lingyue. Is it really just a simple employment relationship? He himself couldn't explain it clearly. At first, he did indeed only regard Qin Lingyue as a walking money-giving boy and an S-level mission-issuing machine. Everything he did was to complete the task and obtain the reward. However, as their relationship deepened, from carrying her shopping on his back to telling her bedtime stories, and then to helping her out of a difficult situation at the board meeting, he discovered that his feelings for that woman were subtly changing. He would feel happy to see her blush with embarrassment. He will feel a sense of accomplishment beyond the task rewards because of her approval. He would even subconsciously want to protect her, wanting to see her truly happy smile after her iceberg melted. Is this liking someone? Jiang Chen didn't know. All he knew was that the mission of the Queen's personal guardian was more than just a mission to him. Alright, little housekeeper, stop worrying about your brother. Jiang Chen interrupted his sister's love lesson with a smile. Your task now is to focus on getting better and cooperate with the doctor's treatment. Once you're better, I'll take you on a trip around the world. Really? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Yay! That's awesome. You're the best, bro. Jiang Yu cheered happily from her hospital bed. The two chatted about everyday things for a while before Jiang Chen hung up the phone. As he put away his phone, the smile on his face slowly faded. His sister's optimism brought him comfort, but also put him under greater pressure. First chemotherapy session. He knew it would be a very painful process. He had to earn more money, control more resources, and provide his sister with the best medicine in the world and the best doctors in the world. He wanted to spare his sister some suffering. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's eyes became more determined than ever before. Starcore life formation must succeed. He not only wanted to turn it around, but also to make it a true business empire. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, turned around, and pressed the elevator button leading to the top floor office. He was going to report his work achievements for the day to that pretty lady. He was really looking forward to seeing Qin Lingyue's reaction when she found out that he had managed to bless all the management of her mess in just one morning. Chapter 39 Her Majesty's Shock. Top floor, Chairman's office. Qin Lingyue sat in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of coffee in her hand, but her gaze was not focused on the bustling city skyline outside the window. She was daydreaming. My mind keeps replaying what happened in the restaurant this morning. Jiang Chen's words, my mom said, such a good girl, I wonder which scoundrel will end up with her, echoed in her ears like a curse. Her cheeks began to burn again, without her noticing. No one has ever dared to speak to her like this before. What's even more infuriating is that she found herself not angry at all. There was even a tiny bit of secret joy. The moment this thought popped into her head, Qin Lingyue was startled. This is insane. She must be crazy. Why would I have such inexplicable feelings for that guy? He's just my employee. A waiter I hired with a monthly salary of 1 million. Yes, that's it. Qin Lingyue took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She threw Jiang Chen into the mess that Starcore Biotechnology was trying to make him back down and understand that there was a world of difference between them. Why should a man who can't even fill a hole of 2 billion be allowed to stand beside Qin Lingyue? She refused to believe that Jiang Chen could create another miracle today, just like he did at the SPI board meeting. The veterans of the Star Core biosphere are far more difficult to deal with than the bunch of clueless SPI members who only know how to read the room. Jiang Chen will definitely get a humiliating defeat today and slink back to beg for forgiveness. Thinking of this, Xin Yue felt a little more at ease. She picked up her coffee, took a sip, and a barely perceptible cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. Jiang Chen, just you wait and see. Soon, you will know what the cruelty of society is. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Xin Yue said calmly. The door was pushed open, and Jiang Chen's gentle, smiling face appeared in the doorway. He changed his clothes, no longer wearing the casual clothes from the morning, but a well-tailored Armani suit, which made him look tall and elegant. President Qin, I'd like to report to you on my work at Xingha Biotechnology today. Jiang Chen walked to the desk and spoke in a humble yet assertive manner. Xin Yue put down her coffee cup, leaned back in her chair, and adopted a posture that said, I'm ready to listen to your complaints. Go ahead, she said calmly. Are you in trouble? Those old guys, they're not easy to deal with, are they? I've run into a little trouble. Jiang Chen nodded. Xin Yue sneered inwardly. Just as she expected. However, it's already been resolved. Jiang Chen's next words froze her smile on her face. Resolved? Xin Yue frowned. How was it resolved? Oh, it's nothing. Jiang Chen's tone was so casual, as if he were just saying that the weather was nice today. I just had them write a work report, and then fired those who didn't do a good job. Reprimanded? Xin Yue was taken aback. How many were reprimanded? Jiang Chen extended one finger, thought for a moment, then pried open another hand, and then added 2 more fingers. No more, no less, 13 in total. Cough, cough, cough. Xin Yue spat out the mouthful of water she had just taken a sip of, choking so badly that it shook the heavens and earth. What did you say? She suddenly stood up from her chair, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief, her voice trembling. You fired them all? The management team of Xingha Bio consists of only 15 people. He fired 13 in one go? Only 2 left? That madman. Does he even know what he's doing? President Qin, please don't get agitated. Mind your image. Jiang Chen handed over a tissue, his face still showing his calm and collected expression. Image? Xin Yue was so angry she almost laughed. You've practically torn my company apart, and you want me to care about my image? Jiang Chen. I'm asking you to reorganize the company, not to dissolve it. Xin Yue was truly enraged. She felt her blood pressure skyrocketing. In her 26 years of life, she had never seen anyone so outrageous or audacious. President Qin, please calm down. Jiang Chen looked at her furious appearance, but instead of being afraid, he found it a little funny. He pulled out the chair opposite his desk and sat down by himself. The reason I fired them is because they were all parasites and cancers in the company. Keeping them around will only continue to waste the company's resources and drag StarCore Bio into an even deeper abyss. I'm not calling this dissolving the company, I'm calling this scraping the bone to remove the poison. Scraping the bone to remove poison? Xin Yue was so angry at his twisted logic that she couldn't speak. Fine. Even if you scrape the bone to remove poison. But if you've already blessed the person, who will do the work afterward? Just you, a financial director, and a research and development director, 3 people. Do you think you can turn the world upside down? 3 people are enough. Jiang Chen's tone was full of strong confidence. 1 person, responsible for raising the money. 1 person is responsible for spending money. And I. He looked at Xin Yue, a slight smile playing on his lips, revealing a smile that could charm the world. Take responsibility, lead them, and create miracles. For a moment, Xin Yue stared into Jiang Chen's eyes, completely mesmerized. Those eyes seemed to hold a vast ocean of stars, deep, bright, and filled with boundless magic. It made her unconsciously want to believe. Believe every word he says. Believe in him, he really can create miracles. You. Xin Yue's heart was in turmoil. She discovered that her pride in her rationality and composure was crumbling little by little when she was with this man. It seems she really has no way to deal with him. I have finished my report. Jiang Chen stood up and bowed slightly to Xin Yue. If you have no further instructions, I'll head back to the annex. Tomorrow, I need to go to StarCore Biotechnology to oversee the overall situation. After saying that, he turned around gracefully and walked towards the door. Stop! Qin Lengyue subconsciously called out to him. Is there anything else, Mr. Qin? Jiang Chen turned around, a questioning smile on his face. Qin Lengyue looked at him, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Should we blame him? Every word he said made sense. Should she doubt him? But his confident demeanor made it impossible for her to doubt him. In the end, all those words were summed up in one sentence. A statement that even she herself found inexplicable. Tonight, you. She stopped mid-sentence, a blush rising on her fair cheeks. Jiang Chen was secretly delighted to see her haughty and hesitant expression. He knew what she wanted to say. He pretended not to understand and asked, "What happened to me last night?" Qin Lengyue bit her lip, and finally, as if she had made up her mind, she turned her head to the side, not daring to look Jiang Chen in the eye, and said in a rapid, tongue-twisting voice. Come to my room at 11 p.m. I can't sleep again. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Chen's reply, she picked up the documents on the table and pretended to read them carefully. However, her slightly trembling hands and bright red ears completely betrayed her inner turmoil. Looking at her adorable appearance, Jiang Chen could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. Okay, Miss Qin. He answered softly in a magnetic, indulgent tone. Your personalized lullaby service is ready for you anytime. Chapter 40 Another Sleepless Night. When Jiang Chen returned to his suite in the annex of the Cloud Palace, it was already dusk. He took a hot shower, changed into comfortable loungewear, poured himself a glass of red wine, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the city of Tianhai is ablaze with lights, like stars fallen to earth. Meanwhile, in the main building not far away, the study that belonged to Qin Lengyue was still lit up. Jiang Chen swirled his wineglass, gazing at the lights, a slight smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Everything that happened today was replaying in his mind like a movie. He purged the management team, appeased the top tech guys, promised a 500 million yuan bonus, and even conveniently arranged a million yuan a year job for his best friend. In just one day, he accomplished what many people cannot do in a lifetime. This feeling of being in control is really great. Inner monologue, system, oh system, you've truly changed my life. Before, I was lucky to even avoid being fired, let alone fire others. Now the life and death of the entire company is in my hands. This feeling is even more exhilarating than earning $1 billion. He took a sip of red wine, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat, bringing a burning pleasure. His gaze returned to the direction of the main building. Qin Lengyue. That woman who appeared cold on the outside, but seemed to have a fire burning inside. The queen who would blush at a joke and ask him for help when she couldn't sleep. The thought of telling her a bedtime story at 11 o'clock filled Jiang Chen with a strange sense of anticipation. He realized that he seemed to have grown addicted to it. He enjoys the process of watching an iceberg melt away little by little in front of him. That would be more fulfilling than conquering any business empire. 10:59 p.m. Jiang Chen appeared at the door of Qin Lengyue's bedroom right on time. He knocked gently on the door. Come in. From inside came Qin Lengyue's clear, cold voice, but with a hint of barely perceptible tension. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and entered. In the bedroom, only a dim bedside lamp was on. Qin Lengyue was wearing a moon-white silk nightgown, leaning against the bed with a book in her hand, but Jiang Chen could tell that her mind was not on the book at all. She seemed even more uncomfortable today than last time. When she saw Jiang Chen come in, she even subconsciously pulled the blanket up to cover most of her body. I'm here, she said calmly, but she didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen. Yes, it's here. Jiang Chen walked to his usual spot and sat down on the sofa 3 meters away from the bed. Miss Qin, what kind of story would you like to hear tonight? He asked with a smile. Whatever, Qin Lengyue squeezed out 2 words from her throat. Jiang Chen found her arrogant demeanor amusing. Inner monologue, whatever, huh? If you really didn't care, you wouldn't have been waiting here half an hour in advance. You say you don't want it, but your actions say otherwise. He thought for a moment, and the skills of the master storyteller in his mind started to activate automatically. Countless stories flashed through his mind. In the end, he chose one. Then tonight, I'll tell you a story about the desert and the rose. Jiang Chen's voice was gentle and soothing, like a breeze that swept over Qin Lengyue's restless heart. Long, long ago, there was a vast desert. In the desert, there was nothing but endless yellow sand and a scorching sun. All life avoided this desert. But in the heart of this desert, there grows a unique rose. She was very beautiful, but also very lonely. She used her sharp thorns to protect herself, to keep anything away. Because she was afraid of being hurt, afraid that her soft heart would not be able to withstand the cruelty of the desert. Jiang Chen's story is told in a gentle and detailed manner. Qin Lengyue unconsciously lowered her hand that was holding the book. Her heart was gripped tightly by this story. Desert. Rose. Thorns. Isn't this talking about herself? The Qin group is like that cruel desert. And she was that rose that used indifference and domineering to disguise herself. Until one day, a traveler got lost in this desert. Jiang Chen's voice continued to ring out. He was dying of thirst, but when he saw the rose, he didn't try to pick it or possess it like the others. He simply stopped a short distance away and used the last bit of water from his jug to water the sand at its feet. The rose was surprised and asked the traveler why he did this. The traveler smiled and said, "Because I saw your beauty, and I also saw your loneliness. I don't want to bother you. I just hope that you won't be so lonely in this desert." Upon hearing this, Qin Lengyue's eyes actually became slightly moist. She felt as if her heart was being gently held by a warm, large hand. That feeling was sour, tingly, yet incredibly warm. She subconsciously looked up at the man sitting on the sofa. Under the dim light, his profile was sharply defined, and he was unbelievably handsome. His gaze was focused and gentle, as if she were the only person left in his world. At that moment, Qin Lengyue's heart was completely thrown into turmoil. She realized that she seemed to have developed an inexplicable feeling for this man. This feeling frightened her, yet it also made her unable to resist wanting to get closer. Jiang Chen finished telling the story. Later, the traveler left the desert. But from then on, every year, he would return here to visit the rose. He never picked her, nor did he ever ask her to change for him. He simply stayed by her side, silently. And that rose, gradually, put away its thorns. She began to believe that there was a kind of warmth in this world that could melt the cold of the desert. The story is over. The bedroom was quiet. Jiang Chen looked up and found Qin Lengyue staring at him blankly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears and filled with complex emotions. This time, she didn't fall asleep like she did last time. She just stood there, quietly watching him. The two locked eyes. Something seemed to be quietly fermenting in the air. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Cough. It was Jiang Chen who broke the silence first. "Miss Qin, the story is over. Aren't you going to sleep yet?" Qin Lengyue suddenly realized, as if waking from a dream, that she had been staring at him for so long. Her face flushed red instantly. I. She was incoherent, experiencing for the first time what it meant to be panicked and at a loss. You. She pointed to the sofa, then to the door, and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly as he watched her adorable, flustered appearance. "Miss Qin, are you trying to say that I am getting out of here?" he teased her on purpose. "I didn't." Qin Lengyue blurted out. She regretted it as soon as she said it. "It's over. Now, it's even harder to explain." She bit her lip in frustration, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Jiang Chen's smile deepened. He stood up and walked step by step toward the bedside. Every step he took felt like stepping on Qin Lengyue's heart, making her so nervous she could hardly breathe. What does he want to do? He's coming. Qin Lengyue's heart leaped into her throat, and her hands instinctively gripped the bedsheets beneath her. Finally, Jiang Chen stopped a step away from the bed. He bent down slightly, gazing into Qin Lengyue's panicked eyes, his voice deep and magnetic. "Miss Qin, close your eyes. Get some sleep. Good night." After saying that, he straightened up, turned around, and walked out of the bedroom without looking back. It wasn't until the sound of the door closing gently that Qin Lengyue seemed to come back to life. She was panting heavily, feeling as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Her mind was blank. All that remained were Jiang Chen's final goodnight and that tender, almost suffocating gaze. "It's over." Qin Lengyue buried her face deeply in the soft pillow. She knew that she was completely finished. Tonight will be another sleepless night. Chapter 41. A bowl of porridge, the queen's clumsy tenderness. The night was very deep. Qin Lengyue buried herself completely in the blankets, her mind a complete mess. Desert, roses, traveler. Jiang Chen's gentle yet magnetic voice seemed to have a magical power, echoing in her ears again and again. Especially the last goodnight, and his focused yet gentle eyes when he bent down. It's over. Xin Lengyue discovered in despair that her pride and her composure and self-control were collapsing completely in front of this man at an overwhelming speed. The cold castle she had built over 20 years to defend against the entire world seemed to have been easily found by that man named Jiang Chen, who even walked in brazenly and lit a bonfire inside. It was warm, but it also filled her with immense fear. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Every time I close my eyes, all I see is Jiang Chen's smiling face. The way he talked nonsense with a straight face, the mischievous look in his eyes when he deliberately teased himself, the focused profile when he told stories, and the low goodnight he said when he left. Every frame is excessively clear. Ah! Xin Lengyue finally couldn't hold back any longer, grabbed a pillow, and covered her face tightly. She felt like she was going crazy. This man is toxic. Unlike his restless sleep in the main building, Jiang Chen slept soundly in the annex. The abundant energy brought by the physical enhancement liquid allowed him to quickly recover to his best condition even after only a few hours of sleep. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Jiang Chen had already completed a set of high-intensity core training in the suite's gym. Sweat dripped down his well-defined muscles, and his reflection in the mirror revealed a body that could be described as perfect. Inner monologue, TSK, that physique, it's a shame he's not a male model. I wonder which woman will end up with him. Empress Qin Lang's figure seems pretty good too, that silk robe she wore yesterday. Ahem, stop, I'm a proper personal attendant, I can't have any improper thoughts about my clients. Unless, it's required by the mission. He took a shower and picked out a beige Loro Penai casual suit that Xin Lengyue had prepared for him from the dressing room. The top-quality cashmere fabric is soft and comfortable, perfectly complementing his tall and upright figure and composed demeanor. When Jiang Chen walked into the main restaurant feeling refreshed, Butler Lin was already waiting there respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Butler Lin's attitude seemed even more respectful than yesterday. Good morning, Butler Lin. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. He was led to the seat next to the head of the table, where a sumptuous Chinese and Western breakfast was already laid out. Jiang Chen had just picked up his knife and fork when he heard a soft footstep. He looked up and saw Xin Lengyue walking down the stairs. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing after just one glance. Xin Lengyue is really miserable today. She was wearing a white silk loungewear set, with no makeup. Although she was still stunningly beautiful, there were two large and obvious dark circles under her beautiful eyes. He looked haggard and lost, as if wondering, who am I? Where am I? What did I do last night? Jiang Chen was almost 100% certain that this ice queen had lost sleep last night because of his story. Good morning, Miss Qin. Jiang Chen stood up and greeted her. Good morning. Xin Lengyue responded vaguely, her eyes darting around, not daring to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. She pulled out the chair in the main seat and sat down, the whole process exuding an unnatural stiffness. The atmosphere in the restaurant instantly became incredibly eerie. Butler Lin and the servants standing by held their breath, not daring to even breathe loudly. They all sensed that something was very wrong with the young lady today. Even at home, Miss usually exudes a powerful aura that keeps strangers at bay. But today, that aura seems to have deflated, and she appears somewhat guilty? Jiang Chen was secretly overjoyed, but on the surface he pretended to be concerned. Miss Qin, did you not get enough rest last night? Your dark circles seem quite heavy. He asked, knowingly. Xin Lengyue's hand holding the milk cup trembled suddenly, almost spilling the milk. She raised her head and glared at Jiang Chen, wanting to reply coldly as usual, mind your own business. But when she looked into Jiang Chen's smiling eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Finally, he could only squeeze out two words through gritted teeth, it's okay. The voice was soft and gentle, without any threat it sounded more like someone was being coquettish. Jiang Chen's smile deepened. Inner monologue, wow, the iceberg has turned into a volcano? And it's even blushing? Looks like yesterday's story was incredibly effective. This S-rank mission, the Queen's personal guardian, truly lives up to its reputation of winning hearts and minds. As your personal attendant, your health is also part of my service, Jiang Chen said seriously. If you suffer from chronic insomnia, it will affect your endocrine system, which is bad for your skin and overall health. Would you like me to book an appointment with one of the world's top sleep specialists for you? No need. Xin Lengyue practically shouted. Of course she knows why she can't sleep. It's all because of you, you bastard. Now they're actually pretending to find me an expert? Xin Lengyue's chest heaved with anger, and her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment and rage. Jiang Chen found her flustered appearance extremely amusing. He decided to add fuel to the fire. By the way, Miss Qin, Jiang Chen suddenly changed the subject. Were you satisfied with last night's story? If you liked it, I have many more here. For example, the domineering queen and her little wolf dog and falling in love with me after the iceberg melts, which are all very popular right now. Shut up. Xin Lengyue finally lost her temper, picked up a piece of toast, and was about to throw it at Jiang Chen's face. But she stopped abruptly halfway up her hand. She saw that in the restaurant, Butler Lin and all the servants were secretly watching them with a mixture of fear and gossip. She realized that she had lost her composure. Xin Lengyue took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She put down the toast, picked up the milk, and took a big gulp to hide her panic. From now on, you are not allowed to tell these kinds of nonsense stories anymore, she said coldly, trying to regain her queenly authority. Okay, Miss Qin. Jiang Chen nodded readily. Then next time, shall I tell you a story about Peppa Pig? Puff. Xin Lengyue spat out the mouthful of milk she had just taken a sip of. Cough, cough, cough. She choked violently, her pretty face turning bright red. Miss President Qin. The housekeeper and servants were terrified and quickly surrounded him, some offering tissues and others patting his back. Jiang Chen quickly stood up, walked to her side, and gently patted her back, his face showing innocent concern. Miss Qin, are you all right? How could you be so careless? Xin Lengyue coughed as she raised her head, her watery eyes glaring fiercely at Jiang Chen. She now feels like killing this man. He definitely did it on purpose. However, when she met Jiang Chen's eyes, which seemed concerned but were actually full of smiles, the anger in her heart inexplicably turned into a helpless sense of embarrassment. She realized that she seemed to have no way to deal with this man. I can't bear to hit him. You can't win an argument with them. I want to get rid of him, but I don't want him to leave. This feeling drove her crazy. With great difficulty, Xin Lengyue finally stopped coughing. She pushed away everyone surrounding her and said in a hoarse voice, "Get out." The housekeeper and servants, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, immediately left the restaurant. In the huge restaurant, only Jiang Chen and Xin Lengyue remained. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Xin Lengyue lowered her head, wiping her mouth with a tissue, but the tips of her ears were so red they looked like they could bleed. Right now, all she wants to do is find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly pushed a steaming bowl of millet porridge in front of her. Miss Qin, you just choked, your throat must be sore. Have some porridge to warm your stomach. His voice regained its gentle tone. Xin Lengyue was stunned. She looked up at the steaming bowl of millet porridge in front of her, then glanced at Jiang Chen. The man before her no longer had the playful expression he had shown earlier. Instead, his face was filled with a gentle tenderness. In that instant, Xin Lengyue's heart skipped a beat once again, much to her dismay. She silently picked up the spoon, scooped up a spoonful of porridge, gently blew on it, and then put it in her mouth. The warm millet porridge slid down her throat, dispelling the discomfort from the cough and seemingly soothing her troubled heart. She suddenly felt that this man wasn't so hateful after all. At least, he is very thoughtful. Neither of them spoke again, and they ate their breakfast in silence. However, the atmosphere was completely different from before. An indescribable, ambiguous feeling quietly spread through the air. After finishing breakfast, Xin Lengyue felt that her emotions had finally calmed down a bit. She wiped her mouth and was about to get up and go to the company as usual. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. Miss Qin, I'm preparing to officially begin the reorganization of StarCore Biotechnology today. Do you have any instructions? When work is mentioned, Xin Lengyue immediately switches back to her female CEO mode. Although her dark circles were still there, her eyes had regained their sharpness and focus. You fired 13 managers in one go yesterday, she asked, her tone still tinged with skepticism. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. A bunch of parasites who only eat and do no work are a waste of the company's resources. So what are you planning to do? Right now, the company only has you, an accountant, and a research and development director left? That's enough. Jiang Chen's tone was full of strong confidence. It's about quality, not quantity. Wang Defo will be in charge of auditing, Li Weidong will be in charge of technical breakthroughs, and I will be in charge of strategy and resources. At most, within a month, I will be able to show you the first transformation of StarCore biotechnology. Qin Lengyue looked at Zhang Chen. The morning light streamed in through the French windows, falling on him and as if gilding him with a golden halo. His eyes were bright and determined, filled with anticipation for the future and confidence in being in control of everything. Looking at Zhang Chen like this, Qin Lengyue's heart once again began to pound uncontrollably. She found herself becoming increasingly attracted to this man. It's not just because of his appearance, but also because of his powerful charm, fearless and daring to create miracles. Where's the money? Qin Lengyue forced down her racing heart and asked in a businesslike tone, You told Li Weidong yesterday that 500 million yuan in her defunding would arrive within 3 days. Where do you plan to get this money? She looked at Zhang Chen, wanting to see how he would respond. In her view, this was nothing more than an empty promise made by Zhang Chen to make grand gestures. 500 million, not 5 million. Even for the Qin Group, temporarily mobilizing such a large sum of funds requires approval from the board of directors at multiple levels. However, Zhang Chen's answer once again surprised her. He took out his phone from his pocket, dialed a number, and handed it directly to Qin Lengyue. Miss Qin, this money requires your personal approval. This is the phone number of Zhang Wei, the group's CFO. I have already made an appointment with him. As long as you make a call, he will immediately activate the chairman's special approval channel, and the special support funds of 500 million yuan will be transferred to Xingha Bio's account within 24 hours. Zhang Chen's tone was as calm as if he were saying, The weather is nice today. Qin Lengyue was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 42 Your privilege, only for your use. Special approval channel for the chairman? 500 million? Will the funds arrive within 24 hours? Qin Lengyue was completely stunned when Zhang Chen handed her the phone. As the chairperson of the Qin Group, she certainly knew what this so-called special approval channel was. This was a top-level financial channel specially set up by her grandfather, the founder of the Qin family, to deal with some sudden and urgent business crises. Using this channel allows one to bypass the cumbersome procedures of the board of directors and directly mobilize up to 1 billion yuan of the group's working capital. However, the conditions for activating this channel are extremely stringent. First, it must be initiated personally by the chairman of the board. Second, at least 2 core vice presidents of the group must jointly endorse the proposal. Third, it must be in response to a major crisis that could fundamentally affect the group. Since its establishment, this channel has only been used 3 times. Each of these events corresponds to a major turning point in the development history of the Qin Group. But now, Zhang Chen is telling her that he has already made an appointment with the financial director Zhang Wei, and that with just one phone call, he can mobilize 500 million yuan for Xingha Bio, a project that has already been judged as a failure. How is this possible? Zhang Wei is a veteran employee of the group, known for being rigid and inflexible. How could he possibly agree to such an absurd request? How did you do that? Qin Lengyue looked at Zhang Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Chen chuckled inwardly as he looked at her shocked expression. Inner monologue, how did I do that? It's all thanks to the system's awesomeness. The interim rewards for an A-level mission are no joke. This 500 million was directly allocated by the system in the group's name. In the financial system, it's a compliant and legal fund, personally approved by the chairman. Zhang Wei's instructions were unconditional cooperation. Would he dare disobey? Of course, he couldn't say these things directly. He simply smiled and said in a matter-of-fact tone, Miss Qin, as I told you before, all my abilities are solely for your service. Isn't this chairman's special approval channel a privilege reserved for you as the chairman? Since it's your privilege, it should naturally serve what you want to do. If you want to revive the StarCore organism, then it must be revived. If the money isn't enough, we'll take it from the corporation. Is there a problem with that? Zhang Chen's words were powerful and logically clear. It's as if the Qin Group's vast financial vault is Zhang Chen's backyard, where he can go in and pick some fruit whenever he wants. Qin Lengyue was completely bewildered by his twisted logic. Yes, I am the chairman, this is my privilege. I want to save the life of the StarCore, so using this money doesn't seem wrong, does it? But that's not right. This is not the same thing at all. Qin Lengyue felt her mind was about to go blank from Zhang Chen's actions. Looking at Zhang Chen's serious face, she suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if the person sitting opposite her was not her personal waiter, but a business tycoon who was even more powerful and domineering than her. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found that she couldn't find any reason to refute it at all. Jiang Chen's logic forms a perfect closed loop. I am at your service, your will is my guiding principle. You want to save the company, I will help you get the money. I am using your power, therefore, everything I do is reasonable. Flawless. Xinleng Yue took a deep breath and forcibly pulled her thoughts, which had wandered far away, back to reality. She decided to stop arguing with this man about logic. She picked up her phone, looked at the name CFO Zhang Wei on the screen, her finger hovering over the dial button, but she hesitated to press it. She still felt that this whole thing was too unreal. What if this is just Jiang Chen bluffing? If I call Zhang Wei and he says there's no such thing, where will I put my face as the chairman? Jiang Chen seemed to see through her concerns. He suddenly reached out and covered Xinleng Yue's hand. His palms were large and warm, carrying a reassuring power. Xinleng Yue froze, as if she had been electrocuted, and abruptly withdrew her hand. Her cheeks flushed instantly. What are you doing? She glared at Jiang Chen, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible panic. Miss Qin, what are you afraid of? Jiang Chen stared into her eyes, his voice deep and powerful. You are the chairperson of the Qin Group, the most dazzling queen in Tianhai City. A mere 500 million is nothing but a drop in the ocean for you. Yesterday, you were able to overcome the opposition at the board meeting and support my proposal. Why are you afraid to make this phone call today? Trust me, and trust yourself. Jiang Chen's words struck Xinleng Yue's softest spot like an electric current. Yes, what am I afraid of? I am Xinleng Yue. Xinleng Yue, who is decisive and ruthless in the business world and never fears any challenge. Yesterday, I decided to accompany him and create a miracle. How can we back down today just because of a phone call? A surge of heroic spirit welled up in Xinleng Yue's heart. Without further hesitation, she picked up her phone and pressed the dial button. The phone rang only once before it was answered. On the other end of the line came the extremely respectful voice of CFO Zhang Wei. Good morning, Chairman. What can I do for you? Xinleng Yue's breath hitched slightly. Zhang Wei's tone was as respectful as ever, but it seemed to carry a hint of urgency. As if he had been waiting for this call all along. Xinleng Yue's heart settled instantly. She knew that Jiang Chen hadn't lied to her. Director Zhang, Xinleng Yue cleared her throat, her voice regaining its usual coldness and authority. How are your preparations going regarding the 500 million yuan special support fund for Xinghe Biotechnology? Reporting to the chairman. Zhang Wei's tone immediately became extremely excited. Our finance department completed all the formalities last night. Now, we are just waiting for your final instructions. As long as you give the order, 500 million yuan will be transferred to Xinghe Bio's company account before the end of this day. It's done. It actually worked. Xinleng Yue held her phone, feeling her heart race instantly. She couldn't understand how Jiang Chen had managed to win over Zhang Wei, the stubborn old man, in such a short time and get him to cooperate so readily. How many secrets is this man hiding? Very good. Xinleng Yue forcibly suppressed the turmoil in her heart and said in a calm tone, now, execute it immediately. Yes, Chairman. Zhang Wei's voice was firm and powerful. After hanging up the phone, Xinleng Yue still felt like she was in a dream. She looked up at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with an extremely complicated expression. There was shock, curiosity, admiration, and a trace of dependence that even she herself was unwilling to admit. She found that she seemed to understand this man less and less. He was like a bottomless whirlpool, drawing her deeper and deeper without her even realizing it. Now, do you believe me? Jiang Chen looked at her, smiling like a cat that had just stolen some cream. Xinleng Yue snorted coldly, threw her phone back on the table, and turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Unorthodox methods. She squeezed out the 4 words through gritted teeth, but her voice had lost all its confidence. Jiang Chen knew that he had completely controlled this ice queen. Inner monologue, haha, so this is what you call crooked ways? What if I turn the entire Qin group into your dowry later? Wouldn't you accuse me of betraying my master and ancestors? Small matter, calm down, calm down. Alright, Ms. Qin, now that the funding issue is resolved, I'll head to the company. Jiang Chen stood up and straightened his collar. Today, we have a lot of tough battles to fight. After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave. Wait a moment. Xinleng Yue suddenly called out to him. Is there anything else you need, Miss Qin? Jiang Chen turned around. Xinleng Yue looked at him, hesitated for a few seconds, and then stood up. I don't have any plans today. I'll go with you to check out the star core creatures. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Jiang Chen's reply and went straight upstairs. Wait for me on the first floor. I'm going upstairs to change my clothes. Jiang Chen watched her somewhat flustered back, and he could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. Inner monologue, oh, is she worried about me and wants to personally supervise the construction? Or, does she not want to be apart from me for even a moment? Your Majesty, your thoughts are becoming easier and easier to guess. Jiang Chen knew that Qin Lengyue wanted to go along for two reasons. Firstly, she was curious about the current state of the star core creatures, and secondly, she was worried about them. But the deeper reason is probably that her younger sister Jiang Yu's question yesterday, "Is he your boyfriend?" and the story of the desert rose last night, planted a seed in her heart. This seed is taking root and sprouting at an astonishing speed. This made her subconsciously want to get closer to herself, understand herself, and even possess herself. This is undoubtedly a huge step forward for the S-rank long-term mission, the Queen's personal guardian. Jiang Chen was in a great mood. He whistled as he walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down, leisurely waiting for his queen to change her clothes. About 20 minutes later, Qin Lengyue came downstairs. She changed out of her loungewear and into a well-tailored white Chanel business suit, which perfectly accentuated her figure. She also applied a delicate layer of light makeup, which perfectly concealed her two adorable dark circles. The Ice Queen is back. However, when her gaze met Jiang Chen's, she unconsciously looked away for a moment. Let's go. She uttered those two words coldly and walked towards the door first. Jiang Chen smiled and followed. The two walked out of the villa gate one after the other. The black Bentley Mulsanne was already waiting at the door. Jiang Chen skillfully opened the car door, and after Qin Lengyue got in, he went around to the driver's seat and started the car. The car smoothly drove out of the cloud-top heavenly palace and merged into the morning rush-hour traffic. The carriage was quiet. Qin Lengyue turned her head to look at the street scene rushing past outside the window, lost in thought. While driving, Jiang Chen secretly glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. He noticed that although Qin Lengyue had reverted to her cold demeanor on the surface, she seemed much gentler than before. At least, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her has disappeared. Just when Jiang Chen thought this silence would continue until they got to the company, Qin Lengyue, sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke up out of the blue. What? Jiang Chen glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Last night, that story. Qin Lengyue's voice was very soft, with a hint of unnaturalness. That rose, what happened to it afterward? Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. Here it comes, she couldn't resist after all. And then? Jiang Chen deliberately drew out his words, and then, the traveler went to see her every year, and because of the traveler's arrival, other life began to appear in the desert. That rose was no longer all alone. Then, what about the traveler? Qin Lengyue pressed. The traveler, Jiang Chen smiled. In the end, the traveler built a house in the desert, to stay with that rose forever. After he finished speaking, the entire carriage fell silent once again. After a long while, Jiang Chen finally heard a sound from the back seat, even softer than a mosquito's hum. Oh. Although it was only one word, Jiang Chen could detect a trace of joy in it. He knew that his fabricated ending had greatly pleased Her Majesty the Queen. He has done more than just open a window in her frozen castle. He has now brazenly moved in, holding the key. Chapter 43. New official takes office, decisive and efficient. When Jiang Chen arrived at the office building of Xingha Biotechnology in his Bentley Mulsanne, it was already 9:30 a.m. Compared to the magnificent main building of the Qin Group headquarters, this annex building appears much more understated and outdated. You go up, I won't go up. As soon as the car came to a stop, Qin Lengyue spoke. She seemed a little embarrassed that others would see her, the chairman, personally inspecting a subsidiary that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Okay, Mr. Qin. Jiang Chen didn't press the matter. He knew that Qin Lengyue's willingness to come with him was already a huge breakthrough. Everything should be done step by step. He got out of the car and opened the door for Qin Lengyue. Then I'll go in first. Are you going back to headquarters, or? I'll wait for you here, Qin Lengyue said suddenly as she looked at him. Wait for me? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Okay. Qin Lengyue nodded, her tone leaving no room for argument. I'll give you 2 hours. I want to see the results of your work today. After saying that, she closed the car window again, adopting a "I'm watching you from here, let's see what tricks you can pull" attitude. Jiang Chen looked at the dark car window and smiled helplessly. This queen really is unwilling to suffer any loss. I was so angry with myself that I couldn't sleep last night, so I'm going to get my revenge today. Does this person think they're a donkey in a production team? They expect to report on their work progress on time? Inner monologue, fine, I'll supervise then. Perfect, let you see firsthand how your man can turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. Jiang Chen straightened his suit, turned around, and strode into the office building. When he took the elevator and arrived at Starcore Bio's office area again, the scene before him made him raise an eyebrow. It was completely different from the lifeless atmosphere of yesterday. Although the huge office area was still empty. However, the innermost research and development area was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Dozens of researchers in white lab coats were gathered around a huge electronic whiteboard, engaged in a heated discussion. The whiteboard was covered with all sorts of complex formulas and data models. Everyone's face was filled with a long-lost excitement and fervor. The feeling wasn't like someone coming to work, it was more like a fervent believer on a sacred pilgrimage. Standing at the very center of the crowd, gesturing wildly as he explained, was none other than Li Weidong, the R&D director who had looked utterly dejected just yesterday. Jiang Chen's arrival went unnoticed by them. Everyone's attention was focused on that whiteboard. Jiang Chen didn't disturb them, but went straight into his own executive director's office. He had barely sat down when there was a knock on his office door. Financial Director Wang Defa and R&D Director Li Weidong walked in one after the other. Compared to his lifeless appearance yesterday, Wang Defa today seemed like a completely different person. He stood ramrod straight, his face glowed, and his eyes were full of energy. Li Weidong, despite having even more exaggerated dark circles under his eyes than Qin Lengyue, was as energetic as a young man, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Good morning, Chairman Jiang." The two greeted Jiang Chen in unison, their voices filled with heartfelt respect. "Sit down." Jiang Chen pointed to the sofa opposite him. "Chairman Jiang, we have prepared what you requested." As soon as the two sat down, Li Weidong eagerly handed a thick folder to Jiang Chen. "This is a technical feasibility report on smart wearable devices for pets that our R&D department worked overnight to produce." His voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Our entire team stayed up all night, breaking down and demonstrating your idea in detail. We've discovered that you're simply a genius. Using our neural signal recognition algorithm to translate pets' emotions, this idea is insane. And also, wonderful. In theory, it is entirely feasible. Although our algorithm cannot yet achieve 100% accuracy, it can already identify more than a dozen basic emotions and physiological states of common pets such as cats and dogs, including joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, fear, and hunger. The accuracy rate can reach over 85%. This is enough to revolutionize the entire pet market." Li Weidong became more and more excited as he spoke, and he almost jumped off the sofa. Jiang Chen took the report and quickly flipped through it. His two signature skills, master-level corporate strategy and master-level business insight, allow him to easily understand the complex technical terms in reports. He discovered that Li Weidong's team not only demonstrated the feasibility of the technology, but also proposed several optimization solutions that he himself had not thought of before. For example, they suggested adding GPS positioning, heart rate monitoring, and exercise statistics to the first-generation product, combining emotion translation and health monitoring to create a composite product. They even designed a simplified architecture diagram for the first generation of chips. Professional, efficient, and full of creativity. A satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. "Very good." He put down the report, looked at Li Weidong, and did not hold back his praise. "Director Li, you and your team have given me a huge surprise. This report is even more perfect than I imagined." Upon receiving Jiang Chen's affirmation, Li Weidong's face flushed with excitement. This praise made him happier than any prize money. "Chairman Jiang, this is all thanks to your excellent guidance. We've simply put your ideas into practice," Li Weidong said modestly. "No, this is all thanks to you." Jiang Chen waved his hand. "I was only responsible for pointing out the direction, but you are the ones who turned the dream into reality. You should know what I need you to do next, right?" "I understand." Li Weidong nodded immediately, his tone firm. "First, based on this report, immediately begin the development of the prototype chip for the first-generation product. Second, simultaneously select and procure sensors. Third, build the algorithm model and begin data collection and training." "Very good." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, "but it's not enough. Not enough? Li Weidong was taken aback. I'll give you another task. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. I need you to recruit people for me, starting today, from across society. I need you to triple our R&D team within a week. I need the top algorithm engineers, the best hardware engineers, and the best industrial designers in China. Money is not a problem. Salary is not a problem. As long as they are talented, Xinghe Biotech will take them. I want you to tell them that a magnificent project worth hundreds of billions is about to be born here. Join now, and they will be veterans. They will be heroes. Jiang Chen's voice was powerful and resonant, carrying an undeniable air of authority and a strong appeal. Li Weidong was thrilled. He felt his blood boiling. A magnificent project worth hundreds of billions. If someone else had said that, he might have scoffed at it. But when Jiang Chen said it, he believed it without a doubt. Yes, Chairman Jiang. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Li Weidong stood up abruptly and gave a not-so-standard military salute. Go ahead. Jiang Chen waved his hand. From today onwards, the R&D department is entering wartime mode. I'm giving you the highest level of authority. If you need anything, just report it to Director Wang, and he'll handle all the logistical issues. Yes. Li Weidong, as if injected with adrenaline, turned around and rushed out of the office in a flurry of activity. In the office, only Jiang Chen and the financial director Wang Defa remained. Wang Defa looked at Jiang Chen with eyes filled with fanatical worship. That's incredible. This young executive director is incredibly capable. With just a few words, he rekindled the fighting spirit of a disheartened tech guru. This leadership charisma and skill in managing people is simply divine. He is now incredibly grateful that he made the right choice yesterday. With someone like that working for you, how can you not achieve great things? Director Wang. Jiang Chen's voice pulled Wang Defa back to reality. Yes, Chairman Jiang. What are your orders? Wang Defa immediately stood up straight. Sit down and let's talk, Jiang Chen smiled. How's the situation on your end? When his work was mentioned, Wang Defa immediately took out another document from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Chen with both hands. Chairman Jiang, this is a preliminary audit report that I have compiled based on all the company's accounts over the past 3 years. His voice suddenly became low and serious. The situation is more serious than we imagined. Oh? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and took the report. He opened the report, glanced at it for a few moments, and his eyes instantly turned cold. This report is shocking. Of the 2 billion yuan Qinleng Yue invested over the past 3 years, at least 500 million yuan has disappeared without a trace. A large number of procurement contracts were signed at ridiculously inflated prices. Numerous administrative expenses and reimbursement vouchers are suspected of being forged. Even more shockingly, several technical consulting fees totaling tens of millions of yuan were paid to several obscure shell companies. The entire star core organism, from top to bottom, was absolutely rotten. This is a mess that has been eaten away by parasites, leaving only an empty shell. Have you found out who did it? Jiang Chen's voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. Wang Defa swallowed and nodded. Preliminary investigations have revealed that almost everyone among the dozen or so managers you dismissed yesterday was involved. They formed a community of interest, using their positions to embezzle company assets. But Wang Defa hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice and continuing, they are probably just small fry. Behind them, there must be another, big fish. In the end, all the doubts pointed to one person. Who? Jiang Chen asked. Wang Defa leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered a name in a voice only the two of them could hear. Qin Tian. Chapter 44 My Rules Are the Rules. Qin Tian. The name made Jiang Chen's eyes narrow instantly. Of course he remembers this person. A few days ago, at the Qin Group's board meeting, the uncle who relied on his seniority and colluded with a group of executives forced Qinleng Yue to give up Xinghe Biotechnology. It turns out that his eagerness to cut the project was not solely to undermine Qinleng Yue's authority within the group. It was also to cover up the crimes he committed here. What a brilliant move, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If the star core biology is liquidated, this messy debt will likely be buried forever in the dustbin of history. At that time, no one will know where the missing 500 million yuan went. Do you have any evidence? Jiang Chen's voice remained calm, but those who knew him well would know that he was truly enraged. For now there is no direct evidence. Wang Defa shook his head, a troubled look on his face. Qin Tian is very cunning. He did not directly handle any accounts. All the operations were carried out through the executives he had placed in. However, I found out that the actual controllers behind those shell companies that collected huge technical consulting fees were all closely connected with one of Qin Tian's confidants. As long as we follow this line and dig deep, we will definitely be able to find him. Wang Defa's tone became excited. Bring down Qin Tian. This was something he would never have dared to imagine before. Qin Tian is deeply entrenched in the Qin group, with numerous followers, making him a formidable opponent even for Qin Lingyue. But now, following Jiang Chen, he saw hope. After listening, Jiang Chen slowly shook his head. No. He looked at Wang Defa and said calmly, "We will not investigate." What? Wang De was stunned. He wondered if he had misheard. Chairman Jiang, what did you say? You're not going to investigate? Why? That's 500 million. And Qin Tian, he is. I know, Jiang Chen interrupted him. I know who he is, and I know how much is involved behind this. That's why we can't be the ones to investigate. Jiang Chen's mind was racing. He was well aware that this matter had gone beyond the scope of internal anti-corruption efforts within a subsidiary. It involves a power struggle at the highest levels of the Qin group. What would be the consequences if I, an outsider, a newly appointed executive director, were to lift the lid on this? Even if he has irrefutable evidence, Qin Tian's faction might turn the tables and accuse him of being framed and eliminated by Qin Lingyue. At that time, not only will they fail to bring down Qin Tian, but they will also drag Qin Lingyue into a huge media storm. This is definitely not what Jiang Chen wanted to see. Inner monologue, damn, this old fox has really given me a tough time. Flipping the table is reckless. But if I ignore it, I can't swallow this 500 million deficit and these parasites. Looks like I need to find a different approach. Wang Defa looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled and anxious expression. Chairman Jiang, are we just going to let it go like this? He asked unwillingly. Forget it? Jiang Chen sneered. The word forget it doesn't exist in my dictionary. What you've eaten from me, you have to spit out. What you've taken from me, you have to return. And with interest. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling aura that made Wang Defa shiver involuntarily. Then, what should we do? It's very simple. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Make a copy of this review report. Then, personally deliver it to the Group's Discipline Inspection Commission. What? Send it to the Discipline Inspection Commission? Wang Defa was stunned again. Chairman Jiang, the group's Discipline Inspection Commission has always been headed by Qin Tian. If we send the evidence to him, isn't that like throwing lambs to the slaughter? Who said we were going to hand it over to Qin Tian? Jiang Chen looked at him, smiling like a devil. Besides Director Qin Tian, isn't there another deputy director in the group's Discipline Inspection Commission? Deputy Director Zhou Pairu? Wang Defa realized instantly, his eyes lighting up. Zhou Pairu. A powerful businesswoman in Tianhai City, known to everyone. She joined the Qin group around the same time as Qin Lingyue. The difference is that Qin Lingyue is a princess who was parachuted in, while she climbed to her current position step by step from the lowest level of legal specialist, relying on her strong professional skills and ruthless methods. She is upright and unyielding, and is known as the Iron Lady within the group. Most importantly, she and Qin Tian's faction have always been mortal enemies. Qin Tian had tried to remove her from the Discipline Inspection Commission on several occasions, but he failed because she had too much dirt on senior executives. If this report were handed to her, Wang Defa simply couldn't imagine what a huge storm that would unleash. I understand. Chairman Jiang, I understand everything. Wang Defa said excitedly. Your move is called using someone else's knife to kill someone. No, it's using one tiger to devour another. Let Zhou Pairu, that fierce tiger, deal with Qin Tian, that vicious wolf. We'll sit back and watch the tigers fight. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Looking at Jiang Chen, Wang Defa's eyes were filled with an overwhelming, unending admiration. He realized that compared to this young Chairman Jiang, he was like a primary school student who hadn't graduated yet. Whether in terms of strategic vision or political maneuvering, they are worlds apart. Stop flattering me, Jiang Chen said calmly. Remember, you must handle this personally, and it must be kept absolutely secret. No one else can know that this report was leaked from our StarCore biotechnology. Yes, Chairman Jiang. I understand. Wang Defa nodded solemnly. And one more thing, Zhang Chen said, looking at him, starting today, StarCore Biotechnology will establish a new rule. All purchases and collaborations exceeding 100,000 yuan, as well as all personnel appointments, must be personally signed by me to be effective. In addition, we will establish a new department called the Cost Control Department, and you will personally serve as its head. This department is not subject to the control of any other department and reports directly to me. Your only task is to keep a close eye on every penny of the company's money. I don't care what methods you use, I want every expense of the company to be spent wisely. From this day forward, at StarCore Bio, my rules are the rules. Zhang Chen's words were resounding and powerful. Wang Defa was deeply moved. He knew that Zhang Chen was beginning to establish his own new order after the Great Purge. An efficient, transparent, and absolutely centralized order. Yes, Chairman Jiang. I guarantee that from now on, there will never be a single penny of unexplained expenditure in Xinghua Bio's accounts. Wang Defa made a solemn pledge. Very good, go and do it. Zhang Chen waved his hand. Wang Defa respectfully withdrew from the office. In the huge office, only Zhang Chen remained. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the Bentley Mulsanne that was still parked quietly in the same spot. The corners of his mouth curled up again. Inner monologue, Mr. Qin, you gave me 2 hours to produce results. Now, not only have I produced results, but I've also given you a grand gift, a gift that will bring down your arch-rival. Are you satisfied with this work report? He took out his phone and glanced at the time. There are still 50 minutes left until the 2 hours Qin Lengyue gave us. He thought for a moment and then dialed the number of his chief secretary, Chen Jing. Secretary Chen, it's me, Zhang Chen. Chairman Jiang, hello. How can I help you? Chen Jing's capable and polite voice came from the other end of the phone. Please pick up Mr. Qin for me. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon, the call was transferred, and Qin Lengyue's cold voice came through the receiver. Explain. In short, he remains aloof and unapproachable. Reporting to President Qin. Zhang Chen's tone instantly switched back to personal attendant mode, respectful yet with a hint of eager anticipation. I have already completed the task you assigned ahead of schedule. Oh? Qin Lengyue on the other end of the phone seemed somewhat surprised. What results? I spent 10 minutes with the R&D department finalizing the design for the first-generation product. It took 20 minutes to work with the finance department to develop a financial discipline and cost control plan for the company for the next 3 months. Then, in the little time I had left, I also helped you uncover a major embezzler who was hiding inside the company and had embezzled at least 500 million yuan in assets. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, there was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. After a good 10 seconds, Qin Lengyue's voice, trembling with disbelief, finally came through the receiver. What did you say? 500 million? Who is it? Chapter 45, a grand gift that astounded the Queen. Who is it? On the phone, Qin Lengyue's voice became somewhat sharp due to shock. 500 million. That's no small amount. StarCore Biotechnology invested a total of 2 billion, and a quarter of it was swallowed up by someone without anyone knowing. This is practically rubbing Qin Lengyue's face in the ground. Zhang Chen didn't answer directly, but said slowly, President Qin, it's not convenient to talk about this over the phone. Are you in your car right now? Exist. Okay, please turn on the car's computer. I'll send a file to your email. Good. Qin Lengyue immediately instructed the driver to open the hidden office computer in the back seat. Soon, she received an encrypted email from Zhang Chen in her private inbox. She opened the email, and what greeted her eyes was the shocking preliminary review report compiled by Wang Defa. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. Qin Lengyue's expression grew increasingly grim and cold as she flipped through the report. The knuckles of my hand, gripping the mouse, began to turn white from the force. When she saw the names of those shell companies and the diagram showing their connections to Qin Tian's confidants at the end of the report, a chill ran through her, almost freezing the entire carriage. Qin Tian. She squeezed out the name, one word at a time, through gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with overwhelming rage and bone-chilling coldness. It was him. No wonder he was so agitated at the board meeting, determined to kill the StarCore creature. It turns out, he wasn't trying to hurt himself, but rather to destroy the evidence. That old fox. They actually pulled off this escape right under my nose. If it weren't for Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen hadn't lifted the lid on this today, I probably would have been kept in the dark until my death. Thinking about this, Jinling Yue felt a wave of fear wash over her. At the same time, the look in her eyes as she gazed at the office building became more complicated. This Jiang Chen. What kind of monster is he? On her very first day in office, in less than 2 hours, she uncovered the biggest cancer within the group that even she hadn't noticed. This method and this efficiency can no longer be described as excellent. He's simply a monster. What are you planning to do? Jinling Yue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and asked into the phone. Her voice had regained its composure. But only she knew that her heart was far from as calm as it appeared on the surface. She subconsciously turned to Jiang Chen for a solution. This would have been absolutely impossible before. When did Jinling Yue ever need to ask a man for advice on how to handle a problem? But now, she asked the question so naturally. It was as if relying on him was a matter of course. I've already had Wang Defa send a copy of this report to the group's Discipline Inspection Commission. Jiang Chen's voice came through the phone. What? Jinling Yue was shocked again. You sent him to the Discipline Inspection Commission? Are you crazy? The Discipline Inspection Commission is now Qin Tian's personal fiefdom. Aren't you just walking into a trap? President Qin, please calm down, Jiang Chen reassured him. Of course I know we can't hand the report over to Qin Tian. So, I asked Wang Defa to hand it over to Ms. Zhou Pairu, the Deputy Director of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhou Pairu. Upon hearing this name, Jinling Yue instantly understood Jiang Chen's intention. A glint of admiration flashed in her cold eyes. What a brilliant move to use someone else's knife to kill. Let Zhou Pairu's sharpest knife cut Qin Tian's hardest bone. In this way, no matter the outcome, she and Jiang Chen can remain completely uninvolved and reap the benefits without getting involved. That was a brilliant move. Jinling Yue realized that she had underestimated this man once again. He not only possesses the business acumen to turn the impossible into reality, but also the unparalleled wisdom to strategize and maneuver effectively in power struggles. You. Jinling Yue opened her mouth, wanting to praise him, but the words that came out were, "You're smart." Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Qin, Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's my honor to be able to share your burdens. By the way, Mr. Qin, are you satisfied with this work report? Does it count as completing the task ahead of schedule? He asked, seeking praise. Jinling Yue remained silent. Satisfy? This is more than just satisfactory. This was an incredibly generous gift that even terrified her. She originally just wanted to give Jiang Chen a warning, to let him know that managing a company is not as simple as just talking at the board meeting. But to her utter surprise, Jiang Chen not only accepted it, but also gave her a pledge of allegiance that was enough to shake up the power structure of the entire Qin group. This man always manages to bring her surprises and unexpected joys. Barely passable. After a long while, Jinling Yue finally managed to squeeze out these words. His tone remained as arrogant as ever. But Jiang Chen, on the other end of the phone, could imagine the barely suppressed upward curve of her lips at that moment. Inner monologue, barely passable? Your Majesty, could your mouth be any harder? You must be secretly overjoyed, right? Well, since you passed, is there any reward, Mr. Qin? Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and began to push his luck. A reward? Jinling Yue was taken aback. That's right, Jiang Chen said matter-of-factly. I helped you solve such a huge problem, saved you 500 million in losses, and even helped you find an opportunity to take down your arch-enemy. With such a great contribution, aren't you going to show your appreciation? Jinling Yue was so angry at his self-righteous way of demanding a reward that she laughed. She had never met such a shameless person in her entire life. What kind of reward do you want? She asked impatiently. Well. Jiang Chen deliberately hesitated for a moment. How about you tell me a bedtime story tonight? Roll. Jinling Yue practically roared out the word. After saying that, she slammed the phone down. Hearing the busy tone on his phone, Jiang Chen's smile grew even brighter. He knew that Her Majesty the Queen was shy. Inside the Bentley. Jinling Yue held her phone, her pretty face as red as a ripe apple. All I could hear in my mind was Jiang Chen's last words, now it's your turn to tell me a bedtime story. That bastard. How dare he? How dare he make such a request? Tell him a story? I don't even know how to comfort a child. Qin Lengyue's heart was in complete turmoil. She felt ashamed and angry, but deep down, there was also a secret expectation that she dared not admit herself. If he really wants to listen, what kind of story should I tell? Snow White? That's too childish. The Little Mermaid? It's too sad. The domineering CEO falls in love with me? Pa. 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 Qin Lengyue, what are you thinking? Qin Lengyue scratched her hair in frustration, feeling like she was about to be driven crazy by Jiang Chen. Just then, her phone rang again. It was a text message from Jiang Chen. Mr. Qin, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Upon seeing this text message, Qin Lengyue felt a slight pang of disappointment for some reason. Oh, it was just a joke. She pursed her lips, feeling a little empty inside. Before she could reply, a second text message arrived. However, if you really want to talk about it, I'm open to listening. After all, providing emotional value to clients is also part of my services. Qin Lengyue stared at the text message for a moment, then a bright smile, which she herself did not even realize, bloomed on her cold and pretty face. This guy. What a scoundrel. She picked up her phone and her fingers flew across the screen. Dream on. After sending those two words, she tossed her phone aside and then instructed the driver. Back to the company. Her voice carried a subtle, almost imperceptible lightness. The driver glanced at his boss through the rearview mirror. To his surprise, he discovered that President Qin, who was as cold and aloof as ever, was now looking out the window with his head turned to the side. A gentle smile, unlike any he had ever seen before, graced the corners of her lips. The driver rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. Did the sun rise in the west today? Jiang Chen had no idea that the two text messages he had casually sent would once again stir up such waves in Her Majesty the Queen's heart. After dealing with Qin Tian's matter, he devoted all his energy to the reconstruction of the star core biology. In the following days, he displayed a terrifying work ethic and leadership ability that astounded everyone. He first cooperated with Wang Defa, and within 2 days, he thoroughly sorted out all the company's bad debts and formulated a set of new financial systems that could be described as strict. Then, together with Li Weidong, they interviewed hundreds of top technical talents from all over the country in just 3 days. With his masterful business insights and persuasive skills, he successfully recruited several top algorithm experts for StarCore biotechnology, who were sought after even by giants like Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent. The research and development team at Xinghe Biotechnology has grown rapidly at a visible pace. The entire company has shed its former decadence and stagnation, presenting an unprecedented and vibrant scene. Everyone was working like they were on steroids, burning themselves out for that great project worth hundreds of billions. And Jiang Chen is at the center of it all. He's like a perpetual motion machine with boundless energy, sleeping only 4 or 5 hours a day, yet able to handle several complex tasks simultaneously. He would occasionally appear in the R&D department to discuss technical details with Li Weidong and the others. He would sometimes appear in the finance department, working with Wang Defa to review the budget. Sometimes he would personally conduct interviews to recruit talent for the company. His powerful personal charisma and maturity and wisdom far beyond his years earned him the utmost respect from all employees, both new and old. In their eyes, this young executive director was no longer a leader. Instead, it is an omnipotent god. Of course, amidst his busy work, Jiang Chen did not forget his most important job: serving His Majesty the Queen. Every night at 11 p.m., he would appear in Qin Lengyue's bedroom on time. Tell her a carefully prepared bedtime story. Chapter 46: The Queen's Lullaby. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. During this week, Jiang Chen's life was divided into 2 distinct halves. By day, he is the decisive and efficient executive director of Xinghe Biotechnology, a tough and charismatic leader who leads a group of tech geeks in pursuing a dream of hundreds of billions. At night, he transforms back into the gentle and considerate personal attendant, soothing Her Majesty's lonely and weary heart with stories that are either fantastical or heartwarming. This switch between dual identities gave Jiang Chen an unprecedented sense of excitement and satisfaction. Qin Lengyue also underwent a tremendous change during this week. She remains the same icy queen who has the final say in the business world. But in front of Jiang Chen, her iceberg was melting rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. She would blush because of a joke Jiang Chen made. She would be restless all day because Jiang Chen glanced at her twice during breakfast. She would also feel inexplicably disappointed and aggrieved when Jiang Chen was occasionally a few minutes late because he was too busy with work. Her dependence on Jiang Chen grew deeper and deeper. It was so profound that even she herself was afraid. She even found that she had gotten used to falling asleep every night to Jiang Chen's gentle voice. Without his story, those long nights would be unbearably difficult to endure. That night, at 10:59 p.m. As usual, Jiang Chen knocked on Qin Lengyue's bedroom door on time. "Come in." Qin Lengyue's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and entered. Today, Qin Lengyue was wearing a light pink silk nightgown. Under the soft lighting, she lost some of her queenly dominance and gained more of the gentle beauty of a girl next door. She leaned against the bed, holding a book in her hands, but her eyes kept glancing towards the door. Her eyes lit up instantly when she saw Jiang Chen come in. "I'm here," she said, trying to sound calm. "Yes, you're here." Jiang Chen walked to the sofa and sat down, then asked with a smile, "Miss Qin, what would you like to hear tonight?" After a week of service, a wonderful tacit understanding had formed between the two. Qin Lengyue tilted her head in thought for a moment. Her adorable appearance made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. "I don't want to hear any stories today," she suddenly said. "Oh?" Jiang Chen was a little surprised. "What would you like to hear? Crosstalk? Storytelling? Or should I sing you a song? You can sing?" Qin Lengyue looked at him curiously. "I know a little bit," Jiang Chen said modestly. "Inner monologue, just kidding, I'm a man with a god-level voice. Although this skill was a system reward I received when I served a washed-up female singer last time, it's more than enough to sing you a lullaby." Then Qin Lengyue hesitated for a moment, a blush rising on her face, her voice barely audible. "Then sing me a song." This was the first time she had proactively made a request to Jiang Chen that went beyond the scope of his services. Jiang Chen's heart softened when he saw her shy yet expectant expression. "Okay," he agreed with a smile. Ding! A special customer request has been detected, triggering a Class C special service mission, the Queen's Lullaby. Task requirements: sing a song for Qin Lengyue and help her fall asleep peacefully. Task rewards: 1.5 million in cash, 2 god-level skill, master-level music theory mastery. The system's familiar notification sound rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Without hesitation, he chose to accept. The next second, a flood of knowledge about music and understanding of the emotions in the song rushed into his mind. He felt that he had instantly transformed from a karaoke enthusiast into a true music master. He thought about it and decided not to choose those overused love songs, nor lullabies with a strong hypnotic effect. He chose an old, but heartwarming English song. "Fly Me to the Moon." He didn't get up, he just casually leaned back on the sofa. There was no accompaniment, they just sang it a cappella. "Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars." His voice was deep and magnetic. Every note seems to be imbued with life, carrying a tenderness that penetrates to the very core. Qin Lengyue was completely mesmerized. She never imagined that a person's voice could be so beautiful. The singing was like a pair of warm, large hands, gently caressing her soul. All her anxieties and exhaustion were completely soothed in that moment. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. As Jiang Chen sang this part, he subconsciously raised his head and looked at Qin Lengyue on the bed. Their eyes met in mid-air. Under the dim yellow light, the atmosphere became incredibly ambiguous. Qin Lengyue's face flushed bright red in an instant. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. Especially the phrase, "baby, kiss me," it was like a spell, leaving her mind blank. She even had an impulse to jump out of bed and kiss the man who was singing to her, no matter what. Jiang Chen seemed to sense that something was wrong with the atmosphere. He coughed lightly, casually looked away, and continued singing. "Fill my heart with song, and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore." The singing continues. But Qin Lengyue's heart could no longer find peace. She felt as if she had truly fallen in love. She fell into the gentle galaxy that this man named Jiang Chen wove for her with his songs. The song ended. The bedroom returned to silence. Jiang Chen looked up and found Qin Lengyue staring at him blankly. Those beautiful eyes were shimmering with moisture, filled with a dreamy and infatuated look. Ahem. Jiang Chen broke the silence again. "Miss Qin, the song is over. Aren't you going to sleep? Qi Lengyue seemed to awaken from a dream. She then realized that once again, she had been staring at him for a long time. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Tonight's impact was more intense than any before. She felt her heart was about to give out. Your singing was, alright, I guess. She struggled for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out this sentence. Is it just okay? Jiang Chen sighed, feigning disappointment. I thought I'd get an excellent rating. You? Qi Lengyue looked at his aggrieved expression, feeling both annoyed and amused. Why does this man like to tease me so much? Alright, excellent, okay, she said irritably, as if she were coaxing a sulking child. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Qin. Jiang Chen immediately beamed. Then, as a reward, may I make a small request? Making demands again? Qi Lengyue looked at him warily. You want me to tell you a story again? No, that's not it. Jiang Chen shook his head and then pointed to the seat next to him. My request is, next time, could you sit here and listen? This place is too far from you. I always feel like I'm singing to the moon in the sky, it's a bit unreal. Jiang Chen's voice was very soft and gentle. But to Qi Lengyue, it was like a thunderclap. Should I sit down next to him? That's. Qi Lengyue's brain went blank again. She looked at Jiang Chen, at his sincere and expectant eyes, and felt her face burning. To go or not to go? Reason told her that she absolutely could not go. Her relationship with Jiang Chen was that of employer and employee. A safe distance must be maintained between the two people. But emotionally, another voice within her was screaming wildly. Go! Go now! Don't you want to be closer to him? Qi Lengyue was caught in a dilemma. Jiang Chen didn't urge her, he just quietly watched her with a smile. It was as if he was certain that she would agree. Final. After a minute of silence, Qi Lengyue silently lifted the covers and got out of bed. She was wearing a pink bathrobe, barefoot, and walking step by step toward Jiang Chen on the soft carpet. Every step she took was incredibly difficult. It was as if she had used up all her strength. Jiang Chen's heart, too, rose with each step she took. He knew what those few steps meant to Qi Lengyue. This means that she is tearing down the last wall in her heart. Finally, Qi Lengyue walked to the sofa. She carefully sat down about half a meter away from Jiang Chen. His body was taut and straight. Hands, tightly clasped together. His eyes were fixed on the carpet, and he dared not lift them. He looked exactly like a young girl on her first date, caught up in the bloom of first love. There's not a trace of the Ice Queen left. Looking at her innocent and adorable appearance, Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented and intense urge to protect her welled up in his heart. He wanted to hold her in his arms. I wanted to tell her, don't be afraid, I'm here for you. But he knew that now was not the time. He reached out and gently took a thin cashmere blanket from the blanket rack beside him, and covered her legs with it. The ground is cold, don't catch a cold. His voice was so gentle it could melt your heart. Qi Lengyue trembled all over. She could feel Jiang Chen's fingers inadvertently touching her calf when he covered her with the blanket. The warm touch, like an electric current, instantly spread throughout her entire body. It made her body burn hot. Thank you, she whispered, her voice trembling. You're welcome. Jiang Chen smiled. This is within my service scope. After saying that, he withdrew his hand, leaned back on the sofa, and did not do anything out of line. The two of them sat quietly side by side. No one spoke. But the air was filled with a sweet scent that was more intoxicating than any sweet words. I don't know how much time has passed. Qi Lengyue's wildly beating heart finally began to calm down. She secretly glanced at the man beside her out of the corner of her eye. He closed his eyes, leaned back on the sofa, and seemed to be asleep. Long eyelashes cast a faint shadow beneath her eyelids. His well-defined profile appeared both handsome and gentle under the light. Looking at him like this, Qi Lengyue's heart softened once again. She suddenly realized that it would be nice to just sit quietly with him like this. I feel very at ease. It's very warm. She even had a thought that she herself found absurd. If only time could stand still at this moment. Chapter 47. Her heart is no longer an iceberg. Qi Lengyue sat stiffly on the sofa, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes fixed on the carpet, afraid to lift them. After Jiang Chen covered her with a cashmere blanket, he withdrew his hands, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes. In the bedroom, only the faint breathing of the two people and the pounding of Qin Lingyue's heart could be heard. Is he really asleep? Qin Lingyue secretly glanced at the man beside her out of the corner of her eye. Jiang Chen's breathing was steady and long, his long eyelashes casting a soft shadow beneath his eyelids. His profile was well defined, appearing handsome yet gentle in the soft light. He certainly looked asleep. Qin Lingyue's feelings were indescribably complicated. She never imagined that one day she would be like a young girl in love, her heart in turmoil because of a man singing and a gentle invitation. Her pride in her composure and self-control seemed utterly worthless in front of Jiang Chen. Every move he made, every word he uttered, could easily tug at her heartstrings, plunging her into unprecedented chaos. Who exactly is he? Qin Lingyue asked herself in her heart. An ordinary VIP receptionist could easily solve her company's problem of losing 2 billion, and even expose the corrupt officials within the group. He understands equestrianism, animal language, and financial strategy, and now even his singing is so beautiful that it's captivating. More importantly, he always appears when she needs him most, bringing her warmth and a sense of security in a way she has never experienced before. Looking back on everything that had happened this past week, Qin Lingyue realized that her dependence on Jiang Chen had become so deep that it frightened her. She grew accustomed to falling asleep to his stories every night, to his occasional teasing and concern at breakfast, and even to his effortless confidence and decisiveness in handling company affairs. He was like a ray of light, suddenly bursting into her cold and dull world, igniting the sparks deep within her that she thought had long been extinguished. Qin Lingyue secretly glanced at Jiang Chen again. He still had his eyes closed, and there seemed to be a faint smile on his lips. Is he laughing at me? A hint of displeasure rose in Qin Lingyue's heart, but it was quickly replaced by a stronger emotion and indescribable sweetness. She recalled the lyrics Jiang Chen had just sung, in other words, hold my hand, in other words, baby, kiss me. The phrase, baby, kiss me, echoed in her mind like a spell. Her cheeks flushed again, and her heart raced. How could I have such thoughts? Qin Lingyue thought, embarrassed and annoyed. She was Qin Lingyue, the chairwoman of the Qin Group. How could she develop such feelings for a personal attendant? Reason told her that this was wrong. Her relationship with Jiang Chen was that of employer and employee. She shouldn't, and couldn't, have feelings for him that went beyond that relationship. But her emotions were like a wild horse, uncontrollable. She felt an unprecedented softness welling up from the depths of her heart, enveloping her entirely. This softness warmed her, but it also filled her with dread. She was afraid of this feeling. Afraid that it would make her vulnerable, afraid that it would cause her to lose the calmness and rationality she had always relied on to survive. But at the same time, she couldn't help but indulge in it. Because this feeling was something she had never experienced before in her life. No one could make her feel as relaxed and at ease as Jiang Chen. No one could make her feel understood and cared for like Jiang Chen did, even after she had shed all her pretenses. She even thought how wonderful it would be if time could stand still at this moment, so that they could sit quietly side by side with him. Qin Lingyue, what are you thinking? A voice roared deep inside her. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. But Jiang Chen was right beside her, his faint perfume mixed with a subtle masculine scent, constantly stimulating her senses and making it impossible for her to stay calm. She felt her mouth was dry and her throat was tight. She wanted to say something to break the ambiguous and suffocating silence. But she didn't know what to say. Are you really asleep? She finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Jiang Chan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. His deep eyes shone brightly in the soft light. He looked at Qin Lingyue with a slight smile on his lips. Miss Qin, what do you think? His voice was deep and magnetic, with a hint of teasing. Qin Lingyue's heart skipped a beat. She knew he hadn't been asleep at all. He had been pretending to be asleep the whole time. Her cheeks flushed instantly. You did this on purpose, she said irritably, her voice tinged with embarrassment and annoyance. Jiang Chen smiled and did not deny it. Miss Qin, were you trying to do something to me just now? He asked casually, but his eyes were full of inquiry. I didn't. Qin Lingyue denied almost reflexively, her voice shrill. Oh? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Then why have you been staring at me? And why is your face so red? I was just angry because of you. Qin Lingyue retorted angrily, how can you be so annoying? Jiang Chen smiled nonchalantly. Miss Jean, if you find me annoying, then next time, I won't tell you stories or sing for you. He deliberately acted aggrieved. Qin Lingyue's heart sank suddenly. You dare, she blurted out, her voice carrying a hint of panic that she herself didn't realize. Looking at her like this, Jiang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction in a corner of his heart. Inner monologue, little brat, still being stubborn? Looks like I've finally caught up. It seems I've truly warmed the heart of the Ice Queen. If I don't add fuel to the fire, I'll be doing a disservice to the long-term quest, the Queen's personal guardian, that the system gave me. But, I'm actually quite looking forward to what this reward is. He suppressed his smile, and his eyes became serious. Miss Jean, do you really not want to hear a story or hear me sing? He asked. Looking into his serious eyes, Qin Lingyue felt a sudden surge of panic. She didn't know how to answer. She wanted to hear it, of course she wanted to hear it. She had even gotten used to falling asleep to his voice every night. But her reason was desperately telling her that she couldn't show it. I just think your singing is alright, she said stubbornly. Jiang Chen sighed. Since Miss Jean thinks it's alright, then I won't sing anymore. He made a move to get up. No. You don't go. Qin Lingyue subconsciously reached out and grabbed the hem of his clothes. Her actions stunned both of them. Qin Lingyue looked at her hand that was clutching Jiang Chen's clothes, and her cheeks flushed red again. She quickly let go, as if she had been electrocuted. I didn't mean that, she stammered. I just thought, you sing very well. Jiang Chen found it amusing to look at her flustered yet adorable appearance. Inner monologue, TSK, even the Ice Queen has her embarrassing moments? Looks like my charm has increased quite a bit. But that's about enough. If I keep teasing her, Her Majesty will probably get angry. He sat up straight, looked at Qin Lingyue, and said in a gentle tone, Miss Qin, is there anything else you want to say to me? Qin Lingyue lowered her head, not daring to look at him. She struggled internally for a long time, but finally mustered up her courage, raised her head, and looked at Jiang Chen. I just wanted to say thank you. Her voice was soft, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. Thank you, for everything you've done for the Star Core lifeforms. Thank you, for everything you've done for me. She mustered her courage and said those words. This was the first time she had ever expressed such sincere gratitude to someone. Jiang Chen looked at her, his gaze softening. Miss Qin, it's my duty, he said softly. I am your personal attendant, and it is my honor to serve you. Qin Lingyue felt a pang of disappointment when she heard him mention the term personal waiter again. She thought that after spending a week together, their relationship had become more than just that of employer and employee. Yet he still defines their relationship as service. Qin Lingyue's heart sank once again. Jiang Chen seemed to notice her change in mood. Inner monologue, oh dear, is Her Majesty jealous? It seems my service has been more effective than I expected. However, now is not the time to bring it up. I must take it slow, like boiling a frog in lukewarm water, to make Her Majesty completely fall for me. He smiled, his tone relaxed. Miss Qin, have you forgotten that I have another identity? He asked. Qin Lingyue looked at him with a puzzled expression. What is your identity? Qin Group, special advisor to the chairman, Jiang Chen said. Therefore, it is also my duty to solve the company's problems for you. Upon hearing his words, Qin Lingyue felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. She knew he was deliberately changing the subject to ease the awkward atmosphere. But at the same time, she felt a touch of warmth. He always managed to bring her a touch of warmth at the most opportune moment. Alright, Miss Qin, it's getting late, you should rest, Jiang Chen said. Tomorrow, StarCore Biotechnology has a lot of things waiting for me to handle. Qin Lingyue looked at him with a complicated expression. She wanted him to stay, but she didn't know how to bring it up. In the end, she nodded. Okay, good night, she said softly. Good night, Miss Qin. Jiang Chen smiled, stood up, and walked towards the bedroom door. As he reached the door, Qin Lingyue suddenly spoke. Jiang Chen, she called out to him. Jiang Chen stopped, turned around, and looked at her. Miss Qin, is there anything else you need? He asked. Qin Lingyue looked at him, her eyes filled with struggle. She wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. In the end, she simply said softly, It's nothing, you, be careful on your way. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Good. Then, he pushed open the door and left the bedroom. The bedroom returned to silence. Qin Lengyue watched the direction Jiang Chen left in, her heart still pounding. She buried her face in the pillow, feeling the faint scent of Jiang Chen's perfume still lingering on it. She knew she had completely fallen for him. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up refreshed in his bedroom in the annex. The effects of the physical enhancement liquid allowed him to be full of energy every day, and even if he only slept for a few hours at night, he could maintain his best condition. He changed into the Loro Piana casual suit prepared by Qin Lengyue and went to the main restaurant. Butler Lin stood respectfully at the restaurant entrance as always. When he saw Jiang Chen, he wore a smile that was even warmer than the day before. "Good morning, Mr. Jiang," Butler Lin said with a bow. "Good morning, Butler Lin." Jiang Chen nodded and walked into the dining room. Qin Lengyue was already seated in the main seat. Today she was wearing a beige silk shirt paired with black trousers, her face was covered in delicate light makeup, and her hair was neatly styled in an updo. It seems she has reverted to her decisive and icy queen persona. But Jiang Chen still noticed that she had faint dark circles under her eyes. It seems Her Majesty the Queen had another sleepless night last night, Jiang Chen thought to himself with amusement. Inner monologue, wow, this is even better than sleeping pills. Looks like my lullaby service is getting better and better. He walked to the dining table and sat down, looking at Qin Lengyue, and asked with feigned concern, "Miss Qin, you don't look too well today. Didn't you get enough rest?" Qin Lengyue stiffened slightly upon hearing his words. She looked up at Jiang Chen, a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment and annoyance in her eyes. "Mind your own business," she retorted stubbornly, but her tone clearly lacked conviction. Jiang Chen smiled, not taking it to heart. "Miss Qin, you're mistaken," he said earnestly. "As your personal attendant, it's my duty to care about your health. If Miss Qin's work efficiency is affected by lack of sleep, then it would be my dereliction of duty." Qin Lengyue felt a surge of anger upon hearing his twisted logic. She wanted to refute him, but she felt that Jiang Chen's words were reasonable and well-founded, leaving her unable to retaliate. She could only glare at Jiang Chen before lowering her head to continue drinking her porridge. During breakfast, Jiang Chen noticed that Qin Lengyue would always steal a glance at him before quickly looking away. Her unusual behavior amused Jiang Chen. Inner monologue, is Her Majesty spying on me? It seems my singing last night had a remarkable effect. But that won't do. I need to add fuel to the fire and make Her Majesty fully acknowledge her feelings. He decided to test Qin Lengyue again. "Miss Qin, I called my mother yesterday," Jiang Chen said deliberately. Qin Lengyue stiffened again upon hearing his words. She looked up at Jiang Chen, a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Oh? What happened to your mother?" she asked. "My mom said she really likes you," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "She said you're beautiful, have a great presence, and are so caring towards my sister." Qin Lengyue felt a surge of sweetness in her heart upon hearing Jiang Chen's mother's praise. A faint blush rose to her cheeks. "Your mother, she flatters me," she said somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Chen found it amusing to look at Qin Lengyue's shy expression. Inner monologue, TSK, even Her Majesty the Queen gets shy. If the executives of the Qin group saw this, their jaws would probably drop. He decided to continue to dangle Qin Lengyue. "Yes, my mom also said." Jiang Chen paused deliberately. Qin Lengyue felt a surge of curiosity when she heard him pause. "What did you say?" she couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen felt a surge of pride as he looked at Qin Lengyue's curious expression. Inner monologue, Her Majesty has taken the bait. Let's see how I continue to torture you. He smiled, his tone slightly playful. "My mom said, such a good girl, I wonder which rascal will end up with her." Puff. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Qin Lengyue spat out a mouthful of coffee. She choked and coughed violently, her face flushed, and she looked utterly disheveled. Jiang Chen found it amusing to see Qin Lengyue like this. Inner monologue, Her Majesty's reaction is so relatable. It seems I hit the nail on the head. He quickly got up, walked to Qin Lengyue's side, and gently patted her back. "Miss Qin, are you all right?" he asked, feigning concern, but a hint of smugness lurked in his eyes. Qin Lengyue felt a surge of embarrassment and annoyance as Jiang Chen patted her back. She felt that this man had seen through all her embarrassing moments. She abruptly pushed Jiang Chen's hand away and glared at him. You did this on purpose," she said irritably. Jiang Chen smiled and did not deny it. "Miss Qin, you're mistaken," he said earnestly. "I'm just concerned about you. Look at you, you get so excited because of something my mother said. It seems that you pay more attention to me than I imagined. Qin Lengyue felt a surge of anger upon hearing his twisted logic. She wanted to refute him, but she felt that Jiang Chen's words were reasonable and well-founded, leaving her unable to retaliate. She could only glare at Jiang Chen before she abruptly stood up. "Butler Lin," she called out loudly. Butler Lin rushed in from the restaurant entrance. "Mr. Qin, what are your instructions?" he asked respectfully. "Call all the servants over here," Qin Lengyue said in an icy tone. Although Butler Lin didn't know what had happened, he still quickly did as instructed. Soon, the restaurant was filled with servants. Qin Lengyue looked at the servants and said in an icy tone, "You all remember this: if anyone dares to spread even a single word about what happened this morning, I will kick you out of the Cloud Palace immediately." Upon hearing Qin Lengyue's words, the servants were so frightened that they immediately lowered their heads and dared not make a sound. They knew that President Qin was angry. Qin Lengyue felt a little satisfied when she saw that the servants were too frightened to speak. She turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen again. Are you satisfied now?" she said irritably. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. Inner monologue, TSK, is Her Majesty the Queen protecting me? Looks like my status has risen quite a bit. But that's not enough, I need to work harder to make Her Majesty completely fall for me. He walked to the dining table and pushed a bowl of warm millet porridge in front of Qin Lengyue. "Miss Qin, why don't you have some porridge to warm your stomach?" he said gently. "Your stomach isn't good, you can't get angry on an empty stomach." Looking at the millet porridge in front of her, Qin Lengyue felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She knew he cared about her. She sat down quietly, picked up the millet porridge, and began to drink it in small sips. Jiang Chen sat back down in his seat and continued eating his breakfast. The restaurant fell silent once again. But this time the silence was no longer awkward. Instead, it carried a hint of ambiguity and warmth. The atmosphere between the two of them heated up again without them even realizing it. After breakfast, Qin Lengyue reverted to her CEO mode. She looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a serious tone, "Jiang Chen, you fired 13 executives from Xingha Bio yesterday. What are your plans for the future? Also, where did the 500 million yuan NRD funding you promised to arrive within 3 days come from?" Jiang Chen smiled when he heard Qin Lengyue's question. "Ms. Qin, rest assured, everything is under my control," he said confidently. "I have already told you that we have enough manpower. I promise to transform the company within a month. As for the 500 million yuan in research and development funds..." As Jiang Chen spoke, he took out his phone and handed it to Qin Lengyue. The phone number displayed above is that of Zhang Wei, the CFO of Qin's group. "Ms. Qin, I have already made an appointment," Jiang Chen said calmly. "As long as you make a phone call and go through the chairman's special approval channel, the 500 million yuan special fund will arrive in your account within 24 hours. Qin Lengyue looked at the phone Jiang Chen handed her and was completely shocked by his efficiency and energy. She knew what the chairman's special approval channel was. It was a channel that could only be used when the group faced a crisis of survival. Moreover, it required the chairman's initiation and the seconding of 2 core vice presidents to be approved. Historically, this passage has only been used 3 times. She couldn't believe that the rigid CFO Zhang Wei would agree to such an absurd request. How did you do that?" Qin Lengyue looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with doubt and shock. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. Inner monologue, "Your Majesty, this is just the appetizer. The real excitement is yet to come." He knew that he had once again successfully planted a seed of curiosity in Qin Lengyue's heart. This seed will slowly take root and sprout, eventually leading her to completely fall for it. Chapter 48: The Disciplinary Inspection Commission's Thunderous Methods. Qin Lengyue stared at the phone Jiang Chen handed her, her heart churning with shock. She knew all too well the significance of the chairman's special approval channel. It was the Qin Group's nuclear weapon, not to be used lightly. Yet now, Jiang Chen was casually telling her that with just a word from her, 500 million yuan would be in her account. "How did you do that?" Qin Lengyue lowered her voice, staring at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. She wanted to see even a hint of pride or guilt on his face, but Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, even with a sense of matter of fact. Jiang Chen looked at her, his tone both domineering and gentle. "Miss Qin, all my abilities are solely for your service. It's only natural to use your privileges to achieve your wishes." "What's so strange about that?" Qin Lengyue was speechless, choked by his twisted logic. She realized that in front of Jiang Chen, her logic and common sense always seemed to fail. He could always use a seemingly absurd but actually impeccable theory that she couldn't refute. What shocked her even more was that Jiang Chen's words made her feel that he was a true business tycoon. That confidence and domineering aura of controlling everything and turning all resources into his own made her heart tremble slightly. Inner monologue, TSK, Her Majesty's expression is completely under my control. It seems my twisted logic attack is highly effective. However, 500 million is no small sum. I need to let her experience my power firsthand. Seeing Qin Lengyue's hesitant gaze, Jiang Chen said with a hint of encouragement, Miss Qin, don't hesitate. I've already spoken to Director Zhang. Call him now, and he'll take care of everything for you immediately. Qin Lengyue took a deep breath, suppressing her shock and confusion. She knew this wasn't the time to pry into the details. 500 million yuan was crucial for Star Core Biotechnology. She took Jiang Chen's phone, hesitated for a moment on the screen, and finally dialed Zhang Wei's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Chairman. Zhang Wei's respectful yet urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello. Consultant Zhang has already informed me in advance that our finance department has completed all the formalities for Xingha Bio's special fund application overnight. We are just waiting for your order. 500 million yuan will be transferred to Xingha Bio's account before the end of the day. Zhang Wei's voice was full of flattery and ingratiation, completely unlike his usual rigid and serious image as a finance director. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Qin Lengyue's heart was once again filled with turmoil. She had originally thought that Zhang Wei would at least ask a few perfunctory questions or express his difficulty. But now, he actually worked overtime all night to complete all the procedures. This gave Qin Lengyue an unprecedented shock regarding Jiang Chen's power. Okay, I understand. Qin Lengyue tried her best to keep her tone calm. Then follow the procedure and transfer the funds as soon as possible. Yes, Chairman. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Zhang Wei said excitedly. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lengyue returned it to Jiang Chen. Her gaze was complex, and when she looked at Jiang Chen, there was a hint of barely perceptible dependence. How did you do that? She asked again, her voice tinged with confusion. Jiang Chen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Miss Qin, didn't I say I'm your personal attendant? I'll do my best to fulfill any request you make. Inner monologue, Your Majesty, now you should believe in my abilities, right? 500 million is just the beginning. Qin Lengyue looked at Jiang Chen and felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She realized that she could no longer see through this man at all. He was like a mystery, filling her with curiosity yet remaining untouchable. Alright, Miss Qin, it's getting late, I should go to the company, Jiang Chen said. There are still many things waiting for me to handle at Xingha Biotechnology. Qin Lengyue felt a pang of disappointment when she heard that Jiang Chen was leaving. She wanted him to stay, but she didn't know how to bring it up. In the end, she called out to him. Wait a moment, Qin Lengyue said. Jiang Chen stopped, turned around, and looked at her. Miss Qin, is there anything else you need? He asked. Qin Lengyue looked at him, her eyes filled with struggle. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she made a decision. I'll go with you, she said. I want to go see the Star Core creatures. Jiang Chen was overjoyed to hear Qin Lengyue's words. Inner monologue, oh, is Her Majesty the Queen going to personally inspect the results of my work? Looks like my charm has increased quite a bit. But that's fine, letting her see my abilities firsthand is the only way to completely win her over. He smiled and nodded. Okay, Miss Qin, he said. Please wait a moment while I have Butler Lin prepare the car. Qin Lengyue nodded, got up, and walked upstairs. She went upstairs and changed into a white Chanel business suit, regaining her aura as an ice queen. When she reappeared in front of Jiang Chen, he found it amusing to see her like this. Inner monologue, TSK, is Her Majesty the Queen trying to give me support? Her aura is truly impressive. The two walked out of the heavenly palace together and got into a Bentley. Jiang Chen drove the Bentley smoothly toward the Qin Group headquarters. The car fell silent for a moment. Qin Lengyue looked at the scenery rushing past the car window, feeling a complex mix of emotions. She didn't know why she made this decision. She originally just wanted Jiang Chen to back down, but unexpectedly, he gave her one surprise after another. She realized that her dependence on Jiang Chen was growing deeper and deeper. She even began to look forward to what kind of surprise he would bring her. Last night, What was the ending of the story you told? Qin Lingyue suddenly asked, her voice very soft. Jiang Chen found Qin Lingyue's words amusing. Inner monologue, is Her Majesty hinting at something? It seems last night's lullaby service was incredibly effective. He smiled and said gently, Miss Qin, the story ends with the traveler building a house in the desert to keep the Rose Company forever. Qin Lingyue trembled slightly upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. She didn't speak, but just silently looked out the car window. Jiang Chen detected joy in the response. He knew that the ending he had fabricated had greatly pleased Her Majesty the Queen, and he had successfully infiltrated her frozen heart. Inner monologue, hee, Your Majesty, now you know I'm the traveler, right? And you are the rose. And I will always be with you, so you'll never be alone. An unseen storm is brewing within the Qin group. Following Jiang Chen's instructions, Wang Defa secretly made a copy of the preliminary review report and personally delivered it to Zhou Pairu, the deputy director of the group's Discipline Inspection Committee. Zhou Pairu, the Iron Lady of the Qin group, is known for her upright character and decisive methods. She has always been at odds with Qin Tian's faction and is the best candidate to bring Qin Tian down. When Zhou Pairu saw the report submitted by Wang Defa, her expression instantly turned serious. The report details the connections between several shell companies and Qin Tian's confidants, as well as evidence that at least 500 million yuan of Xinghe Bio's 2 billion yuan investment over the past 3 years has gone missing. Zhou Pairu became increasingly alarmed as she read on. She never imagined that Qin Tian would be so audacious as to commit such corrupt acts within the company. What shocked her even more was that the report was submitted by Wang Defa, the financial director of Xinghe Biotechnology. She knew that Wang Defa was a trusted confidant whom Qin Tian had personally promoted. His betrayal of Qin Tian puzzled her. Director Wang, are you sure this report is true? Zhou Pairu asked seriously. Upon hearing Zhou Pairu's words, Wang Defa felt a sudden surge of tension. But when he thought of Jiang Chen's promise and what he had said to him, he suddenly felt a surge of courage. Director Zhou, I guarantee with my entire career that this report is absolutely true. Wang Defa said firmly. Although I, Wang Defa, have limited abilities, I would never do anything to harm the interests of the group. Zhou Pairu looked at Wang Defa with a probing gaze. She knew that Wang Defa's words were a declaration of his loyalty to her. But at the same time, she also felt a sense of doubt. She couldn't believe that Wang Defa would betray Qin Tian for no reason. Director Wang, tell me honestly, who asked you to submit this report? Zhou Pairu asked. Upon hearing Zhou Pairu's words, Wang Defa felt a moment of hesitation. He didn't know whether he should expose Jiang Chen. But thinking of Jiang Chen's promise to him and the words he had said, he finally decided to betray Jiang Chen. Director Zhou, this report was submitted at my request by Chairman Jiang Chen, Wang Defa said. He asked me to make a secret copy and deliver it to you personally. When Zhou Pairu heard Jiang Chen's name, she was immediately shocked. She knew Jiang Chen. He was Qin Lingyue's special advisor to the chairman, and now also served as the executive director of Xinghe Biotechnology. She never expected that Jiang Chen would have such great power to make Wang Defa betray Qin Tian. Jiang Chen? Zhou Pairu asked in confusion, why did he ask you to give me this report? Wang Defa told Zhou Pairu everything Jiang Chen had said to him. Zhou Pairu was shocked when she heard Wang Defa's words. She never expected that Jiang Chen would have such a far-sighted vision. He knew that as an outsider, directly interfering in the power struggles within the group's upper echelons, even with irrefutable evidence, could easily lead to a counterattack. Therefore, he chose to use a borrowed knife to kill, letting himself and Qin Tian's faction fight amongst themselves while he watched from the sidelines. What a brilliant scheme to use someone else to do the dirty work. Zhou Pairu thought to herself with admiration. She looked at Wang Defa with admiration in her eyes. Director Wang, you've done a great job, Zhou Pairu said. I will review this report carefully. You can go back and continue your work. Yes, Director Zhou. Wang Defa said excitedly. He knew he had made the right bet. Following Jiang Chen was the truly wise move of him. After Wang Defa left, Zhou Pairu sat in her office, lost in thought. She knew that this report would trigger a huge storm. Qin Tian is deeply entrenched and wields considerable power within the group. Bringing him down will be no easy task. But at the same time, she also felt a surge of excitement. She and Qin Tian's faction had always been at odds, and now, she finally had the opportunity to completely bring him down. Qin Tian, you never expected this, did you? You finally met your match. Joe Pyra thought to herself with a cold smile. She picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Joe Pyru. Immediately convene an emergency meeting with all members of the Discipline Inspection Committee. A swift and decisive operation targeting Chin Tian is quietly unfolding. Chapter 49 Star Core Life, First Glimpse of Dawn. At 9:30 a.m., Jiang Chen drove his Bentley and smoothly pulled up in front of Xinghe Bio's office building. Xi Lingyue sat in the passenger seat, her expression aloof, but a barely perceptible hint of anticipation flickered deep in her eyes. She had given Jiang Chen 2 hours to see the results of his work firsthand. Miss Qin, would you like to wait for me in the car, or come upstairs with me? Jiang Chen asked, turning his head. Xi Lingyue hesitated for a moment, then finally said, I'll wait for you in the car. I want to see the miracle you spoke of in 2 hours. Inner monologue, TSK, is Her Majesty trying to surprise me, or is she trying to intimidate me? Oh well, whatever, I can surprise her anyway. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, okay, Miss Qin, please wait a moment. He pushed open the car door and got out. When he stepped into Starcore Bio's office building, a completely different atmosphere hit him. Yesterday, the office area was lifeless and filled with a decadent atmosphere of just waiting to die, but now it is brightly lit and bustling with people. In the huge open-plan office area, employees are no longer lounging around, but are sitting in front of their computers with full energy, typing away and discussing technical solutions. The numbness and despair of yesterday were gone from their faces, replaced by an unprecedented enthusiasm and fighting spirit. Chairman Jiang. A familiar voice rang out. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw Li Weidong and Wang Defa walking quickly toward him. Li Weidong's face showed barely suppressed excitement and joy. Although his hair was disheveled, his eyes were bright and piercing, completely unlike his dejected self from yesterday. Wang Defa was equally energetic, his face showing a hint of awe and admiration. Chairman Jiang, you've arrived. Li Weidong said excitedly. Please come and see, the technical feasibility report that our team worked on overnight is ready. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, okay, let's talk in the office. The three of them walked into Jiang Chen's office together. In the office, Li Weidong eagerly presented Jiang Chen with a thick technical feasibility report. Chairman Jiang, look. Li Weidong said excitedly, pointing to the report, our team has worked through the night and finally completed the technical feasibility report for the PetSmart wearable device. The report points out that it is entirely feasible to translate pets' emotional thoughts using our company's neural signal recognition algorithm. The accuracy rate for recognizing basic emotions in pets such as cats and dogs can reach over 85%. Furthermore, the report also proposes optimization solutions that include GPS positioning, heart rate monitoring, and movement tracking. These features can provide pet owners with more comprehensive pet health management services. Li Weidong became more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with fervent light. Jiang Chen picked up the report and began to read it carefully. Every piece of data and every solution in the report is filled with rigorous logic and innovative thinking. He knew that Li Weidong's team had truly put their heart into it. Inner monologue, wow, this efficiency, this quality, it certainly didn't disappoint. Looks like my God-level corporate strategy skills have completely unlocked the potential of these tech geeks. After reading the report, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, he said approvingly. Director Li, this report is outstanding. Your team did a fantastic job. Li Weidong smiled excitedly upon hearing Jiang Chen's praise. Chairman Jiang, this is all thanks to you. Li Weidong said. If UNT pointed us in the right direction, our team would still be going around in circles. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. He knew that Li Weidong was telling the truth. Director Li, I have a new instruction for you, Jiang Chen said. Immediately begin prototype chip development and triple the size of the RD team within a week. They're recruiting top talent regardless of cost, claiming it's a monumental project worth hundreds of billions. Li Weidong's body trembled violently upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Chairman Jiang, are you telling the truth? He asked excitedly. Expanding the RD team threefold? Recruiting top talent regardless of cost? Of course it's true. Jiang Chen said with certainty, Director Li, I want you to know that I, Jiang Chen, never break my word. Moreover, I assure you, this is absolutely a magnificent project worth hundreds of billions. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Li Weidong became so excited that he became incoherent. Chairman Jiang. I guarantee I will complete the mission, he practically shouted. Jiang Chen smiled and patted Li Weidong on the shoulder. Go ahead, Director Li. I trust you, he said. Li Weidong turned around excitedly and rushed out of the office. He needed to immediately assemble his team, begin developing a prototype chip, and recruit top talent. Watching Li Weidong's departing figure, Zhang Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Inner monologue, TSK, these tech geeks are really workaholics. But that's good, the harder they work, the faster my miracle will happen. After dealing with the hot-blooded Li Weidong, Zhang Chen turned to Wang Defa. Wang Defa stood silently to the side, watching Zhang Chen and Li Weidong's conversation. He had witnessed Zhang Chen's charisma firsthand, and his awe of Zhang Chen had turned into fervent worship. Director Wang, how's it going on your end? Zhang Chen asked. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang Defa quickly handed a preliminary investigation report to Zhang Chen. Chairman Zhang, this is a preliminary investigation report that I rushed to complete overnight, Wang Defa said. The report reveals shocking corruption within the company. Of the 2 billion yuan invested by President Qin over the past 3 years, at least 500 million yuan has disappeared. The entire company has been hollowed out by parasites. Zhang Chen picked up the report and began to read it carefully. Every detail in the report is shocking. He knew that Xinghe Bio's losses were not entirely due to intense market competition, but rather to internal corruption. Director Wang, this report is very well done, Zhang Chen said approvingly. However, this is only a preliminary review report. I need you to continue digging deeper and thoroughly investigate where these 500 million yuan went. Yes, Chairman Zhang. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Wang Defa said excitedly. Director Wang, you pointed out that the dismissed management personnel were just small fry, and there's a big fish behind them. Who is this big fish? Zhang Chen asked. Wang Defa trembled slightly upon hearing Zhang Chen's words. He knew that Zhang Chen was asking him Qin Tian's name. He hesitated for a moment, but finally leaned close to Zhang Chen's ear and whispered the name of the mastermind, Chairman Zhang, it's Qin Tian. Zhang Chen's eyes flickered slightly when he heard Qin Tian's name. Inner monologue, it really is Qin Tian. That old fox, he really couldn't hold back anymore. But, this is fine too, it's a good opportunity to completely eradicate the cancer within the Qin group. Director Wang, you've done a great job. Zhang Chen patted Wang Defa on the shoulder. Continue with your work. Remember, no one except you and me can know about this. Yes, Chairman Zhang. I promise to keep this a secret. Wang Defa said excitedly. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. He knew he had found the sharp blade he needed. Qi Lingyue sat in the Bentley, watching the time tick by. She felt a surge of anxiety. She didn't know if Zhang Chen could actually give her a miracle within 2 hours. She even began to doubt whether she had trusted Zhang Chen too much. After all, even she was having a headache dealing with the mess left by the StarCore creatures. 50 minutes left, Qi Lingyue thought to herself, glancing at her watch. Just then, her phone rang. She picked up her phone and saw that it was Zhang Chen calling. Hello? Qin Lingyue answered the phone, her tone tinged with impatience. Hello, Ms. Qin. Zhang Chen's voice came from the other end of the phone, relaxed and confident. Ms. Qin, I'd like to report to you that I've finalized the product plan and established financial discipline at Xinghe Biotechnology. I've also taken the opportunity to uncover a major embezzler who has misappropriated at least 500 million yuan in assets. Qin Lingyue's body trembled violently upon hearing Zhang Chen's words. She never expected that Zhang Chen would achieve such amazing results in less than 2 hours. What did you say? Qin Lingyue asked in shock. You've uncovered a big parasite who has embezzled at least 500 million yuan? Who is it? She blurted out, her voice filled with shock and anger. Zhang Chen smiled, his tone slightly playful. Miss Qin, would you like to guess? Qin Lingyue felt a surge of anger upon hearing Zhang Chen's words. She knew that Zhang Chen was deliberately keeping her in suspense. Zhang Chen. Stop playing coy with me. Who is it? Qin Lingyue practically shouted. Zhang Chen smiled, his tone relaxed. Miss Qin, please turn on your computer now. I have sent you an encrypted email. The email contains a preliminary investigation report compiled by Wang Defa, which details the connections between several shell companies and Qin Tian's confidants, revealing that Qin Tian is the mastermind behind it all. Qin Lingyue's body trembled violently upon hearing Qin Tian's name. She never expected that the mastermind behind it all was Qin Tian. Her cousin. Qin Lingyue was furious. She finally understood that Qin Tian's targeting of Xing Habiao at the board meeting was to destroy the evidence. She was shocked by Jiang Chen's ability to uncover the biggest cancer in the group in less than 2 hours. Are you sure? Qin Lengyue asked, her voice trembling slightly. Miss Qin, what do you think? Jiang Chen asked in return. Qin Lengyue remained silent. She knew that Jiang Chen never fought a battle unprepared. Since he said Qin Tian was the mastermind, then it must be true. What do you plan to do? Qin Lengyue asked. Jiang Chen smiled, his tone relaxed. Ms. Qin, I have instructed Wang Defa to send a copy of the report to Zhou Pairu, the deputy director of the Group's Discipline Inspection Committee, not the Discipline Inspection Committee controlled by Qin Tian. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qin Lengyue instantly understood that this was a borrowed knife to kill scheme. She felt a surge of admiration for Jiang Chen's wisdom. What a brilliant scheme to use someone else to do the dirty work. Qin Lengyue thought to herself with admiration. She knew that Jiang Chen was helping her eliminate the cancerous growth in the Qin group. Miss Qin, what do you think of my performance? Jiang Chen asked with a hint of teasing. Shouldn't you give me a reward? Qin Lengyue felt a surge of shame and anger upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. She knew that Jiang Chen was asking her for a reward. What reward do you want? She asked irritably. Jiang Chen smiled, his tone slightly playful. Miss Qin, I would like you to tell me a bedtime story. Qin Lengyue's body trembled violently upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. She never expected Jiang Chen to make such a request. Her cheeks flushed instantly. You're dreaming. She hung up the phone in shame and anger. Jiang Chen heard the busy tone on the other end of the phone and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Inner monologue, TSK, Her Majesty is shy. But that's good, it'll only take a while before she's completely smitten. He knew that although Qin Lengyue said she was dreaming, a secret expectation was rising in her heart. Jiang Chen then sent 2 text messages, first explaining that he was joking, and then playfully saying that she could listen if she wanted to talk. This back and forth brought a smile to Qin Lengyue's cold face, and her mood lightened, a change that even surprised her driver. Chapter 50 Qin Tian's Counterattack. The atmosphere was heavy in the meeting room of the Qin Group's Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhou Pairu sat in the main seat, looking at the report in her hands with a serious expression. Opposite her, more than a dozen members of the Discipline Inspection Commission sat upright, each with a different expression. Everyone, I believe you have all seen this report. Zhou Pairu's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The report points out that Qin Tian, the vice president of Qin's group, is suspected of embezzling group assets by abusing his position, amounting to as much as 500 million yuan. The meeting room erupted in an uproar. Although everyone had their own guesses, the official announcement of this staggering number still shocked everyone. Director Zhou, could this be a malicious frame-up? A member of the Discipline Inspection Commission asked cautiously. Zhou Pairu snorted coldly, malicious framing? Do you think Wang Defa would joke about his career? Moreover, the evidence chain in the report is very complete, including multiple contracts, bank statements, and registration information of shell companies, all pointing to Qin Tian and his confidants. She slammed the report on the table, her gaze sweeping across the room. Qin Tian is deeply entrenched and wields immense power within the group. Bringing him down will be no easy task. But at the same time, I must tell everyone that our Discipline Inspection Committee's duty is to safeguard the group's interests and punish corruption. Therefore, I have decided to immediately launch an investigation into Qin Tian. All business related to Qin Tian is suspended. All accounts associated with Qin Tian's confidants are frozen. Zhou Pairu's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the conference room. Everyone knew that a swift and decisive operation targeting Qin Tian had officially begun. Qin Tian sat in his office, his face terribly gloomy. He had just received a call from one of his trusted aides. The caller said that the disciplinary committee had suddenly launched an investigation into him and his aides, all business dealings with them had been suspended, and their accounts had been frozen. Damn it! Qin Tian slammed his hand on the table, knocking the teacup in front of him to the ground and shattering it. He knew that someone was behind this. But he didn't expect the disciplinary committee to act so quickly and ruthlessly. Who is it? Who is behind this? Qin Tian roared inwardly. The first person he thought of was Qin Lengyue. He knew that Qin Lengyue had been trying to weaken his power. But he never expected that Qin Lengyue would be so unscrupulous as to use the Discipline Inspection Commission to deal with him. Qin Lengyue. You wait. I won't let you get away with this, Qin Tian said through gritted teeth. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hey, this is Qin Tian. Find out immediately who's behind this. Especially that Wang Defa. Who has he been in contact with lately? Also, prepare me immediately a negative report on the Star Core lifeform. I want to completely destroy it. Qin Tian knew this was not the time to sit idly by and wait for death. He had to fight back. In the office area of Xinghua Biotechnology, Jiang Chen sat in his office, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Inner monologue, TSK, Qin Tian, that old fox, has finally lost his composure? But that's fine too. The more he struggles, the more he exposes his true colors. He knew that Joe Pyro had already begun to take action. He also knew that Qin Tian would definitely retaliate. But he wasn't worried. Because he had already made preparations in advance. Chairman Jiang, you wanted to see me? Wang Defa pushed open the office door and asked cautiously. Jiang Chen nodded, gesturing for Wang Defa to sit down. Director Wang, how's it going on your end? Jiang Chen asked. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wang Defa's face showed a worried expression. Chairman Jiang, the Discipline Inspection Commission has already started its operation. Director Zhou is personally leading the investigation into Qin Tian and his cronies, Wang Defa said. However, I'm worried that Qin Tian might retaliate. After all, he's deeply entrenched and powerful within the group. If he retaliates, we... Jiang Chen smiled and interrupted Wang Defa. Director Wang, you don't need to worry, Jiang Chen said casually. Qin Tian's counterattack was expected. However, all his counterattacks were within my expectations. Wang Defa was immediately surprised when he heard Jiang Chen's words. Chairman Jiang, you foresaw this all along? He asked. Jiang Chen nodded. Director Wang, what you need to do now is to continue to investigate Qin Tian's corruption and collect more evidence, Jiang Chen said. At the same time, you must also be careful to protect yourself and not give Qin Tian any leverage. Yes, Chairman Jiang. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Wang Defa said excitedly. There is one more thing, Jiang Chen said. Qin Tian will definitely try every means to deal with the Star Core creatures. He might spread some rumors that are detrimental to us, or create some trouble. So what you need to do now is to closely monitor the internal dynamics of the group, and report to me immediately if you find anything unusual. Yes, Chairman Jiang. I understand. Wang Defa said. After Wang Defa left, Jiang Chen sat in his office, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Inner monologue, Qin Tian, do you think you can still control everything? Too bad, you've met me. All your schemes are nothing but a clown's act in front of me. A few days later, negative rumors about Jiang Chen began to circulate within the Qin group. Some say that Jiang Chen is Qin Lengyue's kept man and only climbed to a high position because of Qin Lengyue. Some say that Jiang Chen doesn't understand management at all, he's just a figurehead, and under his leadership, Xinghua Bio will only suffer even greater losses. Some people say that Jiang Chen is a ruthless guy who will stop at nothing to climb the corporate ladder, and even dares to fire long-time employees of the company. These rumors spread rapidly within the group, like a virus. Soon, even employees of StarCore Biotechnology heard about these rumors. In the office area, employees gathered in twos and threes, whispering among themselves. Have you heard? That Chairman Jiang is apparently Qin's kept man. Yes, I've heard about it too. Otherwise, how could he have become an executive director at such a young age? I think he's just a pretty face, he doesn't know anything about management. StarCore Bio will definitely go under his leadership. I think he's a ruthless guy. He'd even fire long-time employees just to climb the corporate ladder. The whispers among the employees reached Jiang Chen's ears clearly. Jiang Chen sat in his office, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Inner monologue, TSK, Qin Tian, that old fox, is indeed starting to retaliate. However, such childish rumors have absolutely no effect on me. He knew that Qin Tian was trying to undermine his prestige through public opinion and force him to back down. But he wasn't worried. Because he has the ability. Strength is the best form of retaliation. Chairman Jiang, are you alright? Li Weidong pushed open the office door, his face filled with worry. He had just heard those rumors and felt a surge of anger. He knew that these rumors were spread by Qin Tian. He was worried that Jiang Chen would be affected by this. Jiang Chen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Director Li, what could possibly happen to me? These rumors have absolutely no impact on me. Director Li, what you need to do now is lead the team to develop a prototype chip as soon as possible. Use your strength to refute those rumors. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Li Weidong felt a surge of excitement. Yes, Chairman Jiang. I understand, he said. I guarantee that our team will use our strength to prove those rumors wrong. After Li Weidong left, Jiang Chen sat in his office, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Inner monologue, Xin Tian, you think you can defeat me by spreading rumors? Too bad, you underestimate me. My counterattack will show you what true strength is. He picked up the phone and dialed Qin Lingyue's number. The call was answered quickly. Hello? Qin Lingyue's voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding a little tired. Miss Qin, hello, Jiang Chen said casually. Have you heard any rumors about me? Qin Lingyue stiffened slightly upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. She knew that Jiang Chen was asking her about those negative rumors. She felt a surge of anger. She never expected that Qin Tian would resort to such unscrupulous means as spreading these rumors to attack Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you don't need to pay attention to those rumors, Qin Lingyue said coldly. I'll handle it. Jiang Chen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Miss Qin, you don't need to worry. These rumors have absolutely no impact on me. Moreover, I can take this opportunity to show those who doubt me my abilities. Qin Lingyue was surprised when she heard Jiang Chen's words. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be so confident. What do you plan to do? Qin Lingyue asked. Jiang Chen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Miss Qin, just wait and see what happens. I promise I will shut up all those who doubt me. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qin Lingyue felt a surge of anticipation. She knew that Jiang Chen never fought a battle unprepared. Since he said he would handle it well, then he definitely will. Alright, I'll wait and see what happens to you, Qin Lingyue said. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lingyue sat in her office, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. Inner monologue, Jiang Chen, how many more surprises do you have in store for me? She found that her interest in Jiang Chen was growing stronger and stronger. Chapter 51 Public Opinion Storm, Jiang Chen's Response. Rumors within the Qin group spread rapidly like wildfire, even infiltrating some media outlets outside the group. Jiang Chen was quickly branded with labels like Pretty Boy, Figurehead Director, and Ruthless. In the chairman's office, Qin Lingyue listened to her secretary Chen Jing's report, her face turning ashen. President Qin, this news came too suddenly and spread extremely fast. There's clearly someone behind it all, Chen Jing reported. Our public relations department has started to deal with it, but with little effect. The other side seems to have a large number of online trolls and media resources. Qin Lingyue rubbed her temples, a hint of coldness flashing in her icy eyes. Inner monologue, Xin Tian, you really couldn't hold back after all. You actually resorted to such underhanded tactics. But do you think you can defeat Jiang Chen like this? You underestimate him, and you underestimate my judgment of people. She picked up the phone and dialed Jiang Chen's number directly. Hello, Miss Qin. Jiang Chen's voice sounded as relaxed as ever, as if the overwhelming negative news had nothing to do with him. Jiang Chen, have you heard about those rumors targeting you? Qin Lingyue's tone was icy, but there was a hint of worry in her heart that was hard to detect. Oh? Miss Qin, are you referring to me as someone who makes a living off my looks, or someone who is ruthless, or someone who doesn't know how to manage? Jiang Chen asked casually, with a hint of amusement in his tone. Hearing his nonchalant tone, Qin Lingyue felt relieved, but couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. You still have the nerve to joke? These rumors have seriously damaged your reputation within the group and have even hindered Starcore Biotechnology's recruitment efforts. Miss Qin, you're mistaken. Jiang Chen smiled dismissively. Rumors stop with the wise, and even more so with strength. The reason those people believe the rumors is because they haven't seen my strength. Besides, haven't you always wanted to see my strength? This is the perfect opportunity to let those who doubt me see just how capable I, Jiang Chen, really am. Qin Lingyue was surprised to hear Jiang Chen's words. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be so confident, and even to want to use this opportunity to retaliate. What do you plan to do? Qin Lingyue asked, her tone filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Miss Qin, just wait and see. I guarantee I'll shut up all those who doubt me. Inner monologue, TSK, is Her Majesty testing me? But this is fine too, it's a good opportunity to make Her Majesty completely believe in my abilities. Moreover, this media storm can be used to promote my new product, killing two birds with one stone. He knew that Qin Tian was spreading these rumors simply to undermine his prestige through public opinion and force him to back down. But he wasn't worried. Because he has a system. He has power. Strength is the best form of retaliation. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lengyue sat in her office, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. Inner monologue, Jiang Chen, how many more surprises do you have in store for me? She found that her interest in Jiang Chen was growing stronger and stronger. In the R&D department of Xingha Biotechnology, Li Weidong's team is working diligently on the development of prototype chips. The office was filled with a tense yet excited atmosphere. Everyone's face showed a hint of fatigue, but their eyes were full of fighting spirit. Director Li, we have completed the packaging of the first-generation prototype chip, an R&D staff member said excitedly. Upon hearing the researcher's words, Li Weidong's face lit up with an excited smile. Great! Excellent, he exclaimed excitedly. Let's test it immediately. We need to use facts to refute those rumors. Jiang Chen walked into the R&D department and saw the scene before him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Inner monologue, wow, this efficiency, this fighting spirit, they certainly didn't disappoint me. It seems my god-level corporate strategy skills have completely unleashed the potential of these tech geeks. He walked over to Li Weidong and patted him on the shoulder. Director Li, you've done a great job, Jiang Chen said approvingly. You don't need to pay attention to those rumors. We'll use our strength to prove them wrong. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Li Weidong felt a surge of excitement. Yes, Chairman Jiang. I understand, he said. I guarantee that our team will use our strength to prove those rumors wrong. A few days later, the internal public opinion storm within the Qin Group reached its peak. A flood of negative news brought Starcore Biotechnology's recruitment efforts to a standstill. Even some partners have begun to have doubts about Starcore Bio. In the chairman's office, Qin Lengyue listened to Chen Jing's report, her expression growing increasingly grim. President Qin, the current situation is very unfavorable for us. If we don't take action soon, Starcore Biotechnology may face an even greater crisis, Chen Jing said worriedly. Qin Lengyue took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart. Is there any news from Jiang Chen's side? Qin Lengyue asked. Chen Jing shook her head, there has been no response from Chairman Jiang. He just asked Director Li's team to speed up the development of the prototype chip. Qin Lengyue felt a sense of doubt upon hearing Chen Jing's words. She didn't understand why Jiang Chen was so calm. Could it be that he really has a way to turn things around? Just as Qin Lengyue was feeling puzzled, her phone rang. She picked up her phone and saw that it was a text message from Jiang Chen. The text message was simple, Miss Qin, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., Xingha Biotechnology R&D Department. I invite you to witness a miracle in person. Qin Lengyue looked at the text message and was immediately surprised. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be so confident. Does he really have a way to turn things around? Qin Lengyue asked herself inwardly. She decided to go to Starcore Biotechnology in person tomorrow to see what kind of surprise Jiang Chen could bring her. The next morning, at the Qin Group headquarters building, Qin Lengyue, dressed in a black business suit and wearing sunglasses that covered half of her face, walked out of the office with an aura of power. Her secretary, Chen Jing, and several bodyguards followed closely behind. When she reached the elevator, she found a group of people standing there. These people were all senior executives within the group, as well as some media reporters. When they saw Qin Lengyue appear, they all gathered around her. Mr. Qin, what are your thoughts on the negative news surrounding Xingha Biotechnology? President Qin, what is your explanation for Jiang Chen's appointment? Mr. Qin, what are your plans for the future of Starcore Biotechnology? The reporters asked a barrage of questions. Qin Lengyue glanced coldly at the reporters and said in an icy tone, no comment. Then, she walked toward the elevator. The reporters felt helpless when they saw that Qin Lengyue ignored them. But they did not give up. Instead, they continued to press for answers. Mr. Qin, did you go to Starcore Biotechnology this time to investigate Jiang Chen? President Qin, do you still have confidence in Jiang Chen's leadership abilities? Qin Lengyue stiffened slightly when she heard the reporters' questions. She knew that Qin Tian was behind all these problems. She felt a surge of anger. But she didn't show it. She merely glanced coldly at the reporters before stepping into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Qin Lengyue took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart. she knew this wasn't the time to be angry. What she wanted to do was go to Starcore Biotechnology and see for herself what kind of surprise Jiang Chen could bring her. Chapter 52 Pet Chip makes a stunning debut. At 10 a.m., Jean Lung Yue arrived at Xingha Biotechnology. When she entered Xingha Bio's office building, she found the atmosphere completely different from before. The once lifeless office area was now full of vitality and passion. Employees were working with high spirits, their faces beaming with confident smiles. Jean Lung Yue was immediately surprised. She never expected that Jiang Chen could cause such a big change in the Starcore organism in such a short period of time. Inner monologue, Jiang Chen, how many more surprises do you have in store for me? She followed her secretary Chen Jing and several bodyguards straight to the RD department. Inside the RD department, the lights were on. Li Weidong's team was working diligently and systematically on the final preparations. Jiang Chen stood in the center of the RD department, directing the team members. He saw Jean Lung Yue appear and a confident smile appeared on his face. Miss Jean, you've arrived. Jiang Chen said in a relaxed tone. Welcome to the Starcore Biotechnology RD department, to witness the birth of a miracle. Jean Lung Yue walked to Jiang Chen's side and looked at him with a complicated expression. She didn't know what kind of miracle Jiang Chen could bring her. Jiang Chen, are you sure you can really give me a miracle? Jean Lung Yue asked. Jiang Chen smiled, his tone confident. Miss Jean, I never fight a battle unprepared. I assure you, what you see today will be unforgettable for the rest of your life. Inner monologue, TSK, is Her Majesty doubting me? But that's fine, the bigger the surprise, the better. He turned to look at Li Weidong. Director Li, are you ready? Jiang Chen asked. Li Weidong said excitedly, Chairman Jiang, everything is ready. Jiang Chen nodded, then looked at Jean Lung Yue. Miss Jean, please take a seat, Jiang Chen said. Jean Lung Yue sat down in the VIP section of the RD department. Her secretary, Chen Jing, and bodyguards stood behind her. In the RD department, besides Jean Lung Yue and her group, there were also some senior executives from within the group, as well as some media reporters. They were all invited by Jean Lung Yue so that they could witness the miracle of the Starcore creatures. Jiang Chen walked to the center of the RD department and picked up the microphone. Distinguished guests, colleagues, good afternoon. Jiang Chen said in a loud voice. I am Jiang Chen, the executive director of Xingha Biotechnology. Today, I have invited everyone here to showcase Xingha Biotechnology's latest research and development achievement, a smart wearable device for pets. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the RD department erupted in an uproar. No one expected that Starcore Bio would develop smart wearable devices for pets. Smart wearable devices for pets? Are you kidding me? Isn't Starcore Biotechnology in the field of biochips for medical applications? Yeah, has Chairman Jiang gone mad? Developing such an unreliable product? I think he's just a pretty face, he doesn't understand management at all. Some executives and reporters whispered among themselves, their faces filled with disdain and mockery. Hearing these comments, Jean Lung Yue felt a sudden surge of tension. She looked at Jiang Chen, a hint of worry in her eyes. Jiang Chen smiled and said confidently, Everyone, I know you may have some questions about smart wearable devices for pets. However, I assure you that today you will witness a revolutionary product. Next, please welcome our RD director, Li Weidong, to introduce our products. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he handed the microphone to Li Weidong. Li Weidong took the microphone and excitedly walked to the center. Distinguished guests, colleagues, good afternoon. Li Weidong said in a loud voice. I am Li Weidong, the RD director of Xingha Biotechnology. Today, I will be showcasing to you our latest smart wearable device for pets, developed by Xingha Biotechnology. As Li Weidong spoke, he gestured to the RD staff to bring up an adorable teddy dog. The teddy bear is wearing an exquisite collar around its neck. Look everyone, this is our smart wearable device for pets. Li Weidong said excitedly, pointing to the collar around the teddy dog's neck. This collar has a built-in neuronal signal recognition chip that we at Xingha Biotechnology have just developed. With this chip, we can monitor our pets' physiological indicators in real time, and even translate their emotions. As soon as Li Weidong finished speaking, the RD department erupted in an uproar once again. Everyone was shocked. Translate pet emotions? Are you kidding me? How is that even possible? Yeah, has Director Li gone mad? How could he say something so absurd? I think they just want to scam investors, so they made up this lie. Executives and reporters whispered among themselves again, their faces filled with disdain and mockery. Hearing these comments, Qin Lengyue felt a sudden surge of tension. She looked at Jiang Chen, a hint of worry in her eyes. Jiang Chen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "Everyone, I know you may have some doubts about our product. However, facts speak louder than words. Now, please welcome our RD staff to demonstrate our products." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he gestured to the RD staff to begin demonstrating the product. The researchers turned on their computers and projected the Teddy Dog's real-time data onto a large screen. On the large screen, physiological indicators such as the Teddy Dog's heart rate, body temperature, and movement trajectory are displayed. "Please look, everyone. These are our Teddy Dog's real-time physiological indicators," Li Weidong said excitedly, pointing to the large screen. "This data can help pet owners better understand their pet's health status. More importantly, our chip can also translate a pet's emotions." As Li Weidong spoke, he gestured to the RD staff to play a video of a Teddy Dog. In the video, the Teddy Dog is playing happily. On the large screen, the Teddy Dog's emotional state was displayed in real time, happy, excited, and joyful. "Look everyone, this is the emotional state of our Teddy Dogs," Li Weidong said excitedly. "Our chip can accurately identify the pet's emotions and translate them into text for display." As soon as Li Weidong finished speaking, the RD department fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the big screen in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? My God! This is absolutely amazing. I can't believe that Starcore Biotechnology has actually developed such a product. Executives and reporters were speechless with shock. Qin Lengyue was equally shocked as she stared at the big screen, her eyes filled with disbelief. She never expected that Jiang Chen would actually bring her a miracle. She looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration and worship. Inner monologue, "Jiang Chen, you really didn't let me down. You truly brought me a miracle." Seeing Qin Lengyue's shocked expression, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Inner monologue, "TSK, Your Majesty, now you should believe in my abilities, right? This is just the beginning." He walked to the microphone and said in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, our smart wearable pet device can not only monitor pets' physiological indicators and interpret their emotions, but also incorporate functions such as GPS positioning, heart rate monitoring, and movement tracking. These features can provide pet owners with more comprehensive pet health management services. More importantly, our chip can also provide pet owners with personalized pet care advice through big data analysis. We can even transform smart wearable devices for pets into a massive data platform and a social ecosystem for pets." As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the RD department erupted in an uproar once again. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They never expected that Jiang Chen had such a grand plan. "Chairman Jiang, are you telling the truth?" an executive asked excitedly. "You can turn smart wearable devices for pets into a massive data platform and a pet social ecosystem?" Jiang Chen smiled, his tone confident, "Of course it's true. I assure everyone, our smart wearable device for pets will change the entire pet market. It will become a great project worth hundreds of billions." As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the RD department. Everyone was awestruck by Jiang Chen's grand vision, and they all believed that Jiang Chen would definitely fulfill his promise. Qin Lengyue also clapped excitedly. She looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration and worship. She knew that Jiang Chen had truly brought her a miracle. She also knew that under Jiang Chen's leadership, Xinghe Bio would surely have a brilliant future. Chapter 53 The Discipline Inspection Commission, the net is closed. The launch event for Xinghe Bio was an unprecedented success. The demonstration of the concept and prototype chip for the smart wearable device for pets completely ignited the attention of the market and within the group. Those who had once questioned Jiang Chen as a figurehead director instantly vanished, replaced by shock, admiration, and a vague sense of awe. As Qin Lengyue looked at Jiang Chen, who stood confidently and composedly at the press conference, a burning light ignited in her icy eyes. She knew that Jiang Chen had once again given her a huge surprise, and this surprise far exceeded her expectations. Inner monologue, "This man always manages to surprise me. How much potential does he still have that I don't know about? Keeping him by my side was definitely the best decision I've ever made." After the press conference, Qin Lengyue stayed behind and returned to Jiang Chen's office with him. "Jiang Chen, you did very well today." Qin Lengyue's tone carried a hint of gentleness. "You have once again proven your ability. Those rumors have now been disproven. Jiang Chen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Miss Qin, it's my duty. I'm your personal attendant, and it's my honor to serve you. When Qin Lengyue heard him mention the term personal waiter again, she felt a pang of disappointment. She believed that after everything that had happened these past few days, their relationship had become more than just that of employer and employee. Yet he still defines their relationship as service. Inner monologue, TSK, is Her Majesty jealous? It seems my service was more effective than I expected. However, now is not the time to bring it up. I have to take it slow, like boiling a frog in lukewarm water, to make Her Majesty completely fall for me. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Lengyue's slightly dimmed eyes and chuckled inwardly. Miss Qin, have you forgotten that I have another identity? Jiang Chen asked. Qin Lengyue looked at him with a puzzled expression. What is your identity? Qin Group, special advisor to the chairman, Jiang Chen said. Therefore, it is also my duty to solve the company's problems for you. Qin Lengyue felt a mix of amusement and exasperation upon hearing his twisted logic. She knew he was deliberately changing the subject to ease the awkward atmosphere. But at the same time, she felt a touch of warmth. He always managed to bring her a touch of warmth at the most opportune moment. Alright, Jiang Chen, stop being so cheeky, Qin Lengyue said. You've given me such a big surprise today, how should I reward you? Jiang Chen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Miss Qin, I would like you to tell me a bedtime story. Qin Lengyue's body trembled slightly upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Her cheeks flushed instantly. You're dreaming, she said, both ashamed and indignant. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. He knew that although Qin Lengyue said she was dreaming, a secret expectation was rising in her heart. Just as the two were talking, Jiang Chen's phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw that it was Wang Defa calling. Hello? Jiang Chen answered the phone. Chairman Jiang. Chairman Jiang. Great news. Incredibly good news. Wang Defa's excited, incoherent voice came from the other end of the phone. Director Wang, calm down and speak slowly, Jiang Chen said in a relaxed tone. Chairman Jiang. The Discipline Inspection Commission. The Discipline Inspection Commission has closed in. Wang Defa exclaimed excitedly. Director Zhou personally led the team and apprehended Qin Tian and all his cronies. They are currently under investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission, and all the evidence is irrefutable. Qin Tian is completely finished this time. Upon hearing Wang Defa's words, Jiang Chan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Inner monologue, TSK, Qin Tian, you never expected this, did you? You finally met your match. He turned to look at Qin Lengyue. Although Qin Lengyue didn't hear the contents of the phone call, she saw the meaningful smile on Jiang Chen's face and felt a surge of curiosity. What's wrong? Qin Lengyue asked. Jiang Chen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Miss Qin, guess what good news I just received? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qin Lengyue felt a surge of anxiety. She knew that Jiang Chen was deliberately keeping her in suspense. Jiang Chen. Stop keeping me in suspense. What's the good news? Qin Lengyue said irritably. Jiang Chen smiled, his tone relaxed. Miss Qin, the disciplinary committee has closed in. Qin Tian and all his cronies have been apprehended. All the evidence is irrefutable. Qin Tian is completely finished this time. Qin Lengyue's body trembled violently upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. She hadn't expected the disciplinary committee to act so quickly. She was immediately shocked and angry. Shockingly, Qin Tian was indeed so greedy that he embezzled 500 million yuan of the group's assets. What's infuriating is that Qin Tian is actually her cousin, yet he did something that so severely damaged the group's interests. Are you telling the truth? Qin Lengyue asked, her voice trembling slightly. Jiang Chen nodded. Miss Qin, what do you think? Jiang Chen asked in return. Qin Lengyue remained silent. She knew that Jiang Chen never fought a battle unprepared. Since he said Qin Tian is completely finished, it must be true. She felt a mix of emotions. On the one hand, she was pleased that the Qin group had been rid of a huge cancer. On the other hand, she felt angry and disappointed by Qin Tian's actions. After all, Qin Tian was her cousin. Miss Qin, are you all right? Jiang Chen asked Qin Lengyue, his voice tinged with concern. Qin Lengyue took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions in her heart. I'm fine, she said. I just never expected Qin Tian to do something like this. Jiang Chen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Miss Qin, you don't need to worry. Qin Tian has only himself to blame this time. All his schemes were within my expectations. Qin Lengyue was surprised when she heard Jiang Chen's words. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen had anticipated Qin Tian's actions all along. She looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration and worship. Inner monologue, how much more do I not know about this man? He's like a mystery, filling me with curiosity yet remaining untouchable. Jiang Chen, you've done me a huge favor again this time, Qin Lengyue said sincerely. How should I reward you? Jiang Chen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Miss Qin, didn't you say you were going to tell me a bedtime story? Qin Lengyue's body trembled slightly upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Her cheeks flushed instantly. You're dreaming, she said, both ashamed and indignant. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. He knew that although Qin Lengyue said she was dreaming, a secret expectation was rising in her heart. A few days later, a huge storm broke out within the Qin group. The Disciplinary Inspection Commission officially announced the results of its investigation into Qin Tian, who was transferred to judicial authorities for prosecution on suspicion of multiple crimes, including embezzlement and bribery. Meanwhile, several of Qin Tian's close associates also fell from grace. The stock of the Qin group was thus affected to some extent. However, thanks to Qin Lengyue's efforts to turn the tide and the positive news from the launch of Xinghe Bio's smart wearable pet device, the stock price quickly stopped falling and rebounded, even reaching a new historical high. Qin Lengyue's prestige within the group thus reached its peak. Everyone knows that Qin Lengyue has now completely solidified her position. Jiang Chen thus became the savior of the Qin group. His status within the group also rose accordingly, and he became Qin Lengyue's most trusted confidant. Chapter 50 For the Queen's Victory Banquet, you sit in the head seat. The press conference of Xinghe Bio was like a deep-sea bomb thrown into a calm lake, and the ripples it stirred up are far from over. The rumor that Jiang Chen was a decorative director turned into the biggest joke of the year overnight. Instead, all sorts of fantastical legends emerged. Some say he is a business prodigy secretly cultivated by President Qin, some say he is a mysterious capital tycoon who returned from overseas, and some even claim to have personally witnessed Jiang Chen talking to animals. In short, Jiang Chen has become an enigmatic figure and a walking legend within the entire Qin group. At this moment, this legend is standing in his office, looking at the Ice Queen across from him. Qin Lengyue deliberately stayed behind and did not immediately return to the top floor. She stood there in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling city outside. Her back view was still aloof, but with a softness she hadn't shown before. Jiang Chen, you did a great job today. She turned around, her voice carrying an appreciation she herself was unaware of. You have proven your ability once again. Those rumors have now been disproven. Jiang Chen wore a professional, standard smile and gave a slight bow. Miss Qin, this is my duty. I am your personal attendant, and it is my honor to help you with your problems. It's that name again. Qin Lengyue felt a strange emptiness in her heart. She thought that after everything they had been through, their relationship should be different. But he still used the distant form of address, clearly drawing a line between them. Inner monologue, TSK, is Her Majesty the Queen unhappy? It seems the title of personal waiter is no longer enough for her. But one must take things one step at a time, and cook a frog slowly. It's not time yet, let her get anxious first. Jiang Chen keenly noticed the fleeting sadness in Qin Lengyue's eyes, and while he was secretly delighted, he remained outwardly composed. Miss Qin, have you forgotten that I have another identity? Qin Lengyue looked up at him, somewhat puzzled. What's your identity? Qin Group, special advisor to the chairman, Jiang Chen said solemnly. Therefore, it is also my duty to solve the company's problems and clear obstacles for you. This seemingly impeccable twisted logic made Qin Lengyue feel both angry and amused. She could tell perfectly well that he was deliberately changing the subject to ease the awkward atmosphere from before. But ironically, his words actually soothed her slight disappointment. This man always finds a way to leave her helpless. Alright, Jiang Chen, stop being so cheeky. Qin Lengyue waved her hand, resuming her chairman's demeanor. Today, you've done a great job, bringing me such a wonderful surprise. So, what reward do you want? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He took a step forward, leaned closer, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, with a hint of mockery, Miss Qin, as for the reward, I still have the same request. I want you to tell me a bedtime story. With a loud bang, Qin Lingyue's cheeks turned red all the way from the base of her neck to the tips of her ears. She tensed up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're dreaming, she whispered in shame and anger, her voice trembling slightly. Jiang Qin just smiled and didn't say anything, just watching her with a leisurely air. He knew that while she said dreaming, she was probably already struggling with whether to tell the story of Snow White or Cinderella. The ambiguous and tense standoff between the two was interrupted by a knock on the door. It is Wang Defa, the financial director. Chairman Jiang, President Qin. Wang Defa pushed open the door, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement and elation. Incredible good news. Jiang Qin looked at him with amusement. Director Wang, calm down, don't get agitated. Wang Defa was far from calm, his voice trembled with excitement. Chairman Jiang. The Discipline Inspection Commission. The Discipline Inspection Commission has just closed in. He turned to Qin Lingyue and respectfully reported, President Qin, Director Zhou personally led the team and has taken Qin Tian and all his core personnel into custody. With witnesses and evidence, he has no way to escape this time. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Lingyue. He had expected this news, but hearing it with his own ears still gave him a sense of exhilaration, as if he had everything under control. Inner monologue, Qin Tian, you're really done for now. You dared to touch my project and try to cover it up? You'd better watch out next time. Upon hearing the news, Qin Lingyue swayed slightly, but quickly regained her composure. There was no shock on her face, the outcome was already predetermined from the moment Jiang Chen told her. She just hadn't expected the disciplinary committee to act so quickly and thoroughly. Are you telling the truth? She asked again, still wanting to confirm. Absolutely true. It's all over the company now. Wang Defa said excitedly. President Qin, your strategy of luring the snake out of its hole and then having Chairman Jiang use a borrowed knife to kill was absolutely brilliant. We are all completely in awe of you. Wang Defa clearly attributed the credit to the two of them. Qin Lingyue's cheeks flushed again upon hearing this, and she subconsciously glanced at Jiang Chen. What luring the snake out of its hole? She was clearly in a terrible predicament at the time. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, she would still be being besieged by Qin Tian and his gang. Jiang Chen caught her gaze and returned a knowing smile. Qin Lingyue felt a surge of anger, yet she couldn't refute it. She suppressed her complicated emotions and said to Wang Defa, I understand. You can go out now. Wang Defa accepted the order and respectfully left the office. Once again, only the two of them remained in the office. The atmosphere had become even more delicate because of that phone call. Jiang Chen, Qin Lingyue said, her voice sincere, I really want to thank you this time. You've done me a huge favor again. Miss Qin, you're too kind, Jiang Chen said with a smile. So, my reward. He then circled back to the topic. Qin Lingyue glared at him. This guy was always teasing her. Her mind was in turmoil, so she changed the subject. To celebrate the rebirth of Starcore Biotechnology and to celebrate the eradication of the malignant tumor in the group, I have decided to hold a celebration banquet at the Grand Hyatt Hotel tonight. All employees of Starcore Biotech, as well as some senior executives of the group, will attend. She looked at Jiang Chen and said in an unquestionable tone, You are the biggest contributor today. At the celebration banquet tonight, you will sit in the head seat. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. Should we let him sit in the main seat? This is more than just an honor. By placing Jiang Chen, the newly appointed executive director, in the head seat in front of a group of senior executives, Qin Lingyue was undoubtedly declaring Jiang Chen's status in the entire group to everyone in the most direct way. This is paving the way for him and vindicating him. Inner monologue, wow, Her Majesty is trying to elevate my status. Not bad, not bad, this is much more effective than bedtime stories. But I still need to hear a story. Miss Qin, isn't this inappropriate? Jiang Chen said, feigning difficulty. You are the chairman, so you should sit in the main seat. I said you sit, so you sit. Qin Lingyue's attitude was firm, but after saying that, she felt that her tone was too harsh, so she added, I am the boss, and you are the hero. It is only right for the boss to reward the hero. All right then. Jiang Chen nodded reluctantly. Since it's Miss Qin's order, I can only obey. Seeing his smug look of having gotten the better deal, Qin Lingyue felt a surge of anger. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He answered the phone and put it on speakerphone. Hello. On the other end of the phone came an extremely charming and melodious woman's voice, tinged with a touch of languor. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang Chen from Xingha Biotechnology? I am. Hello Mr. Jiang, I am Su Wanqing. I am very interested in the pet smart chip you released today. Su Wanqing? Jiang Chen felt that the name sounded somewhat familiar. Upon hearing this name, Qin Lengyue, who was standing to the side, frowned almost imperceptibly over her beautiful brows. Su Wanqing is one of China's top female stars, a 3-time Best Actress winner, with over 100 million fans and international acclaim. More importantly, she is a well-known cat lover in the community. What does she want with Jiang Chen? Chapter 55. The movie queen arrives, the focus of the entire audience. Grand Hyatt Hotel, top floor ballroom. Tonight, the entire place has been booked by the Qin Group for a celebratory banquet specifically for Xingha Biotechnology. The crystal chandeliers were dazzling, and melodious classical music flowed through the air. Well-dressed senior executives of the group and excited employees of Xingha Bio moved about, creating a warm and elegant atmosphere. RD Director Li Weidong and CFO Wang Defa were undoubtedly the most triumphant people tonight. One of them was hailed as a technology pioneer, and the other as an anti-corruption fighter, both surrounded by leaders from various departments who came to toast them and try to get close to them. Director Li, your RD department has really made the Qin Group proud this time. That pet chip is simply a brilliant idea. Director Wang, I heard that you assisted the Discipline Inspection Commission in taking down that big scoundrel Qin Tian in one fell swoop. That's truly gratifying. I'd like to toast you. Li Weidong and Wang Defa were flattered and overwhelmed, but they both knew perfectly well that all this glory came from that young man. They frequently glanced at the main table in the banquet hall, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. The location of the main table is quite peculiar. The central seat was empty. Qin Lengyue, the queen of the Qin Group, chose to sit to the left of the main seat tonight. She wore a well-tailored silver evening gown, her aloof temperament like a fairy under the moon, attracting countless gazes, yet no one dared to approach her to speak. To the right of the head of the table sat Jiang Chen. Today he changed out of his suit and into a dark casual tuxedo by Loro Piana, which made him look less sharp and more refined and composed. The seating arrangement itself says it all. Everyone understood that the empty seat at the head of the table was specially reserved for Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen chose humility and sat to the left of President Qin. And President Qin surprisingly acquiesced. The amount of information contained here is enough for these seasoned business people to ponder all night long. Chairman Jiang, I'd like to propose a toast to you. Li Weidong walked over, holding a wineglass and beaming. If it weren't for you, our RD department would still be gathering dust in the basement. You not only gave us direction, but also gave us dignity. I'll drink this one, you can drink as you like. After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank the entire glass of mutai in one gulp. Jiang Chen smiled, picked up his wineglass, clinked it with his, and took a sip as well. Director Li, this is all thanks to your team's hard work. I just did what I was supposed to do. Chairman Jiang, you're too modest. Wang Defa chimed in. And me too. If it weren't for your support and the opportunity you gave me, I wouldn't have dared to approach someone as important as Qin Tian. You're my benefactor. Jiang Chen looked at his two right-hand men, whom he had personally promoted, and felt quite satisfied. Inner monologue, not bad, not bad. A tech geek and an accountant, both now trained by me. My business empire will need such loyal tools, no, I mean right-hand men. Just then, a considerable commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance of the banquet hall. The flashbulbs went off without warning, and the reporters swarmed forward like sharks smelling blood. Miss Su. May I ask why you are here tonight? Actress Su, do you have any kind of cooperation with the Qin Group? Look this way. Miss Su. Amidst the crowd's cheers and exclamations, a woman in a black backless dress, with a graceful figure and a calm, elegant smile on her face, slowly walked in. Her appearance dimmed the light in the entire banquet hall. It is none other than Su Wanqing, the most sought-after top actress in the Chinese film industry today. Why would she come? Everyone was stunned, including Qin Lengyue at the head table. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly clearly, this guest was not on her guest list. Ignoring the frantic reporters, Su Wanqing, escorted by several bodyguards, scanned the banquet hall before walking straight toward the main table. All eyes followed her every step. Everyone is speculating about who this award-winning actress is after. Is it Qin Lengyue, the queen of the Qin Group? However, to everyone's surprise, it happened. Su Wanqing walked to the main table and stopped gracefully. Her charming peach blossom eyes did not look at Qin Lengyue, but instead fell directly on Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, we meet again." Her voice carried a hint of laughter, as if an old friend were greeting her. Jiang Chen stood up, a polite smile on his face. "Ms. Su, hello. I didn't expect you to come in person. There's nothing I can do." "Mr. Jiang just wouldn't do me the honor of accepting my private invitation," Su Wanqing said half-jokingly, but his words revealed a persistent determination to achieve his goal. "I had no choice but to come uninvited. I hope President Qin and Mr. Jiang won't take offense." As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Qin Lengyue, nodded slightly, and greeted her. This subtle sequence of events made the astute people present instantly sense something unusual. This top actress is clearly here for Jiang Chen. Qin Lengyue's face still wore a cold smile, revealing no emotion. "Ms. Su, you're too kind. It's an honor for the Grand Hyatt Hotel that you could come." Her answer was perfectly tactful, neither welcoming nor rejecting the guest, effectively passing the buck to the hotel. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Jiang Chen secretly gave Qin Lengyue a thumbs up in his heart. Inner monologue: "The queen truly lives up to her title." One sentence clearly states her position: "This is my territory, and you are an uninvited guest." I could smell her jealousy from miles away. Su Wanqing, being the kind of person he was, naturally sensed the distance in Qin Lengyue's words. But she didn't care at all. Her purpose was very clear. She took a tablet computer out of her Hermes handbag and handed it to Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, I know this may not be the time to talk about work, but I really need your help." A video was playing on the tablet. In the video, a pure white ragdoll cat with beautiful sapphire-like eyes is pacing anxiously around the room, making low whimpering sounds, its eyes filled with fear and unease. "This is my beloved cat, named Snowball." Su Wanqing's voice was full of worry. "In the past month, it has suddenly become like this. It won't eat or drink, hides all day, and is very aggressive. I've consulted the best veterinarians and psychologists in the world, but they can't find any reason. Mr. Jiang, I've heard about your achievements, and I know you're no ordinary person. The chip you released today has given me my last hope. So, I beg you, please help me, and help Xueqiu as well. I'm willing to pay any price." After she finished speaking, she bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. This scene plunged the entire audience into a deathly silence. A renowned actress actually bowed to a young man in public and asked for his help. Just who is this Jiang Chen? Just then, a cold voice rang out from the side. "Miss Su." Qin Lengyue had stood up at some point. Holding a glass of red wine, she slowly walked between the two, cleverly separating Su Wanqing and Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen is my chairman's special advisor and also the executive director of Xinghe Bio. His time is very valuable." Her voice was calm, but the invisible pressure she exuded made the surrounding air feel several degrees colder. "His job is to create value for the Qin group, not to treat a cat." The smell of gunpowder. The smell of gunpowder was strong. Two women, each at the pinnacle of their respective fields, clashed head-on for the first time over a man. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Jiang Chen's answer. What will he choose? Should he accept the Best Actress's request, gaining a tremendous favor and unparalleled media exposure? Or should he side with his boss and refuse the Best Actress award? At that moment, another voice rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Extreme service requirements detected for S-level client Su Wanqing. A level task triggered. Mission name: The Last Hope of the Film Queen. Task objective: heal Su Wanqing's beloved cat Snowball and find the root cause of its abnormal behavior. Task rewards: 150 million in cash, 2 god level skill, grandmaster level feng shui, 3 absolute trust from client Su Wanqing. Jiang Chen looked at the system panel and was overjoyed. Inner monologue: here it comes. The money-giving fairy is here again. And she's an Oscar-caliber actress. 50 million in cash, plus a new skill. This isn't asking for help, it's clearly coming to bring me warmth. As for Her Majesty's jealousy, that's not a problem, it's just a bit of fun. Jiang Chen raised his head, a professional smile full of apology on his face. He first said to Qin Lengyue, President Qin, you are right. My time is very valuable and should be used to create value for the group. Qin Lengyue's gaze softened slightly. Then, Jiang Chen changed the subject and looked at Su Wanqing. However, if Ms. Su's beloved cat can become our first extreme case of pet microchipping and is successfully cured, the publicity effect and brand value it brings to our product will be immeasurable. Therefore, from a business perspective, serving Ms. Su's beloved cat is also creating enormous value for the Qin group. This is also part of my service. His words were perfectly succinct and reasonable. This gave Qin Lengyue a way out and also made it seem natural for him to accept the task. A look of surprise flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes. Qin Lengyue's expression turned cold once again. She looked at Jiang Chen and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Nonsense. These 2 words again. But this time, anyone could hear the dissatisfaction and a hint of grievance in it? Chapter 56. The Queen's jealousy has serious consequences. The victory celebration ended in an odd atmosphere. Having received Jiang Chen's promise, Su Wanqing left satisfied, surrounded by a group of reporters. Before leaving, she even added Jiang Chen's personal WeChat account. Qin Lengyue, from the moment Jiang Chen agreed to Su Wanqing's request, never spoke a word to him again. She simply sat there, elegantly sipping her red wine, her expression even colder than usual, as if she had transformed into an ice sculpture that refused to let anyone approach. As soon as the banquet ended, she went straight to the parking lot without even saying goodbye. Jiang Chen naturally followed, skillfully opened the car door, and got into the driver's seat. The Bentley Mulsanne smoothly drove out of the hotel and merged into the city traffic. The carriage was eerily quiet. Previously, when the two were alone, even without speaking, there was a subtle magnetic field flowing between them. But now, there was only a suffocating silence and chill in the air. Jiang Chen could see Qin Lengyue leaning against the back seat in the rearview mirror, turning her head to look at the neon lights rushing past outside the window, her beautiful profile taut. Inner monologue, oh no, she's really angry now. This jealousy has hit harder than I imagined. The temperature is so high, I feel like we could open an ice sculpture exhibition right here. Jiang Chen felt that he needed to be saved. He cleared his throat and took the initiative to speak. President Qin, tonight's celebration banquet was a great success, and everyone was very happy. Your prestige within the group has reached a new level. He started by showering her with flattery. The people in the back seat didn't react at all. Jiang Chen pressed on, regarding Su Wan's death, and Miss Su Wanqing's matter, I think we can indeed. Shut up. The 2 words, as if fished out of an ice cellar, carried a chilling aura. Jiang Chen wisely shut his mouth. Inner monologue, well, flattery and explanations are useless. Looks like I've entered the silent treatment phase. This situation is a bit tricky. They remained silent the entire way. The car smoothly drove into the underground parking garage of the Cloudtop Palace. Jiang Chen got out of the car, went around to the back seat, and opened the car door for Qin Lengyue. Qin Lengyue didn't even glance at him. She walked straight to the private elevator in her high heels, her back view screening keep out. Jiang Chen followed behind her, looking at her tense shoulder lines, pondering what to do. Inner monologue, conventional methods of coaxing her definitely won't work. Dealing with this kind of haughty queen requires unconventional approaches. Looks like tonight's bedtime story is off the table. But crisis, every crisis presents an opportunity. Bite. The elevator reached the top floor. Qin Lengyue stepped out of the elevator and, instead of going straight to her master bedroom as usual, went into the study. Jiang Chen followed her inside, and saw Qin Lengyue take out a large stack of documents from a locked cabinet, and then slam them heavily onto the coffee table in front of Jiang Chen with a bang. Dust billowed up, almost making Jiang Chen cough. Since you're so capable and enjoy serving others so much, Qin Lengyue's voice was icy cold, then I'll find you something to do too. She pointed to the mountain of documents. This is all the data for the Qinglong Bay Resort project under the group over the past 5 years. Since the project was initiated, it has lost nearly 3 billion yuan in 5 years. The board of directors has issued an ultimatum: if there is no improvement by the end of the year, it will be liquidated directly. She raised her eyes and stared sharply at Jiang Chen. Don't you pride yourself on being good at solving problems? Okay, I'll give you a chance. 3 days. She extended 3 slender, fair fingers. I'm giving you 3 days to provide a complete plan that can revive this project. If you can't. She paused, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Not only will you have to give up your position as the executive director of Xingha Biotechnology, but our contract as your exclusive waiter will also be void immediately. You will disappear from my sight right now. Ruthless. That's too ruthless. This is no longer punishment, it's forcing him to leave. He had to come up with a plan to save a project that had been losing money for 5 years and had 3 billion yuan in losses, a project that had been diagnosed as terminal by countless business elites. This is simply an impossible task. If it were anyone else, they would probably be ashen-faced and begging for mercy by now. But Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with an unusual light as he looked at the mountain of documents before him. Inner monologue, holy crap. A resort project? A loss of 3 billion? This isn't a punishment. This is practically a super experience gift falling from the sky. Your Majesty, you are so generous. To punish me, you actually gave me such a huge gift. I love it. He suppressed his inner elation and forced a perfectly measured expression of embarrassment and fear onto his face. President Qin, 3 days, isn't that asking too much? I've heard about this project. You have no room for negotiation, Qin Lingyue interrupted him coldly. Either do it, or get out. Jiang Chen struggled for a moment, then finally sighed helplessly and nodded. Okay, I'll do it. He stepped forward, reached out to take the stack of documents, and said in an extremely serious tone, in order not to be kicked out by you, Mr. Qin, and in order to continue to serve you, I will do my best. His words choked Qin Lingyue, preventing her from uttering any more harsh remarks she had prepared. She watched him carry the stack of documents taller than himself, walking out somewhat disheveled, his back view even looking a little tragic. For some reason, the nameless anger in her heart dissipated somewhat. Instead, a more complex emotion emerged. Did she really want to get rid of him? No. She just felt uncomfortable seeing him chatting happily with another woman. She just wanted to teach him a lesson and let him know who his boss was. But now, seeing him actually accept this impossible task, she felt a little regretful. What if he really can't do it? Just as Qin Lingyue was feeling agitated, Jiang Chen, who had already reached the door, suddenly stopped, turned around, and said something. Mr. Qin, shall we still have a bedtime story tonight? Qin Lingyue was stunned for a moment, then her anger surged again. This guy, what time is it, and he's still thinking about this? Roll. A single word was squeezed out from between his teeth. Okay. Jiang Chen quickly grabbed the documents and disappeared through the door. In the study, only Qin Lingyue remained, sulking in the air. Jiang Chen carried the documents back to his room in the annex. The moment he closed the door, the tragic look on his face vanished instantly, replaced by uncontrollable excitement. He threw the documents on the ground and rubbed his hands together excitedly. System, come out quickly. Such a big gift package deserves a mission, right? Ding. Host detected facing extreme challenge, a level chain quest. The Queen's Wrath has been activated. First step, the impossible solution. Task objective, within 72 hours, complete a business plan that can revive the Qinglong Bay Resort project and gain Qin Lingyue's approval. Task reward? Jiang Chen looked at the big question mark, but instead of being disappointed, he became even more excited. Inner monologue, question mark reward? System, you've gone bad, now you're making blind boxes. But the more mysterious, the richer the reward. I like it. Qinglong Bay, huh? A 3 billion hole, huh? Just wait, I'll fill it in right now. He was just getting ready to make a big splash when his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. It was a WeChat message from Su Wanqing. Mr. Jiang, are you asleep? My snowball seems to be in worse shape, it just scratched me. Do you have time tomorrow? The words were filled with helplessness and anxiety. Jiang Chen looked at WeChat, then at the documents on the ground, and stroked his chin. Inner monologue on one hand, the Queen's Wrath on the other, the actress's pleas for help. TSK, my damn, irresistible charm. Only children make choices, I want it all. Chapter 57, The Movie Queen's Private Request. The next morning, Jiang Chen was awakened by the abundant energy brought about by the physical enhancement liquid. He glanced at the faintly bright sky outside the window, then at the small mountain of documents on the ground, showing no signs of fatigue from staying up all night. Last night, he used his skills in master-level financial analysis and master-level business insight to review all the financial statements and operational data of the Qinglong Bay project over the past 5 years. The conclusion is, this project was rotten to the core. The location is remote and transportation is inconvenient. The project positioning is vague, sometimes aiming to be a high-end business and sometimes a family-friendly amusement park, resulting in pleasing neither side. The internal management is chaotic and corruption is rampant. It can be said that Qin Tian's approach at Xingha Biotechnology was learned from the Qinglong Bay project. A typical sinkhole project, Jiang Chen concluded. Any professional manager who sees this report would immediately think, cut your losses, liquidate the company, and get out. Anyone who takes over is a fool. But Jiang Chen didn't think so. Inner monologue, the bigger the hole, the greater the sense of accomplishment when I fill it. Besides, none of the tasks the system gives me are truly insurmountable. There must be a way out I haven't discovered yet. He stretched, took a shower, changed into a clean set of sportswear, and worked out for an hour in the villa area's gym. By the time he returned to his room, it was already broad daylight. Instead of continuing to study the pile of documents, he picked up his phone and replied to Su Wanqing's WeChat message. Ms. Su, don't worry. I have something to do this morning. I'll come to your house at noon. Send me the address. Soon, Su Wanqing replied with an address and a series of grateful emojis. Having settled things with the actress, Jiang Chen casually picked up a document and walked into the restaurant. In the main restaurant, Qin Leng Yue was already seated in the head seat. Today she wore a black Chanel business suit, with exquisite makeup and an aura of power, once again reverting to her ruthless and decisive ice queen persona. However, the faint bluish tinge under her eyes did not escape Jiang Chen's notice. Inner monologue, oh, you have dark circles under your eyes. Looks like you didn't sleep well last night. Is it because you're angry with me? Or because you're worried I won't finish the task and will be kicked out? Jiang Chen was secretly pleased, but on his face he appeared to be working diligently, eating breakfast while flipping through the documents in his hand. Seeing his expression only fueled Qin Leng Yue's anger. She was upset all night because of his trivial matter, but he was acting like nothing was wrong, and even had the leisure to eat breakfast and read documents here. Pretending. Can you even understand it? She asked abruptly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Jiang Chen looked up at her with an innocent expression. President Qin, don't worry, in order to stay by your side and enjoy a monthly salary of 1 million, I will definitely see through it all. He asked for a higher monthly salary again. Qin Leng Yue felt her blood pressure rising. Does this man have anything else on his mind besides money? Like ideals, ambitions, or doesn't he care at all what I think of him? Oomph, glib tongue. She snorted coldly, turned her head away, and ignored him. Breakfast ended in this eerie silence. Jiang Chen finished the last bite of his sandwich, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and stood up. President Qin, I'm going out for a bit to conduct some on-site research. Where to? Qin Leng Yue asked subconsciously. Qinglong Bei, Jiang Chen replied without changing his expression. Actually, he was going to Su Wanqing's house. But of course, he couldn't tell Qin Leng Yue about this, otherwise the jealous person would explode on the spot. Qin Leng Yue didn't say anything more, she just nodded. In her view, the fact that Jiang Chen was willing to conduct an on-site investigation at least showed that he wasn't just going through the motions. Although, she still didn't believe he could create a miracle. At noon, Jiang Chen drove his Audi RS7 and arrived at the address sent by Su Wanqing on time. It was a top-tier Riverview apartment in a prime downtown location with extremely tight security. Jiang Chen was allowed to pass only after he gave his name and appointment information. Su Wanqing's assistant was already waiting downstairs and led him to a private elevator. Mr. Jiang, Sister Su is waiting for you at home. The assistant was a very capable young woman, but her eyes were full of curiosity and inquiry as she looked at Jiang Chen. She had heard about what happened at the banquet last night. She really couldn't understand why her boss, who was always so arrogant, would value a man who looked to be about the same age as her so much, and even go so far as to lower himself to ask for her help. The elevator doors opened to reveal a spacious entryway. Su Wanqing was dressed in comfortable home clothes and had no makeup on, but she still couldn't hide her natural beauty and superstar charm. But her face was filled with weariness and anxiety. Mr. Jiang, you finally arrived. She greeted him quickly, as if he were her savior. Miss Su, don't rush, tell me slowly, Jiang Chen reassured her. Come with me. Su Wanqing led Jiang Chen through the living room, which was decorated like an art gallery, to the door of a bedroom. She pointed to the closed door and lowered her voice, Snowball is inside. It hasn't come out all day. Every time I get close, it makes a terrible noise. Jiang Chen nodded, signaling her to be quiet. He closed his eyes and activated the master-level pet communication skill. Instantly, a chaotic and turbulent torrent of emotions surged into his mind. Fear. It's so dark. It's so cold. That thing, it's here again. Don't come any closer. Get away. It hurts. Mom. Help me. These broken fragments of emotion, filled with pain and fear, pierced Jiang Chen's nerves like needles. He frowned. The cat's psychological problems were far more serious than he had imagined. He opened his eyes and said to Su Wanqing, "It's terrified, and its mind is on the verge of collapse. You stay away for a bit, I'll go in and take a look." "But it will attack you," Su Wanqing said worriedly. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Jiang Chen gave her a reassuring look, then gently pushed open the bedroom door. The room was dimly lit with thick curtains drawn. A sense of oppression washed over us. Jiang Chen spotted it immediately. The snow-white ragdoll cat was curled up in the darkest corner under the bed, its blue eyes flashing with a wary and fierce light in the darkness. Upon seeing Jiang Chen enter, its fur stood on end, it growled menacingly, its body tensed, and it assumed an attack posture. "Get out! Get off my turf! Who are you? You have an unpleasant smell." Jiang Chen didn't move forward. He just stood there and began to talk to himself in an extremely slow and gentle tone. To outsiders, he was just saying meaningless words of comfort. "Don't be afraid, little one, I'm not here to hurt you. I know you're feeling terrible, I know you're scared. Let me help you, okay?" But in Snowball's ears, these words became a warm and comforting signal that it could understand. "I meant no harm. I can feel your pain. Believe me." The fierce glint in the cat's eyes gradually faded, replaced by confusion. It tilted its head, seemingly trying to discern the intentions of the two-legged creature. Seeing that it was effective, Jiang Chen slowly squatted down so that his line of sight was level with its. He continued to communicate with it using that unique language. "Tell me, what are you afraid of? What is it that causes you so much pain?" Outside the door, Su Wanqing and her assistant watched all of this nervously. They saw Jiang Chen just squatting there, muttering to himself under the bed, while the cat that had been as fierce as a little lion just moments before slowly relaxed its tense body. This is unbelievable. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen stood up, walked out of the bedroom, and gently closed the door. "How is it?" Su Wanqing immediately came forward. Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat solemn. "Miss Su, the problem may be more complicated than we thought." He paused, looked into Su Wanqing's eyes, and said, word by word, "Snowball's fear does not stem from itself, nor from any disease. Its fear comes from something in this house." Chapter 58: The Secret in the Mansion. What's inside this house? Su Wanqing was completely stunned when she heard Jiang Chen's conclusion. Her first reaction was that it was absurd. This apartment is a penthouse duplex that she bought 3 years ago for 200 million yuan. The decoration and furniture were custom made by top international designers. How could there be anything that would frighten a cat? "Mr. Jiang, you're not joking, are you?" Her tone was full of disbelief. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Jiang Chen's expression was very serious. Looking into his eyes, which seemed to see through everything, Su Wanqing's doubts began to waver. Reason told her this was outrageous, but emotionally, she was willing to believe in this man who had created countless miracles. What is that?" she asked nervously. "I don't know yet." Jiang Chen shook his head. "I can only sense that the thing is filled with sadness, resentment, and unwillingness. Snowball's constitution is very sensitive, it can sense these negative energies, which is why it is so terrified." These words sound incredibly mystical. Su Wanqing's assistant, who was listening nearby, was dumbfounded and wondered if this young man was a fraud or something. Was he putting on a ghost story? But Su Wanqing fell into deep thought. Sadness, resentment, unwillingness. These words touched something deep within her. "Mr. Jiang, please come with me." As if she had made up her mind, she led Jiang Chen to a room on the second floor of the apartment. It was a study, and the door was locked. This study was left to me by my late grandfather. After he passed away, I locked it up. I only come in to clean it once a week, and otherwise I don't come in, Su Wanqing explained. "Can I open it and take a look?" Jiang Chen asked. Su Wanqing nodded, took out a key from a drawer, and opened the study door. A musty smell, a mixture of books and dust, wafted over me. The entire study is decorated in an antique style, filled with mahogany furniture and various antiques and calligraphy and paintings. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped into the room, he felt an invisible, chilling aura. He glanced back and saw that the cat named Snowball had followed him there at some point, but it only dared to stop at the door of the study, its fur standing on end, letting out a fearful growl at the inside of the room, not daring to take a single step in. This is the place. Jiang Chen understood. He activated the Grandmaster level Feng Shui technique he had just acquired. In an instant, the world he saw changed. The layout of the entire room and the arrangement of the items all appeared to him as invisible currents of air. Some air currents are warm and gentle, while others are cold and stagnant. This study is the gathering point of all the cold and malevolent energy in the entire apartment. The problem lies in the layout, Zhang Chen said. The layout of this study violates the trapped dragon feng shui principle, causing all the negative energy to accumulate here and unable to dissipate. In addition, his gaze finally settled on the huge mahogany desk in the center of the study. On that desk were the 4 treasures of the study: writing brush, inkstick, inkstone, and paper, and a very old-looking wooden jewelry box. The evil energy in the entire room spread outwards from that jewelry box as the center. The problem is in that box, Zhang Chen said, pointing to the jewelry box. Su Wanqing's face suddenly turned pale. She walked over, her hands trembling slightly, and opened the jewelry box. There was no gold or silver jewelry inside the box. There was only a yellow diary and an old-fashioned silver pendant that had oxidized and turned black. This is Su Wanqing picked up the diary, and her eyes immediately reddened. She recognized it was her grandfather's handwriting. She opened the diary and read it page by page. Zhang Chen didn't disturb her, he simply stood quietly to the side. The diary records a long-forgotten story. Su Wanqing's grandfather had a childhood sweetheart when he was young. The two were deeply in love and secretly pledged their lives to each other. This silver pendant was their token of love. However, due to family opposition, the two were ultimately forced to separate. The girl later died of grief, and Su Wanqing's grandfather was also forced to marry a woman from a prominent family of equal social standing, who became Su Wanqing's grandmother. This relationship became a lifelong regret and a knot in his heart. He sealed all his longing in this diary and this pendant until his death. The diary is filled with endless sorrow, regret, and resentment towards the injustice of fate. Over time, these intense emotions have attached themselves to the pendant, forming a powerful negative energy field. Snowball, on the other hand, can sense this energy that is imperceptible to ordinary people. So that's how it is. Su Wanqing closed her diary, tears already streaming down her face. She always thought her grandparents were a loving couple, but she never imagined that her grandfather had such a painful past hidden in his heart. Mr. Jiang, thank you. She wiped away her tears, looked at Zhang Chen, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you for letting me know Grandpa's secret. And thank you for saving Snowball. What should I do now? She asked. The one who tied the knot must untie it, Zhang Chen said. This resentment stems from your grandfather's obsession. The best solution is to send these 2 items to the place where he and his lover once lived, so that they can return to nature. This will also fulfill one of his wishes. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Wanqing nodded heavily. She carefully put away the diary and pendant. Strangely enough, after the jewelry box was emptied, the gloomy atmosphere in the study dissipated considerably. The snowball at the door stopped growling and tentatively walked towards Zhang Chen, gently rubbing its head against his trouser leg. Su Wanqing was shocked once again when she saw this scene. Snowball is the most arrogant person, and usually ignores even her, but now she is actually taking the initiative to get close to a stranger. This Zhang Chen is truly a god. Just then, a system notification sounded in Zhang Chen's mind. Ding! The A-level mission, The Last Hope of the Movie Queen, has been completed. Customer satisfaction assessment in progress. Final satisfaction rate, 120%. Triggering a critical reward. Task reward distribution. 1. 50 million in cash has been received. 2. God level skill, Grandmaster level Feng Shui technique, already issued. 3. Absolute trust in client. Su Wanqing activated. The host can make any request to him at any time that does not exceed the bottom line. Critical hit reward, special item, fortune observation mirror, one-time consumable. After use, it allows you to observe the recent fortune trend: very auspicious, good, neutral, inauspicious, very inauspicious of any target. Zhang Chen was overjoyed as he looked at this series of rewards. Inner monologue, luck observation mirror? This is amazing. Isn't this just a temporary cheat code for me? It can see people's fortunes. This is invincible in business or buying lottery tickets. System, you're getting more and more considerate. He was feeling quite pleased with himself when his phone suddenly rang. Upon picking it up, 3 words appeared on the screen: Qinlin Yue. Zhang Chen pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone came Qinlin Yue's voice, cold yet tinged with suppressed anger. Where are you? Chapter 59. The report is done, the queen is stunned. On the phone, Jean Lengyue's voice was like a cold front blowing from Siberia, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. Where are you? These three words, though simple and direct, conveyed a powerful aura of "you'd better tell me the truth." Jiang Chen glanced at Su Wanqing, who was filled with gratitude, and then at the ragdoll cat Snowball rubbing against his feet with a docile expression. He put on an impeccable professional smile. "President Jean, I'm at the Qinglong Bay project site, conducting on-site research." He lied without batting an eye. Inner monologue, just kidding, can I say I was petting the cat at the actress's house? That would be adding fuel to the fire. This is a white lie, to maintain harmony and stability within the company. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Jiang Chen could even picture Qin Lengyue frowning as she analyzed the truthfulness of his words. Really? Her voice held a hint of doubt. I heard that someone saw your car heading towards the city center? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I forgot that this woman has eyes everywhere in the city. But he remained calm and composed. Oh, you mean that? I went to the city library first and looked up some information about tourism, real estate, and folk geography. When making a plan, you can't just work behind closed doors, you have to combine theory with practice. This explanation is flawless. Inner monologue, I'm a genius. This reaction speed is too fast, it's a waste that I'm not a comedian. Could the system reward me with a God-level crisis management title next time? Qin Lengyue on the other end of the phone seemed to be convinced by this reason, or perhaps she couldn't find any loopholes in the argument, and her tone softened a bit. So what did you find out from your research? I've learned a lot. Jiang Chen continued his nonsensical ramblings with a straight face. I discovered that the failure of the Qinglong Bay project was not only a matter of management and positioning, but also closely related to the local, cultural environment. I will elaborate on the details in the plan. He cleverly replaced feng shui with human environment, which sounded much more sophisticated. Just trying to be mysterious. Although Qin Lengyue said this, Jiang Chen could tell that her curiosity had been piqued. When I get back tonight, I want to see your preliminary plan. She said this and hung up the phone. Jiang Chen put away his phone and let out a long sigh of relief. We managed to fool them at least once. Mr. Jiang, is that President Qin's call? Su Wanqing asked cautiously from the side. She had overheard Jiang Chen's conversation and sensed the tense atmosphere on the other end of the phone. Rumors circulated that the queen of the Qin family and Jiang Chen had a close relationship, and it seemed to be true. Yeah, the boss is checking up on me, Jiang Chen joked. Su Wanqing was amused by him, then said earnestly, Mr. Jiang, thank you so much today. I really don't know what I would have done without you. As she spoke, she took out a black bank card from her wallet and handed it to Jiang Chen. Here is 10 million, a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Jiang Chen waved his hand and pushed the card back. Miss Su, I appreciate your kind gesture, but there's no need for money. Are you kidding me? The system has already rewarded him with 50 million, why would he care about 10 million? That's petty. He smiled and said, First, I am the executive director of Xinghe Biotechnology. Serving you is also laying the foundation for our future cooperation. Second, as Mr. Qin's advisor, it would be against the rules to receive double compensation. His words were reasonable and well-founded, both elevating himself and subtly praising Qin Lengyue. After hearing this, Su Wanqing's admiration for him grew even stronger. This young man, who treats millions of dollars as nothing, acts with principle and speaks with sophistication, is truly remarkable. She took back her bank card and said solemnly, Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll remember this favor. If you ever need anything from me, Su Wanqing, just say the word. This is what Jiang Chen truly wants. The favor and promise made by a top-tier actress are worth far more than 10 million. After saying goodbye to Su Wanqing, Jiang Chen did not return to the Cloud Palace, but instead drove to Qinglong Bay. Since the lie has already been told, the act must be played out completely. Qinglong Bay Resort is located in the far suburbs of Tianhai City, nestled against the mountains and by the water, with quite beautiful scenery. But as soon as Jiang Chen arrived at the place, he felt uncomfortable all over. The entire resort was shrouded in a lifeless atmosphere. Despite it being the weekend, the vast resort was deserted, with hardly any tourists in sight. The staff also looked listless and just going through the motions. Jiang Chen used his Grandmaster-level feng shui technique to take a look, and good heavens, this was no resort at all, it was practically a feng shui black hole. The layout of the entire complex is completely reversed. The entrance for attracting wealth is blocked, the bright hall for gathering energy has become a parking lot, there is no mountain behind it, and the jade belt of water in front has become a reverse bow evil. Living here and not losing money or experiencing bad luck is all thanks to the good deeds of our ancestors. Does this designer have a grudge against the boss? Jiang Chen shook his head repeatedly. Losing 3 billion is truly not unjust. With the results of the on-site investigation, combined with the information provided by the Grandmaster-level Feng Shui techniques and Master-level business insights in his mind, a complete and bold renovation plan quickly took shape in Jiang Chen's mind. That evening, Jiang Chen returned to the heavenly palace on the cloud top. Xin Lengyue was indeed waiting for him in the living room, and 2 cups of coffee had already been refilled on the coffee table in front of her. "You're back?" She lifted her eyelids and glanced at him. What's the plan?" Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but simply placed a USB drive gently on the coffee table and pushed it in front of her. "The preliminary plans are all in there." Xin Lengyue's face was filled with disbelief. "How can you spend an entire day researching and conducting on-site investigations and still manage to produce a preliminary plan? Does he think he's a god?" She was convinced that the USB drive contained just a few articles that Jiang Chen had randomly copied from the internet to appease her. She picked up the USB drive, plugged it into the laptop next to her, and prepared to expose his lies thoroughly and ruthlessly. However, when she opened the document titled Qinglongbei Rebirth Plan, her expression froze. The expected perfunctory response did not materialize. What comes into view is a project proposal that is well structured, logically clear, rigorously argued, and even includes renderings. Moreover, the angle of this proposal was something that she, and all the senior executives of the entire Qin group, had never thought of. Introduction, on the decisive role of field energy in high-end health and wellness tourism projects. Chapter 1, the 10 major flaws of the existing Feng Shui layout of Qinglongbei and their remedies. Chapter 2, reshaping Eastern Zen and creating China's first 7-star spiritual healing resort. Chapter 3, target customer analysis, finding the top affluent class suffering from anxiety. Chapter 4, marketing strategies from event marketing to community resonance. Xin Lengyue turned the pages one by one, and the more she read, the stronger the shock in her heart became. This plan completely overturns the traditional development approach of tourism real estate. Instead of focusing on the luxury of hardware facilities, it takes a different approach, using the mysterious yet precise concepts of Feng Shui, Zen, energy, and spirituality to pinpoint the anxieties and spiritual needs of the contemporary affluent class, thus constructing a brand new business model. The plan provides specific suggestions for the renovation of every building and every landscape feature in the resort. From transplanting a single tree to reshaping the entire water system, it offers detailed explanations from a Feng Shui perspective, as well as the effects of accumulating wealth, gathering positive energy, and calming the mind that the renovations will achieve. This is no longer a business plan. This is simply a work of art that perfectly combines metaphysics and business principles. Xin Lengyue's hands began to tremble slightly. She suddenly looked up at the man leisurely drinking water on the sofa opposite her. Her eyes held unprecedented shock, horror, and a hint of fear. "You." She opened her mouth, but found that her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and she couldn't say a word. How did you do that?" She finally asked the question, her voice dry and filled with a tremor that even she herself couldn't understand. Once again, this man shattered her understanding in a way she could never comprehend. Chapter 60, do you want a reward? The entire living room was so quiet that you could hear Xin Lengyue's rapid heartbeat. She stared intently at Jiang Chen, her usually cool eyes now filled with a storm of shock. She thought Jiang Chen might give her some small surprises, or perhaps come up with some innovative marketing ideas. But she never expected that he would throw out something so revolutionary. Feng Shui? Zen? Spiritual healing? She wasn't unfamiliar with these terms. In fact, some of her friends in her circle firmly believed in them. But to combine these concepts so systematically, professionally, and perfectly with business logic to create a project plan worth billions. This is simply a fantasy. How did he do it? How could he possibly know these things? A waiter who serves tea and water in a shopping mall understands animal language, equestrian skills, and corporate strategy. Now, he's even mastered Feng Shui and metaphysics to the level of a grandmaster? How many other facets of him are there that he doesn't know about? Xin Lengyue's mind was completely in chaos. She felt that her pride in her rationality and logic was as fragile as paper in front of this man, easily torn apart time and time again. Jiang Chen, facing her scrutinizing gaze that could put pressure on anyone, simply put down his water glass calmly. He smiled, with that familiar, professional yet slightly playful smile. Mr. Qin, have you forgotten who I am? What? Qin Lingyue asked instinctively. Your personal attendant, Zhang Chen said slowly. My job is to solve all your problems. When conventional business methods fail, I will naturally resort to some unconventional methods. This is also part of the service. The same fallacy again. It's that domineering logic of everything for you again. Qin Lingyue felt like she had punched cotton. All her shock and questions were silenced by his words. Yes, does it matter how he did it? The important thing is that he did it. He turned a dead end into a solution that left everyone helpless. Moreover, in such an unbelievable yet convincing way. Inner monologue, you think you can pry? My exclusive service rhetoric is a magic bullet. No matter what incredible skills I use, it all boils down to serving you. Logically consistent, a perfect closed loop. Let's see what questions you have left. Zhang Chen felt incredibly satisfied seeing Qin Lingyue's frustrated expression, as if she was choked up and wanted to refute but couldn't find a reason to. Teasing this iceberg is one of life's greatest pleasures. After a long while, Qin Lingyue finally let out a long breath. There was frustration and helplessness in that tone, but more than anything, there was a complete surrender. Zhang Chen, she spoke again, her voice no longer sharp as before, but instead carrying a hint of barely perceptible weariness and softness. You won. She leaned back on the sofa, completely relaxed, as if a huge burden had been lifted off her shoulders. This plan is not a preliminary plan, it is the final plan. It is perfect, so perfect that I cannot find a single punctuation mark that can be changed. She looked at Zhang Chen with an extremely complicated expression. Tomorrow, I will personally take this proposal to the board meeting. Those old fogies who are waiting to see us fail will certainly have very interesting expressions this time. At this point, a genuine smile finally appeared on her lips. That smile, like the first melting of snow, like a fleeting bloom of an ephemera, brightened the entire living room. Zhang Chen was momentarily lost in thought while watching. Thank you. Qin Lingyue looked at him and said with utmost sincerity, you have once again helped me solve a huge problem. She paused, leaned forward slightly, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with a captivating light. Tell me, what reward do you want this time? Anything, as long as I can do it. She added, her tone unusually serious. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. It felt as if invisible currents were coursing through the air. Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Inner monologue, oh dear? Anything? Your Majesty, that's a dangerous thing to say. Is this some kind of empty promise? Well then, I won't be polite. He looked at her breathtakingly beautiful face so close to his, at her red lips that were slightly pursed due to nervousness. Instead of his usual joking demeanor, he put away his smile and became serious. He slowly stood up and walked step by step to her. Qin Lingyue's heart jumped into her throat. What does he want to do? He moved closer and closer, and Zhang Chen could even smell her unique, cool fragrance, a blend of cedar and white tea. He leaned down slightly, the distance between them less than 10 centimeters. Qin Lingyue was so nervous that she forgot to breathe. Her long eyelashes trembled incessantly, revealing her inner turmoil. She thought he would make some outrageous demands, or even kiss her. However, Zhang Chen simply whispered in her ear in a deep, magnetic voice. The reward I want is the same as last time. Qin Lingyue was taken aback. I want to hear you tell me a bedtime story. After saying that, he straightened up, took a step back, and his face returned to that familiar, slightly mischievous expression. Qin Lingyue froze completely. Her mind was blank. She imagined countless possibilities. He would want company shares, a higher position, an astronomical bonus. She was even mentally prepared for him to make some more intimate advances. But she never expected that after going through all that trouble, what he ultimately wanted was still this. This request sounds so childish, yet so private. A huge surge of emotion, a mixture of embarrassment, bewilderment, and a hint of sweetness, instantly overwhelmed her. Her face flushed bright red, as if it were about to bleed. You. She pointed at him, stammering for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Zhang Chen looked at her adorable appearance, which looked like she was about to be cooked, and his smile deepened. Inner monologue, General. Let's see how you refuse this time. Talking about money and power with you is so vulgar. We're all about the thrill, this innocent tug of war. In the end, under Zhang Chen's amused gaze, Qin Lingyue deflated like a punctured balloon and gave up. she abruptly turned her head away, unable to look him in the eye. He squeezed out a few tiny words, barely audible, from between his teeth. Good. But, just this once. Chapter 61. The Queen tells a story, stuttering and hesitant. 10:59 p.m. Jiang Chen glanced at the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. The minute and second hands were precisely aligned at the 12 o'clock position. He straightened his collar, and with a sense of ritual as if he were about to embark on a sacred battlefield, knocked on the master bedroom door. Enter. Qin Lengyue's slightly nervous voice came from inside. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and entered. The sight before him almost made him burst out laughing. Qin Lengyue was wearing a moon-white silk nightgown. Instead of lying on the bed as usual, she was sitting upright on the edge of the bed. There was indeed a book on her lap. Her body was tense, her posture even more upright than a primary school student listening to a lecture, her hands nervously gripping the hem of her bathrobe, looking as if she were facing a formidable enemy. Hearing the door open, she looked up like a startled deer. When she saw Jiang Chen, 2 blushes quickly rose on her cheeks. Inner monologue, my God, what an absolutely adorable scene. An ice queen transforming into a nervous elementary school teacher? If this were filmed, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. System, it would be a real shame if this didn't earn me an S-rank reward. Jiang Chen suppressed a laugh, walked to the sofa 3 meters away from the bed, and sat down, adopting a listen attentively posture. Mr. Qin, you may begin your performance. Qin Lengyue was even more embarrassed and annoyed by his words, and glared at him fiercely. But since things had come to this, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. She cleared her throat and looked down at the book on her lap. Jiang Chen then saw clearly that on the cover of the book was a little figure with golden hair and a green scarf, standing on a small planet. The Little Prince. That really does fit her current state of mind. A lonely queen who lives on her own planet. Cough cough. Qin Lengyue coughed twice more, as if to encourage herself. Then, she began to read in what she thought was a calm tone, but which Jiang Chen could clearly hear was a tremor in her voice. When I was only 6 years old, I saw a wonderful illustration in a book called True Stories, which described a primeval forest. Her voice was no longer the cold, crisp, and commanding tone it usually had. At that moment, her voice was very soft and gentle, and even a little stammering due to nervousness. She read very slowly and very carefully, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Jiang Chen did not laugh. He simply listened quietly, watching her long eyelashes trembling slightly under the light, her earlobes flushed red with nervousness, and her fingers clenched until they turned white. He suddenly felt that Qin Lengyue at this moment was more real and more moving than ever before. She is no longer the aloof ice queen, nor the shrewd and resourceful iron lady of the business world. She was just an ordinary, little woman who felt nervous and shy because of a man's childish request, yet tried her best to fulfill her promise. Inner monologue, sigh, what a sin. To have driven a queen to this state. But, this feeling is actually fucking not bad. This contrast is so endearing, it's practically a nuclear bomb level of destructive power. Qin Lengyue read it with great difficulty. For her, this was a million times harder than signing a multi-billion-dollar contract or debating with a panel of experts at a board meeting. A fine layer of sweat even seeped from her forehead. Finally, she read the chapter about the little prince meeting the fox. The fox said, "To me you are still just a little boy, like thousands of other little boys. I don't need you. You don't need me. To you I am just a fox, like thousands of other foxes. But if you tame me, we will need each other." Qin Lengyue paused at this point. To me, you are one of a kind in the world. And to you, I am one of a kind in the world. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen, her clear eyes filled with a hint of confusion and inquiry, as if she were asking him a question, or perhaps asking herself one. What does taming mean? She subconsciously asked the question from the book. Jiang Chen's heart was gently struck by that gaze. He knew she wasn't asking about the plot of the book. He stood up from the sofa and slowly walked to the bedside. He didn't bend down, he just stood there, looking down at her. It means to make connections. His voice was very soft and gentle, as if he were afraid of disturbing the fragile atmosphere in the room. It means that you have become different to me than others. And I have become different to you than others. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze. Qin Lengyue's heart began to pound uncontrollably, like a drumbeat, making her eardrums buzz. Looking into his deep eyes, which seemed to hold the stars and the sea, she felt as if she were being sucked in. She lowered her head in a panic, her gaze returning to the book, wanting to continue reading, but found her throat so dry that she couldn't utter a single word. Silence spread between the two. A sweet yet dangerous silence. Just as Qin Lengyue felt like she was about to suffocate, Jiang Chen's voice rang out above her again, like the whisper of a devil. Miss Qin. Are you taming me? Or perhaps, am I taming you? Boom. Qin Lengyue's brain completely shut down. The book in her hand fell to the ground with a thud, and she was jolted up from the bedside as if she had been electrocuted, staggering back 2 steps until her back hit the cold wall. She stared wide-eyed at Jiang Chen, her face drained of color, leaving only helplessness and panic. I don't know what you're talking about, she stammered. I'm sleepy. Get out. This is an order to leave. Jiang Chen looked at her panicked state, like a small animal cornered, and felt both amused and heartbroken. Inner monologue, okay, I've gone too far. Maybe I pushed too hard. The iceberg is melting too fast, it could trigger an avalanche. Oh well, that's enough for today. He didn't approach any closer, but simply bent down, picked up the little prince from the floor, and gently placed it on the bedside table. Okay, you should get some rest. He turned and walked towards the door. Good night. Even after the door was gently closed, Qin Lengyue was still leaning against the wall, panting heavily. She placed her hand on her chest, where her heart was pounding so fast it felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. Jiang Chen's last words echoed in my mind again and again. Are you taming me? Or am I taming you? She closed her eyes, and a smile that looked more like a grimace appeared on her face. Isn't the answer already quite obvious? She had long been tamed by him. Tonight will be another sleepless night. Chapter 62 System Upgrade, A New Storm. Jiang Chen returned to his room in the annex, feeling more relaxed than ever before. Watching Qin Lengyue transform from an ice queen into a panicked little rabbit step by step, the sense of accomplishment was even more satisfying than the system directly transferring $1 billion. Inner monologue, taming plan, a resounding success. Looks like the progress bar for the S-rank long-term quest, the Queen's personal guardian, has surged forward again tonight. I wonder what that mysterious reward will be. I'm actually quite looking forward to it. He hummed a little tune as he prepared to take a shower and go to bed. Just then, that familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang out in my mind in an unprecedented tone, with a solemn electronic synthesized voice. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host behavior has been detected to have created an irreversible deep emotional link with S-level target Qin Lengyue. Host has been detected to have completed multiple high-difficulty A-level tasks. Overall rating has been significantly improved. System upgrade requirements met. The top-tier customer service system is about to be upgraded to version 2.0. Upgrade countdown, 10, 9, 8. Jiang Chen was completely stunned. What is that? Can the system be upgraded? This game still has version updates? 3, 2, 1. Upgrade begins. The system is undergoing restructuring. Module updates are in progress. Database expansion is underway. Streams of light blue data, like waterfalls, rushed past Jiang Chen's eyes. The whole process lasted for almost a minute. Ding! God-level customer service system version 2.0 updated. Welcome, esteemed host. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to bring up the system interface. The light screen in front of me has become even cooler than before, full of futuristic technology. What were originally 3 simple modules have now been expanded to 5. In addition to the existing task panel, personal attributes, and inventory, 2 brand new modules that shimmer with gold have been added. System Shop and Team Management. Jiang Chen clicked on the System Shop with a thought. A dazzling array of product displays popped up. Holy crap! Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Inside the mall, various goods were displayed in different categories. Skills. Master level Bajiquan price, 100 service points. Master level hacking techniques price, 1000 service points. Master level Chinese painting price, 5000 service points. Items. Truth gum disposable item that makes the target tell the truth within 5 minutes price, 500 service points. Lucky spray slightly increases luck for 24 hours after use price, 800 service points. Pocket medical kit can heal all non-fatal injuries price, 2000 service points. Special category. Company fortune chart. View the fortune trend of a specified company. Effects last for 1 week price, 10,000 service points. Basic gene enhancement fluid price, 50,000 service points. Jiang Chen was dazzled by the sight, and his mouth was practically watering. These things are practically cheat codes tailor-made for him. Inner monologue, I'm rich. I'm really rich now. With the in-game store, I can just buy items with real money whenever I encounter a problem. This game experience has instantly changed from hard mode to pay-to-win mode. He checked his service points, which were cash rewards earned by completing tasks, converted at a ratio of 100,000 to 1. He currently had accumulated about 3,000 points in his account. Buying a master-level skill or a few small items is more than enough. He then clicked on another new module, Team Management. Several gray card slots appeared on the interface. The system explanation sounded: the host can designate non-task targets with a trust level of 80 or higher to become your team members. Once a member becomes part of the team, the host can assign them subtasks. Completing these subtasks will provide a small progress bonus to the host's main quest. The host can also purchase exclusive skills or items cut-down versions for team members from the system shop. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up immediately. This feature is absolutely crucial. This means that he is no longer fighting alone. He can build his own core team. Li Weidong, Wang Defa, and his good brother Wang Hao, all of these people can become his capable assistants in his business empire. Inner monologue, wow. The system is forcing me to transform from a solo master into a team leader. This is like upgrading from a single-player RPG to a real-time strategy game. I love it. Just as Jiang Chen was excitedly exploring the new features, the system notification sounded again. Ding! System upgrade complete. The host's current environment has been detected, and a long-term epic-level quest has been automatically generated. Task name: Create your empire. Mission background: you, a humble waiter, have proven your potential. But the world is far wider than you imagine. True strength lies not in serving the rules, but in creating them. Now, charge for that throne. Mission objective: to create a business empire with a total market value exceeding 1 trillion within 10 years. Mission reward? Hint: ultimate freedom. 1 trillion. Ultimate freedom. These 8 words struck Jiang Chen's heart like a heavy hammer. His breathing became rapid. Is this the system's true ultimate goal? This is no longer as simple as just earning money to treat my sister's illness. This is to put him at the top of the world. Just as Jiang Chen's heart was surging and his blood was boiling, his phone suddenly rang sharply. It shattered all the excitement and fantasy in the room. The call was from Wang Defa. It was almost 1 a.m. Jiang Chen had a bad feeling and immediately answered the call. Chairman Jiang. On the other end of the phone, Wang Defa's voice came through, filled with anxiety and even a hint of fear. Something's happened. Something terrible has happened. Calm down, speak slowly, the sky isn't falling, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, his strong mental fortitude instantly calming him down. Chairman Jiang. Just within the last half hour, almost simultaneously, more than a dozen of our core raw material suppliers for the Xinghe biochip project unilaterally announced the termination of their cooperation with us. They would rather pay hefty penalties than continue supplying us. What? Jiang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. This is absolutely abnormal. And there's more. Wang Defa's voice trembled. Director Li's side is in trouble too. All those top-notch tech guys we poached from outside with high salaries have just resigned. Someone is offering them 3 times, even 5 times, their salaries. And they're practically slapping cash in front of them. Cut off the fuel supply at the root. Cut off your supplies, then undermine your workforce. This combination of punches was fast, ruthless, and deadly. Starcore Bio had just gotten on track, its prototype chip had only just been released, and it was preparing for mass production. This move directly brought Starcore Bio back to square one, even worse off than before. Chairman Jiang, this is someone targeting us. It's a deliberate, organized attack. Wang Defa's voice was filled with despair. Jiang Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. The excitement and joy I felt just now have completely vanished. Instead, a bone-chilling coldness prevailed. Qin Tian has just fallen from power. Who has such great power to organize such a precise sniper attack? Moreover, the opponent's goal was very clear: to completely destroy the star core creatures that had just ignited a flame of hope. I see. Jiang Chen's voice was eerily calm. Reassure the company's employees, especially those in the RD department. Tell Li Weidong that the sky isn't falling down. Give me a day. Find out who did it. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen walked to the window and looked at the lights still on in Qin Lengyue's bedroom and the main building in the distance. Inner monologue: Qin Tian has fallen, but the struggle within the Qin family is far from over. A new player has entered the fray. Is this how they intend to attack Qin Lengyue and, incidentally, crush this newcomer in the bud? A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You want to play, right? Okay. I'll play with you. He turned around and reopened the System Shop interface. My gaze fell on the item priced at 1,000 service points. Master level hacking skills. You're the one. Chapter 63. Who is the mastermind behind this? The night in Tianhai City is as deep as ink. But the internal working groups of StarCore Biology were in an uproar. Core suppliers collectively terminated contracts, and key technical personnel were poached with high salaries. These two pieces of news were like two bombshells, shattering the hopes and enthusiasm that had just been ignited in all the employees. Panic and despair spread rapidly within the company like a plague. It's all over, I knew it. Our company is a disaster. Just when things were starting to look up, someone sabotaged it. That's too ruthless. They've cut off our lifeline. Without raw materials and top-notch technicians, what's the point of us even trying? Isn't that new chairman Jiang supposed to be very powerful? Where is he now? Why haven't we heard a thing about him? They must be dumbfounded, right? No matter how capable he is, can he conjure up suppliers and technicians out of thin air? Li Weidong, the director of the RD department, was pacing back and forth in his office, looking extremely anxious. His phone was ringing off the hook, with his subordinates anxiously inquiring on one hand and several key technical staff members urging him to complete the necessary paperwork on the other. He felt like his head was about to explode. Just then, his phone rang. It was Jiang Chen calling. Chairman Jiang. Li Weidong cried out as if grasping at a straw. The company is in complete chaos. What are we going to do? What's the panic? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen's voice was eerily calm. Tell me, aside from those who were poached, are the rest of you stable? Li Weidong was taken aback, then gritted his teeth and said, Chairman Jiang, don't worry. Most of the rest are old brothers who have been eating instant noodles with me for 3 years. They have feelings for the company. As long as you say the word, they will definitely not leave. Okay. Jiang Chen only said one word. Tell the brothers to sleep soundly. The sun will rise as usual tomorrow. Starting next month, everyone's salary will double. Year-end bonuses will start at 8 figures. What? Li Weidong thought he had misheard. Chairman Jiang, the company is in such a state now, where are we going to get the money? You don't need to worry about the money, Jiang Chen interrupted him. You only need to do one thing, keep the morale of the troops stable. Tell them that if they follow me, I can not only lead them to create miracles, but also make them more money than they can spend in a lifetime. Jiang Chen's words carried an undeniable magic, penetrating Li Weidong's heart through the radio waves. His panicked heart miraculously calmed down. I understand, Chairman Jiang. I'll get on it right away. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen's eyes remained completely calm. He sat in front of the computer and flexed his fingers. Ding! Do you wish to spend 1,000 service points to redeem master-level hacking techniques? Yes. Instantly, a complex and sophisticated stream of data flooded into his mind. Countless codes, protocols, vulnerabilities, and attack and defense techniques were rapidly combined, disassembled, and reconstructed in his mind. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes. In his eyes, the entire internet world has become a transparent net that he can freely traverse. Inner monologue: so this is the God's eye view? It feels not bad. He called over his good brother, Wang Hao. Since Jiang Chen arranged for Wang Hao to become the head of the new media operations department at SPI Department Store, his life has undergone a dramatic change. He earns $1 million annual salary, manages a team, and walks with an air of authority. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's call, he didn't hesitate and immediately crawled out of bed in the middle of the night, rushing to the heavenly palace on the cloud top. Brother Chen. What's the matter that's so urgent? Did some idiot offend you again? Just say the word, and I'll call someone right away. Wang Hao was now acting like a lackey. All right, stop joking. Jiang Chen pointed to the high-end computer in his room. Come here and do me a favor. Help? Wang Hao leaned closer, and when he saw the rapidly scrolling code on the computer screen, he was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, Brother Chen, when did you learn this? I just learned it, Jiang Chen said casually. Wang Hao. He felt that his worldview had been refreshed once again. I need you to help me trace the source of several financial accounts, and the financial backers of several headhunting companies. Jiang Chen handed him a list that Wang Defa had hastily compiled. I'll take the lead, you'll support me. You'll be in charge of data filtering and path marking, I'll handle breaking through their firewall. Jiang Chen knew that although he possessed master-level skills, he had zero practical experience. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was a formally trained professional and a master of data analysis. Working together, the two would be the most efficient. No problem. Brother Chen. Wang Hao immediately got excited when he heard that it was something serious, plopped down in front of the computer, and started typing away. Good heavens, these bastards are pretty professional at counter-tracking, using several layers of intermediaries and encryption. Watch how I peel them down layer by layer. For the next 2 hours, the only sound in the room was the crisp tapping of the keyboard. The deeper Wang Hao went, the more shocked he became. He discovered that Jiang Chen's hacking skills were simply phenomenal. No matter how robust the opponent's firewall is or how complex the encryption algorithm is, Jiang Chen can always find the weakest point in the seemingly flawless defense, just like a skilled butcher dissecting an ox, and then crumble it in one strike. He himself has completely degenerated from being a support to a spectator who just stands by and shouts 666. Wang Hao's inner monologue, did he just learn this? With this level of skill, he could win the world hacking competition. How many more surprises does Brother Chen have up his sleeve? Is he really an alien? 4 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Chen pressed the last enter key. A huge, clearly structured diagram appeared on the computer screen. All the clues, whether it was the penalties received by suppliers or the commissions received by headhunting firms, ultimately pointed to the same source of funds through dozens of intricate overseas shell companies. In Tianhai City, there is an investment company called Fengxing Venture Capital. Fengxing Venture Capital. Jiang Chen murmured the name, his eyes turning cold. He instructed Wang Hao to continue investigating the company's background. Half an hour later, the results came out. The legal representative and the publicly known shareholders of Fengxing Venture Capital are all relatively unknown figures. However, the real controlling shareholder behind it is an offshore fund registered in the Cayman Islands. And the manager of that fund. His surname is Qin Feng. Qin Lengyue's cousin is another powerful young person within the Qin group, and also Qin Lengyue's biggest rival. It really was him. All the mysteries were solved in an instant. Qin Tian's downfall made Qin Feng feel threatened. He feared that Qin Lengyue would use this opportunity to completely consolidate her position in the group. Jiang Chen and the Rising Star core creatures are undoubtedly the sharpest blade in Qin Lengyue's hand. Therefore, what Qin Feng needs to do is to destroy the star core creatures at all costs and break Jiang Chen's blade. This would damage Qin Lengyue's reputation. What a brilliant tactic of besieging Wei to rescue Zhou. Brother Chen, this has involved the internal struggles of the Qin family, Wang Hao looked at the names on the screen, somewhat frightened. This was beyond his comprehension. Jiang Chen smiled. That smile, in the darkness of the early morning, looked somewhat sinister. Family feud? No. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the horizon in the distance, which was already turning a pale white. He wants to destroy my company and cut off my source of income. This is no longer a family feud. This is a personal grudge. He turned his head, looked at Wang Hao, and said, word by word. Go back and rest first. Keep today's events to yourself. Brother Chen, then you. Me? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. He gave me such a generous gift, of course I have to return the favor properly. He sat back down at the computer and opened the system store. My gaze lingered on a particular item. Product name, Financial Nuclear Bomb Disposable Consumable. Product description, this product can target and amplify a major negative financial news story about a specified target company or individual within 24 hours, leveraging the internet to create a viral spread. It is extremely powerful, please use with caution. Price, 2,000 service points. Jiang Chen looked at the product and pressed buy without hesitation. Inner monologue, Sheen Foam, right? Fengxing Ventures, right? You like playing the capital game, don't you? You like playing the underhanded game? Fine. Then I'll play an even bigger game with you. I want to see if you can cut off my supply chain or if my financial nuclear bomb is more powerful. Chapter 64. The Queen arrives, late night interrogation. The heavenly palace on the clouds, its annex. Jiang Chen's fingertip hovered over the buy button, his gaze deep. Inner monologue, 2,000 service points for a financial nuclear bomb to send that blind fool Sheen Foam on his way. What a bargain. He pressed it without hesitation. Byte. Product name, Financial Nuclear Bomb Disposable Consumable. Product description: this product can target and amplify a major negative financial news story about a specified target company or individual within 24 hours, spreading virally online. It is extremely powerful. Please use with caution. Purchase successful. 2,000 service points have been deducted, current remaining service points, 1350. The financial nuclear bomb has been added to your inventory. Please specify the detonation target. Jiang Chen's lips had just curled into a cold smile as he prepared to target Fengxing Venture Capital and Sheen Foam behind it. Thump, thump, thump. A sudden, urgent, and forceful knocking sounded in the quiet of the night. Jiang Chen paused, his brows furrowing slightly. At this time, the butler had already gone to rest, and Wang Hao had just left. In the entire cloud-top heavenly palace, there was only one person who would use such an impolite way of knocking on the door to find him. Inner monologue, Her Majesty the Queen is checking up on me in my room? Looks like something's happened at the company, and she's even more worried than I am. Jiang Chen turned off the system light screen, got up and went to open the door. Outside the door, Qin Lengyue stood gracefully, still wearing the Chanel business suit she had worn during the day, without even changing her clothes. A layer of frost covered her exquisite face, and her usually clear and cold eyes were now burning with suppressed anxiety and anger. As soon as she saw Jiang Chen, she strode in without saying a word. Her high heels clicked on the floor, making a crisp tap-tap-tap sound, as if venting her emotions. You know about what's going on at the company? Qin Lengyue stood in the center of the living room, looked around at the annex room she had never set foot in before, and asked in an icy tone. President Qin, you're still up so late? Jiang Chen closed the door, answering a question that seemed unrelated, with his signature harmless, warm smile on his face. Would you like me to prepare some warm milk to help you sleep? It's part of our exclusive service. Jiang Chen. Qin Lengyue turned around abruptly, her voice rising several decibels. I'm not in the mood for jokes. Xinghua Bio's suppliers and technical team were almost all taken down at the same time. The company is about to shut down. Tell me, how can I sleep right now? She was absolutely furious. An hour ago, she received a message from within the group. When she heard that Starcore Bio had suffered a devastating blow, she was completely stunned. Her first thought was of Qin Tian's remnants or other covetous rivals within the group. She immediately used her connections to investigate, but the other party had done too much work, and it was impossible to trace the source in a short time. She was extremely anxious and restless. She wanted to call Jiang Chen, but she didn't know what to say. Should she comfort him? Or confront him? Her mind was in turmoil. She subconsciously walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the main building, only to see that Jiang Chen's room in the annex was still lit. Driven by an inexplicable emotion, she rushed over without even changing out of her bathrobe. She wanted to see what kind of expression the man who had single-handedly created the miracle of star-core biology would have when faced with such annihilation. Would he be as anxious as she was? Or would he be panicked? Or would he frantically call around for help like a headless fly? But to her utter surprise, Jiang Chen could still laugh. He even acted as if nothing had happened and asked himself if he wanted some milk. This stark contrast instantly transformed her pent-up anxiety and worry from the previous night into a raging inferno. Do you even care about Starcore Biotechnology? That's the company we finally got on the right track. Qin Lengyue's voice even trembled slightly, filled with anger and a hint of grievance that she herself didn't realize. Jiang Chen looked at her eyes, which were slightly red from excitement, and his heart softened for no reason. Inner monologue, this silly woman, she usually looks like an iceberg, but it turns out she cares about this company so much. That makes sense, this is a project she personally supported and that I saved, it's almost like her own son. He stopped smiling and his expression became serious. President Qin, please calm down. He walked up to Qin Lengyue, looked directly into her eyes, and said in a steady and powerful voice, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who would sit idly by and wait for my doom?" Qin Lengyue was stunned by his gaze. His deep eyes seemed to possess some kind of magic, which gradually calmed her wildly beating heart. She bit her lip and didn't speak, but the questioning look in her eyes didn't diminish at all. "If a supplier is gone, we can find another one. If a technician leaves, we can hire another one," Jiang Chen stated calmly. "These are just symptoms, they don't solve the fundamental problem." "Then what is the fundamental problem?" Qin Lengyue asked subconsciously. "The fundamental problem is that there's a hand secretly controlling all of this. If we don't cut off that hand, even if we find a new supplier today, he'll use the same methods to put us in a desperate situation again tomorrow," Jiang Chen pointed out incisively. Qin Lengyue's heart sank. She knew this perfectly well. But the other side is incredibly powerful to be able to organize such a precise strike in such a short time. Moreover, they are meticulous in their actions. We don't even know who they are, so how can we cut off their hand? Her voice was filled with helplessness. This is where her real anxiety lies. The most terrifying enemy is the unknown one. Jiang Chen looked at the vulnerability she revealed and suddenly smiled. He took a step forward, closing the distance between them. A faint, refreshing scent of shower gel, mixed with the man's unique aroma, instantly enveloped Qin Lengyue. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively tried to back away, but her feet seemed rooted to the spot. "Who says I don't know who he is?" Jiang Chen's voice was low, with a hint of mockery. Qin Lengyue suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with shock. You found out? How is that possible?" She used the Qin Group's intelligence network, but she's still completely baffled. How could he possibly find out anything while he's alone in this room? "As a professional chairman special advisor, it's my job to solve problems for clients," Jiang Chen resumed his service provider rhetoric. Of course, using some unconventional methods is also part of the service. Qin Lengyue had no time to argue with his twisted logic. She asked urgently, "Who is it? Which member of the Qin family?" She was almost certain that the only person with such great power who would target star core creatures could be an internal rival of the Qin family. Jiang Chen shook his head, keeping everyone in suspense. "President Qin, the process isn't important, the result is. You just need to know that after tonight, this trouble will be gone." "What do you mean?" Qin Lengyue was even more annoyed by his deliberately mysterious attitude. "It means." Jiang Chen looked at her flawless face so close to his, and at her eyes that were especially captivating because of her doubt. His playful side rekindled, and he slowly leaned close to her ear, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear. "You don't need to do anything now. Go back, take a hot bath, and get a good night's sleep." The warm breath brushed against Qin Lengyue's earlobe, sending a shiver through her body. A tingling sensation spread from her ear throughout her entire being. Her face flushed crimson instantly, the color spreading from her cheeks to the roots of her neck. "Tomorrow morning, when you wake up, you can make yourself a cup of coffee, open the financial news, and leisurely watch a good show." After speaking, Jiang Chen straightened up, took a step back, and restored a safe social distance, his face once again displaying that respectful yet distant smile. "Would you like me to take you back to the main building now, Mr. Qin?" Qin Lengyue froze on the spot, her mind blank. She felt her reason being torn apart bit by this man. One second she was extremely anxious about the company's survival. The next second, her heart pounded and her mind was filled with all sorts of pink bubbles because of his words and actions. She pinched her palm hard, and the intense pain brought her back to her senses. She stared intently at Jiang Chen, trying to find even the slightest trace of boasting or guilt on his handsome face. But no. His gaze was calm and confident, as if he were talking about something as simple as eating and drinking. That powerful, all-encompassing confidence gave her a strange sense of peace, yet it also made her feel even more panicked. "Jiang Chen, I'm asking you one last time." Qin Lengyue took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. "Are you sure you can handle this?" "I'm sure," Jiang Chen replied without the slightest hesitation. What if it can't be resolved? Then I will keep our agreement from the daytime, get out of the star core creatures, and disappear from your sight." Jiang Chen's tone remained relaxed, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Upon hearing the words "disappear from your sight," Qin Lengyue's heart inexplicably ached. She suddenly realized that she simply could not accept this outcome. Silence. A long silence. In the end, Qin Lengyue deflated like a punctured balloon. All his sharp edges were smoothed out by his calm gaze. Okay, she squeezed out through gritted teeth, I'll trust you this once. I'll wait for your news in the main building. After saying that, she didn't even dare to look Jiang Chen in the eye again. She turned around and quickly walked out of the room, her back view showing a somewhat disheveled and panicked escape. Jiang Chen watched her figure disappear through the doorway, the smile on his face slowly fading, replaced by a cold and murderous aura. He turned around and sat down in front of the computer again. The dark blue system light screen reappeared before his eyes. The financial nuclear bomb is ready. Please designate the detonation target. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the name on the screen that Wang Hao had just compiled, pointing to the mastermind behind the scenes. Qin Feng. Fengxing Venture Capital. Inner monologue, Her Majesty the Queen has personally come to urge me to update, so it seems I can't wait any longer. Qin Feng, right? I hope you sleep well tonight. Because starting tomorrow, you won't be able to sleep at all. His fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard. The target of the explosion has been identified, Fengxing Ventures and its related controller, Qin Feng. Detonation mode, maximum power. Start up. As he confirmed his thought, the financial nuclear bomb icon in his inventory instantly turned into a blinding red light and disappeared. Ding! The financial nuclear bomb has been launched. It is expected to detonate precisely at 9 a.m. tomorrow, 8 hours from now, when the Tianhai City Stock Exchange opens. At that time, all negative financial information related to the target will be precisely pushed to the servers of major global financial media outlets, social media platforms, and regulatory agencies. Please wait patiently for good news, host. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Outside the window, the night was deep. A storm that is about to sweep through the entire financial sector of Tianhai City is brewing silently. And he was the one who pressed the detonation button. This feeling. That was fucking exciting. Chapter 65 Financial Nuclear Bomb, Detonating the Entire City. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the main dining room of the Heavenly Palace. Jiang Chen changed into a well-tailored casual outfit and sat at the dining table, enjoying the sumptuous breakfast prepared by the housekeeper. The abundant energy brought by the physical enhancement liquid made him feel no fatigue even after only sleeping for 3 or 4 hours. Inner monologue, this physique is even more durable than the donkeys in the production team. Once there are more service points, I'll have to check the store for higher level enhancement fluids so I can evolve into a Superman as soon as possible. He was drinking millet porridge when a familiar figure appeared at the restaurant entrance. Xin Lang Yue. She had clearly not slept all night either. Her stunningly beautiful face bore an undeniable weariness, and faint dark circles were visible under her eyes. She changed into a sharp black suit, her hair meticulously pinned up, attempting to use her powerful aura to mask her inner unease. But the moment her gaze met Jiang Chen's, all her pretense seemed powerless. Jiang Chen's eyes were too clear and too relaxed. He was more like a primary school student about to go on a field trip than an executive director of a company on the verge of bankruptcy. This stark contrast made Qin Lang Yue feel like a fool. She walked to the other end of the table without saying a word and sat down. The maid immediately served her black coffee and a simple sandwich. The atmosphere in the restaurant was terribly oppressive. Even the servants nearby could feel the oppressive atmosphere. They all fell silent, walking on tiptoe. President Qin, did you sleep well last night? Jiang Chen broke the silence knowingly, with a concerned smile on his face. You don't look too well. Are you still worried about things at the company? Actually, there's no need to worry. The sky isn't going to fall. Qin Lang Yue picked up her coffee and took a sip. The bitter liquid slid down her throat, but it couldn't suppress the irritation in her heart. She gave Jiang Chen a cold glance but didn't say anything. She didn't sleep at all after returning to the main building last night. She kept refreshing the financial news, monitoring the stock price of the Qin Group, and paying attention to any developments related to Xinghua Bio. She even had her secretarial team on call 24/7, and prepared a complete set of crisis public relations plans and emergency financing schemes. She had prepared for the worst and was ready to convene a board meeting of the group first thing this morning. Even if it meant using all her resources, she was determined to save Starcore Bio. But now, the one who started this whole thing, the guy who said he wanted to watch a good show, is leisurely drinking porridge here. Jiang Chen. Qin Lang Yue finally couldn't hold back any longer. She put down her coffee cup with a soft thud. It's 8:45 in the morning. There are still 15 minutes before the stock market opens. Where's the show you were talking about? There was a hint of a final expectation in her voice that she herself was unaware of. President Qin, even watching a show requires patience. Jiang Chen put down his spoon and wiped his mouth with a napkin. There always needs to be a commercial break before the main show begins, doesn't there? You. Qin Lengyue's chest heaved with anger. Just then, the butler standing to the side had his phone vibrate. He glanced at it, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly walked to Qin Lengyue's side, reporting in a low voice, "Chairman, the group's public relations director just sent an urgent message saying that negative news about Xinghe Bio has started to spread online." Qin Lengyue's heart sank suddenly. She immediately took out her phone and opened the news app. Sure enough, several mainstream financial media outlets featured eye-catching headlines in their posts. Shocking. Qin Group's subsidiary, Xinghe Biotechnology, is on the verge of bankruptcy. Its core team has fled overnight. A drastic measure. Dozens of suppliers terminate contracts. Xinghe Bio may become Qin's biggest unfinished project. From genius to fraud? Xinghe Bio's pet chip exposed as a capital scam. Each report was rich in text and images, and presented with unwavering certainty. There were even a few photos, seemingly obtained from who knows where, showing several top tech talents from Starcore Bio packing their things and leaving the company overnight. The panic was precisely released before the market opened. Qin Lengyue's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Her knuckles turned white from gripping the phone so tightly. It's over. That was the only thought in her mind. The other party's methods were even more ruthless than she had imagined. They were trying to completely destroy Starcore Bio's reputation before the market opened, leaving it no chance of recovery whatsoever. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen in despair. However, Jiang Chen's face remained completely expressionless. He simply looked at her quietly, his eyes even carrying a hint of reassurance. "Mr. Qin, don't rush." He spoke slowly, "The commercial break is over. Now, the show begins." He had barely finished speaking. It was exactly 9 a.m. The opening bell rang precisely on time at the Tianhai City Stock Exchange. At that very moment, it was as if an invisible hand had pressed a button. Qin Lengyue's phone, as well as the phones of all the servants in the restaurant, simultaneously and frantically received special push notifications from news apps. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The constant notification sounds were particularly jarring in the quiet restaurant. Qin Lengyue subconsciously looked down. A bold, red-highlighted exclusive headline from Jintongsh, the most authoritative financial media outlet in Tianhai City, popped up. Financial bombshell. Fengxing Venture Capital, a star private equity firm in Tianhai City with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan, exposed for shocking shady dealings. Suspected of illegal fundraising and market manipulation, the firm's controller, Qin Feng of the Qin Group, has been formally reported. Boom! It felt like a bomb had exploded in Qin Lengyue's head. Fengxing Ventures? Qin Feng? She clicked on the news article with almost trembling hands. The content of the news was even more shocking than the headline. The report, with an irrefutable chain of evidence, detailed how Fengxing Ventures used dozens of overseas shell companies to build a complex fund pool and illegally raised up to tens of billions of yuan over the past few years. How did they use these funds to maliciously manipulate the stock prices of more than a dozen listed companies in the secondary market through high-frequency trading and wash trading to reap huge profits? The article included numerous bank transfer records, screenshots of internal transaction instructions, and even several recorded phone calls from key figures. Each piece of evidence was like a heavy hammer, striking Fengxing Venture Capital and Qin Feng's Achilles heel. This is no longer a commercial violation, this is blatant financial crime. Qin Lengyue felt a chill run through her body and her hands and feet went numb. She had heard about Qin Feng's little tricks, but she never expected him to go so far and be so lawless. What terrified her even more was the professionalism and destructive nature of the report. This is not an ordinary press release at all, it is a perfect verdict that could only be produced by the collaboration of top accountants, lawyers, and investigative journalists, enough to kill Qin Feng in one blow. Before she could recover from the shock, the second, third, fourth notifications came one after another. Breaking news. The China Securities Regulatory Commission (CSRC) has established a special investigation team overnight and has been dispatched to Fengxing Venture Capital. The Tianhai City Economic Crime Investigation Division has taken coercive measures against Qin Feng and others. All funds under Fengxing Venture Capital have been frozen, and dozens of partner banks have announced loan cutoffs. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it. Listed companies whose stock prices were manipulated by Fengxing Venture Capital collectively issue announcements that they will file lawsuits. Each news item was like a bomb that had been detonated, sending the entire financial sector of Tianhai City into chaos. Fengxing Venture Capital, once a rising star in the capital market, plummeted from its zenith to its lowest point in just a few minutes. Xinleng Yue stared blankly at the rapidly refreshing news on her phone screen, her mind completely blank. She slowly, mechanically, raised her head and looked at the man across the table who had remained calm and composed throughout. He picked up a glass of warm water and took a small sip. The sunlight shone on his profile, outlining his handsome features like a god. He noticed her gaze, turned around, and gave her a bright smile. President Qin. Are you satisfied with this performance? Chapter 67. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Qin Feng is finished. As soon as the call connected, Su Wanqing's voice, tinged with excitement and disbelief, came through. Mr. Jiang. Did you see the news this morning? This top actress, who always maintains elegance and composure on the big screen, spoke in a tone like a little girl who had discovered a new continent. Yes, I saw it. Zhang Chen's voice remained calm. Just something I expected. Inner monologue, I not only saw it, I was also the director. The effect is even better than expected. System production, truly a masterpiece. As expected? Su Wanqing was taken aback by his nonchalant attitude, then smiled wryly. Mr. Jiang, you're too modest. Qin Feng of Fengxing Venture Capital is notoriously domineering in the industry. Countless people have fallen victim to him. I never imagined that he would. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was already quite clear. She continued, I just wanted to tell you that Qin Feng has fallen, and many people in the industry are applauding it. My dad just called me and said that your move was a stroke of genius, and he was completely in awe of you. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. He had heard of Su Wanqing's father. He was a media mogul in Tianhai City, with considerable influence. Earning a word of admiration from him was no easy feat. Miss Su, you're too kind. Zhang Chen smiled. I just did what I was supposed to do. Someone is trying to take away my livelihood. I can't just stick my neck out and let them chop it off. This half-joking remark caused Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone to fall silent for a moment. She could hear the coldness and domineering tone hidden beneath that relaxed voice. This man was more mysterious and more powerful than she had imagined. Mr. Jiang, Su Wanqing's tone became serious. I'm calling you not only to congratulate you, but also to say something else. My father said that after Qin Feng's downfall, the entertainment media and film companies he previously controlled through capital are now leaderless and ownerless. If you are interested in the media industry, he would be happy to act as a go-between and help you take them over at a very favorable price. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Inner monologue, hey, they even gave me spoils of war? Just when I was sleepy, someone brought me a pillow. I was wondering where to start with the system's mission to build a trillion-dollar business empire, and this is a ready-made solution. The media is a symbol of the power of discourse. Controlling the media is tantamount to controlling the direction of public opinion. This is crucial for building his future business empire. Please thank Chairman Su for his kind offer, Zhang Chen said after a moment's thought. I am indeed very interested in the media industry. Once I finish dealing with things at the company, I will definitely pay him a visit. That's wonderful. Su Wanqing's voice was full of joy. Then I'll wait for your news. Oh, by the way, Snowball is especially clingy to me now, and its personality is much more cheerful than before. It seems to miss you too. You're welcome to come to my house anytime you have time. Good. Zhang Chen was in a pretty good mood after hanging up the phone. Not only did he solve a major problem, but he also conveniently obtained a ticket to enter the media industry and gained a favor from a top actress for free. This is a huge profit. He turned to look at Li Weidong and Wang Defa, who were still in a petrified state. What are you standing there for? Zhang Chen tapped the table. The crisis is over. Now it's our turn to fight back. The two of them jolted awake and snapped back to their senses. Chairman Jiang, what are your orders? They said in unison, their eyes filled with fervent worship. Director Li, Zhang Chen looked at Li Weidong. Are those technical staff who resigned voluntarily before now crying and begging to come back? Li Weidong nodded hurriedly. Yes. They've been calling my phone non-stop, each one saying they've been blinded by greed and begging me to give them another chance. Opportunity? Zhang Chen sneered. Opportunity is for the loyal. Traitors don't deserve a second chance. Go to the HR department right now and complete all their resignation procedures without delay. Then, issue an announcement in the name of the company. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. Tell Starcore Biotechnology that it will never hire any employee who chooses to betray the company during a crisis. Also, make public the complete list of all the core technical personnel we have left, along with their salaries and benefits. Ha! Chairman Jiang, this just reveals all our cards. It makes us vulnerable to poaching by other companies. Li Weidong exclaimed in surprise. I'm going to show it off. A confident smile curved Jiang Chen's lips. I want the whole industry to see what kind of treatment it is to work with me, Jiang Chen. I'll not only make them envious, but also make them jealous. I also want to tell those who want to poach my employees, if you're so capable, then come and throw money at me. If I, Jiang Chen, even flinch, then I've lost. These words, spoken with such domineering confidence, made Li Weidong's blood boil. I understand, Chairman Jiang. I'll get on it right away. Li Weidong nodded vigorously, turned around, and strode out, his back ramrod straight. Jiang Chen then looked at Wang Defa. Director Wang, what's the situation with those suppliers now? Chairman Jiang, Wang Defa said, his face flushed with excitement, my phone hasn't stopped ringing since 9:30. The dozen or so suppliers who terminated their contracts yesterday are all blocking the lobby downstairs at our company, begging to see you. They're almost at each other's throats. Let them wait. Jiang Chen picked up his coffee and took a slow sip. Tell the front desk I'm busy today. Tell them to come back with a new cooperation proposal when they've figured it out. A new cooperation plan? Wang Defa asked, puzzled. That's right. A shrewd businessman's eyes flashed. Before, they were the ones who gave us attitude. Now, it's our turn to set the rules for them. What I want is a lower price than before, a longer payment period, and an overbearing clause that grants Xinghe Bio exclusive supply rights for the next 3 years. Wang Defa gasped. This is more than just setting rules, it's practically cutting into their flesh. Chairman Jiang, will they agree to this? They will. Jiang Chen put down his coffee cup, his tone resolute. Because they know better than anyone else that Starcore Bio is about to take off. If they don't get on board now, they won't even have the chance to buy a standing ticket later. Looking into Jiang Chen's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, Wang Defa nodded in sincere admiration. I understand, Chairman Jiang. I'll go and leave them hanging. Wang Defa also turned and left, his steps filled with unprecedented confidence. Throughout the morning, the atmosphere at Xinghe Biotech underwent a dramatic 180-degree reversal. The employees who were previously dejected and ready to send out their resumes and run away are now standing tall with their heads held high, their faces filled with pride and self-satisfaction. They looked down at the lobby, where the once high and mighty supplier executives were huddled together like grandsons, waiting anxiously, and felt incredibly relieved. Li Weidong's announcements of never hiring traders and publicly disclosing the salaries of core employees caused a huge uproar in the industry. When the industry's top tech professionals saw the astonishing salaries and equity incentives offered by Xinghe Biotech, they went crazy. Countless resumes, like snowflakes, flew into Xinghe Bio's recruitment email address. In a short time, Xinghe Biotechnology went from being a sinkhole that everyone avoided to a highly sought-after commodity in the entire industry. Jiang Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, looking down at everything happening below, a faint smile on his lips. Inner monologue, cut off the enemy's supply lines? No, I call this a phoenix rising from the ashes. Xin Feng, you probably never dreamed that your elaborate sniping would ultimately become the best recruitment advertisement and brand promotion for my Starcore Biotechnology, right? I can't refuse such a great gift. He was enjoying the fruits of his victory when his phone rang again. This time, it was Qin Ling Yue. Chapter 66. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Who was messing with me? The top floor of the IFS in Tianhai City. The trading hall of Fengxing Venture Capital was deathly silent. On the huge electronic screen, a shocking red color appeared. All stocks associated with Fengxing Venture Capital and heavily held by them were immediately and inevitably hammered down to their daily limit by massive sell orders the moment the market opened. The air was thick with despair. The traders sat frozen in their seats, staring blankly at the screens, as if their souls had been ripped out. Bang! The door to the CEO's office was violently kicked open. Xin Feng, his eyes bloodshot, charged in like an enraged wild beast. What's going on? Where are the PR people? Are they dead? Why aren't they deleting the posts? Why aren't they controlling the comments? He grabbed a department head by the collar and roared madly. "Mr. Chin! Mr. Chin!" The manager was terrified, his face pale and his voice trembling. It's no use. We can't delete them all." This time it was Jintong News that led the way. Dozens of mainstream media outlets reposted it, even the China Securities Regulatory Commission's official website posted an announcement. "Our people can't contact them at all. Useless. They're all useless." Xin Feng shoved him aside and staggered to his desk. The cell phones and landlines on the table had been ringing non-stop since 9 o'clock, almost to the point of being overwhelmed. Banks called to demand payment, business partners called to question him, regulatory agencies called to notify him of investigations, and many more important figures he couldn't curry favor with before called to distance themselves from him. Just minutes earlier, he had received a call from his father, who was a powerful director of the Qin Group. On the phone, his father's voice was filled with weariness and anger that he had never heard before. "Xin Feng, what exactly have you been up to outside? How did those pieces of evidence get leaked? Do you know that you've dragged the entire family down with you?" "Dad. It wasn't me. Someone's messing with me. It's Qin Ling Yue. It must be her." Xin Feng roared into the phone. "Qin Ling Yue?" The voice on the other end of the phone was full of doubt. "Does she have this ability? The level of this report is something even the group's top legal and auditing teams couldn't produce. Moreover, if she had this, why didn't she bring it up at the board meeting? Why did she wait until now to detonate it in such a self-destructive way?" Xin Feng was also stunned. "Yes. This is not in line with Qin Ling Yue's style of doing things. Although she is cold, she always plans things out before acting, and she believes in defeating you with open strategies within the rules. This attack was swift, precise, and ruthless. It left no room for error, each move deadly, filled with a savage and violent aesthetic, more like a venting-style, dimensional reducing attack. If it's not her, then who could it be?" Xin Feng muttered to himself, his mind a jumbled mess. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out which powerful figure he had offended in Tianhai City that he couldn't afford to mess with. Just then, his trusted assistant stumbled in, his face ashen and lifeless. "President Qin. Something's wrong. Downstairs is full of economic crime investigation personnel. They're coming up with arrest warrants." "What?" Xin Feng was startled, and the phone in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He subconsciously looked out the window, where several police cars with flashing red and blue lights stood out starkly below the IFC. It's over. This time, it's really over. His legs went weak, and he collapsed into the expensive leather executive chair, his eyes filled with nothing but endless fear and confusion. He died unable to understand how he had lost. Meanwhile, Starcore Biotechnology Company, Limited. An atmosphere of oppression and panic enveloped the entire office area. Although it wasn't yet time for work, most employees had already arrived, gathering in small groups, looking at the negative news on their phones, and sighing. "It's over, it's completely over. Even the mainstream media has gotten involved. Our company probably won't survive until today. I told you that Chairman Jiang was unreliable. He's too young and easily brought down by someone. What do we do now? Maybe we should hurry up and send out our resumes? If we wait too long, we might not even be able to find another job." Li Weidong, the director of the RD department, and Wang Defa, the financial director, stood at the door of Jiang Chen's office, looking as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They arrived at the company early in the morning, hoping to discuss countermeasures with Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen's office door remained tightly closed. "Old Li, what exactly is Chairman Jiang up to? The situation is so dire, how can he still sit still?" Wang Defa wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a low voice. Li Weidong also looked worried, but he remembered Jiang Chen's calm voice on the phone last night. "Old Wang, don't panic. Chairman Jiang is no ordinary person. He must have his reasons for telling us to stay calm. We have to trust him." That's what he said, but Li Weidong wasn't sure himself. Just then, the office door opened from the inside. Jiang Chen came out with a relaxed smile on his face, holding a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. "Director Li, Director Wang, good morning." He greeted the two of them, as if the overwhelming negative news outside had nothing to do with him. "Chairman Jiang," the two called out in unison, their voices filled with anxiety. "Chairman Jiang, the company is in a state of panic right now." Look, Wang Defa pointed to the dejected employees outside. "What's the panic?" Jiang Chen walked to the French windows, looked at the bustling traffic below, and gently blew on the steam from his coffee. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Bullet? The two looked at each other, completely bewildered by what Jiang Chen was saying. Just then, Wang Defa's cell phone suddenly rang sharply. He frantically pulled out his phone, and his expression changed when he saw the caller ID. He is the CEO of a core chip raw material supplier who just announced yesterday that they were terminating their cooperation with them. His surname is Liu. Wang Defa hesitated for a moment and glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded to him. Wang Defa took a deep breath, pressed the answer button, and turned on speakerphone. Hello, Mr. Liu. Wang Defa's tone was polite, but also somewhat distant. Oh dear. Director Wang. My dear Director Wang. On the other end of the phone came President Liu's incredibly obsequious voice, even tinged with a sob. A misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. Wang Defa was taken aback. Mr. Liu, what's going on? Director Wang, what happened yesterday was my fault. I was blind to your greatness. I apologize to you. I apologize to Chairman Jiang. General Manager Liu's voice was extremely urgent. We want to continue cooperating with your company. No, we're begging. We beg you to continue supplying Xinghe Bio. The price is negotiable, the payment terms are negotiable. Everything is negotiable. Wang Defa and Li Weidong were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Yesterday they were willing to pay hefty penalties to terminate the contract, but today they're begging? That's such a quick change in attitude. Before Wang Defa could react, General Manager Liu on the other end of the phone was already on the verge of tears. Director Wang, please, have a good word for us and say a few kind words to Chairman Jiang. We were forced into this situation. That Qin Feng from Fengxing Venture Capital, he's a bastard. He's threatening us with our company's loans, we had no choice. Now look what happened. He got his comeuppance and was arrested by the Economic Crime Investigation Department. It's so satisfying. It's truly gratifying. Director Wang, when would you like to meet with me so I can apologize to you and Chairman Jiang in person? Fengxing Venture Capital. Qin Feng was arrested? Wang Defa and Li Weidong felt that their brains were no longer sufficient. They instinctively turned their heads to look at the young man who was leisurely drinking coffee. Jiang Chen met their shocked gazes, smiled slightly, and then said calmly into his phone. Mr. Liu, is that so? The voice on the other end of the phone instantly became more respectful, even trembling. Chairman Jiang. You're here. Chairman Jiang, I'm guilty. I deserve to die. If you want to cooperate, that is fine. Jiang Chen interrupted his confession, however, you should know my rules. I understand. General Manager Liu quickly replied. Chairman Jiang, rest assured. From today onwards, Xinghe Bio will be our sole premium customer. We will supply you with all raw materials at cost price. No, we'll even pay you to keep them. Just say the word. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Director Wang, you can handle this. After saying that, he hung up the phone, as if he had only dealt with a trivial matter. A deathly silence fell over the office. Wang Defa and Li Weidong looked at Jiang Chen as if he were a god. They finally understood. Why was Chairman Jiang so calm throughout the entire process? Why did he say he wanted to see a good show? It turns out he wasn't a character in a play at all. He's the director who wrote the screenplay. Just as they were still in shock, Jiang Chen's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and a playful smile appeared on his lips. It's Su Wanqing. Chapter 68 The Queen's Invitation. Chapter 68. When the call connected, there was a long silence on the other end. Jiang Chen remained silent, waiting quietly with a faint smile playing on his lips. He could imagine the turbulent emotions Qin Lingyue must be feeling at that moment. Inner monologue, is Her Majesty running out of words? Or is she organizing her thoughts on how to praise me, her personal attendant? A full half-minute passed before Qin Lingyue's slightly hoarse and unreal voice came from the other end of the phone. Did you do this? Her voice was very soft, as if she were asking a question she already knew the answer to, but couldn't believe. Which one are you referring to, Mr. Qin? Jiang Chen feigned ignorance, asking casually, do you mean Qin Feng from Fengxing Venture Capital was invited for tea? Or are you referring to those suppliers downstairs from our company who are about to come to blows? Qi Lun fell silent again. She felt that her brain was completely inadequate in front of Jiang Chen. She sat in the chairman's office on the top floor of the Qin Group, staring at the computer screen since 9 o'clock in the morning, watching a business war that Jiang Chen personally directed and which could be described as a textbook example. From igniting public opinion, to targeted crackdowns, to regulatory intervention, and finally to everyone kicking someone when they're down. The entire process was seamlessly connected, executed in one go, and was full of violent yet cold beauty. She watched as Qin Feng, her biggest rival within the group for many years, was reduced from the head of a multi-billion-dollar company to a prisoner facing imprisonment in just 1 hour. This overwhelming power shocked her like never before, and even a little bit of fear. For the first time, she realized that her business acumen and so-called elite thinking, which she was so proud of, were so naive and ridiculous in front of this man. Jiang Chen. Qin Lin took a deep breath, her voice tinged with complexity. Who exactly are you? She has asked this question more than once. But this time, she wanted to know the answer more than ever. Me? Jiang Chen chuckled and resorted to his usual platitude. President Qin, I've said it many times, I'm just your chairman's special advisor and personal attendant. All my abilities are dedicated to serving you alone. That same phrase again. But for some reason, the words he uttered today made Qin Lingyue's heart skip a beat for no apparent reason. She used to think this was just being glib. Now, however, she feels it's like a promise. A unique promise that belongs only to the two of them. You. Qin Lingyue opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that all her questions had become less important at this moment. Does it matter who he is? Does it matter where he comes from? Does it matter why he has so many unpredictable and mysterious abilities? It seems, none of that matters anymore. The important thing is that this man is on her side. The important thing is that this man, time and time again, in her most helpless and desperate moments, acted like an omnipotent god, solving everything for her. An emotion she had never felt before, called dependence, quietly wrapped around her heart like a vine. Jiang Chen. Qin Lingyue's voice softened unconsciously. Thank you. This thank you was a heartfelt expression of gratitude, without any ulterior motives. It is my honor to serve you. Jiang Chen's reply was as impeccable as ever. Inner monologue, so you're already thanking me? The progress bar for the S-rank quest, the Queen's personal guardian, is probably going to surge forward again. Not bad, keep it up. On the other end of the phone, Qin Lingyue held her phone, hesitating for a long time. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She wanted to ask him how he managed to gather all the evidence of Qin Feng's crimes overnight. She wanted to ask him why the attitudes of those suppliers and technicians had changed so drastically. She even wanted to ask him what he had done after she left last night. But when the words reached her lips, she couldn't bring herself to ask a single one. She suddenly felt like the proud rose in The Little Prince, and Jiang Chen was the traveler from a distant planet. She longed to be tamed by him, to establish a unique connection with him, yet she was also afraid that he would see through her inner vulnerability and loneliness. Ultimately, all the questions boiled down to one sentence. Are you free tonight? The moment she said those words, Qin Lingyue herself was stunned. Her cheeks began to burn uncontrollably. Good heavens, what did she say? This sounds like some kind of invitation. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. President Qin, are you going to assign me a new task? No problem, my time is always reserved for our most esteemed clients. No. Qin Lingyue hurriedly denied, her voice trembling slightly. I meant. Her mind raced, trying to find a plausible excuse. What I mean is, to celebrate the star core creatures overcoming this difficult time, and also to thank you. I'd like to treat you to a meal. After saying that, Qin Lingyue felt her face was so hot she could fry an egg on it. This was the first time in her life that she had ever taken the initiative to invite a man to dinner. This feeling was unfamiliar, shy, yet tinged with a secret anticipation. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen could barely contain his smile. Inner monologue, wow. The Ice Queen actually invited me to dinner? This is a major breakthrough. The taming plan is a huge success. It seems that from now on, I won't need to ask for rewards. Her Majesty will be eager to give them to me. He cleared his throat, deliberately paused for a moment, and whetted the other person's appetite. Qin Lingyue, on the other end of the phone, was on tenterhooks. Will he agree? Will he think I'm being too forward? Will he reject me? Just as she was lost in thought and almost regretting her impulsive actions, Jiang Chen's magnetic voice finally rang out. Since it was Mr. Qin who personally invited me, I, a humble waiter, am naturally extremely honored. You decide the time and place. My service is always ready for you. Hearing his agreement, Qin Lengyue's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. An indescribable joy welled up from the bottom of her heart, and even her perpetually icy face couldn't help but bloom with a very faint, yet incredibly genuine, smile. I'll send you the time and place later. She forced down the corners of her mouth, trying to make her voice sound as calm as usual. Then, see you tonight. Okay, Mr. Qin, see you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lengyue stood in her office for a long time, holding her phone. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling city below, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. With Qin Feng gone, her biggest threat within the group has been eliminated. The star core organisms have been resurrected and are showing unparalleled potential. And the man who created all of this, he'll have dinner with her that night. It seems, everything is moving in a positive direction. She glanced down at Jiang Chen's number on her phone screen, and the smile she couldn't suppress reappeared on her lips. Perhaps, I really am taming him? Or is it? Have I already been tamed by him? She still didn't have an answer to this question. But this time, she no longer felt panicked. Instead, she felt a touch of sweetness. Chapter 69. Is this meal a trap? Night falls and the city lights come on. On the Bund in Tianhai City, there is a top-tier private restaurant called Guanlan Mansion. There is no main hall here, only 3 private rooms that are not open to the public. They operate on a membership reservation system, and it is said that the average cost per person starts at 6 figures. Moreover, it is not enough to just have money, one must also have a significant social standing. When Jiang Chen arrived at the private room called Tingtao at the address sent by Qin Lengyue was already there. She is different today than she always has been. Instead of wearing her aloof business suit, she changed into a black V-neck dress made of a luxurious velvet that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Her hair wasn't styled in a bun, but rather cascaded smoothly over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her face was adorned with delicate yet understated makeup, which softened her otherwise cold and sharp demeanor, giving her a more feminine and languid air. When she saw Jiang Chen enter, a barely perceptible glint flashed in her clear, cold eyes. "Have a seat," she said, gesturing to the seat opposite her. Jiang Chen readily sat down, his gaze subtly sweeping over her. Inner monologue: wow, Her Majesty is dressed to the nines. This dinner tonight seems to be something special. I wonder if it's just a celebration, or a blind date. No, what blind date? She's probably just trying to figure me out. Sure enough, before the dishes were even served, Qin Lengyue took the initiative to start a conversation. This morning, the group's board of directors held an emergency meeting. She picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. Qin Feng has been removed from the board of directors for allegedly committing multiple financial crimes, and all of his shares in the group have been temporarily frozen pending judicial proceedings. Yes, he deserves it. Jiang Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. After his downfall, several directors from his faction became opportunists, Qin Lengyue continued. I took the opportunity at the meeting to gain absolute control of Xinghe Biotechnology and pass the proposal to restart the Qinglong Bay project. As she spoke, she observed Jiang Chen's reaction. But Jiang Chen's face remained calm and indifferent, as if none of this concerned him. This left Qin Lengyue feeling powerless. She discovered that no matter how much benefit or how astonishing the news she offered, she couldn't see the slightest ripple on this man's face. He is like a bottomless lake, you can never guess what lies hidden beneath the calm surface. This is all thanks to you. Qin Lengyue put down her teacup, looking at him intently. Jiang Chen, I'm very curious, how exactly did you do it? Where did you get that evidence about Qin Feng? They've arrived. Jiang Chen thought to himself, the main topic is finally here. Mr. Qin, we're in the service industry, so we always have our own information channels. Jiang Chen smiled and began his nonsense performance. As you know, I used to work at SPI department store, and I came into contact with all sorts of people. Sometimes, the gossip I heard was more useful than proper business intelligence. Inner monologue: yes, that's right, I have a hidden identity, I'm a storyteller under the overpass. Qin Lengyue clearly didn't believe his explanation. Casual gossip? Jiang Chen, do you think I'd believe that? The professionalism of that report is something even the group's auditing department would be ashamed of. Perhaps, it's a friend of mine who happens to be an expert in this field, Jiang Chen continued, dodging the question. A friend? Qin Lengyu pressed, what kind of friend could have such power? A friend who has a strong sense of justice, Jiang Chen said without batting an eye. Qin Lengyue was speechless, choked by his watertight answer. She found that no matter how she asked, he would always deflect her questions with a seemingly reasonable but actually perfunctory excuse. If he doesn't want to say, she'll never get the answer. The atmosphere in the private room became somewhat awkward for a moment. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room. The waiters began serving up a continuous stream of exquisite dishes. Each dish is like a work of art, with perfect color, aroma, and taste. Let's eat first. Qin Lengyue seemed to have given up on asking any more questions. She picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of crystal-clear grouper on Jiang Chen's plate. This was the first time she had ever offered food to a man. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised, but he accepted it calmly. The two ate their meal in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Qin Lengyue wondered how she could truly get into this man's heart. Jiang Chen wondered what other tricks Her Majesty the Queen had up her sleeve for tonight's dinner. Just when he thought the meal would end in this ambiguous and strange atmosphere, the door to the private room was knocked on again. Jiang Chen assumed it was a waiter coming to change the plates and didn't pay any attention. But when the door opened and he saw the person walking in, his pupils contracted slightly. The woman who entered was a middle-aged woman, around 50 years old, dressed in a dark gray Zhongshan suit. Her hair was neatly combed, and she wore gold-rimmed glasses. Behind the lenses, her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. She possessed a powerful aura, an aura of authority that commanded respect without a hint of anger, a quality often associated with those in positions of power. Jiang Chen knew this person. Or rather, he had seen it in the Qin Group's records. Zhou Pairu, deputy director of the group's Discipline Inspection Commission. That Iron Lady whom he used to kill and single-handedly brought down Qin Tian. How did she end up here? Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Chen's mind in an instant, and he subconsciously looked at Qin Lengyue. Qin Lengyue, however, seemed to have expected this, and calmly stood up, giving the woman a slight smile. Director Zhou, you've arrived. Lengyu, did I disturb you? A smile appeared on Zhou Pairu's face, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Her gaze fell on Jiang Chen the moment she entered the room. It was a scrutinizing, evaluative gaze, one that seemed to penetrate the very soul. Let me introduce you, Qin Lengyue said naturally as she walked to Jiang Chen's side. This is Jiang Chen, the special advisor to the chairman of our Qin Group and the executive director of Xingha Biotechnology, whom I mentioned to you before. Then, she said to Jiang Chen, this is Director Zhou Pairu from the group's Discipline Inspection Committee. Jiang Chen immediately stood up, a perfectly appropriate smile on his face, respectful but not obsequious. Director Zhou, hello. Inner monologue, good heavens, I knew this meal was no joke. It's a trap. This isn't just an invitation to dinner, it's a way of introducing me to my parents, no, to the faction boss. Zhou Pairu did not respond immediately, but instead looked Jiang Chen up and down several times. Those sharp eyes seemed to see right through him, inside and out. After a long pause, she slowly nodded, a meaningful smile curving her lips. Jiang Chen, Advisor Jiang. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. She reached out her hand to Jiang Chen. So, the one who killed Qin Tian with one stone at the board meeting and then sent Qin Feng to prison with swift and decisive measures in a single day was you, young man? Chapter 70 The Iron Lady's Olive Branch. Zhou Pairu's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Although it was a question, her tone was full of unquestionable certainty. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Inner monologue, this old lady has a sharp eye. She saw right through me with just one sentence. It seems that traitor Wang Defa told her everything. He remained expressionless, and extended his hand to gently shake hands with Zhou Pairu's well-maintained yet powerful hand. Director Zhou, you flatter me. Jiang Chen's smile remained gentle. I was just doing my job. Qin Tian and Qin Feng deserved it. They violated the group's ironclad rules and the country's laws. Even without me, they would have fallen sooner or later. This answer was humble and appropriate, and it completely deflected all the credit. A hint of approval flashed in Zhou Pairu's eyes. This young man was more composed than she had imagined, neither arrogant nor impatient, and not greedy for credit. Please sit down, everyone. Zhou Pairu sat down in the main seat, while Qin Lengyue and Jiang Chen sat on either side of her. What was originally an ambiguous dinner for two instantly turned into a serious political meeting. Consultant Jiang, I won't beat around the bush, Zhou Pairu said bluntly. Lang Yu invited me here today because she wanted me to meet you. To be honest, I'm very curious about you. She paused, then continued, Qin Tian has been entrenched within the group for many years, deeply entrenched. I've fought him more than once, but I've only managed to scratch his surface. And you, a newcomer who just arrived at the subsidiary on your first day, are able to grasp his lifeline and, through my hands, uproot him completely. Xin Feng was an outstanding young man, ruthless and with a powerful background. Yet, he didn't even last a single round against you before being utterly disgraced. Zhou Pairu's gaze sharpened once again. Advisor Jiang, your methods are not what one would expect from a mere advisor. Despite the almost interrogation-like pressure, Jiang Chen still maintained a faint smile. Director Zhou, you may have misunderstood. I have never considered myself a junior advisor. His words startled both Zhou Pairu and Qin Lengyue. He continued unhurriedly, my position is special advisor to the chairman. My only client is the chairman. My job is to resolve any problems the chairman doesn't want to resolve or finds inconvenient to resolve. Therefore, everything I do is simply fulfilling my duty. As for the means, as long as they achieve the goal and do not violate my principles, in my view, there is no distinction between them. These words were perfectly worded, clearly stating his identity and stance that he only listens to Qin Lengyue while also demonstrating his principles that he has the ability and the bottom line. Zhou Pairu looked at him, remained silent for a long time, and then suddenly smiled. This smile was much more genuine than before. What a wonderful special advisor to the chairman. What a wonderful serving only the chairman. She nodded approvingly. Lang Yu, you've really struck gold this time. When Qin Lengyue heard Zhou Pairu praise Jiang Chen, she was even happier than if Zhou Pairu had praised her. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly, but she still said modestly, Director Zhou, Jiang Chen is still a newcomer. There are many things he needs your guidance in. It's not about giving pointers, it's more about helping each other out. Zhou Pairu waved her hand, her expression turning serious again. Advisor Jiang, I'm here today not only to meet you, the mastermind behind the scenes, but also to hear your opinion on something even more important. She leaned forward slightly, and the atmosphere in the entire private room became heavy. The downfall of Qin Tian and Qin Feng has created a huge power vacuum within the group. Especially Qin Feng, who controlled several core businesses in the new energy and overseas investment sectors. Now that there is no leader, his subordinates are restless, and other factions are also eyeing this piece of the pie. Although Lang Yu used this opportunity to consolidate her position on the board of directors, her foundation is still mainly in traditional industries and real estate. If other factions seize the strategic high ground of new energy, her future situation will be very passive. Zhou Pairu's gaze fell on Jiang Chen's face like a torch. So, I want to ask you, Consultant Jiang, are you interested, or rather, confident, in helping Lang Yu take over this territory? This is Zhou Pairu's real purpose today. She came not only to see Jiang Chen, but also to examine and test him. If Jiang Chen were merely a clever opportunist, she would advise Qin Lengyue to simply be a wealthy man and not get too involved in the power struggles at the core of the group. But if Jiang Chen really has the ambition and ability she imagines, then she wouldn't mind giving him a push. Because she knew very well that Jiang Chen was Qin Lengyue's man. His rise was equivalent to the expansion of Qin Lengyue's power. This is a test, but also a weighty olive branch. If Jiang Chen nods, it means that he will officially step from a behind-the-scenes advisor onto the power table of the Qin group and become a rising star in Qin Lengyue's faction. Faced with an opportunity that would excite any young person to the point of trembling, Jiang Chen's reaction once again surprised everyone. He pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Director Zhou, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. This answer caused both Zhou Pairu and Qin Lengyue to frown. Jiang Chen continued, I have absolutely no interest in the power struggles within the group. New energy and overseas investment are not areas where I excel. My interests and my goals have always been singular. He turned his head and looked at Qin Lengyue beside him, his eyes clear and firm. That is, to turn Starcore Bio into a business empire with a market value of hundreds of billions, or even trillions. I believe that when Xinghe Bio grows to that point, the value and prestige it brings to President Qin will far exceed the gains and losses of one or two business segments within the group. As for those so-called power vacuums and lucrative opportunities, Jiang Chen smiled, a hint of disdain in his voice, whoever likes them can take them. I'm only focused on the land beneath my feet. His words were powerful and resounding. Zhou Pairu and Qin Lengyue were both completely stunned. They imagined countless possible responses from Jiang Chen, some ambitious, some humble and cautious. But I never expected him to refuse. The rejection was so decisive and thorough. He actually gave up the power that was within his grasp, just for that tiny star core creature whose future was still uncertain in everyone's eyes? Looking at Jiang Chen's young and confident face, Joe Pyro suddenly understood something. This young man's vision and ambition were far greater than she had imagined. He had no interest in competing for the fat pieces left over by others in the old Qin group. What he wanted was to create a completely new ocean of his own with his own hands. Well, what a wonderful person who focuses solely on the land beneath their feet. Joe Pyro's eyes shone with unprecedented admiration. Jiang Chen, I take back what I just said. You're not a treasure found on the street, you yourself are a treasure yet to be fully discovered. She stood up and solemnly said to Jiang Chen, I understand. Don't worry, from now on, within the group, as long as it involves Starcore biotechnology, I, Joe Pyro, will give you the green light. Anyone who dares to trip you up is going against me. This is a much heavier promise. This signifies that this Iron Lady of the Discipline Inspection Commission will become Jiang Chen and Xinghe Biotechnology's strongest support within the group. Thank you, Director Zhou. Jiang Chen also stood up and said in a humble yet respectful manner. This feast at Hongmen ultimately ended in an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Joe Pyro left satisfied. Once again, only Jiang Chen and Qin Lengyue remained in the private room. Qin Lengyue looked at Jiang Chen with an extremely complicated expression. There was emotion touched, admiring, curious, and a hint of something she couldn't quite explain. Why, she couldn't help but ask. That was a chance to rise to the top in one step, why did you refuse? Jiang Chen looked at her and suddenly smiled. Because my position is special advisor to the chairman. If I were to manage both new energy and overseas investments, wouldn't I become the group's vice president? At that time, who will provide our CEO Qin with exclusive lullaby service? A joke instantly dispelled the serious atmosphere from just moments before. Qin Lengyue's face flushed red instantly. She glared at Jiang Chen fiercely, then cursed in embarrassment and anger. Nonsense. Chapter 71 The System Team, Taking Initial Shape. After seeing Qin Lengyue off, Jiang Chen returned alone to the annex of the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace. He took a hot shower to wash away the smell of alcohol and his fatigue, then changed into a comfortable bathrobe, poured himself a glass of red wine, and stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the city of Tianhai is ablaze with lights, like stars fallen to earth. Jiang Chen gently swirled the wine glass, and the scarlet liquid cascaded down the glass, leaving behind graceful arcs. His mind was still replaying everything that had happened that night. From detonating the financial nuclear bomb to meeting Joe Pyro, and then to Qin Lengyue's increasingly undisguised feelings. Everything was going in the direction he had envisioned, and even better than he had anticipated. Inner monologue, Qin Feng's experience pack was incredibly valuable. Not only did he completely eliminate the external threat, but he also inadvertently brought me into the core circle of Qin Lengyue's faction, granting me the Iron Lady Joe Pyro's get-out-of-jail-free card. Most importantly, Her Majesty's taming progress has been incredibly rapid. He could even feel that the invisible progress bar for the S-rank long-term mission, the Queen's personal guardian, had surged forward significantly after tonight. All of this brought him one step closer to that ultimate epic mission, create your empire. $1 trillion business empire. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. In the past, he earned money to treat his sister's illness and to give himself and his family a better life. But now, when the system presents him with this grand, almost unreal goal, the deep-seated masculine desire for conquest and creation within him is ignited. He was no longer content with just being a top-notch waiter. What he wants to do is be the emperor who sets the rules. Going it alone has its limits. Jiang Chen took a sip of red wine, the spicy yet mellow liquid sliding down his throat. To create an empire, I need an army of my own, absolutely loyal and invincible. On a whim, he brought up the newly upgraded system module. Team Management. 5 gray card slots appeared on the pale blue light screen, as if waiting for their owners. The host can designate non-task targets with a trust level of 80 or higher to become their team members. Once a member becomes part of the team, the host can assign them subtasks. Completing these subtasks will provide a small progress bonus to the host's main quest. The host can also purchase exclusive skills or items cut-down versions for team members from the system shop. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on those few lines of explanation. Inner monologue, it's time to assemble my Avengers. His first thought was naturally of the two generals of the Star Core creature. System, check Wang Defa's level of trust in me. Ding. Detecting target Wang Defa. Detection complete. Target Wang Defa, occupation, financial director, current trust level with host, 95 fanatical worship. Evaluation, this target regards you as a god and is willing to go through fire and water for you, even at the cost of his life. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. 95 points, very high, exactly as he expected. From his parachuting into Star Core biotechnology, to purging the management team, to exposing Qin Tian, and finally to today's counterattack against Qin Feng, Wang Defa witnessed it all and had long admired him to the point of prostration. System, add Wang Defa as a team member. Ding. Confirm adding Wang Defa to team slot 1? This cannot be changed after addition. Confirm. As soon as he finished speaking, the first gray card slot lit up instantly. On the card slot, a virtual projection of Wang Defa's half-body appeared, followed by his basic information. Team member, Wang Defa. Position, Chief Financial Officer. Loyalty, 95 die hard. Currently without any skill enhancements. Very good, next one. System, check Li Weidong's level of trust in me. Ding. Detecting target Li Weidong. Detection complete. Target Li Weidong, occupation, RD Director, current trust level with host, 92 absolute trust. Evaluation, you have become a guiding light in faith in his scientific research career. He believes you can lead him to create any miracle. Not bad either. Li Weidong is a pure tech geek. Jiang Chen gave him the funding, direction, and absolute trust he had always dreamed of. To him, Jiang Chen was the mentor who could help him realize all his technical ambitions. System, add Li Weidong as a team member. Ding. Confirm adding Li Weidong to team slot 2? Confirm. The second card slot also lit up. Team member, Li Weidong. Position, RD Director. Loyalty, 92 die hard. Currently without any skill enhancements. Next, the third person. Jiang Chen's mind drifted to his best friend, who was a bit simple-minded, a bit witty, but absolutely loyal. System, check Wang Hao's level of trust in me. Ding. Detecting target Wang Hao. Detection complete. Target Wang Hao, occupation, Director of New Media Operations, current trust level with host, 98 blood brother. Evaluation, aside from the speculation that you are an alien, he is willing to believe anything you say and take any bullet for you. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw this comment. 98 points, this is the highest level of trust at present. This silly boy. System, add Wang Hao as a team member. Ding. Confirm adding Wang Hao to team slot 3? Confirm. The third card slot lights up. Team member, Wang Hao. Position, Director of New Media Operations. Loyalty, 98 die hard. Currently without any skill enhancements. The 3 core members are already in place. 1. For him to control the Empire's purse strings. 1. To forge the Empire's most advanced technological weapons for him. 1 was to act as his mouthpiece for controlling the Empire's public opinion. The beginnings of an empire have already emerged. As Jiang Chen looked at the 3 avatars that lit up on the screen, an unprecedented surge of pride welled up in his heart. This is his future team. Inner monologue, it's not enough to just have people, I also need to equip my generals with fine horses and powerful weapons. With a thought, he opened the dazzling system shop. He directly opened the skills list and began selecting suitable skills for his 3 favorite generals. Wang Defa is a finance professional, so he must have exceptional financial analysis and risk control capabilities. Jiang Chen's gaze quickly locked onto a skill. Product name, Master Level Financial Analysis Abridged Version. Skill description, enables users to possess extraordinary insight and analytical abilities regarding complex financial statements and data, easily uncovering hidden vulnerabilities and risks. Target audience, team members. Price, 500 service points. Inner monologue, the stripped-down version is only 500 points, much cheaper than the one I use. Great, I'll buy it. Ding. Purchase successful. Equip this skill for team member Wang Defa immediately. Equipment. As Jiang Chen confirmed, he could see that below the card slot representing Wang Defa, there was a new line of gold text that read Master Level Financial Analysis. Next up is Li Weidong. He is a tech fanatic, but his management and project management skills are weaknesses. We need to improve those skills for him. Jiang Chen quickly found another suitable skill. Product name, Master Level Project Management Abridged Version. Skill description, enables users to possess top-tier project planning, resource allocation, and schedule control capabilities, allowing them to efficiently lead teams and complete complex technical research and development projects. Target audience, team members. Price, 500 service points. Purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. Equip the skill for team member Li Weidong immediately. Equipment. Finally, there's Wang Hao. Although this kid is a programmer by training, he has a beast-like intuition for internet marketing. I need to amplify his talent in this area. Product name, Master Level Marketing Planning Abridged Version. Skill description, enables users to possess genius-level insight into market trends and user psychology, allowing them to plan top-tier marketing events that go viral. Target audience, team members. Price, 500 service points. Purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. Equip this skill for team member Wang Hao immediately. Equipment. The 1,500 service points were spent in an instant. Jiang Chen, however, felt no pity whatsoever. He knew that this investment would bring him 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold return. He could almost imagine the shocked expressions on the faces of these three people when they woke up tomorrow and found that their minds had suddenly been filled with a lot of knowledge. Inner monologue, from today onwards, you are no longer ordinary working people. Welcome to the world of cheats. Jiang Chen finished the last sip of red wine in his glass and closed the system panel. Everything is ready. Next, it will be time for the slumbering behemoth, the star core creature, to truly awaken and unleash its first roar upon the world. Chapter 72 New Product, Igniting Pre-Sales. The next day, Starcore Biotechnology Company. The atmosphere in the company can be described as a stark contrast between ice and fire. On one side, all the employees of the company were immersed in the ecstasy of the crisis being resolved and their triumph. On the other hand, the company's two directors, Li Weidong and Wang Defa, fell into deep self-doubt. Early in the morning, while reviewing the newly delivered financial statements, Wang Defa was astonished to find that the models and data that had previously seemed like incomprehensible gibberish to him were now crystal clear. With just a glance, he spotted 3 deeply hidden accounting loopholes. The feeling is like someone with 800 degrees of nearsightedness suddenly putting on a perfectly fitting pair of glasses, and the whole world becomes high definition. He thought he was still half asleep, so he pinched himself hard several times, almost bruising his thigh, before he realized it wasn't a dream. Li Weidong, on the other hand, discovered that he had changed during a morning meeting of the R&D department. Previously, he always felt powerless when facing the group of unruly technical experts in his department, and project progress was often delayed due to various internal coordination problems. But today, after listening to the progress reports from just a few groups, a perfect project progress flowchart automatically formed in his mind. Which stage needs more people, which stages can be carried out in parallel, which technical bottlenecks need to be addressed first, all the problems had optimal solutions in his mind. He immediately adjusted the personnel and tasks of several groups, and his words were logical, clear, and unquestionable. The entire R&D department, including the few newly recruited top technical experts, was stunned by his actions, and everyone looked at him with awe. After the meeting, Li Weidong and Wang Defa went to Jiang Chen's office at the same time. The two looked at each other and saw the same shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Chairman Jiang Wang Defa stammered, I feel like something is not right with me today. I think I've suddenly had an epiphany, Li Weidong added. My mind is now filled with many things I never understood before. Jiang Chen was secretly delighted to see the two of them looking like they'd seen a ghost. Inner monologue, the system-generated skills are so effective. Look how scared these two honest guys are. He wore a profound and inscrutable expression, put down the documents in his hand, and said calmly, What's wrong with that? That's your inherent potential, it's just that it was suppressed by the company's difficulties in the past. Now, I've removed the shackles from your bodies. You'll naturally be able to fly higher. His words were so cryptic that they left Wang Defa and Li Weidong completely bewildered, yet they also felt that they made a lot of sense. Their adoration for Jiang Chen had already reached its peak. Now, they feel that Chairman Jiang is simply a god descended to earth, possessing the supreme power to turn stones into gold. Alright, stop being so suspicious. Jiang Chen waved his hand. I called you here because I have important business to discuss. The two men immediately became serious. Chairman Jiang, please give your orders. The crisis is over, and we can't waste this wave of hype that Qin Feng gave us. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. I've decided that, starting today, we will officially launch the global pre-sale of the Smart Pet Collar. What? Start now? Li Weidong was taken aback. Chairman Jiang, our production line isn't fully operational yet, and our production capacity can't keep up. Besides, the product hasn't undergone large-scale testing. What if? There's no what if, Jiang Chen interrupted him. What I need is this momentum. Speed is of the essence, and the market waits for no one. Director Wang, you take care of the production capacity issue. Jiang Chen turned to Wang Defa. Aren't those suppliers downstairs waiting to apologize? Go tell them that they can cooperate, but in addition to the conditions we mentioned yesterday, I'll add one more. They must assist us in establishing a complete production line capable of producing 100,000 products per month within 3 days. All costs will be shared by them. Ha! Wang Defa's mouth dropped open. Chairman Jiang, isn't this making them work for us for free? Do you think they'll agree to that? They will not only agree, they will be eager to do it, Jiang Chen said confidently with a smile. Because I will give them an offer they can't refuse. After the production line is built, they will become Xinghe Bio's exclusive strategic partner for the next 3 years, sharing in the dividends of our future growth. It's an open conspiracy. They know it's a trap, but they still have to jump in with a smile. Wang Defa was stunned, then nodded emphatically, I understand. I'll get on it right away. As for product promotion, Jiang Chen looked out the window. I've already made arrangements. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Hao's number. Haozi, it's your turn to go on stage. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just as the entire internet was still buzzing about the annual drama of Qin Feng's arrest and Starcore Bio's resurrection, an even more explosive topic suddenly appeared on the trending topics lists of major social media platforms. Hashtag top actress Su Wanqing's cat can talk hashtag. Clicking on the topic leads to a short video posted by Su Wanqing himself. In the video, her ragdoll cat Snowball, who had almost harmed its owner due to depression, is now wearing a beautifully designed, high-tech silver collar and running around the living room with great energy. Su Wanqing pointed the camera at Xueqiu and asked gently, Xueqiu, are you happy now? The next second, a shocking scene unfolded. On Su Wanqing's phone screen, a line of text was displayed in real time through an app. Emotional state, happy. Thoughts, mom is playing with me. I love mom so much. I want to rub against her. Immediately afterwards, as if it really understood, Snowball ran over and affectionately rubbed its little head against Su Wanqing's leg. In the latter half of the video, Su Wanqing gave a detailed introduction to the Pet Smart Emotion Translation Collar developed by Xinghe Biotechnology, and vividly recounted how this product saved her beloved cat from the brink of depression, using her own and Xueqiu's personal experiences. This video went viral the moment it was released. Su Wanqing already has tens of millions of fans and is undoubtedly a top celebrity in the entertainment industry. The influence of a product personally recommended by her is self-evident. What's more, the product itself is full of disruptive gimmicks translating pet emotions. Holy crap! Is this for real? Has a sci-fi movie come true? It can communicate with its master now? Oh my god, I need to buy one right away and ask my cat why it does parkour every night. I cried. If I had had this sooner, my dog wouldn't have left me because of depression. Starcore Bio? Isn't that the company that pulled off the comeback against the big investors today? Amazing. Their technology is far ahead of the competition. The comments section exploded instantly, with the number of reposts and likes skyrocketing at a visible speed. Wang Hao's new media team seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. They quickly contacted hundreds of top bloggers and influencers in the pet industry and sent out all the products and promotional materials they had prepared. In no time, the entire internet was flooded with reviews and discussions about the Starcore Bio intelligent collar. At the height of public outcry, Xinghe Bio's official account officially released a pre-sale link for its products. Limited to 100,000 units worldwide for pre-order, priced at 1,999 yuan. The moment the link went live, countless pet owners who had been waiting for a long time flooded in. The number of pre-sales in the backend began to surge upwards at an alarming rate. 1,000. 5,000. 10,000. 50,000. Inside the Starcore Biotech office, all the employees gathered around a huge projection screen, watching the constantly changing numbers and cheering. Li Weidong and Wang Defa were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. Jiang Chen and Qin Lengyue stood side by side at the back of the crowd, quietly watching everything. Less than 10 minutes. The number on the screen eventually settled at 100,000. Sold out. The world's first batch of 100,000 products sold out in just 10 minutes. The total pre-sale amount is close to 200 million. The entire office erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Everyone went crazy. They hugged each other, crying and laughing, freely expressing their excitement and joy. They knew they were witnessing the birth of a business miracle. Qin Lengyue turned her head and looked at the man beside her who had maintained a calm smile from beginning to end. Her eyes gleamed with admiration. She once thought that by leaving him with a mess of debts of 2 billion, she was sending him to his death. But she never dreamed that in less than a month, this man would not only bring this mess back to life, but also personally turn it into a blockbuster money printing machine that would soon sweep the globe. Jiang Chen. Her voice trembled with a dreamlike quality. You really created a miracle. Chapter 73 The Queen's Reward. It's a bit addictive. Faced with Qin Lengyue's gaze, which was a mixture of admiration, appreciation, and endless curiosity, Jiang Chen simply smiled slightly. In that smile, there was a hint of self-righteousness and a trace of barely perceptible smugness. Mr. Qin, as I said, it's my honor to serve you. He once again used his waiter's theory to diffuse all the praise with ease. Customer satisfaction is the ultimate goal of our work. It seems that the market, as our customer, is quite satisfied with our products. Inner monologue, satisfied? This is more than just satisfied, I absolutely love it. 200 million in 10 minutes. This money-making speed is faster than a printing press. The system's little goal of 1 trillion doesn't seem so far away after all. Looking at his calm demeanor, as if he had everything under control, Qin Lengyue felt both annoyed and amused. This man always manages to make the most exciting moments less serious with his twisted logic. But for some reason, she just couldn't bring herself to hate it. I even like it a little. Glib talker. She snorted softly through her nose, but the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her excellent mood. The enormous success of the Star Core Biology was of great significance to her. This not only proves that her investment acumen, which defied public opinion, has been validated, but also earns her unprecedented prestige and influence within the group. After this battle, no one in the Qin group dared to question her abilities anymore, and no one dared to underestimate any project she supported. And all of this was brought to her by the man in front of her. Qin Lengyue looked at Jiang Chen, who was surrounded by employees like a hero in the center, and felt a mix of emotions. She suddenly realized how childish she had been to dump the mess of Qinglong Bei on him out of jealousy. But it was precisely because of that naivete that she saw more potential in this man. From revitalizing Xingha biotechnology, to turning the tables on Qin Feng, and now igniting the market. He's like a treasure trove that can never be fully explored. Just when you think you've seen everything about him, he always manages to surprise you with something even bigger in the next second. Jiang Chen. Qin Lengyue spoke again, her voice not loud, but clearly reaching Jiang Chen's ears. The noisy crowd seemed to become nothing more than a backdrop at this moment. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at her. To celebrate, and also to express my gratitude. Qin's gaze was cold, more serious than ever before. What reward do you want? Here we go again. The same problem. But this time, Jiang Chen could clearly sense that Qin Lengyue's mindset when she asked that question was completely different from any other time before. Previously, when she asked this question, it was more of a superior's procedural reward for merit to subordinates, carrying a somewhat condescending scrutiny. This time, however, her eyes held no scrutiny, no probing, only pure, sincere inquiry. She really wanted to know what he wanted. Jiang Chen looked at her eyes, which shone brightly under the light, and his playful side was aroused again. He slowly, step by step, walked up to Qin Lengyue. The surrounding employees wisely stopped cheering and automatically made way for them, their faces all wearing gossipy smiles as if they had just stumbled upon a surprise. Jiang Chen ignored the gazes around him and focused intently on the woman in front of him. He leaned down slightly, bringing his lips close to her ear, and whispered in that familiar, magnetic voice that made her heart race. The reward I want is the same as last time. The warm breath brushed against Qin Lengyue's earlobe once more. Her body stiffened instinctively, and her cheeks instantly flushed with a beautiful blush. It's that same request again. It's that same bedtime story again, one that sounds childish yet is incredibly intimate. She thought that this time she would push him away in embarrassment and anger, or stubbornly refuse him, just like before. Strangely, this time, instead of feeling any resistance, she felt a strong sense of anticipation that was unfamiliar even to herself. She even started thinking uncontrollably in her mind what kind of story she should tell him tonight. Should we continue with The Little Prince? Or switch to another book? Just as she was feeling confused and lost in thought, Jiang Chen's voice, tinged with a wicked smile, rang in her ears again. But he deliberately dragged out his voice. Qin Lingyue's heart also jumped. But what? Could it be that he's going to make an even more outrageous request? She clenched her fists nervously, her heart pounding wildly. Jiang Chen spoke slowly, word by word. However, tonight, I want to try something new. What I want to hear is not The Little Prince or Peppa Pig. His voice was lowered even further, as if it possessed some kind of bewitching magic. I would like to hear you sing a lullaby. Boom! Qin Lingyue felt as if her brain had completely shut down. Sing a song? How could she, a tone-deaf ice queen who had barely been to a karaoke bar since childhood, sing him a lullaby? This is even more shameful and embarrassing for her than making her dance in public. You're dreaming, she blurted out, her voice trembling with shame and anger. She suddenly raised her head, wanting to kill this arrogant man with her eyes. But when she met Jiang Chen's smiling eyes, which seemed to see through everything, all the harsh words stuck in her throat, and she could no longer say them. There was no frivolity or flirtation in his eyes. There was only a pure, childlike curiosity and expectation. It was as if, to him, hearing her sing a song was the most precious gift in the world. Qin Lingyue's heart was pierced by that gaze. She suddenly realized that she seemed unable to say the word no. What? Mr. Qin, is it that you're unwilling? Jiang Chen sighed, feigning disappointment. Alas, it seems I was asking for too much. Indeed, how can a lowly waiter like me expect our esteemed customers to provide such extraordinary service? Never mind, just pretend I didn't say anything. As he spoke, he pretended to turn and leave. Etc. Just as he turned around, Qin Lingyue's voice, tinged with panic and embarrassment, came from behind him. She instinctively reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt. Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, without turning around, but a triumphant smile appeared on his lips. Inner monologue, they've taken the bait. Qin Lingyue looked at her hand gripping his clothes, her cheeks burning so hot they almost bled. She wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. However, the thought that if she didn't speak up, this man might not actually appear in her room again tonight filled her with a strange sense of panic. She found that she had gotten used to the knocking on the door every night at 11 p.m. She had grown accustomed to the man who sat on the sofa, using his gentle voice to dispel all her loneliness and unease. She couldn't imagine how she would get through those long nights without him. Qin Lingyue bit her lip. After a long internal struggle, she finally closed her eyes, as if she had made up her mind, and said quickly in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I can't sing lullabies. But I can learn. After saying that, she immediately let go of his hand, and like a startled deer, turned and ran, rushing out of the office without looking back. Only a hasty yet resolute silhouette remained, leaving everyone with much to ponder. In the office, all the employees were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, each seeing the same burning desire for gossip in the other's eyes. What just happened? Their aloof, otherworldly CEO Qin actually blushed? And even fled in embarrassment? The man who had forced the queen to flee was now standing there, a meaningful smile on his face. Jiang Chen looked in the direction where Qin Lingyue had disappeared, feeling an unprecedented sense of joy. Inner monologue, TSK, is Her Majesty going to sign up for a vocal lesson overnight just for me? That's really kind of cute. He suddenly felt that 11 p.m. tonight was more anticipated than ever before. He was even a little impatient. Chapter 74, The Queen's Society Dies, the whole company goes crazy. In the president's office of Xingha Biotechnology, time seemed to have been paused. After Qin Lingyue's hastily fleeing figure disappeared through the door, the deathly silence in the office was broken by a suppressed laugh. It is Wang Defa. This usually stern and serious finance director was now covering his mouth tightly with his chubby hand, his shoulders trembling, his face flushed red, looking like a pufferfish about to explode. Li Weidong next to him wasn't much better off. This meticulous tech geek pushed up his glasses, his eyes widening behind the lenses, and his mouth agape in an O shape, unable to close it for a long time. What did they see? They saw the legendary ice queen of Tianhai's business world, the head of the Qin group, whose mere glance could lower the temperature of the entire meeting room by 10 degrees, actually blushing? And she even fled like a little girl caught doing something wrong by her parents? This scene is even more surreal than the 200 million yuan in pre-sales they saw in 10 minutes yesterday. The remaining dozens of employees in the office were in complete uproar. I didn't see wrong, did I? President Qin, she was just shy? It's more than just shyness. Didn't you see her tugging at Chairman Zhang's sleeve? My God! That little gesture, that look in her eyes. Is this really the President Qin we know? What exactly did Chairman Zhang say to President Qin? I was too far away to hear clearly, but I saw Chairman Zhang whisper in President Qin's ear, and then President Qin's face turned bright red in an instant. Singing a lullaby. I heard it. Chairman Zhang asked General Manager Qin to sing him a lullaby as a reward. A female employee who was nearby excitedly revealed, her voice trembling. Holy crap! A lullaby? Is it that exciting? My goodness! What an incredible plot! A domineering female CEO learns to sing a lullaby for love? Even novels wouldn't dare to write something like this. I'm totally shipping them. Even if I die here today, I'm going to keep the Zhang Qin couple locked in forever. For a moment, the entire office was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Everyone forgot the excitement of celebrating the successful pre-sale and instead threw themselves wholeheartedly into the frenzy of this earth-shattering gossip. The way they looked at Zhang Chen had completely changed. If Zhang Chen was previously seen as a business genius and a savior, now he has an even more awe-inspiring identity, the man who tames the queen. Zhang Chen stood in the center of the crowd, feeling the gazes from all directions, a mixture of admiration, gossip, and fervor, yet his face still wore that signature calm and collected smile. Inner monologue, tisk, things are getting a bit out of control. But I like it. Xin Lengyue, that ice queen, occasionally letting her be a little more down to earth in front of the employees helps break down her unapproachable image. Look, the company's cohesion has instantly reached a new level. This is all thanks to me, right? System, shouldn't we give her another outstanding team culture building award? He cleared his throat, and that perfectly timed light cough instantly silenced the noisy office. All eyes were on him, waiting for this protagonist to speak. Everyone, Zhang Chen said, his gaze sweeping over the room, his voice gentle yet firm, I know you're all very excited right now, whether it's for the company's achievements or for some fun things outside of work. Upon hearing the word funny story, many employees couldn't help but lower their heads and chuckle. However, Zhang Chen's tone shifted, his expression becoming more serious. I hope everyone understands that Xingha Bio's success is not due to any one person, but to each and every one of us here. It is the tireless efforts of the RD team led by Director Li, the meticulous financial management of Director Wang, the precise marketing of our colleagues in the marketing department, and the hard work of every employee on the production line. His words were so eloquent and impeccable that they instantly shifted the atmosphere from gossip back to work. Upon hearing their names called, Li Weidong and Wang Defa immediately straightened their backs, and their expressions became solemn. 10 minutes, 200 million in pre-sales, this is just the beginning. Zhang Chen's eyes sharpened. This represents the market's high expectations of us, and it also means that the responsibility on our shoulders is heavier. Next, we will face even more severe challenges: production, quality control, logistics, after-sales service. If any link goes wrong, everything we have achieved now will become a joke. He paused, watching the excitement on everyone's faces slowly turn into solemnity, before nodding in satisfaction. Therefore, I hereby declare the celebration party over. From now on, everyone, return to your posts. Director Wang, you immediately coordinate the supply chain. I want all raw materials to be in place within 24 hours. Director Li, you are responsible for the final debugging of the production line and the formulation of quality control standards. I want every one of our products to be a perfect work of art. As for everyone else, each should do their own job. I want everyone to remember that we are not selling a simple electronic product, we are creating a completely new era. Now, everyone get moving. At Zhang Chen's command, the atmosphere in the entire office instantly shifted from the gossipy break room to the pre-battle command center. The playful expressions on all the employees' faces vanished, replaced by a surge of high morale, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Yes, Chairman Zhang. Everyone responded in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. Immediately afterward, everyone turned around and hurried back to their workstations, leaving only the clatter of keyboards and the constant ringing of telephones in the office. The gossip atmosphere that was just moments ago full of pink bubbles was transformed into a stirring battle symphony by Jiang Chen's few words. Wang Defa and Li Weidong exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock and admiration in each other's eyes. This Chairman Jiang not only possesses godlike abilities to create business miracles, but his methods of controlling people's hearts are also divine. 1 second he can make the Ice Queen flee in panic, and the next second he can turn a group of onlookers into a howling pack of wolves. They couldn't even come close to that level of skill. Chairman Jiang, rest assured. We guarantee to complete the mission. The two pledged to Jiang Chen and then quickly turned around and threw themselves into their busy work. In the entire office, only Jiang Chen remained standing in the same spot. The serious expression on his face slowly faded, and a playful smile returned. Inner monologue, got it. These guys, just giving them sweet treats isn't enough, you also need to keep them on track and give them a little nudge. Work-life balance is key, a good mix of intensity and relaxation. But speaking of which, the way Qin Lengyue ran away just now was damn cute. Going to singing lessons all night? I'll see what kind of surprise she has in store for me at 11 p.m. tonight. He picked up his phone. From the table on the screen was a WeChat message sent by Su Wanqing a few minutes earlier. Su Wanqing, Mr. Jiang, congratulations. Xinghe Bio's pre-sale results are amazing. My father said you've created a business legend. Su Wanqing, by the way, my father would like to meet you tomorrow at noon at Jingxin Tea House. Would that be convenient for you? Jiang Chen's lips curled up. Inner monologue, here comes the main course. Those media companies Qin Feng left behind are the first piece of the puzzle in building my trillion-dollar empire. The follow-up rewards for Su Wanqing's A-level mission are far more valuable than that 50 million in cash. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he quickly replied. Jiang Chen, Miss Su, you're too kind. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work. I'm extremely honored by your father's invitation, and I will definitely be there on time tomorrow at noon. Putting his phone away, Jiang Chen glanced at the bustling cityscape outside the window, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. In terms of business, Xinghe Biotechnology is soaring to new heights, and a media empire is about to be incorporated into its portfolio. Emotionally, even the Ice Queen is almost completely melted by herself. This feeling of having everything under control is just amazing. He hummed an off-key tune and left the Starcore creature with light steps. Tonight, he needs to get a good rest and recharge. Because he knew that starting tomorrow, he would embark on a new journey on 2 battlefields simultaneously. Of course, before that, there is an even more anticipated entertainment program. He glanced at his Patek Philippe watch. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. There are still 3 hours until 11 o'clock. Inner monologue, Her Majesty's crash course on lullabies, should have already started by now, right? At the same time, the master bedroom in the Cloud Palace. Qin Lengyue threw herself heavily onto the soft king-size bed and covered her head with the blanket. It's over. It's all over. In all her life, Qin Lengyue had never been so humiliated as she was today. In front of dozens of employees in the company, he was provoked by that bastard's few words, his face turned red, his heart raced, and in the end, he fled like a fool. She could even imagine what outrageous gossip would circulate throughout the Qin group starting tomorrow. What Ice Queen melts for love, what domineering CEO's devoted little husband. Just thinking about it made her feel so embarrassed that she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground. Jiang Chen. You bastard. She let out a silent scream from under the covers, kicking her legs wildly like an enraged cat. Calm. Qin Longyu, you need to calm down. You're the president of the Qin group, what kind of storms haven't you weathered? So what if your employees saw a little bit of your private life? It's no big deal. Yes, it's no big deal. She took a deep breath, and then another, trying to calm her heart, which was pounding like it was about to explode. However, as she calmed down a little, the scene of Jiang Chen leaning close to her ear and saying in that damned, magnetic voice, "I want to hear you sing a lullaby," involuntarily surfaced in her mind. His breath was warm, with a faint, cool scent. His eyes, filled with laughter, seemed to hold the stars and the sea, capable of drawing one's soul in. Boom! The body temperature, which had just dropped, spiked again. Qin Lengyue suddenly sat up in bed, her cheeks burning. She scratched her hair in frustration, picked up her phone from the bedside table, and looked at him with a complicated expression. Sing a lullaby? What a joke! Qin Lengyue, from childhood to adulthood, has only taken courses in finance, management, and the art of rulership. What is music class? Can you eat it? Asking her to sing is less efficient than asking her to demolish a building with her bare hands. Reject. We must refuse. Why should she give in to that jerk's unreasonable and childish demands? She opened Jiang Chen's WeChat chat and her fingers flew across the keyboard. Jiang Chen, about the lullaby, She stopped halfway through. In my mind, I saw Jiang Chen's eyes, filled with pure expectation. I saw him sigh with feigned disappointment and say, "Never mind, just pretend I didn't say anything." And then there was himself, who, as if possessed, reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt. I can learn. That's what I said back then, right? In front of everyone. Qin Lengyue closed her eyes in pain. In her life, she valued promises above all else. A word spoken is like water spilled, it can never be taken back. If I break my promise tonight. She couldn't imagine what kind of look that man would give her. Was it mockery? Was it disappointment? She couldn't accept either of them. More importantly, deep down, a voice within her, one she didn't even want to admit, was telling her she didn't want to disappoint him. She didn't want him not to come tonight. So annoying. Qin Lengyue threw her phone onto the bed, hugged her knees, and was caught in a mental struggle. A full 10 minutes passed. As if she had finally made a major decision, she suddenly raised her head, a resolute glint in her eyes. It's just singing. Study. She refused to believe that a business queen who could manage a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate couldn't learn a simple lullaby. She picked up her phone again, opened the browser, and solemnly typed a line into the search box with a sense of tragic resolve. Which lullaby is the simplest and easiest to learn? I need an answer urgently. Chapter 75 Full Internet Search, Crash Course in Lullabies. It's 9 p.m. In Jiang Chen's room in the annex of the Heavenly Palace on the cloud top. He had just finished showering and was lounging on the sofa, wearing a comfortable silk robe and holding a glass of whiskey. The main light in the room wasn't on, only a floor lamp cast a warm, dim glow. Outside the window was the dazzling night view of Tianhai City, where countless lights merged into a shimmering, starry river. Jiang Chen took a sip of wine, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat, bringing a burning warmth. His current mood is like this aged whiskey, rich and with a lingering aftertaste. Inner monologue, I wonder how Qin Lengyue is doing now. Probably going crazy in front of her phone? Let me guess what she's searching for. Top 10 best lullabies? No, knowing her personality, she'll definitely search for the simplest lullaby tutorial, a 3-minute quick version. Jiang Chen found it increasingly amusing, and the corners of his mouth never left his lips. He knows Qin Lengyue too well. That woman was like a precision instrument crafted from the hardest diamond, always prioritizing efficiency, logic, and results. Asking her to do something as purely emotional as singing would be like taking her life. But it is precisely this stark contrast that makes the entire taming process so incredibly fun. To bring down a queen from her pedestal and make her reveal the clumsy, shy, and helpless side of an ordinary woman. This sense of accomplishment is even more exhilarating than earning $1 billion. Inner monologue, but then again, I can't push her too hard. If she really sings tonight, no matter how she does, I have to give her the highest praise. Attitude is the most important thing. I also need to prepare some follow-up measures to appease her, like, maybe a simpler reward next time? Oh well, I'll think about it next time. I can't let her think I'm so easy to talk to. Jiang Chen swirled his wineglass, shifting his thoughts from Qin Lengyue to the important matters of tomorrow. Media tycoon, Su Wanqing's father, Su Zhinan. This is something that a rich second generation like Qin Feng, who relies on his family's influence and uses brutal methods, can't compare to. Su Zhinan is a true self-made man who carved out his own empire in Tianhai City's media industry. Such a person is shrewd, calculating, and extremely difficult to deal with. The appointment at the Quiet Tea House tomorrow noon may seem like an elder meeting a younger person, but in reality, it is definitely a subtle test. To test his abilities, to test his vision, and also to test what kind of thoughts he harbors toward Su Wanqing. Inner monologue, a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law? That's kind of the idea. But I'm not going there to be a son-in-law, I'm going there to be a business partner, to inherit Qin Feng's legacy. Trying to intimidate me? Fine, I'll take it. I'm just afraid your intimidation won't be impressive enough. Jiang Chen was not worried about this. The cards he currently holds are enough for him to have an equal dialogue with any bigwig in Tianhai City. The explosive popularity of Xingha Bio has already proven his business acumen and operational capabilities. The combination of master-level feng shui skills and expert business acumen gave him a strategic planning ability that transcended his time. Not to mention the dazzling array of god-tier skills and items in the system shop that I haven't had time to redeem yet. What he lacks now is simply a fulcrum to leverage larger amounts of capital. Su Jinan and the media group behind him are one of the best fulcrums. Jiang Chen opened his phone and began searching for information about Su Jinan and his Times Media Group. Times Media, a media giant in Tianhai City, encompasses multiple sectors including newspapers, television stations, film and television production companies, and artist management agencies. Su Jinan himself is a prominent figure in Tianhai City's cultural circles, and is said to have good personal relationships with some important figures in Beijing. Qin Feng previously used the capital of Fengxing Venture Capital to maliciously acquire and control several emerging small and medium-sized companies in the short video and new media fields, intending to challenge the position of Times Media. Now that Qin Feng has fallen from power, these companies are leaderless, their stock prices have plummeted, and they have become a pile of hot potatoes. Su Jinan wanted to take over, but due to his status, if he personally intervened, he would easily be accused of bullying the weak and driving them to their deaths. Jiang Chen, this newcomer, had just swiftly eliminated Qin Feng, so it was perfectly legitimate for him to take over the spoils of war, and no one could say anything about it. Inner monologue: so, Su Jinan contacting me is a win-win collaboration. He needs me as a front man to clean house and, incidentally, do me a favor. And I need to leverage his channels and influence to quickly enter the media industry at minimal cost. Everyone gets what they need, which is great. Having figured out the key to the matter, Jiang Chen already had a plan in mind. He put down his wine glass, picked up his phone, and dialed Su Wanqing's number. The phone was answered after 2 rings, and Su Wanqing's voice, tinged with joy and gentleness, came through. Mr. Jiang? You were looking for me? Good evening, Miss Su. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest? Jiang Chen's voice was gentle and polite. No. I just finished a gig and was about to go home. Su Wanqing sounded very happy. Mr. Jiang, who called? It's about your father's invitation tomorrow, Jiang Chen smiled. I'd like to find out in advance what special preferences Uncle Su has, such as his taste in tea or topics he is interested in. It's my first time visiting an elder, and I don't want to be impolite. His words were impeccable, demonstrating both respect for his elders and an indication of how much importance he placed on the meeting. Hearing the words "visiting elders" on the other end of the phone, Su Wanqing felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be so thoughtful. My daddy is not really particular about anything, you don't need to be so nervous, Su Wanqing said softly. He just really appreciates capable and thoughtful young people. Just talk to him normally, like usual. My dad is extremely impressed with the way you brought down Qin Feng, and he is very curious about you now. That's good. Jiang Chen smiled. Then I'll ask Uncle Su for advice in person tomorrow at noon. Su Wanqing responded, then hesitated before speaking. Mr. Jiang, Snowball, it's been very clingy to me all day, and its personality has become much more cheerful. It even went to play with the housekeeper. I'm so grateful to you for all of this. It was nothing. Jiang Chen could hear the sincerity in her tone. You and Xu Eqiu are both my clients. Client satisfaction is my service principle. It's that same customer service theory again. Su Wanqing chuckled helplessly on the other end of the phone, but in his heart, he felt that being a client in his eyes was actually quite a happy thing. The two chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up. Jiang Chen stared at his phone screen, lost in thought. Inner monologue: I've already maxed out Su Wanqing's trust level. As long as I perform well tomorrow, securing her father's position shouldn't be a problem. A top-tier actress and a media tycoon, their connections and resources are crucial for building my business empire. He stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the city below. $1 trillion empire. The ultimate mission issued by this system once seemed so far out of reach. But now, with the meteoric rise of Xinghua Bio and the imminent acquisition of the media sector, he feels he has taken another big step closer to his goal. His life is climbing upwards at an unimaginable speed. This feeling is intoxicating. In the master bedroom, Xinleng Yue had been sitting in the same position on the bed for almost an hour. In front of her was an iPad, on which a preschool educational video was playing on a loop. In the video, a gentle female teacher wearing a cartoon t-shirt is teaching a simple lullaby, "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star," over and over again in an overly sweet voice. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Xin Lingyue stared blankly at the screen, her slender, pale fingers nervously tapping out a rhythm on her knees. Her throat moved as if she wanted to sing along, but after several attempts, she could only manage a few dry syllables. That's so embarrassing. This was the darkest moment of her life. Xin Langling, a double master's graduate from Harvard Business School, the iron-fisted president of the Qin Group, a business queen who can defeat her opponents at the negotiating table, is now actually going to learn to sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star from a preschool teaching video. If this gets out, how will she ever be able to survive in the business world? Frustrated, she paused the video, tossed the iPad aside, and felt her head buzzing. I can't learn it. I simply can't learn it. She has absolutely no musical talent, she's tone deaf and has a terrible sense of rhythm. Getting her to sing along is harder than asking her to rewrite a business plan for a multi-billion-dollar project. Or, maybe we should just forget about it? Tell that jerk that you can't learn it and ask him to give you a different reward. She immediately rejected the idea as soon as it popped into her head. No. She has already agreed that I can learn. If I give up now, wouldn't I be a person who breaks their word? Xin Lingyue gritted her teeth, picked up the iPad again, and clicked play. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and as if she were going to her execution, she began to hum along softly with the female teacher in the video in an extremely weak and slightly trembling voice. Twinkle, twinkle, glitter, sparkle. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The melody is completely different, creating a distinct polyphonic effect with the original sound in the video. If Jiang Chen were here, he'd probably laugh himself silly. But at this moment, Xin Lingyue was completely immersed in her own world. Her expression was one of unprecedented focus and seriousness, as if she were not learning a song, but tackling a world-class scientific research problem. She listened to it again and again, humming along each time. From initially stumbling and stammering, to later being able to barely keep up with the melody. It started as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but later the sound grew a little louder. Time passed by second, in this strange yet slightly warm atmosphere. The clock on the wall slowly pointed to 10:50. 10 minutes left. Xin stopped abruptly, nervously wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. She felt more tired than if she had attended a board meeting for 10 hours straight. She cleared her throat and tried to sing it out completely and softly. Although the tune is still a bit off and the rhythm is occasionally rushed, at least, you can tell it's Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. I should be able to pass, right? Xin Lingyue picked up her phone and looked at Jiang Chen's profile picture on the screen. Her heart started pounding uncontrollably again. That bastard is coming soon. She suddenly felt an unprecedented tension and anticipation. She stood up, walked to the mirror, and looked at herself in the mirror. Her cheeks were flushed with a faint blush from her recent diligent study. Her eyes, because of nervousness, looked a little watery. She was completely different from the cold and powerful queen she usually was. She bit her lip, turned around, and walked into the dressing room. A few minutes later, she changed into a moon-white silk robe, the same one she wore when she read The Little Prince to Jiang Chen last time. She didn't know why she had changed into that outfit. Perhaps, subconsciously, there's a desire to add a touch of ritual to tonight's reward. She sat up again on the edge of the bed, placed the iPad on her lap, gripped the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands, and stood ramrod straight, like a primary school student waiting for the teacher to check her homework. Thump, thump, thump. At exactly 11 o'clock, the knocking sounded on the door. Xin Lingyue's heart skipped a beat. They've arrived. He's here. Chapter 76. The ear-piercing sound. This reward is a bit addictive. Please come in. Xin Lingyue took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound calm, but the slight tremor still betrayed her nervousness. The door was gently pushed open. Jiang Chen appeared at the doorway. Today, instead of wearing his signature waiter uniform, he changed into a set of high-quality dark gray casual loungewear, which made him look less professional and more relaxed and casual. He leaned against the doorframe, not immediately coming in, his smiling eyes taking in Xin Lingyue in the room with great interest. When his gaze fell on the iPad on her lap, which was displaying a video tutorial of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, his smile deepened. Inner monologue, just as I expected. Judging from this, it's going to be an open book exam. Her Majesty the Queen has really gone to great lengths for me. Under his gaze, which seemed to see through everything, Xin Lingyue felt her cheeks begin to burn again. Her fingers, gripping the hem of her clothes, tightened involuntarily, and even her breathing became somewhat labored. Ahem. Jiang Chen coughed lightly, breaking the somewhat ambiguous silence. He stepped in, but instead of heading straight for the sofa as he had done last time, he stood in the center of the room, looking at her with the gaze of someone admiring a work of art, and began to speak slowly. "It seems Mr. Qin is ready?" His voice carried a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm. "This humble waiter is all ears and ready to receive the extra standard service offered by our esteemed client." You shut up." Qin Lengyue was furious at his attitude and glared at him angrily. Sit over there. Don't sit so close." She pointed to a single sofa at least 3 meters away from the bed in the distance. "Yes, Your Majesty." Jiang Chen gave an exaggerated gentlemanly bow, readily walked to the sofa and sat down, adopting an extremely proper listener posture. Inner monologue, he's quite authoritative. But this cute and fierce look isn't dangerous at all, it's more like he's being affectionate. Qin Lengyue was furious at his suppressed laughter, but since things had come to this point, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. She turned the iPad screen to its brightest setting, placed it in a position where she could easily see it, then put her hands back on her knees, sitting up straight like a sculpture about to begin singing. The living room fell into complete silence. It was so quiet that Qin Lengyue could clearly hear her own heart pounding like a drum. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. She still didn't speak. Jiang Chen didn't urge her, but just watched her leisurely, his eyes filled with encouragement and anticipation of watching a good show. Finally, after a painful mental preparation, Qin Lengling seemed to have made up her mind, suddenly closed her eyes and opened her mouth. One flash. The voice was very soft and thin, with a noticeable tremor. Every word seemed to have struggled to emerge from a block of ice, cold and hard. The most fatal flaw is the tone. If the original version of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star is warm and healing, then Qin Lengyue's version is practically the background music for a suspenseful thriller. The first flash instantly transports you to outer space, while the second flash plunges back into the Mariana Trench. Jiang Chen was sitting on the sofa when he heard the first syllable and almost choked on his breath. Inner monologue, my god. What kind of weapon of mass destruction is this? System, is it too late for me to apply for the mission now that it has failed? I'm a little hesitant to accept this reward. On the surface, he maintained an expression of listening attentively and being deeply moved. He even closed his eyes slightly to match her singing, appearing completely absorbed in the moment. Qin Lengyue secretly opened one eye and glanced at Jiang Chen's reaction. Seeing his enchanted expression, the tension in her heart inexplicably dissipated a little. So, it's not that bad after all? He seems to like it quite a bit? This realization gave her tremendous courage. Her voice unconsciously grew louder, and the trembling lessened. Sparkling. The sky is full of little stars. Although the tune was still drifting around, at least the lyrics were complete and the rhythm was barely on point. The song ended. The room fell silent once again. Qin Lengyue kept her eyes tightly shut, her cheeks flushed crimson, her long eyelashes trembling with nervousness. She dared not open her eyes, dared not look at Jiang Chen's reaction, feeling that she had never been so humiliated in her life. She was like a prisoner awaiting sentencing, waiting for Jiang Chen's judgment. Is it mockery? Or? However, what she received was not what she had expected. Instead, there was a burst of crisp applause. Slap. Jiang Chen stood up from the sofa, clapping as he slowly walked towards her. His face held no mockery, instead, it wore a gentle smile Qin Lengyue had never seen before. It sounds beautiful. He walked to the bedside, stopped, looked down at her, and spoke in a voice as soft as a feather brushing against her heart. Qin Lengyue suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. It sounds nice? Was he being sarcastic? Was he being sarcastic towards her? She knows best what kind of singing she does. It's nothing short of noise pollution. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with doubt and a hint of grievance. You don't need to comfort me, I know I sang terribly. No. Jiang Chen shook his head, his eyes filled with sincerity. I'm telling the truth. He leaned down slightly to look her in the eye, and in his deep eyes, he saw her panicked reflection. President Qin, do you know? From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever sung a lullaby for me. His voice was soft, yet it was like a pebble that struck Qin Lengyue's heart, creating ripples upon ripples. Qin Lengyue was stunned. She looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, and there was no longer his usual cynicism and playfulness, only a faint loneliness that she couldn't quite understand. My mother is in poor health and doesn't have the energy to put me to sleep. My father passed away early. Jiang Chen's voice remained calm, but Qin Lengyue could detect a deep-seated sadness in it. Of course, this explanation was only half true. It was a script he had made up on the spot based on his own persona, a script that would best touch Qin Lengyue's soft spot. Inner monologue, system, did you see that? This is what top-notch service looks like. The professionalism of a seasoned actor. The atmosphere is perfect, the backstory is well developed, and now comes the crucial moment for emotional climax. Qin Lengyue's heart was clenched by his words. She suddenly realized how insignificant the shame she had felt just now because of her terrible singing was. She recalled Jiang Chen's background. He came from an ordinary working-class family, his father had passed away early, and he had a seriously ill younger sister. How much untold hardship did this man hide beneath his carefree exterior? So, Jiang Chen looked at her, his smile warming back. It doesn't matter to me whether this song is good or not. The important thing is that it's you who sings. The important thing is that even though you're not good at it, you still tried your best to learn and fulfill this childish request for my sake. This sentiment is 10,000 times more precious than any heavenly music. Boom! Qin Lengyue felt her brain completely stop thinking. She stared blankly at the man before her, at his gentle, almost drowning eyes, and at his words that seemed to possess a magical power. She felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped by a warm, large hand, and a bittersweet, throbbing, and incredibly sweet emotion surged up wildly. My eyes welled up uncontrollably. A single, glistening tear silently slid down her smooth cheek. She cried. It wasn't out of shame, nor because of feeling wronged. It was because I was moved. No one had ever said anything like that to her before. Everyone only saw her glamorous side, her power and ruthlessness as the president of the Qin Group. They either respected her, flattered her, or schemed against her. No one ever saw her clumsy efforts through her cold armor. And no one ever told her that her intentions were more important than the outcome. Only him. Only Jiang Chen. This man always teases her with his nonchalant attitude, making her angry, yet he always provides her with the warmest protection at the most crucial moments. Seeing her tears fall, Jiang Chen's heart felt as if it had been gently struck by something. Inner monologue, oh no, I messed up? How did I end up making her cry? My damn charm. He instinctively reached out and gently wiped away the tears on her face with his fingertips. His fingertips were warm and dry. The moment his touch met her skin, Qin Lengyue shuddered violently as if she had been electrocuted. She raised her tear-filled eyes and looked at him with a bewildered expression. Their eyes met, their breaths mingling. An indescribable, ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Jiang Chen looked at her reddened eyes, slightly parted red lips, and eyelashes that trembled slightly with nervousness, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He felt that he should do something. Just as he slowly lowered his head, preparing to carry out this service to the end. Bite. A crisp system notification sound rang out in his mind at an inopportune moment. Chapter 77 System Critical Hit, Rewarding God-Level Skills. Ding. Host has successfully completed the hidden S-level service mission, the Queen's First Song. Client Qin Lengyue is currently undergoing a satisfaction assessment. Evaluation result, 200%. Triggered the absolutely touching state, resulting in a critical hit effect during reward settlement. S-rank mission critical hit rewards being distributed. 1. Receive a cash reward of 1 billion renminbi. Already deposited into the designated bank account. 2. Obtain a special item, Intermediate Constitution Enhancement Fluid X1. 3. Obtain the God-level skill, God-level emotion perception. For the S-rank long-term mission, the Queen's personal guardian, progress significantly increased. Current total progress, 45%. A series of system notification sounds exploded in Jiang Chen's mind like a dazzling firework display. 1 billion? Intermediate level physique enhancement liquid? God level emotional perception? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Inner monologue, holy crap. A critical hit. It actually hit. I knew it. Making the Ice Queen cry was a real challenge. This reward is incredible. He forcibly suppressed his inner relation and focused his attention on the newly acquired skills and items. Intermediate physique enhancement fluid, an advanced version of the basic enhancement fluid. After consumption, it comprehensively enhances the host's physical attributes to the limits of human potential, including strength, speed, endurance, reaction time, and self-healing abilities. Side effects: experiences up to 1 hour of excruciating pain during cellular restructuring after consumption. Use with caution. Inner monologue: the limits of human capability? That's like a real-life Captain America? Not bad, not bad. From now on, if I encounter someone who's blind to my abilities, I won't even need to lift a finger. My mere presence will be enough to scare them to death. The only side effect though, an hour of excruciating pain? Sounds pretty intense. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on that brand new God-level skill. God-level emotional perception, a God-level passive skill. The host can perceive, in real time and with precision, the surface emotional fluctuations and deep emotional needs of all intelligent lifeforms, including humans and some highly intelligent animals within a radius of 100 meters. This skill cannot read specific thoughts, but it allows the host to intuitively see whether the other party is benevolent or malicious, tense or relaxed, loving or hateful, in the form of an emotional spectrum. Note: this skill can be turned on or off by the host. Jiang Fanshen's eyes lit up instantly. This is a divine skill tailor-made for him. With this skill, he will be invincible in both business negotiations and romantic relationships. He can instantly see through his opponent's weaknesses and vulnerabilities, accurately grasp the client's true needs, and even more, see through all the hypocrisy and feigned strength in the heart of this ice queen. Inner monologue: good heavens! Isn't this just a human-shaped walking lie detector plus emotion analyzer? From now on, no matter how stubborn Qin Lengyue is, her emotional spectrum will completely expose her. The taming difficulty has dropped from hell mode to a beginner's tutorial. Jiang Chen was celebrating wildly inside, but his movements were frozen in mid-air due to the sudden surge of system information. His face, which was about to kiss her, hung awkwardly less than 5 centimeters away from Qin Lengyue. Qin Lengyue, who was just immersed in emotion and excitement, was jolted back to her senses by his sudden break. Looking at Jiang Chen's handsome face so close to hers, feeling his hot breath, her mind went completely blank. What was he trying to do just now? He wants to kiss me? Realizing this, Qin Lengyue froze, an indescribable shame and panic instantly overwhelming all the emotions she had just felt. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, she suddenly recoiled and pushed hard against Jiang Chen's chest with both hands. What are you doing? Her voice became shrill due to excessive panic. Jiang Chen was immediately jolted out of his euphoria by her push. Looking at Qin Lengyue's face, which was flushed red and filled with wariness and shame, he thought to himself, this is bad. Inner monologue: oh no! It messed up at the crucial moment. System, you jerk, why did you have to give out the reward now of all times? Now the atmosphere is completely ruined, and the queen is going to explode again. Jiang Chen quickly came up with a plan, immediately withdrew his hand, took a step back, and created a safe distance. He wore an expression of honesty and remorse and bowed deeply to Qin Lengyue. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. It was my fault. I lost my composure. His voice was filled with sincere apology. I just heard your singing and it reminded me of some past events, and I lost control of my emotions for a moment. Plus, the way you looked just now was just too moving. I couldn't control myself. His words were half true and half false, but he took all the blame upon himself, portraying himself as a naive young man blinded by beauty and emotion, perfectly dispelling any suspicion of intentional lewdness. Looking at his acknowledging his mistake and correcting it appearance, and listening to his uncontrollable explanation, Qin Lengyue's anger and shame inexplicably dissipated by more than half. Of course, she didn't believe he was some kind of naive fool. This man is more shrewd than anyone else. But his explanation gave her a perfect way to save face. She couldn't very well keep bringing it up and say, you're just trying to take advantage of me, could she? That would be too unladylike. You. Qin Lengyue bit her lip, wanting to say something harsh, but found her mind was a mess and she couldn't say anything. Finally, all the emotions culminated in a hollow rebuke. You get out of here. Yes. Jiang Chen felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and immediately turned around and walked towards the door without any hesitation. If he didn't leave soon, he was afraid he would burst out laughing. As he reached the door, his hand was already on the doorknob, but then he seemed to remember something, stopped, and turned back. Mr. Qin. What else is there? Qin asked coldly and irritably. Jiang Chen's face once again displayed that familiar expression, tinged with a mischievous grin. I really enjoyed the lullaby tonight. In return, how about I sing you a song tomorrow night? After saying that, before Qin Lingyue could react, he immediately opened the door, slipped out, and then closed the door gently with a bang. In the master bedroom, Qin Lingyue sat alone on the edge of the bed, stunned for several seconds. Tomorrow night, is it his turn to sing for me? The image began to appear uncontrollably in her mind. This man, with his magnetic voice, sang a lullaby to himself. My cheeks started burning up again, much to my dismay. Asshole. She grabbed a pillow from the bed and hurled it hard towards the door. Jiang Chen returned to his room, and the moment he closed the door, the upright expression on his face could no longer be maintained. He leaned against the door, laughing so hard he was shaking. Inner monologue, ha ha ha. This is so much fun. This Ice Queen is my source of joy. Even without the reward, the process alone is worth the price of admission for this S-rank mission. He laughed for a full minute before he finally managed to stop. He walked to the liquor cabinet, poured himself another glass of whiskey, then went to the French windows and drank it all in one gulp. Tonight was truly fruitful. Not only did he completely break down Qin Lingyue's psychological defenses emotionally, but his relationship with her also took a qualitative leap. More importantly, the items the system rewarded him with were like adding wings to a tiger. On a whim, he brought up the system panel. Host, Jiang Chen. Level, Gold Customer Service Specialist. Service points, 4,200, 1,000 points remaining after completing Qin Feng's mission, 1,500 spent on team building, leaving 500. Wait, there should have been rewards for slapping Qin Tian in the face and solving the Qinglong Bay problem, but the system didn't report them. They must have been accumulated. The previous service points should have been more than 3,000. Let's recalculate. Qin Tian is the big boss, at least several thousand points. The Qinglong Bay level mission also requires several thousand points. Qin Feng adds up to several thousand points. In total, the service points should be over 10,000. But the system only reported over 3,000 before, probably because the data wasn't updated during the upgrade. The current total is 4,200, indicating that there weren't that many before. It seems that the A-level mission doesn't give as many service points as I thought. But it's strange that the critical hit reward didn't give service points. Oh well, never mind. Personal attributes. See details. Inventory, Intermediate Constitution Enhancement Fluid X1, Qi Luck Observation Mirror X1, Patek Philippe X1, Global Black Gold Card X1. Skill list, God level Emotional Perception Passive, Grandmaster level Feng Shui, Master level Business Insight, Master level Financial Analysis, Master level Pet Communication, Master level Hacking Techniques, God level Driving Skills. Team Management, Wang Defa 95% Trust Level, Li Weidong 92% Trust Level, Wang Hao 98% Trust Level. System Shop, now open. Current main quests, S-Rank Long-Term Quest, The Queen's Personal Guardian, 45% Progress Epic Quest, Create Your Empire, 0.1% Progress. Looking at the incredibly luxurious control panel, Jiang Chen felt a surge of pride. His current strength, whether in terms of personal combat power which is about to reach the human limit or business combat power, has already placed him at the top of the pyramid. He was no longer the low-level waiter who had to satisfy customers' bizarre requests to earn rewards. He now has the qualifications to compete on equal footing with the world's top players. Just then, his phone vibrated. Upon picking it up, I saw that it was a text message sent personally by Su Jinan. Young friend Zhang, this is Su Jinan. Wan Qing should have already told you. Tomorrow at noon, at Jingxin Tea House, I prepared some of this year's new tea for you to enjoy. The wording of the text message was polite, yet carried a hint of composure from someone who had long held a superior position. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, Uncle Su, you're too kind. I will certainly be there on time. He put down his phone and turned his gaze to the intermediate body enhancement fluid in his inventory. Inner monologue, I'm meeting that old fox Su Jinan tomorrow, so tonight is the perfect time to upgrade my physical abilities. The limits of human physical strength. I want to see just how strong they really are. A hint of excitement and anticipation flashed in his eyes as he took out the vial of enhancement fluid that emitted a pale golden light from his system inventory. Chapter 78 The Media Tycoon's Show of Force. The next day, at 11:45 a.m. Tranquil Tea House. This is a private garden located in the western suburbs of Tianhai City. It is not open to the public and is only used to receive Su Jinnan's most distinguished guests. The tea house is built in the pure Suzhou garden style, with upturned eaves and winding paths leading to secluded spots, offering a picturesque view at every turn, exuding understated luxury and profound cultural heritage. Those who can drink tea here are all truly elite figures in Tianhai City. Jiang Chen was still driving the same Audi RS7 today. He parked his car in the parking lot in front of the tea house, and immediately a gentle and elegant maid dressed in a simple cheongsam came to greet him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang Chen?" The maid's voice was soft and pleasant. "It's me." Jiang Chen nodded. "Mr. Su is already waiting for you at Tinjiuquan. Please follow me." The maid bowed slightly, made a pleased gesture, and led the way. Jiang Chen followed behind, subtly observing his surroundings as he walked. Inner monologue, interesting. The feng shui of this place was arranged by a master. It's a place where the wind is contained and energy is gathered, a quiet oasis amidst the hustle and bustle. This Su Jinnan seems to be quite something. Last night, he ultimately did not take the vial of intermediate physique enhancement liquid. The thought of that an hour-long, excruciating pain of cell remodeling made him think he should find a safer time. After all, he had to meet the big shot today, and if he was in so much pain that he couldn't get out of bed, that would be a real problem. However, he tried to activate his newly acquired God-level skill, God-level emotion perception. In that instant, his world seemed to have been opened up to a completely new dimension. The emotions of everyone around him were presented in his field of vision in the form of a visual spectrum. For example, the maid leading the way has a soft, pale green light above her head, representing calmness, professionalism, and kindness. The two security guards at the parking lot entrance have a calm blue color scheme, representing vigilance, responsibility, and neutrality. This skill is even more useful than he imagined. Inner monologue, now that's great. I can see right through who's a friend, who's an enemy, who's lying, and who's putting on an act. It's like a physical cheat code in social situations. After walking along a winding path paved with taihu stones, the two arrived at a lakeside pavilion. The waterside pavilion is named Tinjiuquan Listening to the Rain Pavilion. It is surrounded by water on all sides, offering a wide view overlooking the entire garden's lake and mountain scenery. A middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue tang suit, with his hair neatly combed, a lean face, and sharp eyes like an eagle, was sitting in the main seat, leisurely brewing tea. He is Su Jinnan, the head of the Times Media Group and Su Wanqing's father. The moment Jiang Chen saw him, God-level emotional perception immediately gave feedback. The emotional spectrum above Su Jinnan's head is a complex color, a mixture of dark gray and sharp yellow. Dark gray represents examination, exploration, and profundity. The sharp yellow color represents curiosity, testing, and a subtle pressure from those in power. Inner monologue, sure enough, it was a trap. This old fox has been testing me from the moment I walked in. "Dad, Mr. Jiang is here." A clear and pleasant voice came from beside Su Jinnan. Jiang Chen looked up and saw Su Wanqing sitting to the left of Su Jinnan. She wasn't wearing the glamorous gown she wore on stage today. Instead, she wore an elegant white dress, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, and light makeup. She looked like a girl next door, pure and refined. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, she immediately stood up, a genuine and joyful smile spreading across her face. The spectrum of emotions above her head was a pure and bright pink, interspersed with some jubilant golden specks. Pink represents joy, closeness, and affection. The golden specks represent expectation. Inner monologue, well, this girl's really fallen for me. That old fox Su Jinnan, is he really planning to make me his son-in-law? Jiang Chen thought to himself, but on his face he showed a perfectly polite and gentle smile. "Uncle Su, Miss Su, good afternoon. I apologize for being late." Not late at all, we're early." Su Jinan slowly raised his head, his sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, fell on Jiang Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Being stared at like that by him would probably put any young person under immense pressure, and they might even feel a little helpless. But Jiang Chen remained calm and composed, meeting his gaze with neither arrogance nor servility, a faint smile on his face. Inner monologue, that gaze is quite intimidating. Too bad, it won't work on me. I even withstood Qin Lengyue's icy gaze, this little bit of pressure is nothing. A barely perceptible look of surprise flashed in Su Jinan's eyes. He had seen too many young people trembling in front of him, but Jiang Chen was the first one who was so calm and composed. His demeanor alone is enough to prove he's no ordinary person. "Young friend Jiang, please have a seat." Su Jinan withdrew his gaze and pointed to the seat opposite him. Thank you, Uncle Su. Jiang Chen calmly took his seat. Su Wanqing personally poured him a cup of tea, handed it to him, and said softly, "This is my father's treasured Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea. Please try it." When she handed him the tea, her fingertips accidentally touched the back of Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen immediately felt that the pink spectrum above her head suddenly brightened and became even more vibrant. Inner monologue, girl, be more reserved, your dad's watching. Your emotional spectrum is blinding me. Good tea. Jiang Chen picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and praised it. Although he didn't know anything about tea, the system came with a lot of basic life knowledge when it was activated, which allowed him to at least pretend to know what he was talking about. Su Jianan looked at Jiang Chen, but instead of rushing to talk about serious matters, he started chatting like an ordinary elder. I heard from Wanqing that young Jiang is already a special advisor to the chairman of the Qin Group at such a young age, and he has also single-handedly revitalized the Xinghe Bio project. He is truly a young hero. Uncle Su, you flatter me. I was just lucky to be there at the right time, Jiang Chen said modestly. Luck? Su Jianan smiled, but the smile was somewhat meaningful. To be able to gather so much fatal evidence against Qin Feng in a single day and instantly crush a private equity firm worth tens of billions, that can't be explained by the word luck. They've arrived. Now, let's get to the main point. Jiang Chen knew perfectly well that this was an attempt to probe his limits. He put down his teacup, his expression unchanged, and slowly said, "Qin Feng is a domineering man who has made too many enemies. His downfall is not my achievement alone, but the result of the joint efforts of everyone he has oppressed. I merely lit the fuse at the right time." His words downplayed his role and attributed the credit to the people, neither acknowledging nor denying it. Not a drop of water leaks. The admiration in Su Jianan's eyes deepened. This young man not only possesses ruthless methods, but also a composure beyond his years and impeccable eloquence. Well done, lighting the fuse. Su Jianan nodded, then changed the subject. However, what I'm more curious about is, where did you get this fuse? Qin Feng's core financial data and transaction records are not something that ordinary people can obtain. This issue is even more pointed. This is already a direct questioning of Jiang Chen's source of information. Su Wanqing, who was standing next to him, looked at Jiang Chen nervously, afraid that he would give a bad answer and displease his father. Jiang Chen smiled. He looked at Su Jianan and asked instead of answering, "Uncle Su, what kind of assets do you think those media companies Qin Feng left behind are now?" Su Jianan was taken aback by his sudden question and paused for a moment before pondering. It's all bark and no bite, rotten inside and out, and burdened with debt. On the surface, it still looks like it has some dignity, but in reality, it's rotten to the core. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. It's a pile of worthless assets. But if this pile of trash falls into the right hands, it might just be able to be turned into something valuable. He looked at Su Jianan and continued, information is the same. Some information is worthless in the hands of some people. But in the hands of others, it is a nuclear bomb that can detonate everything. How I obtained this nuclear bomb is not important. A confident smile curved Jiang Chen's lips. The important thing is that I have the ability to detonate it, and also, the strength to bear all the consequences of its explosion. These words were spoken with extreme arrogance. Yet it exudes an irrefutable and powerful confidence. Instead of directly answering Su Jianan's question, he demonstrated his strength and confidence in a more sophisticated way. Su Jianan stared at him intently, and for the first time, his sharp eyes revealed genuine and undisguised shock. He originally thought that Jiang Chen was just a quick tool that Qin Lengyue pushed to the forefront. In hindsight, he was wrong. This young man himself is an unfathomable beast. Ha 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 ha. After a brief moment of shock, Su Jianan suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Good. Well said. A hero's origins are irrelevant. I, Su Jianan, have been in the business world for decades, and you are the most interesting young man I have ever met. The way he looked at Jiang Chen completely changed. What began as scrutiny and testing transformed into pure, admirable appreciation, like meeting a worthy opponent. Since you're interested in the pile of garbage Qin Feng left behind, Su Jianan said, his smile fading as he leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharpening. Then let us talk about this business. Our Times media can help you integrate resources and connect people. However, I have one condition. Jiang Chen said calmly, Uncle Su, please speak. Su Jianan's gaze swept back and forth between Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing before he said, word by word. I want you to triple the total market value of these companies within a year of taking over. Furthermore, during this period, you are not allowed to accept any funding from the Qin Group. If you succeed, I will transfer 50% of the shares in these companies to you for $1. But if you can't do it. A sly smile crept across Su Jinnan's lips. Not only will you withdraw without compensation, but you will also have to transfer half of your personal shares in Xingha Bio to Wan Chang. Chapter 79 Getting Something for Nothing? Let's go big then. As soon as Su Jinnan finished speaking, the air in the entire listening to the rain pavilion seemed to freeze. The condition he proposed was undeniably ruthless. This is no longer a simple betting agreement. This is absolutely a high-stakes gamble. Although the market value of the media company's Qin phone left behind has plummeted, even a broken ship has some nails, and their combined market value is still nearly 2 billion. If it triples within a year, that's 6 billion. Moreover, he was not allowed to accept any funding from the Qin Group, which effectively cut off the most likely external assistance Jiangchen could obtain. To create 4 billion in added value within a year in a completely unfamiliar industry, relying solely on one's own efforts. This is an impossible task for anyone. He succeeded. Jiangchen essentially leveraged assets worth 3 billion yuan with just 1 yuan, making him a prime example of getting something for nothing. But what if it fails? He was about to hand over his priceless half of his original shares in Starcore Biotechnology to someone else. What are interstellar life forms now? It's the hottest tech upstart in all of China, and even the world. 200 million yuan in pre-sales in just 10 minutes, and this is just the beginning. Everyone knows its future market value is immeasurable. Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? Both are possible. Jiangchen's half of the shares are already incredibly valuable, and their future value will be an astronomical figure that is difficult to estimate. Using these shares, which can be described as a goldmine of the future, to gamble on a game that is almost impossible to succeed. No matter how you look at it, this is a huge loss. Su Wanqing's expression changed instantly. Dad! What are you doing? This condition is outrageous. She stood up anxiously, looking at her father with pleading and incomprehension in her eyes. Mr. Jiang came to help us, how could you? She didn't understand why her father would impose such harsh conditions on Jiang Chen. This is not cooperation, it's blatant opportunism. Sit down. Su Jinnan's face darkened, his tone leaving no room for argument. You have no right to speak here. Su Wanqing wanted to say something, but Su Jinnan glared at her sternly and stopped her. She could only bite her lip, sit down again with a worried look on her face, and look at Jiang Chen with an apologetic gaze. Jiang Chen, the central figure in this high-stakes gamble, surprised Su Jinnan and Su Wanqing with his reaction. He showed no anger, no shock, and not even the slightest hesitation. He simply picked up his teacup, took a leisurely sip, and then smiled. There was no annoyance at being put in a difficult position in that smile, instead there was a hint of excitement. Inner monologue, interesting. This old fox is definitely unpredictable. He's not trying to make things difficult for me, he's testing my limits and ambitions. Jiang Chen knew exactly what was going on. Su Jinnan proposed the seemingly impossible betting agreement, but he actually had 3 purposes. First, we need to test his financial strength. If Jiang Chen is hesitant to gamble, it means he doesn't have sufficient financial backing, which would significantly diminish the value of the partnership. Second, to test his abilities and confidence. If Jiang Chen doesn't even dare to accept this challenge, then he doesn't deserve to be my future partner. Third, and most importantly, by linking the bet to Su Wanqing, he was testing his attitude towards Su Wanqing, and incidentally, forcibly binding their interests together. If Jiang Chen wins, Su Wanqing, as the nominal opponent, will naturally feel honored. If Jiang Chen loses, and the shares of Xingha Biotechnology are transferred to Su Wanqing's name, Jiang Chen will essentially be giving Su Wanqing an exorbitant dowry. The Su family will not only not lose, but will actually make a huge profit. Inner monologue, you old fox, you've got a clever plan. Win or lose, your Su family is guaranteed to profit. Trying to trap me this way? Nice idea, but unfortunately, you've miscalculated one thing. Jiang Chen slowly put down his teacup, and the crisp clinking sound was particularly clear in the quiet waterside pavilion. He raised his head, meeting Su Jinnan's scrutinizing gaze, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Uncle Su, your offer is very sincere. His first words stunned both Su Jinnan and Su Wanqing. Very sincere? Where is the sincerity in this? This is clearly an unfair contract. Su Jianan narrowed his eyes. He couldn't quite see through the young man in front of him. Jiang Chen continued calmly, "The business world is like a casino. There's no such thing as losing if you gamble. I like exciting games. But..." He changed the subject, leaned forward slightly, and exuded a powerful aura of confidence, seemingly ready to rival Su Jianan. "I think Uncle Su's bet isn't big enough or exciting enough." "Not big enough?" Su Jianan frowned. Jiang Chen looked at him and said, "Word by word, trillion in a year? Too easy. There's no challenge in that. How about we go all out? 6 months." Jiang Chen held up 5 fingers and waved them in front of Su Jianan. "I only need 6 months. Within 6 months, I will not only triple the total market value of these companies, but I will also integrate them to create a brand new media empire with a market value of over 10 billion. Boom. If Su Jianan's condition just now was a bomb. So Jiang Chen's words at this moment are like a nuclear bomb. The 3 people present, except for Jiang Chen himself, were all petrified. Su Wanqing's mouth dropped open, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She felt her brain was completely overwhelmed. Half a year? 10 billion? Is he talking in his sleep? Su Jianan, a media tycoon who has dominated the business world for decades, could only express 4 words on his face at this moment, utterly dumbfounded. He's lived to be this old and has seen all sorts of arrogant people, but he's never seen anyone this arrogant. How can a young man in his 20s build a multi-billion-dollar empire from scratch in just 6 months? This isn't madness, this is insane. You. Su Jianan felt his throat go dry. Do you know what you're saying? Of course I know. Jiang Chen's smile was confident and ostentatious. Uncle Su, your bet just now wasn't attractive enough to me. Therefore, I'm going to raise the bet. He looked at Su Jianan with intense eyes. If I win, I don't want the 50% stake. I want a 70% controlling stake in those companies. In addition, I also want Times Media to provide the highest priority strategic support to my new company in terms of channels and resources over the next 3 years. Of course, if I lose. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to Su Wanqing, who was completely stunned beside him, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. I will not only transfer all of my personal shares in Xingha Biotechnology to Ms. Su. I, Jiang Chen, will also serve as Ms. Su's personal assistant for 3 years free of charge, available whenever she needs me. You decide on the services. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's face flushed red to the roots of her neck. She was both ashamed and anxious, her heart pounding with anxiety. That bastard. He's here again. And he used that thuggish tone again, saying those heart-pounding things. After hearing Jiang Chen's betting remarks, Su Jianan fell into a long silence. His sharp eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen, as if trying to see through him inside and out. This young man. Where does he get his confidence from? Is it just bluffing and arrogance? Or, does it truly possess terrifying power capable of overturning everything? For a long time. Su Jianan's serious face erupted into an even louder laugh than before. Ha ha ha. Good. 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 He said good 3 times in a row, his eyes filled with extreme appreciation and excitement as he looked at Jiang Chen. In my life, Su Jianan has only ever enjoyed working with bold and eccentric people. Jiang Chen, I'll take this bet. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice strong and clear. We'll do it your way. A 6-month plan to build a multi-billion-dollar empire. If you can really do that, I, Su Jianan, will not only give you the 70% stake, but my Times Media will also be your strongest ally. I could even give my daughter. He glanced at Su Wanqing, who was so embarrassed she was practically crawling under the table, and laughed. Never mind, you decide for yourself. Come on. We, the father-in-law and son-in-law, we, the partners, shall raise a cup of tea in place of wine to wish our cooperation a success. In his excitement, Su Jianan almost let slip what he was saying, so he quickly corrected himself, picked up his teacup, and toasted Jiang Chen with great gusto. Jiang Chen smiled and picked up his teacup, gently clinking it against his. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Uncle Su. What was originally a hangmen banquet full of probing and intimidation turned into a passionate alliance ceremony thanks to Jiang Chen's groundbreaking bet. Only Su Wanqing, standing to the side, was still in a state of blushing, heart-pounding, and mental blankness. Looking at her father and Jiang Chen chatting happily, she had only one thought in her mind. It's over. It seems that he and the entire Su family are about to be completely controlled by this man named Jiang Chen. Chapter 80. The new official takes office. His 3 blows stunned the entire audience. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning. Starlight Media Building, Tianhai City. This is the headquarters of several media companies that Qin Feng previously controlled. The 18th floor of the building houses the offices of the core company, Trend Interactive Entertainment. At this moment, all the company's middle and senior managers are gathered in the largest conference room, whispering amongst themselves with various expressions. They have been gathered here today to welcome the company's new owners. They had mixed feelings about their new owner. There was curiosity, contempt, and hostility. Have you heard? The person who came to take over the company today is Jiang Chen, the one who brought down President Qin. Him? A greenhorn in his early 20s? I heard he used to be a waiter serving tea and water in a shopping mall. I don't know how he got lucky and managed to get on the good side of that woman from the Qin group. That's right. If it weren't for Qin Lengyue backing him up, what would he be? Does he even know anything about new media or content creation? The speaker was the company's operations director, a greasy middle-aged man named Zhao Peng. He was a trusted confidant whom Qin Feng had personally promoted, and he was used to throwing his weight around in the company. At this moment, his face was full of disdain. Mr. Zhao is right. Which of us hasn't been working in the media industry for over a decade? How dare an outsider try to tell us what to do? It's a joke. A marketing manager immediately chimed in. Just wait and see. Today we'll give him a taste of his own medicine and let him know who's in charge at Trendy Entertainment. Zhao Peng sneered, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. He had already discussed it with several of Qin Feng's former subordinates in the company, and today they were going to put on a good show of non-violent non-cooperation in front of the new boss. Aren't you the boss? Sure. We'll agree to whatever you say on the surface. But in practice, there's a lack of manpower and resources, and they'll trip you up at every turn, preventing you from even issuing a single instruction outside the meeting room. In less than 3 days, this clueless brat will have to slink away in disgrace. The atmosphere in the conference room, incited by Zhao Peng and others, became increasingly strange. Those who had initially remained neutral now mostly wore expressions of anticipation, eager for a good show. Just then, the conference room door was pushed open. Wang Hao, Jiang Chen's childhood friend and a new team member, was the first to walk in, carrying a laptop. Behind him followed a beautiful woman in a black business suit, with a capable demeanor and looks comparable to a celebrity. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and before they could react, the last figure appeared slowly and deliberately at the door. It was Jiang Chen. Today he wore a well-tailored Armani suit, without a tie, and the top 2 buttons of his shirt were casually undone, giving him a look that was both formal and subtly relaxed and unrestrained. The moment he appeared, the entire conference room fell silent. All eyes were on him. It must be admitted that this young man's physical appearance is truly outstanding. His handsome features, tall and straight figure, coupled with that seemingly innate composure, make it hard to associate him with a waiter. A hint of jealousy flashed in Zhao Peng's eyes. Jiang Chen's gaze calmly swept over everyone in the conference room. Then, he activated God-level emotional perception. In an instant, the entire conference room transformed into a vibrant emotional heat map in his eyes. Centered on the greasy middle-aged man Zhao Peng, a halo composed of dark red representing hostility, contempt, and provocation and purple representing jealousy and resentment stood out conspicuously. The people around him were mostly dressed in similar colors. On the other side of the conference room, several people had an emotional spectrum represented by gray and pale yellow, signifying observation, neutrality, and curiosity. In the corner, there were a few young people whose heads were tinged with a blue light that represented repression, resentment, and expectation. Inner monologue, this is interesting. The enemy and friend are clear at a glance, Aaron. That Zhao Peng is today's main course. Those few in blue in the corner must be the capable ones who have been suppressed. Looks like today's show is going to be quite exciting. Jiang Chen understood the situation, but his face remained expressionless. He walked straight to the head of the table, sat down, and casually tossed a document he was holding onto the table. He didn't say anything or introduce himself. He simply leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing everyone present with a critical eye. He doesn't look quickly, but his gaze is incredibly penetrating, as if he can see right through everyone's heart. The meeting room was eerily quiet. Those who had originally intended to intimidate Jiang Chen found themselves under his silent gaze, feeling an inexplicable pressure and becoming increasingly restless. A full minute passed. Just as Zhao Peng was about to lose his temper and provoke him, Jiang Chen finally spoke up. His voice, though not loud, reached everyone's ears clearly. My time is precious, so I won't waste it with nonsense. From today onwards, I'm in charge of this company. His very first words were filled with an undeniable domineering air. Zhao Peng sneered inwardly. Zhao Peng's inner thoughts, what a show-off. Let's see how long you can keep up this arrogance. Jiang Chen seemed oblivious to his disdainful expression and continued, I know that many of you are dissatisfied with me as your new boss. You think I'm young, that I'm an inexperienced person, and that I got to where I am through connections. It doesn't matter. He smiled, but that smile sent a strange shiver down Zhao Peng's spine. I've always been a very democratic person. I'll give you a chance. He pointed to the conference room door. Now, anyone who thinks I can't do the job or doesn't want to work with me can pack their things and leave immediately. I won't stop them, and this month's salary will be doubled. I'll give you 3 minutes to consider. These words caused an uproar in the audience. When a new official takes office, don't they always start by appeasing the people and making grand promises? How can someone act like that? They just come in and kick people out. What are they trying to do? Cut off their own arm? Zhao Peng and his confidants exchanged glances, all seeing ecstasy in each other's eyes. They thought they would have to put in some effort, but unexpectedly, this good-for-nothing delivered himself right to their doorstep. He's trying to drive away all the core, business-savvy employees in the company. Chairman Jiang, what do you mean by this? Zhao Peng stood up, feigning heartache. We are all long-time employees of the company, and we have feelings for the company. You've only just arrived, and you want to drive us all away? Isn't that too heartless? His words, seemingly speaking for the employees, were actually inciting antagonism among everyone. Jiang Chen looked at him as if he were a clown. Inner monologue, the performance has begun. Not bad acting, but unfortunately, in front of me, the human lie detector, the dark red spectrum above your head that's about to explode has already given you away completely. Jiang Chen ignored him and only glanced at the watch on his wrist. 2 minutes left. Zhao Peng's expression stiffened for a moment. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would completely ignore his moves. He gritted his teeth and gave a wink to his trusted confidants behind him. Immediately, 2 managers stood up. Chairman Jiang, since you're so unwelcoming to us, then there's no need for us to stay. President Zhao, we'll work for you. That's right. If they won't keep me here, there are plenty of other places that will. Let's go. With that, the 2 of them turned around and walked towards the door without looking back. With them taking the lead, 4 or 5 more people gradually stood up and followed them out. A smug smile appeared on Zhao Peng's face. He intends to use this method to sideline Jiang Chen. He looked at Jiang Chen, trying to see panic and regret on his face. However, he was disappointed. Jiang Chen's face remained calm and indifferent, as if those who left were just insignificant cats and dogs. 1 minute left. Jiang Chen's voice remained calm. Zhao Peng's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that something was wrong. Why isn't this young man flustered at all? Just then, Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly fell on a few young people in the corner whose emotional spectrum was cyan. Why aren't you leaving? He asked calmly. The young men were stunned for a moment. One of them, a boy wearing black-rimmed glasses who looked a bit dull, mustered up his courage, stood up, and said, Chairman Jiang, we'd like to take another look. What are you looking at? Jiang Chen asked with great interest. Look, where exactly do you intend to lead the company? The young man adjusted his glasses, a glint of light in his eyes. Jiang Chen smiled. That's exactly what he was waiting for. Very good. He nodded, then glanced at his watch. 3 minutes are up. He stood up, walked to the whiteboard in the conference room, and picked up a pen. Since those who stayed are all willing to work for me, I'd like to announce a few things. This is my first spark. He turned around, his gaze sharp as lightning, and stared directly at Zhao Peng, whose face had already turned somewhat pale. From this moment forward, Zhao Peng is relieved of his post as operations director. Appointment. His gaze shifted to the boy with glasses from before. What is your name? I'm called Li Xiang. The boy was somewhat flattered. All right. Effective immediately, Li Xiang is hereby appointed as the company's new operations director. At the same time, the finance department immediately investigate all project accounts from the period Zhao Peng was in office. I don't care what methods you use, I want to see a complete audit report before the end of the day. Boom! This order, like a thunderclap, exploded in the conference room. Everyone was stunned. He immediately eliminated the most powerful director in the company. They even appointed some unknown young man? This is too crazy. Zhao Peng was struck dumb, as if by lightning. He thought he was the hunter, but he never expected that he was the prey in the other party's eyes from the very beginning. You, what right do you have? I've shed blood for the company, I've made contributions to the company. What right do you have to dismiss me like this? Zhao Peng roared angrily. Why should I? Jiang Chen sneered and threw the document on the table in front of him. Just because of this. Zhao Peng picked up the document with trembling hands, and after just one glance, his face turned ashen. That document contained a dense record of all the evidence he had gathered over the years of abusing his power to embezzle company advertising funds, take kickbacks, and falsify accounts. Every single transaction is clearly documented, even down to the time and account number of the transfer. How is this possible? He did all these things flawlessly, and even Qin Feng didn't know. How did he know? Director Zhao, Jiang Chen's voice was as cold as ice from the depths of hell. I'll give you some face because you're a long-time employee. Go to the HR department to resign yourself. I want to hand this over to the police. Otherwise. Zhao Peng trembled all over, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He knew he was finished. It's completely over. His trusted confidants, upon witnessing this scene, were all terrified, their faces drained of color, and they dared not utter a sound. Jiang Chen didn't look at him again, turned around and wrote a few large characters on the whiteboard. Content is king, IP incubation, and a full platform matrix. This is my second fire. His voice rang out again. From today onwards, all company operations will be completely overhauled. Abandon all inefficient and homogeneous short video content. Concentrate all resources to create an S-level IP that can take the entire internet by storm within 3 months. All artist management contracts will be re-evaluated. We will abandon all worthless traffic stars and transform into the MCN model to vigorously support amateur creators. He explained his revolutionary new strategy point by point. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Although many of them didn't quite understand the technical terms, they could sense how grand and feasible the blueprint described by the new boss was. Li Xiang, the newly appointed operations director, listened with shining eyes and trembling with excitement. Many of the things Jiang Chen mentioned were ideas he had conceived in his mind, but were unable to realize due to Zhao Peng's suppression. This new boss not only understands, but he understands even more deeply and further than he did. This is my third fire. Jiang Chen put down his pen, turned around, and looked at everyone. Starting next month, all remaining employees will have their base salary doubled. All projects will have an independent bonus pool system. 30% of the project profits will be directly distributed to the project team members. I don't care what your position is, as long as you can create value for the company, I guarantee that your income will be more than 5 times that of other positions in the industry. If the first 2 fires burned with power and strategy, instilling awe in the crowd. So this third fire burns people's hearts. Base salary doubled. 30% of profits will be distributed as dividends. 5 times the industry average salary. When Jiang Chen uttered those words, the entire conference room erupted in chaos. All the employees' eyes turned red. The spectrum of emotions above their heads instantly changed from gray and cyan to crimson, representing excitement, fervor, and agitation. Anyone can make empty promises. But they started by giving out money, and in such a simple and crude way. This new boss's vision and courage are simply boundless. Chairman Jiang is awesome. I don't know who was the first to shout it out. Immediately afterwards, thunderous applause and cheers resounded throughout the entire conference room. Long live Chairman Jiang. We swear to follow Chairman Jiang to the death. Jiang Chen stood amidst a chorus of enthusiastic cheers, a satisfied smile on his face. The 3 fires of a new broom sweeping clean. Establish authority, make empty promises, and then distribute money. Completed in one go. He looked at Zhao Peng, who was slumped in a chair, his face ashen, and his trembling accomplices, but felt no emotion. Inner monologue, trying to play workplace politics with me? Kid, you're still too green. Just then, the conference room door was pushed open again. A cold yet familiar figure appeared at the doorway. Xin Lang Yue. Behind her followed Su Wanqing, who looked both curious and gossipy. Chapter 81, President Qin visits the set, and the jealousy flares up again. How did Qin Lengyue end up here? The story begins an hour earlier. Qin Group, President's office. After finishing her work, Qin Lengyue picked up her coffee, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and habitually looked down at the business empire she controlled. But today, she couldn't calm down. The images from last night keep uncontrollably replaying in my mind. That man, in his damnably gentle tone, said something like, "Your sincerity is more precious than heavenly music." And then there was his final promise, "Tomorrow night, it'll be my turn to sing for you." Thinking about these things made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Qin Lengyue's inner thoughts, "Bastard, all he does is say these things to disturb my peace of mind." She took a sip of coffee in frustration, trying to use the exhaustion from work to suppress these chaotic thoughts. Just then, her personal assistant knocked on the door and came in. "President Qin, here is the latest information you requested regarding the equity changes of several subsidiaries under the Times Media Group." Qin Lengyue took the document and flipped through it casually. When she saw that the legal representatives of several companies, including Trend Interactive Entertainment and Star Entertainment, all had the same name, her pupils contracted sharply. Jiang Chen. He actually managed to clean up the mess left by Qin Feng in just one day? Moreover, it was done in a betting agreement format that she couldn't understand at all. Looking at the crazy bet in the agreement, build a billion-dollar empire in 6 months, and the absurd clause, if you lose, you'll be Suwon's personal assistant for 3 years, she felt her blood pressure soaring again. What on earth is this man up to? Where does his confidence come from? And why is Suwon Qing, that woman, among the bets? Personal assistant? The thought of Jiang Chen serving another woman as if he were her personal attendant inexplicably stirred up a strong, unfamiliar feeling of irritation and anger in Qin Lengyue's heart. Where is he now? Qin Lengyue's voice was icy cold, as if it were about to freeze. The assistant paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "Mr. Jiang, he should be at the Starlight Media Building this morning, presiding over the handover meeting for Trendy Entertainment. Prepare the car." Qin Lengyue closed the file and uttered 2 words. "Oh. Mr. Qin, you have a video conference with the European representative this afternoon. Put off." Qin Lengyue's voice left no room for doubt. She didn't know why she did it. Perhaps she wanted to see for herself what that man was up to. Or perhaps, she simply wanted to assert her dominance? She herself couldn't explain it. As she was on her way to the Starlight Media Building with these mixed feelings, she unexpectedly received a call from Suwon Qing. "President Qin? Hello, this is Suwon Qing." The voice on the other end of the phone was polite and courteous. "Miss Su, is there something you need?" Qin Lengyue's voice remained cold and aloof. "Well, I heard you're going to inspect Trendy Entertainment this afternoon? I happen to be nearby, and I was wondering if it would be convenient for me to go with you. I'm also very curious about Mr. Zhang's upcoming new media integration plan." Qin Lengyue's grip on her phone tightened slightly. How could Suwon Qing have known that she had gone? It must have been that man who told her. Have they become that close? They even report their travel plans to each other? A sour feeling welled up uncontrollably from the bottom of my heart. Okay, Qin Lengyue squeezed out the 2 words through gritted teeth. She wanted to see what kind of 2-person show these two would put on in front of her. And so, this scene at the entrance of the conference room came about. Qin Lengyue stood at the door, looking at the frenzied scene in the conference room, which resembled a cult gathering, and at the man who was surrounded by everyone in the center, full of vigor and confidence. Her feelings were extremely complicated. She admitted that Jiang Chen at that moment exuded a fatal charm. That commanding and all-encompassing kingly demeanor is enough to make any woman fall for him. But when her gaze fell on Suwon Qing, who was standing next to Jiang Chen and looking at him with the same admiration and love, the slight appreciation that had just risen in her heart was instantly overwhelmed by overwhelming jealousy. Especially when she heard the suppressed whispers of the employees around her, her face turned extremely pale. Wow! It's President Qin. And top actress Suwon Qing. Why are they here together? Idiot. Is that even a question? They're all here to support Chairman Jiang. My goodness, one is the Ice Queen, and the other is a national film queen. Our Chairman Jiang is so prestigious. Who do you think Chairman Jiang will choose? This is a question of the century. These comments were like needles, piercing Qin Lengyue's heart. What does choose who mean? Jiang Chen is my, Qin Lengyue's, special advisor to the chairman. He's my personal attendant. What right does he have to choose others? Qin Lengyue took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and stepped inside. The moment she appeared, the temperature in the entire conference room seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees. The employees who had been cheering wildly just moments before immediately fell silent upon seeing her frosty face, each one bowing their heads and not daring to utter a sound. The frenzied atmosphere was instantly frozen. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he saw Qin Lengyue walk in. Inner monologue, oh my god. The queen's here? And with Su Wanqing too? Look at her face. Oh no, she's got a serious case of jealousy. This is a real battleground. He immediately activated God-level emotional perception. Above Qin Lengyue's head was a spectrum of emotions, a storm of deep red representing anger and jealousy and deep purple representing possessiveness and resentment. The intensity of the spectrum's fluctuations was even more exaggerated than when she sang Twinkle Twinkle Little Star last night. Su Wanqing, who was next to her, had a very calm emotional spectrum, which was a light green representing curiosity and friendliness. Inner monologue, well, one is a volcano about to explode, and the other is just a spectator watching the show. This situation is a bit tricky. Mr. Qin. Hello, Mr. Qin. Hello, Miss Su. The employees in the meeting room greeted him haltingly. Qin Lengyue ignored everyone. Her gaze, like two cold knives, shot straight at Jiang Chen. Chairman Jiang, what a show of power you have. Her first words were chillingly cold. A new broom sweeps clean, and you've done a good job. You've managed your company like a scene from a personality culture very capable. That was a sarcastic and veiled remark. Everyone in the conference room sensed something was wrong, and they all lowered their heads even further in fear. Jiang Chen was inwardly groaning. Inner monologue, oh my god, are you here to ruin things? Can't we talk about this at home? Why do you have to embarrass me in front of so many people? He immediately put on a professional smile and went to greet her. Mr. Qin, what brings you here? You didn't even let me know beforehand, so I could have come down to meet you. How dare I disturb Chairman Jiang while he is handling his family affairs? Qin Lengyue snorted coldly, glancing meaningfully at Su Wanqing, who looked completely innocent beside her. Su Wanqing was incredibly intelligent and immediately sensed the strange atmosphere. Although she didn't know why Qin Lengyue was so hostile towards her, she still smiled politely and took the initiative to speak. President Qin, you misunderstand. I'm just here as Mr. Zhang's friend to offer my congratulations. Friends? Qin Lengyue seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. A friend who can make Chairman Jiang sign a 10 billion yuan betting agreement and even risk his own fortune? Miss Su's friend must be quite important. Her words caused Su Wanqing's expression to change slightly. The others in the conference room gasped in shock. A multi-billion-dollar betting agreement? Betting everything? Just how big of a scheme has their new boss been playing behind their backs? Jiang Chen's head started to ache. He knew that if this chaotic situation wasn't handled properly, it might explode on the spot. Looking at Qin Lengyue's eyes burning with anger, and at Su Wanqing's increasingly complicated gaze beside her, he had only one thought in his mind. Inner monologue, system. Do you have the one-click peacemaking for Battlegrounds item? How many service points does it cost? I'll buy it. System, ding. This system does not provide any assistance for dealing with scumbags. Please resolve this yourself. Inner monologue, damn it. They always mess up at the crucial moment. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, knowing that he could only rely on himself now. He stepped forward and, without making a sound, stood between Qin Lengyue and Su Wanqing, using his body to block their gazes from meeting. Then, he first gave Qin Lengyue a helpless yet slightly indulgent smile. President Qin, you've misunderstood again. His voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for everyone present to hear. Everything I've done is for you. Chapter 82. Jiang Chen's service mainly focuses on putting out fires. For me? Upon hearing these 4 words, Qin Lengyue paused for a moment, and the raging anger in her heart inexplicably subsided by half. Looking at Jiang Chen's face, which was full of sincerity, the frost in her eyes melted slightly. The others in the conference room perked up their ears, becoming like onlookers, even holding their breath, afraid of missing any exciting details. Inner monologue, here it comes. Chairman Jiang is about to start his performance again. Jiang Chen looked at the slightly lessened red-purple storm above Qin Lengyue's head and thought to himself that something was going to happen. Inner monologue, to deal with a haughty queen, you have to go along with her. Regardless of the circumstances, first pin all the credit on her, making her feel like everything you did was for me. This is called emotional attribution therapy, professional. He cleared his throat, his expression becoming incredibly solemn, as if he were explaining a grand business strategy. President Qin, think about it, although our star core biotechnology is currently experiencing great momentum, what are we lacking? Without waiting for Qin Lengyue's reply, he answered his own question. What we lack is the right to speak. We lack a platform for public opinion. The concept of pet microchips is too advanced. In the future, countless imitators and competitors will definitely emerge. They will use all sorts of means to smear and attack us, just like what Qin Feng did a few days ago. If we don't have our own media channels and our own voice, we will be very passive in the war of public opinion and will be at the mercy of others. His words were passionate and resounding. Qin Lengyue frowned. She had to admit that Zhang Chen was right. The crisis facing the star core biology truly made her realize the importance of controlling public opinion. So what, she asked coldly, is this your reason for going to sign a $1 billion bet with another woman? Bingo! Zhang Chen snapped his fingers, his smile widening. President Qin, you're incredibly intelligent, you understand so quickly. Inner monologue, this flattery is so scathing, I'm about to throw up myself. But what can I do? That's how you have to appease a jealous woman. I acquired these media companies left behind by Qin Feng not for my own personal gain, but to create an unbreakable media moat for Xingha Biotechnology and the entire Qin Group. Imagine this, in the future, any new project under our Qin Group can be promoted comprehensively and without any blind spots through our own media matrix. We will no longer have to be at the mercy of those media outlets, and we will no longer have to spend a single penny on public relations. We can define trends and create buzz ourselves. This media empire appears independent on the surface, but at its core, and for which it serves, there will always be only one thing: the Qin Group, with you at its core. Zhang Chen's voice was full of seductive power. The blueprint he painted was so grand and alluring. What seemed like a bet stemming from a personal grudge was instantly elevated to a strategic level concerning the group's long-term plans for the next century. The employees in the conference room were all listening with great enthusiasm. So that's how it was, that Chairman Jiang was playing such a big game. They thought it was just a simple business expansion, but they never expected that there was such a profound strategic intention behind it. Pattern. That's what you call vision. Qin Lengyue was also somewhat bewildered by what Zhang Chen said. She felt her jealous, somewhat confused mind being forcibly entangled by his logically sound and watertight, twisted reasoning. It seems, that makes sense? Did he start this media company to help me? The raging red-purple storm above her head receded rapidly at a visible speed, transforming into a blue-green color representing thinking, doubt, and wavering. Seeing the changes in her emotional spectrum, Zhang Chen felt reassured. Inner monologue, step 1, done. The volcano is temporarily extinguished. Next, step 2, appease the onlookers. He turned around and faced Su Wanqing, who had been smiling the whole time, with an apologetic expression on his face. Miss Su, I'm so sorry. I've made you laugh. This is a rather unique way of communicating between me and our CEO, Mr. Qin. He cleverly used the word unique to define the argument that had just broken out. Su Wanqing was incredibly clever and immediately understood his meaning. She smiled and shook her head. It's all right, Mr. Jiang. I understand. President Qin is also thinking about the company. I admire her dedication. Her words both gave Qin Lengyue a way out and demonstrated her magnanimity. With just one sentence, the tense atmosphere was completely eased. Inner monologue, TSK, women with high emotional intelligence are really different. Unlike some jealous types who explode at the slightest provocation. Su Wanqing is a teammate I could date. Zhang Chen mentally gave Su Wanqing a thumbs up and then continued, the bet between me and Uncle Su is actually the result of my careful consideration. Mr. Qin is right. This bet is very risky, but the potential rewards are also huge. The reason I dared to take this gamble is because I believe in my own abilities, and even more so in the character of you, Miss Su, and Uncle Su. He looked at Su Wanqing with sincere eyes. I know that Uncle Su wanted to put pressure on me and also motivate me in this way. I appreciate his good intentions. And you, Miss Su, he paused, I believe that even if I really lose, you would never be the kind of person to take advantage of my misfortune and steal my hard work. Even if those shares end up in your hands, they are only temporarily held in trust, right? His words were extremely insightful. On the surface, it was an explanation, but in reality, it was flattering Su Wanqing and, incidentally, blocking her future path with words. It's like telling her, even if I lose, you can't actually take my shares, otherwise you're a person with questionable character. After hearing this, Su Wanqing was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly. This man is truly a monster. Even such words can be spoken in such a refreshing and unconventional way that it is impossible to refute them. What could she say? Saying, no, if you lose, I will definitely take your shares? What kind of person did she become? She could only smile and nod. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, our Su family has always valued fairness in business. What I hope to see even more is that you win this bet. That's good. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Thus, a crisis that was about to erupt into a battlefield was easily resolved by him with his silver tongue. Qin Lengyue stood aside, watching his performance from beginning to end, her heart filled with mixed feelings. On the one hand, she was angry at this man's silver tongue. He could make the dead seem alive. On the other hand, she couldn't help but admire his top-notch ability to handle complex interpersonal relationships. If it were her, she absolutely wouldn't have been able to handle that situation. She would have only made things more tense with an even colder attitude. He, however, was able to navigate between the two women with ease, finding a perfect balance that soothed her emotions without offending Su Wanqing, and also managed to make his business dealings appear incredibly sophisticated. This man, he's a monster. Ahem, Jiang Chen said, seeing that the atmosphere had completely eased, and immediately changed the subject. President Qin, Ms. Su, since you're both here, how about I introduce our new Trend Media Group's future development plans to you? He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the three words new trend. Qin Lengyue and Su Wanqing naturally understood that he was announcing that from today onwards, this place had completely changed dynasties and was now under the Zheng family name. No need, Qin Lengyue said coldly. I have other things to do at my company. She didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. She felt that if she stayed any longer, her IQ would be completely crushed by that bastard Jiang Chen. She came today intending to catch them in the act and to assert her dominance. Ironically, after being hit by a series of punches, he ended up being the one who was unreasonable and ignorant. She felt a tightness in her chest from holding her breath. I just stopped by on my way. She forced herself to find a way out. Since everything is going smoothly here, Chairman Jiang, I'm relieved. After saying that, she turned around, put on her high heels, and walked out without looking back. That figure, still proud, carried a hint of disarray. Jiang Chen watched her leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Inner monologue, finally, I got rid of this big shot. If he hadn't left, I would have been sweating bullets. The queen's jealousy has serious consequences. Jiang Chen. Su Wanqing's voice rang out behind him. Jiang Chen turned around and saw Su Wanqing looking at him with a complex, ambiguous expression, as if she were both smiling and not smiling. You really are a real eye-opener, she exclaimed sincerely. Miss Su, you flatter me. Jiang Chen smiled modestly. My service focuses on professional fire extinguishing. Su Wanqing burst out laughing at his words, and the embarrassment and unpleasantness she had felt earlier vanished. She shook her head, walked to his side, and said in a low voice, President Qin seems to care about you a lot. We are work partners. Jiang Chen immediately gave the standard answer. Really? Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing it. I think you two are more like a young couple having a tiff. Jiang Chen. Inner monologue, a woman's intuition, does it have to be this accurate? He could only manage a couple of dry laughs before forcibly changing the subject again. Ahem, Ms. Su, let's talk about company matters. I have a preliminary idea regarding the creation of that S-level IP, and I need your advice as an industry expert. Seeing his flustered attempt to change the subject, Su Wanqing's smile deepened. She didn't press him further, but instead followed his lead and began to seriously discuss work. However, she became increasingly curious about the relationship between Jiang Chen and Qin Lengyue. On the other side, Qin Lengyue got into her Rolls-Royce with a dark expression. Drive. The driver shuddered at her icy tone and quickly started the car. Inside the carriage, Qin Lengyue watched the street scene rushing past the window, still feeling a nameless anger rising in her chest. She took out her phone and opened Jiang Chen's WeChat. I want to send him a message and yell at him, but I don't know what to say. To criticize him for his silver tongue? To criticize him for his ambiguous relationship with Su Wanqing? It seems, neither side has the upper hand. Finally, she angrily typed a line. Jiang Chen. If you dare not come and sing me a lullaby tonight, you're dead. Click send. After sending it, she felt that the sentence was too proactive, and it didn't fit her aloof persona at all. She wanted to back out again. But just as she was about to long press to undo, Jiang Chen's reply popped up in the chat box. There is only one word. Good. Following that was a cute yes, ma'am emoji. Qin Lingyue stared at the emoji, stunned. Then, on her perpetually icy face, a smile unexpectedly appeared, without her even realizing it. Chapter 83 Qinglongbei Project, Feng Shui Master makes his appearance. Having settled the internal affairs of the media company and successfully extinguished Qin Lingyue's jealousy, Jiang Chen's life temporarily returned to normal. Over the next few days, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the transformation of New Trend Media Group. Under his decisive actions and forward-thinking strategic planning, the entire company was transformed. Li Xiang, the young man he had personally promoted, certainly did not disappoint him. Although young, his understanding and execution capabilities in new media far surpassed those of Zhao Peng, a greasy middle-aged man who only knew how to engage in office politics. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, he led his team to quickly build the company's full platform content matrix and launched several highly promising S-level IP incubation projects. Wang Hao was also officially appointed by Jiang Chen as the marketing director of New Trend Media. His masterful marketing skills were perfectly showcased here. Several online marketing campaigns he planned generated massive traffic at extremely low costs, resulting in an explosive growth in the number of followers for the company's new accounts. Wang Hao was incredibly excited every day, like he was on steroids. He repeatedly yelled to Jiang Chen on the phone, "Brother Chen, I feel like I'm a marketing genius. I can come up with any idea and it'll trend on social media. How come I never realized I was so amazing before?" Jiang Chen would just smile and remain silent each time. Inner monologue, that's not being awesome, that's using cheats. A skill bought for 500 service points, how could it not be awesome? As for Jiang Chen himself, he simply became a hands-off manager. He was only responsible for formulating the overall strategy. The specific execution was all left to Li Xiang and Wang Hao. His current role is more like that of a mentor and an investor. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. This also gave him a deeper understanding of the true meaning of the epic quest, "Create Your Empire." A true emperor is not a general who does everything personally, but a behind-the-scenes helmsman who knows how to recognize and use people and empower them. That morning, after Jiang Chen finished processing some documents for the media company, he received a call from Qin Lingyue. The voice on the other end of the phone was still cold, but Jiang Chen could hear that it had lost some of the previous aloofness and wariness, and gained a hint of familiarity that he couldn't quite put his finger on. The board of directors has unanimously approved the Qinglongbei project, Qin Lingyue said bluntly. All the funds and resources are in place. When are you ready to start? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's spirits lifted. Inner monologue, here it comes. My Grandmaster level Feng Shui skills have finally come into play. The Azure Dragon Bay project is a crucial part of his completion of the A-level chain mission, the Queen's Wrath. I was delayed because of Qin Feng's matter, but now it's time to pick it up again. I'm ready. Jiang Chen smiled. President Qin, I suggest we go to the project site tomorrow and hold an on-site kickoff meeting. Some things can't be explained clearly in a meeting room. We have to be there in person so that the engineers and designers can understand what I mean. Okay. Qin Lingyue agreed readily. I'll be waiting for you at the project site at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Good. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen's lips curled into an excited smile. Inner monologue, a feng shui wasteland that lost 3 billion? Tomorrow, I'll show you what the power of metaphysics really is. The next day, at the Qinglongbei Resort project site. Located on a bay in the far suburbs of Tianhai City, the scenery is secondary. Its main drawback is its remoteness. There's no village in sight, no shop in sight, and the surrounding area is desolate. The project has been suspended for a long time. The construction site is overgrown with weeds, and several half-built buildings stand there alone, like huge tombstones. The whole site is shrouded in a deathly atmosphere. When Jiang Chen arrived in his Audi RS7, the project's main leaders, including the project general manager, chief engineer, chief designer, and more than a dozen others, had been waiting for a long time. Qin Lingyue also arrived. Today she was wearing a smart black suit, her long hair was tied back, and she wore sunglasses. She exuded a powerful aura that said keep away. She saw Jiang Chen get out of the car, and simply nodded slightly without saying a word. However, Jiang Chen's God-level emotion perception clearly captured the fleeting pale golden spectrum above her head, representing expectation. Inner monologue, "Oh, Her Majesty the Queen can't wait to see my performance." Jiang Chen smiled and walked towards her. The project team leaders, upon seeing Jiang Chen, this excessively young chief consultant, all looked suspicious and whispered among themselves. "Is this the consultant that President Qin invited? He's so young. I heard it was his proposal for the Qinglong Bay Rebirth project. I read it, and it's all about field energy and feng shui zen. It's also vague and nonsensical." The speaker was the project's chief engineer, an elderly man in his 50s with half-gray hair and wearing thick glasses, named Zhang Jianguo. He was one of the top structural engineering experts in China, having spent his entire life working with steel and cement. He was a firm believer in science and despised nothing more than pretense and mysticism. Old Zhang is right. You want a bunch of scientists to listen to a charlatan talk about feng shui? Isn't that a joke? If it weren't for President Qin's personal order, I would have quit first. The chief designer next to him said indignantly. Their attitude towards Jiang Chen's proposal was inherently resistant and contemptuous. In their view, the project lost money because of its flawed positioning and chaotic management, and had absolutely nothing to do with any nonsense about feng shui. Now, President Qin is actually letting some greenhorn who appeared out of nowhere use these mystical theories to guide their work. This is simply an insult to their professionalism. Jiang Chen took in all their discussions in the gray spectrum of doubt, resistance, and contempt above their heads, but paid them no heed. Inner monologue, "A bunch of mortals. I'll show you in a moment how utterly worthless your so-called science is in the face of my metaphysics. Is everyone here?" Jiang Chen walked up to the group, looked around, and spoke calmly. His aura seemed somewhat out of place compared to these seasoned veterans who had spent half their lives working on construction sites. "Consultant Zhang, everyone is here," the project manager replied, forcing a smile. "Okay." Jiang Chen nodded. "Then let us not waste time. Today's meeting will not include PPTs or theoretical discussions. We will only do one thing." He pointed to the hotel building not far away, which had already been topped out and served as the main building of the resort. "Come with me." After saying that, he walked towards the building on his own. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled but able only to follow. Qin Leng Yuat also removed her sunglasses and followed behind him. The group entered the empty, dusty hotel lobby. Jiang Chen stood in the center of the lobby and closed his eyes. Grandmaster-level feng shui techniques, now activated. In an instant, the aura of the entire resort flowed, forming a clear three-dimensional image in his mind. He could see a black current representing death and malevolence coming from a certain direction of the bay, like a sharp blade, straight towards the hotel lobby, where it swirled and accumulated, never to dissipate. However, the architectural layouts that were supposed to be used to attract wealth and gather energy were all designed in the opposite way, and instead became accomplices in accelerating the loss of wealth and dissipation of energy. No wonder we lost 3 billion. This is practically a perfect feng shui lesson in financial ruin, Jiang Chen thought to himself. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, and stared directly at Chief Engineer Zhang Jianguo. "Chief Engineer Zhang, let me ask you, did you personally oversee the design of this main building?" Zhang Jianguo paused for a moment, then puffed out his chest and said proudly, "That's right. Every structure and every piece of data for this building was calculated by me personally. It absolutely meets the highest national building safety standards." He thought Jiang Chen was going to question his professional abilities. "Safety standards?" Jiang Chen sneered. "I'm not talking to you about safety. I'm just asking you, when you were designing this building, did you feel that anything felt particularly awkward?" "Awkward?" Zhang Jianguo frowned. "Advisor Jiang, I don't understand what you mean. My design is based entirely on the most rigorous scientific calculations. There is nothing awkward about it." "Is that so?" Jiang Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. He walked to the load-bearing wall in front of the main entrance in the lobby and pointed at the wall. "This wall is the biggest awkward thing. According to your design drawings, this should have been a transparent entrance, connecting to the garden behind it, creating a through breeze, right?" Zhang Jianguo was stunned. That was indeed the design from the beginning, according to the design drawings. But during construction, you changed the plan at the last minute, sealing this place off and turning it into a useless decorative wall. Jiang Chen's voice turned cold. "Am I right?" Zhang Jianguo's expression changed instantly. Only he and a few key designers knew about this. How did he know? I was considering the overall structural stability of the building. Zhang Jianguo stubbornly argued. Stability? Zhang Chen seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. You, a top structural expert in the country, would block up the air vents of the entire building for this so-called stability? You can fool others, but can you fool yourself? He stepped forward, staring intently at Zhang Jianguo, his voice like a heavy hammer, striking Zhang's heart again and again. The reason you want to change the design is because someone gave you a bribe. It's Qin Tian, the former vice president of the Qin Group. He gave you 5 million to deliberately set up a piercing heart feng shui trap here. The goal is to ensure that President Qin's project will never recover. Zhang Jianguo. Am I right or wrong? Zhang Chen's last words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding loudly in the empty hall. Zhang Jianguo's body jolted violently, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. He stared wide-eyed at Zhang Chen in disbelief, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. He knew everything. The others around were stunned by this shocking revelation. Qin Lengyue's pupils also contracted instantly. She always thought that the failure of Qin Longbei was just a management problem, but she never expected that such a vicious conspiracy was hidden behind it. The entire lobby was deathly silent. All eyes were focused on the young man who looked calm, as if he were simply stating a trivial matter. At that moment, no one dared to regard him as a charlatan anymore. The only thing left in their eyes when they looked at Zhang Chen was deep fear and awe. Zhang Chen ignored the shock of the crowd. He simply turned around, looked at the wall, and spoke calmly. Now, I command. Smash this wall right now. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Besides, he pointed to the open space outside the lobby, which had been designated as a parking lot. Dig up that entire parking lot too. Dig down 3 meters. He looked at the stunned crowd and a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. You'll discover some interesting things. Chapter 84: Smashing Down the Wall. The shocking secret unearthed. Zhang Chen's last words were like a thunderclap, exploding loudly in the empty and silent hotel lobby. Zhang Jianguo's body trembled violently. His face, which was already pale from guilt, turned deathly white in an instant, even whiter than the whitewash on the wall. He stared wide-eyed at Zhang Chen, his eyes hidden behind his thick glasses, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. His lips trembled violently, and he made a hoarse sound in his throat, but he couldn't utter a single complete word. How could he have known? How could he possibly know everything? This was the deepest secret buried in his heart. A huge secret that could ruin his reputation and force him to spend the rest of his life in prison. Aside from him, the already fallen Qin Tian, and the middleman responsible for the transfer, there was no way a fourth person could know. Who exactly is this young man before me? What kind of monster is he? Inner monologue: scared, aren't you? You old fool. You think what you did was foolproof? In front of my Grandmaster level feng shui, your little tricks are as laughable as children playing house. 5 million to bribe you into doing such a despicable thing that will bring ruin upon your family line? Qin Tian's price is way too low. Zhang Chen mentally grumbled as he coldly watched Zhang Jianguo's complete breakdown, without a shred of sympathy. The dozen or so project managers standing behind Zhang Jianguo, including the project general manager and chief designer, were all stunned by this shocking revelation. Their mouths were agape, and their eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. What's going on? Chief Engineer Zhang took bribes from Qin Tian? Did they deliberately set up a feng shui dead end in the Qinglong Bay project, a piercing heart evil? Is the goal to bring down President Qin? The amount of information was simply overwhelming. So overwhelming that their brains instantly went blank, they couldn't process it at all. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with utter shock and horror. Especially the chief designer, who had just been echoing Zhang Jianguo, calling Zhang Chen a charlatan, was now so frightened that his legs went weak and cold sweat instantly soaked through the back of his shirt. What did he just say? He said that if it weren't for President Qin's orders, he would be the first to resign? Oh my God. Thank goodness I didn't quit. If this young advisor Zhang were to think that he was in cahoots with Zhang Jianguo, wouldn't he be doomed? At this moment, no one dared to look at Zhang Chen with the same eyes they had before. What do you mean by being too young? What do you mean by being confused and uncertain? What do you mean by pretending to be a ghost or a myth? It's all bullshit. This isn't a charlatan, this is a god. A living god who can see through people's hearts and know all secrets at a glance. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed from initial suspicion, resistance, and contempt to deep fear and awe. Among the crowd, Qin Lengyue's reaction was the most intense. When Jiang Chen uttered the keywords Qin Tian and 5 million, her pupils suddenly contracted, and the color drained instantly from her beautiful face, which had always been shrouded in frost. The Qinglongbei project was the first multi-billion yuan project she independently oversaw after joining the core management team of the Qin Group. She poured countless efforts into this project, regarding it as the foundation for proving her abilities and establishing herself. Ultimately, however, the project became a huge hole with a loss of 3 billion yuan, the biggest stain on her career, and subjected her to ridicule and attacks within the group. She always thought that the project's failure was due to her lack of experience, a misjudgment of market positioning, and problems with management. She blamed herself for this for a long time, and even began to doubt her own abilities. But no one expected that such a vicious conspiracy was hidden behind this. It's her own uncle, Qin Tian. In order to suppress her and seize the right of inheritance, they actually used such despicable means to set up a dead end in the project she had high hopes for, so that she would never be able to recover. A bone-chilling coldness instantly shot from the soles of Qin Lengyue's feet to the top of her head. At this moment, she felt not fear, but a deep-seated anger and coldness from being betrayed by her closest relatives. The entire lobby was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on the young man who looked calm, as if he were simply recounting a trivial matter. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Jiang Chen slowly turned around, looked back at the cold load-bearing wall, and spoke calmly. Now, I command. His voice wasn't loud, it could even be described as calm, but every word carried an undeniable authority, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Smash this wall right now. Immediately. The order was given, but no one on site dared to move. The engineers and project managers were still in a state of shock and hadn't recovered yet. Smash the load-bearing wall? This is no joke. Although Jiang Chen just displayed unpredictable methods, they are still engineers at heart and have an instinctive awe of building structures. Consultant Jiang, the project manager, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forced a smile, and spoke in a dry voice. This wall is one of the core load-bearing structures of the main building. If we rashly demolish it, I'm afraid it will affect the overall safety of the building. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a cold voice. Smash it. The one speaking was Qin Lengyue. She had recovered from her initial shock, her beautiful eyes burning with rage, and her voice resolute and unwavering. She walked up to Jiang Chen, her gaze sweeping over the group of project managers who were still hesitating, her voice so cold it sounded like ice shards could fall out. Didn't you hear what Advisor Jiang said? I don't care what its structure is, or what its effects are. I just want it to disappear. Immediately. Right now. Anyone who dares to utter another word is fired, along with this project. When the queen is angry, her aura is fully unleashed. The terrifying pressure of that superior instantly enveloped the entire hall. The project manager trembled in fright and dared not raise any further objections, hurriedly nodding and bowing as he replied, Yes. President Qin. I'll arrange it right away. Right away. After saying that, he immediately pulled out his phone, trembling, and dialed the construction team's number, shouting in an almost roaring voice, Where the hell are you all? Bring your big stuff, sledgehammers, pneumatic drills. Get all of you to the main building lobby within 3 minutes. Now. After hanging up the phone, the entire lobby fell into an eerie silence once again. Zheng Jianguo lay sprawled on the ground like a lump of mud, his face ashen. The other officials remained silent, not daring to even breathe, and looked at Jiang Chen and Qin Lengyue with awe. Qin Lengyue stood beside Jiang Chen, her chest heaving with anger. She turned her head to look at Jiang Chen's calm profile, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to begin. Thanks? These 2 words lingered on my tongue for a long time, but I just couldn't bring myself to say them. Because she felt that those 2 words were far too light, far too insignificant. She simply couldn't bear all that Jiang Chen had done for her. Jiang Chen's God-level emotional perception clearly captured the complex emotions churning within her: anger, coldness, lingering fear, and a hint of quietly growing dependence. Inner monologue, TSK, Her Majesty the Queen has completely broken down this time. Being stabbed in the back by her own uncle, no one could stand that. But it's good, though nothing is perfect. After this, she should finally see the true colors of the Qin family. My queen's personal guardian quest is probably going to take another huge leap forward. He didn't turn around, but simply said calmly, President Qin, anger won't solve anything. This is just the beginning. Qin Lengyue was taken aback upon hearing this. Just then, a series of chaotic and heavy footsteps came from outside the lobby. A dozen or so construction workers, dressed in blue overalls and carrying sledgehammers and pneumatic picks, rushed in, led by their foreman. President Qin. Project Manager. We're here. Where to smash? The foreman, a burly man with a loud voice, looked completely bewildered. The project manager snapped to attention, rushed forward, pointed at the load-bearing wall, and said to the foreman, "There. See that wall? Smash it. Smash it through." The foreman was stunned. "Manager, this is a load-bearing wall. Demolishing it will cause a disaster. Enough with the nonsense." The project manager was only interested in carrying out orders as quickly as possible and didn't care about anything else. "President Qin and consultant Zhang told you to smash it, so just smash it. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." The foreman still hesitated. "I'll take responsibility," Qin's cold voice rang out again. The foreman shuddered, glanced at the intimidating Qin Lengyue, then at the calm young man beside her, and finally gritted his teeth, yelling at the workers behind him, "What are you all standing there for? Get to work!" Clang! A loud bang. A worker swung a sledgehammer weighing over 10 kilograms and slammed it hard against the wall. The wall plaster was cracked, and dust and smoke rose everywhere. Clang! 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 A dozen sledgehammers and pneumatic picks worked simultaneously, and the deafening roar instantly filled the entire hall, as if it were going to shatter people's eardrums. Under the tense gaze of everyone, cracks began to appear on the sturdy load-bearing wall. Soon, a small hole was smashed open. The moment the cave entrance appeared, a cold, foul-smelling black wind, as if blowing from a grave, suddenly rushed in from the cave entrance. Wah! The wind howled mournfully, like the wailing of ghosts and wolves, and it hurt like a knife when it blew against people's faces. Everyone in the lobby was jolted by the sudden gust of cold wind, instinctively closing their eyes and feeling their hair stand on end. "What's that smell? It stinks. My goodness. Why is the wind so cold?" The workers started shouting, and even the experienced project manager's expressions changed drastically. Only Jiang Chen and Qin Lengyue remained standing in the same spot, motionless. Jiang Chen's Grandmaster-level feng shui technique allowed him to clearly see that the long-suppressed, piercing heart evil was being released wildly outward through this gap. Qin Lengyue, on the other hand, was silently shielded behind Jiang Chen, and the gust of cold wind did not touch her at all. Looking at the not-so-robust but incredibly reliable figure in front of her, her heart, chilled by anger, inexplicably felt a sense of peace. Soon, the entire wall was completely smashed through. A transparent passageway connecting the lobby and the rear garden reappeared before everyone's eyes. For the first time, sunlight streamed in unobstructed from behind, dispelling the long-standing gloom in the lobby. The eerie, chilling wind gradually subsided. The foul, rotten smell in the air also dissipated. Everyone had the illusion that the air in the entire space had suddenly become much fresher and clearer. This is it," an engineer muttered to himself, feeling like he was dreaming. "I just smashed down one wall, but it feels like the whole world has changed." Jiang Chen didn't answer him, but pointed to the open space outside the lobby that had been designated as a parking lot, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Don't rush, the real show is just beginning. Dig up that entire parking lot too. Dig down 3 meters. He looked at the stunned crowd, a hint of amusement in his voice. Chapter 85: The Suppressing Object. Qin Tian's Vicious Curse. Everyone's eyes followed the direction of his finger and turned to the empty temporary parking lot outside the lobby, which was only covered with a layer of gravel. What secrets are hidden there? The project manager no longer dared to doubt Jiang Chen's words in the slightest. He now regarded Jiang Chen as a deity descended to earth, a divine decree bestowed upon him. Before Qin Lengyue could even speak, he had already scurried over to the construction foreman, pointed to the parking lot outside, and said urgently, "Did you hear that? Consultant Zhang's words are orders. Stop using hammers, go and bring your excavators over. Dig up that entire piece of land. Dig down 3 meters. Yes, manager." The foreman was now completely subdued. That gust of evil wind had terrified him, and he was now willing to demolish the building if ordered to do so. He nodded and immediately led the workers out. Soon, the roar of an engine grew louder as it approached. A yellow-tracked excavator, like a steel behemoth, drove up aggressively and stopped in the middle of the parking lot. In the lobby, everyone held their breath. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhang Jianguo, sprawled on the ground, heard the word excavator, and a flicker of extreme fear flashed in his cloudy eyes. He struggled to get up, muttering incoherently, "No. Don't dig, don't." But nobody paid any attention to him anymore. All eyes were on the excavator that was about to begin work. Inner monologue, still trying to struggle? Old man, the real show is yet to come. That old fox Qin Tian always likes to double insurance. The heart-piercing curse is just the visible killing move, used to sabotage the project's finances. What's buried underground is the truly vicious thing, aimed at Qin Lengyue herself. Today, I'll let you see with your own eyes just how wicked a scheme you've been involved in for those 5 million. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhang Jianguo, whose face was ashen, and sneered inwardly. He turned to look at Qin Lengyue beside him and found that although her face was still cold, her clenched fists and slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. Jiang Chen didn't speak, but simply took another half step in front of her, completely protecting her within his aura. Qin Lengyue felt his subtle movement, and her heart warmed. The coldness and loneliness caused by the betrayal of her loved one seemed to be kept out by a warm barrier. She raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen's resolute profile, her gaze becoming increasingly complex. Boom! The excavator's massive bucket, with immense force, slammed into the ground. Stones flew everywhere, and dirt splashed in all directions. 1, 2, 3. The excavator was extremely efficient and quickly dug a huge pit in the flat ground. Time passed by, second by second. The pit was dug deeper and deeper, reaching a depth of nearly 3 meters. But nothing was found except for soil and rocks. "Manager, there's nothing down there," the excavator driver shouted, sticking his head out. The project manager was also somewhat puzzled. He cautiously looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a low voice, "Consultant Jiang, what do you think of this?" Jiang Chen ignored him, only slightly frowning. He closed his eyes and activated the Grandmaster-level Feng Shui technique once again. In his perception, an extremely sinister and malevolent aura lingered at the bottom of the pit. That aura coalesced into a single point, like a malignant tumor, firmly anchored to the dragon vein of this land. The location is correct. Inner monologue, could it be buried even deeper? No, Feng Shui talismans are supposed to be 3/10 of an inch underground, 3 meters is the limit. Any deeper and they won't connect with the Earth's energy and will lose their effect. Could it be? Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping across the surroundings of the deep pit. He suddenly realized that the location the excavator was digging at was slightly different from the point where he sensed the evil energy was gathering. "Stop!" Jiang Chen shouted sternly. The excavator driver was startled and immediately stopped. "Move half a meter to your left. Dig down from that spot." Jiang Chen pointed to a specific location in the deep pit, his tone leaving no room for argument. "All right." The driver didn't dare to delay and immediately controlled the excavator, precisely moving the bucket position according to Jiang Chen's instructions. Clang! This time, as soon as the bucket landed, it made a dull metallic clang. "There's something here," the driver shouted excitedly. Everyone's heart jumped into their throat. "Found it!" Under Jiang Chen's command, the driver carefully operated the bucket, peeling away the surrounding soil bit by bit. Soon, a huge, black iron box, about 1 meter long and half a meter wide, appeared before everyone's eyes. The iron box was completely black, made of some unknown material, and despite being buried in the damp soil for so long, it showed no signs of rust. The surface of the box was also decorated with strange, twisted runes drawn in cinnabar, which sent chills down one's spine. "We dug it up. There really is something there. Oh my God. What is this? A treasure chest? Those things drawn on it look really creepy." The project team members gasped in surprise, craning their necks to see what it was. "Raise it up," Jiang Chen's voice rang out again. The workers immediately found a thick steel cable, secured it to the handle of the iron box, and the excavator worked hard to slowly lift the heavy iron box out of the deep pit and place it steadily on the open ground in front of everyone. A colder, more decaying aura emanated from the iron box, making the surrounding temperature seem to drop several degrees. Everyone instinctively took a few steps back, except for Jiang Chen and Qin Lengyue, who remained standing in place. "Consultant Jiang, what's in here?" the project manager asked, mustering his courage. "Just open it and see," Jiang Chen said casually. He walked to the iron box, squatted down, and carefully examined the lock on it. It was a very old brass lock with a complex structure. It couldn't be opened without a key. "Bring a crowbar and a cutting machine," Jiang Chen ordered without turning his head. The tools were delivered quickly. Jiang Chen took a large crowbar, aimed at the gap between the box and the lid, and suddenly exerted force. With a sharp crunch, the seemingly sturdy iron box was pried open, creating a gap. A thick, nauseating smell of blood, mixed with the stench of rotting corpses, suddenly gushed out from the crack. Vomit. Several people who were nearby couldn't hold it in any longer and ran to the side to vomit, covering their mouths. Even Qin Lengyue couldn't help but frown, her expression becoming even more unpleasant. Jiang Chen seemed not to smell it. He dropped the crowbar, took the small cutting machine handed to him by the worker, and aimed it at the lock of the box. Sizzle! Blinding sparks flew everywhere, and the sharp noise of metal cutting echoed throughout the venue. A few seconds later, with a clang, the ancient bronze lock was cut off. Jiang Chen turned off the cutting machine, and under the extremely tense gazes of everyone, he took a deep breath and suddenly lifted the lid of the box. The contents of the box were finally exposed to the light of day. The moment they saw what it was, everyone present gasped in unison, a chill running down their spines and straight to their heads. Even the usually composed Qin Lengyue's pupils constricted sharply when she saw what was inside the box, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. There was no gold or silver jewelry, nor any antiques or cultural relics in that box. There was only a pool of liquid that had long since congealed into a dark brown color and emitted a foul odor, resembling the blood of some kind of animal. And in that pool of blood lay a doll carved from peach wood. The doll was about 30 centimeters tall and crudely carved, but the outline of its facial features could be vaguely discerned as the appearance of a woman. What's most chilling is that two words are clearly written in vermilion on the doll's chest. Cold Moon. Next to her name was a string of numbers, which was Qin Lengyue's birth date and time. Moreover, 7 rusty iron nails were densely driven into the doll's head, heart, limbs, and other key locations. Each nail was deeply embedded in the wood, as if carrying endless resentment and hatred. This is hardly a treasure trove. This is clearly a feng shui talisman used to curse and harm people. It is the most vicious and insidious of all. 7 fiends' soul-locking stakes. Jiang Chen looked at the puppet and slowly uttered 5 words, his eyes instantly turning icy cold. Although he was not a professional Taoist priest, his master-level feng shui skills allowed him to instantly recognize the origin of this object. This is an extremely vicious Southeast Asian black magic. The victim's birth date and time are engraved on peach wood, and then 7 coffin nails stained with black dog blood are used to nail down the victim's 7 souls. Finally, the victim is buried in a place of evil spirits, where they are subjected to the evil energy day and night. Those who fall victim to this curse will suffer from a host of illnesses and misfortunes at best, and at worst, their souls and spirits will leave their bodies, and they will surely die a violent death within 3 years. Qin Tian. What a Qin Tian. He's not only going to ruin Qin Lengyue's career, he's going to take her life. Ah. Just then, Zhang Jiangguo, who was lying on the ground, seemed to be greatly shocked the moment he saw the puppet. He let out a shrill scream, his whole body convulsed violently, he foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. The project managers and workers around them were terrified, retreating in panic as if the box contained a deadly ghost. The whole scene was in complete chaos. Only Qin Lengyue, after the initial shock, gradually calmed down. She stared intently at the wooden puppet engraved with her name and birth date. All her emotions vanished from her beautiful phoenix eyes, leaving only a deathly coldness that could freeze the entire world. She slowly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen, her voice hoarse as if sandpaper was being rubbed. Jiang Chen, this is the gift he gave me? Chapter 86, Breaking the Impasse. Grandmaster level feng shui techniques show their power. Qin Lengyue's voice was soft and hoarse, yet it carried a chilling quality that made one's heart tremble. She didn't cry or become hysterical, she just looked at Jiang Chen calmly, as if she were talking about something completely unrelated to herself. However, Jiang Chen's God-level emotional perception could clearly see that the red spectrum above her head, which originally represented anger, had now been completely swallowed by a bottomless black that represented death and destruction. There is no greater sorrow than a broken heart. To be cursed in such a vicious way by one's closest family member, this betrayal is enough to shatter anyone's mental defenses. Inner monologue, this is bad. The queen is on the verge of turning evil. That old bastard Qin Tian is too ruthless. This isn't just business competition, it's outright murder. No, I can't let her be controlled by these negative emotions. Jiang Chen's heart tightened. He would rather see Qin Lengyue fly into a rage, or even point her finger at him and yell at him, than see her looking so utterly despondent now. President Qin, this is not a gift. Jiang Chen met her empty eyes, his voice steady and powerful. this is just a loser's impotent rage coming from a dark corner. He pointed at the puppet in the box, his tone full of disdain. A piece of garbage made of wood and nails wants to decide your fate? He thinks too highly of himself and looks down on you. You, Qin Lengling, are the queen standing at the pinnacle of Tianhai City's business world. Your destiny is solely in your own hands. Since when has it become the place for a treacherous, cunning person to point fingers with such despicable means? Jiang Chen's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Qin Lengyue's lifeless heart. Her empty eyes finally showed a flicker of emotion. Yes. I am Qin Lengyue. Qin Lengyue, who fought her way out of the Qin group amidst its internal and external troubles. When did I need to care about the curse of a loser? The more he wants me dead, the more I'll live. I'll live a more wonderful life. I want to stand at the highest point, so that he, and all those who look down on me, can only look up to me. A powerful will to survive and an indomitable fighting spirit suddenly rose from the depths of Qin Lengyue's heart, instantly dispelling the deathly silence that was about to engulf her. The unfathomable black spectrum above her head began to fade rapidly, replaced once again by crimson, representing anger and fighting spirit. Jiang Chen keenly noticed the change in her emotions and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In her monologue, thank goodness, she pulled it back. No wonder she's the queen, her mental fortitude is incredible. If it were an ordinary young girl, she probably would have collapsed on the spot. But fighting spirit alone isn't enough, she needs to see hope with her own eyes. He said no more, turned around, and glanced at the project managers and workers who were terrified. What are you all standing there for? Jiang Chen's voice suddenly rose, booming like a great bell. A piece of wood has scared you all like this? A bunch of grown men, and you're not even as good as a woman. He pointed at the engineers and designers and shouted sternly, where are your pens and notebooks? Take them out. Listen carefully. Write down every single word I'm about to say. If anyone makes a mistake and causes problems for the project, I'll make sure they suffer the same fate as Zhang Jianguo. His shout jolted the group of absent-minded old hands back to reality as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water. They frantically pulled out paper and pens from their pockets, and some even turned on their phone's recording function. They stood ramrod straight, like elementary school students listening to a teacher's lecture, no longer daring to be negligent in the slightest. Consultant Jiang, please speak. We will remember this. The project general manager took the lead in expressing his gratitude, his attitude extremely respectful. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He walked to the edge of the excavated pit, looking down over the entire construction site, and activated his Grandmaster-level Feng Shui technique at full power. The aura of the entire Qinglong Bay project flowed through his mind, forming a more precise and intuitive three-dimensional image than any design drawing. Where is the Qi vent? Where is the wealth position? Where is the inauspicious position? Where is the place where wind is hidden and Qi is gathered? Where is the place where water is drawn to neutralize the negative energy? Everything is clear and well understood. Listen carefully. Jiang Chen's voice clearly reached everyone's ears amidst the noisy construction site. First, the main entrance of the resort, which is where we are standing now, will be moved 3.6 meters to the east. The original gate will be sealed off and transformed into a screen wall with 9 dragons playing in the water. Second, the garden behind the main building must be completely demolished and rebuilt. Extend the central axis of the main building back 66 meters and dig an artificial lake for me, covering an area of 999 square meters. An octagonal pavilion should be built in the center of the lake and connected to the shore by a zigzag bridge. Third, that artificial hill in the southeast corner of the project is too small and can't suppress the evil energy. Tear it down. Replace it with a complete Taishan stone transported from Taishan. The height must not be less than 9 meters. Fourth, all roads in the park will be changed to winding curves, and no straight road will lead directly to the buildings. Willow trees will be planted on both sides of all roads. Fifth. Sixth. Jiang Chen issued more than a dozen instructions in one breath. Every instruction was precise down to the centimeter and specified the exact tree species. The engineers and designers initially tried to understand using their professional knowledge, but after listening for a while, they gave up completely. In their view, Jiang Chen's instructions were completely whimsical and illogical. Move it 3.6 meters east? Why not 3.5 meters? A 999 square meter artificial lake? Why be so precise? Also, why specifically Taishan stones? And why plant willow trees? These instructions, which they considered utterly absurd, were not questions they dared not utter. They could only frantically record them in their notebooks, afraid of missing any detail. They were completely impressed by Jiang Chen's unpredictable and extraordinary abilities. In their eyes, every word Jiang Chen utters now is golden rule, a divine decree. Qin Lengyue stood aside, listening quietly. Although she couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind these instructions, she could feel a powerful force from Jiang Chen's firm and confident tone. That is a power that can turn the tide and defy fate. She looked at the man who was pointing out the construction site with great confidence, and in addition to the complex emotions she already had, her eyes showed a deep infatuation. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen finally issued all the instructions. He turned around and saw the engineers all hunched over their desks, writing furiously. He nodded in satisfaction. His gaze finally settled on the iron box containing the puppet. "Move this box, along with its contents, to that open space over there," Jiang Chen said, pointing to a patch of open ground not far away. "Also, prepare a can of gasoline and a bundle of firewood for me." Although the workers were afraid, they mustered their courage and, together, carried the heavy iron box over. Soon, a simple campfire was set up. Jiang Chen took the wooden puppet with Qin Lengyue's name engraved on it out of the bloodstains. He showed no disgust whatsoever, but merely scrutinized the malevolent object with a cold gaze. Then, he took out a yellow talisman from his pocket. This was a low-level evil-breaking talisman that he had redeemed for 10 service points in the system shop earlier, just in case it was better than nothing. He stuck the talisman on the puppet's forehead, then took out a lighter and lit the talisman. Call. The talisman ignited without wind, instantly transforming into a ball of blue flame that enveloped the entire puppet. A bizarre scene unfolded. The puppet in the flames made a sizzling sound, as if it were alive and twisting. A thicker black aura than before rose from the puppet, vaguely transforming into a pained and distorted human face in the air. Ah! A piercing scream, inhuman and seemingly from the deepest hell, echoed throughout the construction site. Everyone present was so frightened by this bizarre sight that their scalps tingled, and the timid ones had already sat down on the ground. Jiang Chen remained unfazed. He grabbed the puppet and threw it directly into the blazing fire. He poured the entire barrel of gasoline on it. Boom! Flames shot into the sky, engulfing the vicious puppet and Qin Tian's malicious intentions. As the flames burned brighter and brighter, the chilling aura that had hung over the construction site began to dissipate at a visible rate. The sunlight seemed to have become much brighter. Everyone felt a sense of lightness, and the oppressive and stifling feeling vanished without a trace. The entire Qinglong Bay project seems to have been reborn. Just as the puppet was completely burned to ashes, a crisp notification sound rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully broken the S-level Feng Shui Deadly Formation 7 killing soul locking stake, saving the life of core client Qin Lengyue. The client is deeply shocked and her satisfaction level has reached absolute trust. The second stage of the A-level chain quest, the Queen's Wrath, breaking the deadlock, has been completed. Task rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards: 1 service points plus 5,000. 2 God-level skill, God-level character appraisal. 3 special item, protective jade pendant X1. Chapter 87 New system rewards, the Queen's heart is in turmoil. A series of system notification sounds, like heavenly music, exploded in Jiang Chen's mind. Inner monologue, holy crap. This is a huge hit. This is a real blockbuster. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. 5,000 service points. A God-level skill. There's also a special item. This reward is incredibly generous. He suppressed the urge to immediately check the reward, maintaining a calm and collected demeanor as if he had merely burned a piece of trash. He watched as the last wisp of black smoke in the fire dissipated completely before slowly turning around. The construction site was a complete mess. Zhang Jianguo was still unconscious on the ground, and 2 workers were frantically trying to pinch his philtrum. The other project leaders looked at him with awe, as if he were a god, and didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Qin Lengyue stood not far away, her beautiful eyes, which had witnessed great ups and downs, staring at him without blinking, her gaze churning with extremely complex emotions that no outsider could possibly understand. Jiang Chen walked over to meet her gaze. "President Qin, it's all resolved," he said softly, as if stating a trivial matter. Qin Lengyue didn't speak, she just looked at him quietly. She stared for a good 10 seconds before slowly speaking, her voice still hoarse, but with an indescribable tremor. "Jiang Chen, how should I thank you?" This time, her question was no longer the polite inquiry that came with scrutiny and probing, but a heartfelt and sincere question. He not only helped her uncover the mastermind behind it all, but also allowed her to see the true colors of her relatives. He broke the vicious curse that could have killed her when she was at her most desperate and helpless. This debt of gratitude is so heavy that she doesn't know how to repay it. Money? Power? These things that she was so proud of seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the unpredictable and miraculous methods Jiang Chen had just displayed. Inner monologue, how are you going to thank me? This question is a bit too difficult. Should I ask you to sing a lullaby again? That seems a bit inappropriate, the atmosphere is too serious. How about repaying me with your body? Ahem, never mind, the task isn't finished yet, I can't get carried away. Jiang Chen quickly calculated in his mind. Looking into Qin Lengyue's eyes, which were filled with confusion and dependence, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. His face wore its usual nonchalant smile. He leaned forward slightly, bringing his ear close to Qin Lengyue's ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Mr. Qin, don't you already know my service principles? It is my honor to serve you. As for the thank you gift, if you really feel bad about it, then just give me a little more of the profit after the Qinglong Bay project becomes profitable. The warm breath sprayed onto Qin Lengyue's sensitive earlobe, instantly turning her fair earlobes a captivating blush. She hadn't expected that he would still be in the mood to joke at a time like this. Moreover, it was done in such a, almost flirtatious manner. Her heart, which had just survived a life or death ordeal and had not yet calmed down, began to pound uncontrollably once again. You. She instinctively wanted to back away, to scold him for being improper, but the words just wouldn't come out. Because she discovered that she actually didn't dislike this feeling at all. There was even a hint of longing. All right, things are done here. Let them handle the rest of the cleanup. Jiang Chen straightened up, returning to a normal distance, as if their intimate actions had never happened. He glanced at his watch and said, I have a meeting this afternoon, so I'll be leaving now. Mr. Qin, you should go home and get some rest too. You must have been frightened today. After saying that, he turned around gracefully and walked towards his Audi RS7. Qin Lengyue stood there, staring blankly at his departing figure, her mind a complete blank. She only slowly came to her senses when the black sports car let out a deep roar and sped away. She raised her hand and gently touched her still burning earlobe. For the first time, a trace of confusion appeared in her cold eyes. On the other side, Jiang Chen was driving his Audi RS7 at breakneck speed back to the city. He had no time to dwell on Her Majesty's complex emotions, all his attention was focused on the system rewards he had just received. Inner monologue, system. Quick. Let me see my baby. With a thought, a pale blue system screen instantly unfolded before his eyes. Personal attribute panel. Host, Jiang Chen. Rank, Gold Customer Service Specialist, Experience 75-100. Service points, 9,200, originally 4,200 plus newly added 5,000. Skill. God level driving skills. God level emotion perception. God level person assessment skills, new. Grandmaster level feng shui techniques. Master level business insights. Master level financial analysis, team. Master level project management, team. Master level marketing planning, team. Other skills omitted. Inventory. Intermediate Constitution Enhancement Liquid, X1. Protective Jade Pendant, X1 new. Financial Nuclear Bomb, X0. Low-level Evil Dispelling Talisman, X9. Inner Monologue, 9,200 service points. I'm so lucky. I'm one step closer to redeeming those even more awesome things. Jiang Chen's gaze was first drawn to the skyrocketing number of service points, and he was overjoyed. Then, his gaze fell on the newly acquired God-level skill. God-level Character Analysis, a God-level passive skill. It allows the user to discern a target's inner character, true abilities, hidden ambitions, potential for future success, and their true attitude towards the host: loyalty, hostility, exploitation, admiration, etc. Note, this skill helps the host quickly identify true allies and potential enemies, making it an indispensable tool for building a business empire. Inner monologue, holy crap. Awesome. Isn't this the legendary Emperor's Mindset cheat version? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The previous God-level emotion perception could only see the other person's current emotions. Although it was useful, it only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. This God-level people-identifying technique can completely expose a person's true colors: personality, ability, ambition, loyalty. With this skill, it becomes crystal clear who is talented, who is a villain, who can be trusted, and who must be guarded against. This is an incredible boost to his plans to integrate media companies and build his own team. Inner monologue: I'll never be fooled again. Anyone who dares to act in front of me, I can see right through them and know how badly they'll end up. Awesome. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands excitedly, then turned his gaze to the new item in his inventory. Protective Jade Pendant, a special item. Forged from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth collected by the system, it contains powerful protective energy. Wearing this jade pendant can withstand one fatal physical or energy attack, including but not limited to car accidents, gunshots, curses, mental shocks, etc. After withstanding the attack, the jade pendant will shatter. Note: life is only once, please cherish it. Inner monologue: holy crap. A get-out-of-jail-free card? Jiang Chen's heart was once again struck by a tremendous surprise. This thing is more valuable than any amount of money. Immunity for a fatal attack. This is practically like having an extra life. The Qinglong Bay incident served as a wake-up call for him. As he gets to higher levels, the enemies he encounters become more powerful and their methods more ruthless. People of Qin Tian's caliber have already started using evil and unorthodox methods like black magic. Who knows what kind of monsters and demons we'll encounter in the future? Having this protective jade pendant is like having an absolute trump card to save your life. Jiang Chen felt increasingly pleased with himself, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He was humming a tune as he drove, in an extremely good mood. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it. The caller ID showed Qin Lengyue. Inner monologue: oh, Her Majesty misses me already? We've only been apart for less than half an hour. Jiang Chen answered the phone with a smile. Hey, Mr. Qin, you're already missing me? Are you having trouble sleeping again tonight and want to book my lullaby service? He teased habitually. However, all that came from the other end of the phone was a long silence. After a good 10 seconds, Qin's cold and hoarse voice slowly rang out. Jiang Chen. Are you free right now? Come to my house. Her voice trembled slightly, and there was a hint of vulnerability and dependence that she herself was unaware of. I'm a little scared. Chapter 88. Mr. Qin, please have some self-respect. I am a little scared. When these 4 words were uttered by the usually arrogant and domineering Qin Lengyue in an almost murmured, trembling voice, the smile on Jiang Chen's face instantly froze. He even doubted whether he had misheard. That ice queen who could turn the sky back up with a single glance, that President Qin who could debate with a group of scholars at the board meeting and be decisive in the business world, actually said the words "I'm afraid." That's even less likely than Mars colliding with Earth. Inner monologue: holy crap, what's going on? Is Her Majesty really scared? Has today's events really affected her that much? She can't even keep up the act anymore? Jiang Chen held his phone, his mind racing. God-level emotional perception told him that Qin Lengyue on the other end of the phone was experiencing an emotional spectrum that he had never seen before, a complex mix of dark gray fear, light purple helplessness, and light pink dependence. She wasn't joking, nor was she testing anyone. She was genuinely scared. The lingering fear of being cursed in the most vicious way by a close relative and having narrowly escaped death finally erupted completely when he was alone. Jiang Chen's heart clenched for no apparent reason. The image of Qin Lengling's face, which was always frost-covered, flashed through his mind, but at this moment it was probably filled with vulnerability and helplessness. My previous joking intentions vanished instantly. Address. He didn't ask any more questions, but simply uttered 2 words in a deep voice. On the other end of the phone, Qin Lengyue seemed surprised that he agreed so readily. She paused for a moment before giving the address of the main building of the Cloud Palace. Okay. Stay home and don't move. I'll be there in 20 minutes. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately. He floored the accelerator, and the Audi RS7 roared as it streaked through the traffic like a black lightning bolt, speeding towards the Cloud Palace. Inner monologue: damn it, that old bastard Qin Tian deserves to die. He drove a perfectly good queen to this state. I'll settle this score with him sooner or later, with interest. 20 minutes later, at the main building of the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. Jiang Chen entered Qin Lengyue's penthouse duplex without any hindrance. The butler seemed to have been instructed beforehand, and respectfully led him to the door of the master bedroom on the second floor before bowing and withdrawing. Jiang Chen stood in front of the heavy solid wood door of the master bedroom and took a deep breath. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock knock. Come in. Qin Lengyue's slightly hoarse voice came from inside. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and entered. The sight before him startled him slightly. In the huge master bedroom, only a dim bedside lamp was on. Qin Lengyue did not cower under the covers and tremble as he had imagined. She had changed out of her smart suit and put on a moon-white silk robe. Her long hair was loose, and she was barefoot, curled up on the wool carpet in front of the French windows, hugging her knees. In front of her was an empty wine bottle and a wine glass. A faint smell of alcohol filled the air. She quietly gazed at the dazzling night view of Tianhai City outside the window. The huge floor-to-ceiling window made her slender, lonely figure appear even more desolate. Hearing the door open, she slowly turned her head. Under the dim light, her beautiful face, free of makeup, appeared somewhat pale. Her usually sharp, phoenix eyes were now veiled in mist, losing all focus and leaving only confusion and vulnerability. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the mist in her eyes seemed to thicken even more. "You've come," she said softly. "Yes, I'm here." Jiang Chen closed the door and walked up to her. He didn't ask her why she was drinking, nor did he say anything like, "Don't be afraid, I'm here for you." He simply sat down cross-legged beside her, about half a meter away, mimicking her posture. Neither of them spoke, they simply watched quietly from the window as the traffic flowed and the lights twinkled. In the room, only their soft breathing could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Lengyue spoke again, her voice tinged with self-mockery. "Jiang Chen, tell me, aren't I ridiculous? I always thought I was strong enough to handle anything. But only today did I realize that I am nothing at all. I can't even save my own life." As she spoke, she picked up the wine glass beside her and drank the last bit of red wine in it in one gulp. "President Qin, you've had too much to drink," Jiang Chen said calmly, looking at her. "I'm not drunk." Qin Lengyue suddenly became agitated. She slammed her wine glass on the ground, turned her head, and stared intently at Jiang Chen with her reddened eyes. "I'm perfectly clear-headed. I've never been this clear-headed before. I know perfectly well that my so-called family wants me dead. I know perfectly well that everything I've painstakingly built up is nothing but a joke in their eyes. I am now more acutely aware that without you today Her voice choked as she spoke, and she could no longer continue. The layer of ice that had held firm for so long finally shattered completely under the combined effects of alcohol and lingering fear. A crystal tear uncontrollably slid down her cheek, dripping onto the dark wool carpet and leaving a small, dark stain. Jiang Chen looked at the tears that were streaming down her face and sighed inwardly. He reached out, pulled a tissue from the tissue box next to him, and handed it over. However, Qin Lengyue did not answer. She just stared at him intently, as if trying to etch his image into her soul. The next second, she made a move that Jiang Chen never expected. She lunged at him, opened her arms, and hugged him tightly. Her soft, delicate body, still warm from the alcohol and carrying a faint fragrance, unexpectedly stumbled into Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen froze completely. Inner monologue, "Holy crap? What's going on? Throwing himself into my arms? Your Majesty, you're not playing by the rules." He could clearly feel that Qin Lengyue in his arms was trembling slightly. Her face was buried deep in his chest, greedily inhaling the comforting scent emanating from him. Her arms were wrapped tightly around his waist, like a drowning person grasping at the last straw, using all her strength, afraid that if she let go, she would fall back into that cold, desperate abyss. "Jiang Chen." Her muffled voice, thick with a nasal tone, came from his chest. "Don't go, please. Tonight, don't leave me. I'm scared. I'm so scared." Jiang Chen's brain completely shut down. This isn't just a hint, this is an explicit statement. A lone man and woman, in the dead of night, a beautiful woman in his arms, uttering such suggestive words. If he doesn't react at all, is he even a man? Jiang Chen felt his Adam's apple bob involuntarily. A primal urge rose from my lower abdomen and instantly spread throughout my limbs and bones. However, just as he was about to go with the flow and carry out the service to the end, the progress bar of the system task suddenly flashed through his mind. S-rank long-term mission, the Queen's personal guardian. Current progress, 50%. Task requirements, gain the absolute trust and reliance of client Qin Lengyue, and become her sole protector. Inner monologue, calm down. Jiang Chen, calm down. This is not the time to act impulsively. The mission. The mission is the most important. He bit his tongue hard, and the intense pain instantly brought him back to his senses. He knew that Qin Lengyue was only acting this way because she had suffered a huge shock and was in a very vulnerable mental state. This is an instinctive dependence that seeks security. If he were to take advantage of the situation now, although he could get intimate with her, in the long run, it would disrupt the delicate balance between guardian and protected that the two had worked so hard to build, a balance that transcended ordinary male-female relationships. Once the two people have a relationship, the nature of the relationship changes. Once Qin Lengyue regains her senses, given her pride, she will likely feel ashamed and indignant about her misbehavior tonight, and thus raise her guard against him again. Then his S-rank mission would be a complete waste. Inner monologue, no way. Absolutely not. I'm a professional service worker. How can I take advantage of a customer when they're vulnerable? That's not in line with my professional ethics. Yes, professional ethics. Jiang Chen frantically tried to convince himself mentally. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand, but did not hug her back as Qin Lengyue had hoped. Instead, he gently, yet firmly, placed his hand on her shoulder. He used a little force to slowly push her soft body away from his embrace. Qin Lengyue stumbled as he pushed her, and looked up blankly. Her tearful eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of hurt. She didn't understand why he pushed her away. Could it be that he despises me? Just as she was lost in thought, Jiang Chen's face, which held a mixture of helplessness and doting affection, loomed large in her vision. He spoke slowly in an extremely gentle yet extremely serious tone. President Qin, please have some self-respect. Chapter 89 Su Wanqing's Invitation, the Launch of a $100 Billion Empire. President Qin, please have some self-respect. Jiang Chen's voice was very soft, but it was like a bucket of ice water poured over Qin Lengyue's head. She was completely stunned. Self-respect? He actually told himself to have some self-respect? Qin Lengyue stared blankly at Jiang Chen, her mind completely blank. This was the first time in her life that she had taken the initiative to throw herself into a man's arms, and the first time that she had said something almost like a plea, "Don't leave me." She thought he would hug her tightly, just like in the novels, and give her a warm embrace. But to my utter surprise, what I received was such a humiliating remark. An indescribable sense of shame surged from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, making her originally pale face suddenly burn hot. What did she just do? She actually hugged a man and cried like a heartbroken woman who had no one to care for her, begging him not to leave. Qin Lengyue, have you gone mad? Where is your pride? Where is your reason? She opened her mouth, wanting to explain something, but found that her throat was blocked and she couldn't say a word. Seeing her embarrassed and ashamed expression, with tears welling up in her eyes, Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. Inner monologue, ha ha ha. Her Majesty's expression is so cute. Like a little kitten that's been bullied. No, I have to hold it in, I can't laugh, or the mission will fail. He cleared his throat, his expression becoming even more serious, even showing a hint of heartache and indignation. President Qin, I know you've had a lot of stress today and are in a bad mood. But you can't keep beating yourself up like this. Who are you? The queen of the Qin Group. A legend in Tianhai City's business world. And what about me? He pointed to himself. I'm just one of your waiters, one of your advisors. Our relationship is a pure, noble employer-employee relationship, free from base desires. How could you have such inappropriate thoughts about me? You are insulting my character. This is a desecration of my professional service spirit. Jiang Chen spoke with such righteous indignation and passion, as if he were truly a pure and innocent girl who had been harassed by her female boss and was determined to defend her innocence to the death. Qin Lengyue was completely confused by his twisted logic and fallacies. What do you mean by having thoughts you shouldn't have? What does it mean to insult his character? What does it mean to desecrate his professional service spirit? What does this have to do with anything? Her brain, dulled by alcohol and emotional fluctuations, simply couldn't keep up with Jiang Chen's thought process. She felt as if she had been turned on by him. Seeing Jiang Chen's indignant expression, as if saying, "I've kept my chastity for you, but you want to sleep with me," Qin Lengyue's sadness and lingering fear were instantly replaced by a feeling of both amusement and embarrassment. Jiang Chen. Shut up. She finally couldn't hold back any longer, grabbed a cushion next to her, and smashed it hard into Jiang Chen's face. Get out! Get out of here! Jiang Chen nimbly tilted his head, dodging the pillow attack. Looking at Qin Lengyue, who had finally regained some of her queenly aura and was glaring at him with a flushed face, he couldn't help but curl a triumphant smile at the corner of his mouth. Inner monologue, hey, that's more like it. Letting out your temper, smashing things, venting your anger is better than bottling it up alone. My service focuses on psychological counseling professional. He stood up, dusted off his pants, and put on that harmless smile again. Okay, Mr. Qin. Now that you've regained your energy, I won't disturb your rest any longer. A friendly reminder, red wine is good, but don't overindulge. You might have a headache tomorrow morning, so remember to drink some honey water. Your personal waiter is at your service at any time. Good night. After saying that, he turned around gracefully and walked towards the door. Stop. Behind him came Qin Lengyue's command, which was tinged with embarrassment and anger, yet also with a hint of bravado. Jiang Chen stopped, turned around, and raised an eyebrow. Is there anything else you need, Mr. Qin? Qin Lengyue bit her lip, and her eyes, which had just been blazing with anger, now became somewhat evasive. She hesitated for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. You'll be sleeping in the guest room tonight. I don't want to be alone in this house. After saying that, she seemed to have used up all her strength, quickly turned around, turned her back to Jiang Chen, and refused to look at him again. But her ears, which were so red they looked like they were about to bleed, completely betrayed her inner embarrassment. Jiang Chen's smile deepened as he looked at her adorable, fierce yet cute appearance. Inner monologue, oh, so they've learned how to keep people here? Not bad, that's progress. Looks like my queen's personal guardian quest will get another boost tonight. Yes, Your Majesty. Jiang Chen gave an exaggerated gentlemanly bow, then walked out of the master bedroom in a cheerful mood, gently closing the door behind him. The next day, Jiang Chen woke up on a top-of-the-line mattress worth millions in a guest room at the Cloud Palace. He didn't actually leave last night. Only after confirming that Qin Lengyue was fast asleep did he return to the guest room. Although nothing happened, the thought of being in the same room with that ice queen made Jiang Chen feel that the trip was worthwhile. He stretched and felt refreshed. I picked up my phone and saw several missed calls and more than a dozen WeChat messages. Most of the messages came from Wang Hao, and the content was nothing more than flattery like "Brother Chen is awesome" and "Brother Chen is my god," along with a few screenshots showing the surge in followers of the new account of New Trend Media Company. Jiang Chen smiled and casually replied, "Standard procedure, don't be surprised." Another message caught his attention. It was sent by Su Wanqing. Jiang Chen, congratulations. My dad told me that all ownership of those companies has been transferred to your name. You're now a real media mogul. The message was followed by a playful salute emoji. The second message was sent half an hour ago. By the way, to celebrate your new appointment and to thank you for helping our snowball last time, I'm hosting a small private party at home tonight. I've invited some close friends from our circle. Are you free to come? Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanqing's WeChat profile picture, the smiling national film queen, and instantly thought of Su Jinan, that old fox, and that crazy 10 billion in half a year betting agreement. Inner monologue, the Real deal has arrived. Those media companies Qin Feng left behind are now mine. The plan to build a multi-billion-dollar empire should officially begin. He replied without hesitation, "Of course I'm free. It's an honor to receive a personal invitation from actress Su. Send me your address." Su Wanqing replied almost instantly, "Great. The address is XXXXXX, 7 p.m. tonight, see you there." Kissing emoji. Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at the expression on that whistling kiss. Inner monologue, this girl really can't hide her feelings. But that's fine, saves me the trouble. Tonight's party is a good opportunity to talk to her about my S-level IP plan. Having settled things with the media company, Jiang Chen was in high spirits. He immediately called Li Xiang and Wang Hao respectively. Li Xiang, convene all middle and senior management personnel at 2 p.m. in the top floor conference room of the Starlight Media Building. I will announce the new group's future strategic plan. Wang Hao, stop grinning like an idiot. Before the meeting this afternoon, prepare an analysis report on all the currently popular short video IPs on the market. I need the most detailed data. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's energetic voice, the two people on the other end of the phone instantly perked up, responding in unison, "Yes, Chairman Jiang." After hanging up the phone, a glint of ambition flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He seemed to already see a vast media empire about to rise from the ground in his hands. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the bustling city below. Inner monologue, Qin Feng, Su Jinan, Qin Group, just you wait and see. In 6 months, I will shock the entire city of Tianhai. Just as he was full of vigor and ready to make his mark, his phone rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He answered the phone casually, but a voice on the other end was completely unexpected. It's Zhou Pairu, the Iron Lady of the Qin Group. Jiang Chen, it's me, Zhou Pairu. Zhou Pairu's voice was as capable and steady as ever. I know everything about what happened at Qinglong Bay. Well done. Chapter 90 content is king, create an S-class bestseller. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised by Zhou Pairu's phone call. He didn't expect that what happened in Qinglong Bay would reach the ears of this bigwig in the group's discipline inspection committee so quickly. Director Zhou, you flatter me. I was just doing what I was supposed to do, Jiang Chen replied humbly. Inner monologue, wow, she's got the inside information. Looks like Qin Ling Yue isn't all alone in the company. With Zhou Pairu as her get-out-of-jail-free card, things will be much easier from now on. What you did was more than just what you should have done. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Pairu's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible admiration. Qin Tian is deeply entrenched within the group, with a complex and intricate network of relationships. Over the years, many people have known he has problems, but no one has been able to find any fatal evidence against him. This time, you not only removed the mold he planted in the project, but also uncovered his most insidious scheme. This evidence is enough to make him never be able to hold his head up in the boardroom again. It could even make him spend the rest of his life repenting in jail. Jiang Chen, you have once again done Lang Yu a tremendous favor. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Director Zhou, as you said, I'm helping President Qin. I'm her advisor, and it's my job to help her solve her problems. That's a good job, Zhou Pairu chuckled. I'm not calling you to praise you. There are 2 things. First, regarding Zhang Jianguo. Lang Yu's idea is to hand him over to the judicial authorities directly. But I suggest that we spare his life for now. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh? Why? Qin Tian is an old fox, very cautious. Although Zhang Jianguo is his man, he may not have all the key evidence against him. Pushing him too hard will only make him desperate and alert him, Zhou Pairu explained. What I mean is, we should control him and make him a witness against him. We'll use him to lay a long line and catch a bigger fish. What I want is not for Qin Tian to go to jail, but for him and his entire faction to disappear completely from the Qin Group. Zhou Pairu's last words were spoken with unwavering resolve, exuding a chilling aura of ruthlessness. Inner monologue, wow, this Iron Lady is ruthless. No wonder she's in the disciplinary inspection field, she's gotta uproot everything in one fell swoop. I like it. Jiang Chen instantly understood Zhou Pairu's intention. This is a grand strategy. I understand. I will convey your message to President Qin, Jiang Chen said. Okay, Zhou Pairu replied, and continued, the second thing is about you. After Qin Tian's downfall, the 2 sectors he was in charge of, new energy and overseas investment, became 2 huge pieces of meat. There are now countless eyes watching within the group. Although Lang Yu is willing, her foundation in these 2 fields is too shallow and her connections are not enough. You rejected my offer last time, saying you weren't interested in the power struggles within the group. But now, things are different. Jiang Chen, I'll ask you one more time. Are you interested in helping Lang Yu take over these 2 territories? Zhou Pairu's tone was full of solemnity. Jiang Chen laughed after hearing this. Director Zhou, my answer remains the same. I have absolutely no interest in those 2 pieces of fat meat. Zhou Pairu on the other end of the phone seemed surprised by his decisive refusal and remained silent for a moment. Why? This is a golden opportunity to rise to the top. Once you secure these 2 sectors, your status in the Qin Group will be second only to Lang Yu. Because Jiang Chen walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling traffic below, his eyes gleaming with confidence, I have my own empire, and I'm going to build it. Starcore Bio, New Trend Media, these are just the beginning. My goal is the stars and the sea. As for the small plot of land within the Qin Group, its scope is too small. Jiang Chen's words were resounding and powerful. That domineering confidence and ambition were clearly transmitted to Zhou Pairu's ears through the radio waves. There was another long silence on the other end of the phone. This time, the silence lasted even longer. So long that Jiang Chen thought she had already hung up the phone. Finally, Zhou Pairu's voice, tinged with a complex mix of emotions, slowly rang out. What a fine example of too narrow-minded. Jiang Chen, I take back my previous assessment of you. You are not a treasure, you are a dragon about to awaken. I understand. Since you have your own path to walk, I won't force you. I only hope that you, this giant dragon, can forever protect Ling Yue's side. Of course, Jiang Chen said with a smile. After all, I am her personal waiter. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen's smile deepened. Even a big shot like Zhou Pairu has started using the term dragon to describe herself. It seems I'm getting better and better at putting on a show. 2 p.m., Starlight Media Building, top floor conference room. The first meeting of all middle and senior management of the newly established New Trend Media Group was officially held. There were more than 20 people sitting in the conference room. Led by Li Xiang and Wang Hao, everyone sat upright, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation, looking at the excessively young chairman sitting in the main seat. After his previous new broom sweeps clean approach, Jiang Chen's prestige within the company had reached its peak. Everyone knows that this young boss, though he looks kind, is ruthless and has a sharp eye and a grand vision. If you work for him, you're guaranteed to make a living. Jiang Chen looked around, taking in everyone's emotions. He didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. I've gathered everyone here today to discuss just one thing: the future direction of our company. He stood up, walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and wrote 4 large characters on it. Content is king. Ladies and gentlemen, we are a media company. What is the most core asset of a media company? It is not channels, not traffic, and certainly not the size of the office or the number of employees. It's about content. It's about the ability to continuously produce high-quality content. Starting today, all of the company's previous business practices, those low-level tactics that relied on plagiarism, paraphrasing, and skirting the edges of legality to grab attention, are completely eliminated. Not a single one will be spared. Jiang Chen's voice was strong and resonant. Some managers present, who relied on old methods to get by, changed their expression slightly upon hearing this, but dared not utter a word of rebuttal. Our goal is not to create a matrix of accounts with hundreds of thousands or millions of followers. That kind of thing comes quickly and dies quickly, and has no value whatsoever. Our goal is to create a true, timeless, and commercially viable super IP. Jiang Chen drew a heavy horizontal line under the words super IP. Li Xiang, Wang Hao, and the others listened with shining eyes and surging emotions. Chairman Jiang, then, what exactly should we do? Li Xiang stood up and asked excitedly. Jiang Chen gave him an approving look and said, "Good question." He turned around and wrote another line on the whiteboard. A blockbuster S-level project, The Inheritors of Chinese Civilization. This is a brand new large-scale outdoor reality show themed on discovering and inheriting China's intangible cultural heritage, but we don't hire celebrities, we don't write scripts, and we don't create conflicts. Our cameras will be focused on those hidden in the countryside, those inheritors of intangible cultural heritage with unique skills. For example, a master craftsman who has been making oil paper umbrellas for 50 years, a young woman who can embroider double-sided embroidery, and a folk artist who can blow the 12 zodiac animals out of sugar. What we need to do is use the most authentic footage and the best production to record their stories, showcase their amazing skills, and their dedication and efforts in passing on their heritage. I want all the audience, especially young people, to see the truly brilliant and awesome aspects of our traditional Chinese culture. I want them to feel genuinely proud and honored. Jiang Chen became more and more excited as he spoke, and images of the highly successful cultural programs of later generations began to appear in his mind. What he needs to do is use his forward-thinking vision to bring these successful models that have already been proven by the market to the world ahead of time. In the conference room, everyone was completely stunned by the grand blueprint that Jiang Chen had described. They seem to have already envisioned a phenomenal program that will ignite the entire internet and even go abroad to export culture, which is about to be born in their hands. Chairman Jiang, this idea is brilliant. Wang Hao's face flushed with excitement. If this were to be made, it would definitely be a hit. And the kind of hit that's both critically acclaimed and commercially successful. But Li Xiang was equally excited, but he still maintained a sliver of rationality. Chairman Jiang, a production of this caliber would definitely require a huge investment. Moreover, you said that if we don't invite any celebrities, the initial viewership and sponsorship for the show might be very difficult. Jiang Chen smiled. Who says we don't invite celebrities? He looked at everyone and slowly dropped a bombshell. I already have people in mind for the initiator, host, and chief experience officer of this program. She is Su Wancheng. Boom! The meeting room erupted in chaos. Su Wancheng? That award-winning actress with fans all over the world? Let her host a brand new, unscripted cultural reality show? How is this possible? Everyone thought their boss must be crazy. Chapter 91 Goddess Party, Undercurrents. Su Wancheng? Chairman Jiang, you're not joking, are you? That's Su Wancheng. My god, if we could get Su Wancheng on the show, our program would be halfway to success before it even airs. After a brief silence, the conference room erupted in a thunderous roar of exclamations and discussions. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief and fervent excitement. In the Chinese entertainment industry, the name Su Wancheng represents top-tier popularity and absolute national recognition. She has been in the industry for 10 years with zero scandals, superb acting skills, and a positive image. She is the white moonlight and cinnabar mole in the hearts of countless people. If Jiang Chen's description of the program Inheritors of Chinese Civilization is a grand blueprint full of idealism, therefore, the name Su Wancheng is the strongest catalyst to turn this blueprint into reality instantly. Li Xiang and Wang Hao exchanged a glance, both seeing extreme shock in each other's eyes. They knew their boss was awesome, but they never imagined he was awesome to this extent. Even a legendary figure like Su Wancheng could be persuaded? Cough cough. Jiang Chen looked at the employees below, who were in an uproar, and coughed twice to signal everyone to quiet down. Everyone, I know you're excited. But this is still very far from being finalized. I'm just saying that she's the best candidate in my mind. As for whether she's willing or not, I'll have to talk to her about it. Inner monologue, talk? No way. Given my relationship with her, and the favor that old fox Su Jinna owes me, this is practically a sure thing. But I can't be too sure. I need to leave the employees with some suspense and keep them in awe. Jiang Chen secretly felt smug. So, he changed the subject, his expression turning serious. Until everything is finalized, all the content of today's meeting is top secret. Anyone who dares to leak even a single word will face my wrath. Yes, Chairman Jiang. We understand, the crowd responded in unison, their expressions serious and their hearts filled with trepidation. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. Li Xiang, starting today, you will lead the establishment of the Inheritors of Chinese Civilization project team and begin preliminary data collection and preparation. I'm giving you the highest authority. You can allocate personnel, funds, and resources as you see fit. Wang Hao, your marketing department, immediately come up with a comprehensive online pre-launch plan centered around the two core themes of Su Wancheng and intangible cultural heritage inheritance. I want to maximize the audience's anticipation before the program is officially announced. Everyone else, do your jobs. I'm only giving you 1 week. After 1 week, I want to see initial results. Did you all understand? Understood. Inside the conference room, a unified and spirited shout rang out. A raging fire burned in everyone's eyes. They seemed to have foreseen that a media legend was about to be born in their hands. It was 6:30 in the evening. Tianhai City, No. 1 Courtyard Villa District. As one of the most exclusive and affluent areas in Tianhai City, this place is heavily guarded, and every blade of grass and every tree exudes an air of expensiveness. After showing the electronic invitation sent by Su Wancheng, Jiang Chen's Audi RS7 smoothly drove into this area that ordinary people could not even approach. Following the navigation, he parked his car in front of a huge French-style manor villa. This is Su Wancheng's home. Jiang Chen straightened his Armani suit, which he had specially bought at SPI, the luxury department store where he used to work, for tonight's party. He ended up running into a former colleague, which earned him a lot of envious and jealous looks, giving him a small moment of satisfaction. As soon as he got out of the car, the villa's gate opened from the inside. Su Wancheng, dressed in a light purple off-shoulder evening gown, stood at the door with a charming smile. When she saw Jiang Chen, her beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly lit up as if they were filled with stars. Jiang Chen. You're here. She lifted her skirt and, like a happy butterfly, ran quickly to Jiang Chen, naturally taking his arm. I thought you'd be late. She looked up at Jiang Chen, her voice carrying a hint of girlish coquettishness. A soft touch came from his arm, accompanied by a faint fragrance, which made Jiang Chen's heart flutter slightly. He glanced down at the radiant and stunningly beautiful Su Wancheng beside him, then looked at the emotional spectrum above her head that had turned into a dazzling pink gold, almost blinding. Inner monologue, my god, this girl is way too infatuated. Her infatuation level is off the charts. If that old fox Sue knew that his beautiful cabbage was so eager to climb onto this pig, would he tear up that betting agreement right away? Jiang Chen was internally complaining while maintaining a perfect smile on his face. How could that be? It's a party hosted by the top actress Sue. I'd crawl here if I had to. You're so sweet talking. Su Wanqing chuckled as he teased her, tightening her grip on his arm. The two entered the villa in an extremely intimate manner. Inside the villa, guests had already gathered, their elegant attire and graceful demeanor creating a vibrant atmosphere. Melodious classical music echoed in the spacious living room, while waiters in tuxedos carried trays and moved among the crowd. Those invited by Su Wanqing to her home for a private party are all prominent figures in the entertainment industry. A popular young actor, a renowned director, a top-tier producer. When Su Wanqing appeared in front of everyone, arm in arm with a strange man, the entire living room fell silent for a second. All eyes were immediately focused on Jiang Chen. Surprise, curiosity, inquiry, jealousy. All sorts of gazes, like searchlights, swept over Jiang Chen from head to toe. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. Is he a newcomer in the industry? For Su Wanqing to be so intimate with him, their relationship must be extraordinary. Could it be her legendary mysterious boyfriend? He's dressed quite well, but his demeanor doesn't seem like that of someone in our industry. Whispers echoed throughout the living room. Jiang Chen's God-level emotion perception allowed him to see all these sounds and the colorful spectrum of emotions above their heads. He wasn't nervous at all, on the contrary, he seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. Inner monologue, wow, what a massive gossip event. Not bad, I love this kind of spectacle. You'll find out soon enough that I'm not only not an insider, but also the capitalist you'll all be groveling to in the future. Just then, a young man wearing a white Versace suit, with slick back hair, somewhat handsome but with an arrogant look in his eyes, walked towards them, holding a wineglass. Jiang Chen immediately noticed that the emotional spectrum above his head was a dark red, representing hostility and provocation. Inner monologue, here it comes, the classic part. Every story needs this clueless rich kid who's just cannon fodder. Let's see what label the system will put on you this time. With a thought, Jiang Chen secretly used the divine skill he had just acquired on the man. God-level person assessment technique, activated. A data panel that only he could see instantly unfolded above the man's head. Target, Qian Kuan. Internal character traits, arrogant, lustful, jealous, outwardly strong but inwardly weak. True abilities, business acumen mediocre, interpersonal skills good, troublemaking ability excellent. Hiding ambition, to win over Su Wanqing, gain both wealth and beauty, and thereby obtain resources from her father, Su Jianan, to rise in status within the family. Maximum life achievement, level B. Under the protection of their parents, they may become a somewhat successful playboy in their area, but they are unlikely to achieve great things and are highly susceptible to ruining their family fortune due to lust and arrogance. True attitude towards the host, extreme hostility 85. Reason, the host's intimate behavior with his goddess, Su Wanqing, has aroused his intense jealousy and sense of crisis. Inner monologue, pfft. Outstanding ability to cause trouble? This system evaluation is fucking accurate. B-level achievement ceiling, and extremely easy to fail? Definitely a cannon fodder template. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. Just as he saw through Qian Kuan's true nature, the other party had already walked up to them. Wanqing, who is this? Qian Kuan's gaze lingered on Jiang Chen for less than a second before returning to Su Wanqing's face. His tone was deliberately familiar, but the possessiveness in his eyes was undisguised. He completely ignored Jiang Chen, as if he were just air that didn't deserve to be mentioned. When Su Wanqing saw him, her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, clearly indicating that she was not fond of him. She released Jiang Chen's hand and introduced him politely but distantly, "Young Master Chen, this is my friend, Jiang Chen." She only gave her name, without introducing herself or anyone else. "Oh, Mr. Jiang." Qian Kuan then pretended to have just seen Jiang Chen, extending his hand with a forced smile. "Hello, I'm Qian Kuan, the Vice President of Tianhai Entertainment." He emphasized the words Vice President of Tianhai Entertainment with undisguised superiority on his face. Tianhai Entertainment is one of the top 5 entertainment companies in China, with a market value of tens of billions. He believed that once his identity was revealed, this poor kid who had appeared out of nowhere would know what the difference was and would feel ashamed and want to get lost. However, Jiang Chen's reaction was completely unexpected. Jiang Chen merely glanced at his outstretched hand without shaking it. He picked up a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray, swirled it gently, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Tianhai Entertainment? Never heard of it. Is it that impressive? Chapter 92: A Battleground. The Ice Queen has arrived. Never heard of it? Is it that impressive? Jiang Chen's casual remark was like an invisible slap in the face to Qian Cohen. His face, which had been wearing a fake smile, froze instantly. The air in the entire living room seemed to freeze at that moment. The guests around, who had been listening intently to the gossip, all widened their eyes and gasped in surprise. Who is this guy? That's incredible. How could someone say they'd never heard of Tianhai Entertainment in front of its young owner? Is this genuine ignorance, or a deliberate attempt to humiliate? Qian Cohen's face changed from white to red, then from red to green, a dramatic display reminiscent of a dye shop. Tianhai Entertainment. That was his family business, which he was very proud of. It was the capital that allowed him to act with impunity in this industry. Now, some random kid who appeared out of nowhere is telling me I've never heard of him? This is even more upsetting than being beaten up in public. You. Qian Cohen was trembling with anger. He pointed at Jiang Chen and stammered for a long time, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Su Wanqing hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be so direct. She glanced at him with some concern, then stepped in to smooth things over. Jiang Chen, don't joke around. Young Master Qian, Jiang Chen isn't in our circle, so he doesn't know much about us. Please don't mind. Not someone in the industry? Qian Cohen seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He looked Jiang Chen up and down, his contempt and disdain in his eyes were no longer concealed. So that's why. He's just a country bumpkin from outside the circle. What? He sees Wanqing's kind heart and wants to climb the social ladder, infiltrate our circle to make some money? Kid, I suggest you take a piss and look at yourself. See what kind of person you are. Do you think you can even look up to Wanqing? His words were extremely harsh and full of personal attacks. The surrounding guests frowned, thinking that Qian Cohen was really tasteless. Su Wanqing's expression instantly turned cold. Qian Cohen. Please watch your language. Jiang Chen is my honored guest. Distinguished guest? Qian Cohen sneered. Wanqing, you're just too kind-hearted, that's why you always get fooled by these toads who want to eat swan meat. Today I'll teach him a lesson on your behalf, let him know what it means to be arrogant. After saying that, he suddenly picked up a bottle of expensive Romani Conti red wine from the table next to him. Kid, didn't you say you'd never heard of Tianhai Entertainment? Then you should at least know what this is, right? He shook the bottle in his hand, his face full of arrogance. A bottle of 82 Romani Conti. This one bottle is enough for a country bumpkin like you to struggle for a lifetime. Today, I'll show you what's what. As he spoke, he reached for the bottle of wine, intending to use the most direct and humiliating method, spilling wine to regain his face. However, just as his hand touched the cork, it was pressed down by an even stronger hand. It's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen still held the glass of champagne, a faint smile on his face, as if he wasn't angry at all because of Qian Cohen's insults. He simply looked at Qian Cohen and gently shook his head. Mr. Qian, is that right? You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not asking you whether this bottle of wine is powerful or not. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over Qian Cohen, over Tianhai Entertainment behind him, and finally over everyone present. The corners of his mouth slowly turned up, revealing a domineering smile. I'm asking you, all of you combined, are you as good as me? As soon as he finished speaking, his wrist twitched slightly. The champagne in the glass turned into a golden stream of water, which accurately splashed onto Qian Cohen's face, which was contorted with anger. The entire process was smooth and elegant. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was completely stunned by Jiang Chen's sudden and domineering action. He actually dared to throw money at Qian Cohen in public? He's insane. This man is absolutely insane. Qian Cohen was also startled by the splash. He wiped the wine off his face, feeling the sticky sensation and the deathly silence around him. His mind went blank. It took him a full 3 seconds to realize that he had been humiliated. An unprecedented rage instantly overwhelmed his reason. You fucking want to die. He roared and swung the bottle of Romani Conti in his hand, smashing it hard towards Jiang Chen's head. Ah! Su Wanqing and the female guests around her were so frightened that they let out piercing screams. Everyone thought that the next second would inevitably be a bloody tragedy. However, the expected scene did not appear. Jiang Chen remained standing in the same spot, without moving an inch. Just as the bottle was about to smash onto his head, he calmly raised his left hand. Smack! A crisp sound. He casually and steadily held that $1 million wine bottle between his two fingers. That's right, it's just two fingers. Index and middle fingers. It was as if what he was holding was not a glass bottle filled with wine and carrying immense force, but a light and airy feather. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The entire living room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. What did they see? Catching a bottle with bare hands? No, with bare fingers? Is this some kind of movie shoot? Qian Kuan was completely dumbfounded. He remained in the position of waving the bottle, his arm frozen in mid-air, and the expression on his face changed from rage to extreme fear. He could clearly feel a terrifying force, like an iron clamp, emanating from Jiang Chen's two seemingly slender fingers that he simply could not resist. He used all his strength, but he couldn't move the bottle down even an inch. Too little strength. Jiang Chen looked at his face, which was flushed red from exertion, shook his head, and said in a tone full of disappointment. Moreover, their taste is terrible. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the bottle slightly. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The Romani Conti bottle, crafted from the finest crystal and incredibly sturdy, shattered inch by inch at his fingertips. The red wine, mixed with shards of glass, splattered all over Qian Kuan's face and head, making him look extremely disheveled. Such good wine isn't for people like you to use in fights. Jiang Chen released his grip, letting the half bottle fall to the ground. He took out a clean white handkerchief from his pocket, slowly wiped his fingers that had just been stained with wine, and then disdainfully threw the handkerchief at Qian Kuan's feet. The entire action was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression and the ultimate humiliation. Qian Kuan's legs went weak, and he could no longer support his body weight. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with endless fear and confusion. He couldn't understand what kind of monster he had provoked today. The way the surrounding guests looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed after experiencing this roller coaster-like plot twist. It was the kind of look that seemed to be directed at gods or demons. Su Wanqing also covered her mouth with one hand, her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkling with unparalleled admiration and love. Her man is just so handsome. Just as Jiang Chen was stunning everyone with an absolute, overwhelming force, enjoying the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd. The heavy gate of the villa was once again pushed open from the outside. A chilling current, cold enough to instantly freeze the party's lively atmosphere, swept in. A cold, aloof figure, like a queen herself, appeared at the doorway. The person who arrived was none other than Qi Lingyue. Today she wore a black haute couture gown, her long hair was styled in an updo, revealing her swan-like neck, and her face was adorned with delicate light makeup, but her phoenix eyes held a layer of unyielding ice. How did she find this place? Why did she come here? Countless question marks flashed through Jiang Chen's mind in an instant. Inner monologue, holy crap. A chaotic scene. Here it comes. System, I'm sorry. I was just joking. I'm willing to pay 2,000 service points. Please, give me a one-click peace button. Ding. The system has detected that the host is facing a high-level emotional crisis. This system is gloating and refuses to provide any assistance. Inner monologue, holy crap. Qin Lingyue's gaze swept around the living room, completely ignoring the dumbfounded guests and Qian Kuan, who was sprawled on the floor. Her gaze, like two sharp ice blades, landed precisely on Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing beside him, whose eyes were filled with adoration and love. In that instant, the temperature in the living room seemed to drop by another 10 degrees. Everyone felt as if they had been thrown into an ice hole in Antarctica. Su Wanqing also sensed that something was wrong. Her smile froze slightly, and she subconsciously moved closer to Jiang Chen. Upon seeing her small gesture, Qin Lingyue's icy gaze intensified even further. She strode towards them, her long legs clicking in her high heels. Every step felt like stepping on everyone's heart. Clatter. 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 Finally, she stopped in front of Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing. She didn't look at Su Wanqing, her cold eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen, as if trying to see right through him. In the deathly silence of the entire room, she slowly spoke, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion. Jiang Chen. My lullaby. Are you going to sing again tonight? Chapter 93 Jiang Chen song, sung only for you. will you sing my lullaby tonight? Boom! Qin Lengyue's earth-shattering words exploded like a depth charge in the silent living room. Every single guest present was completely stunned. What did they hear? A lullaby? That aloof and cold-blooded queen of the Qin group, who's like an eternal iceberg, actually has a man sing her a lullaby? What kind of outrageous and inappropriate words are these? What exactly is the relationship between these two? At this moment, everyone's gossip instincts were burning at their peak. The way they looked at Jiang Chen, Qin Lengyue, and Su Wanqing was more exciting than watching the Oscars. On one side is the Ice Queen, on the other is the National Film Queen. My goodness! What an incredible, godlike scene of chaos! Su Wanqing was also stunned. Although she knew that Qin Lengyue and Jiang Chen had a special relationship, she never expected it to be this special. Singing a lullaby? This is something couples do, the most intimate thing they do. A wave of indescribable bitterness and grievance instantly welled up in her heart. She subconsciously looked at Jiang Chen, his beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with questioning and a hint of barely perceptible hurt. Jiang Chen felt his head suddenly grow 3 times larger. He could clearly sense that the red-purple storm above Qin Lengyue's head, representing jealousy and possessiveness, was about to materialize into a bolt of lightning that would strike down. And Su Wanqing, who was standing next to him, had her originally bright pink gold spectrum covered with a layer of light gray that represented grievance and loss. Inner monologue, oh no, barbecue is gone. There's no way I can clear my name now. System. You heartless bastard. You just stood by and watched me die. I'm going to complain about you. Ding. The host is experiencing severe emotional fluctuations, elevated blood pressure, and a rapid heartbeat. The system advises the host to remain calm to avoid sudden death and disruption to subsequent tasks. Inner monologue, screw you. Jiang Chen was internally ranting, but on his face, he maintained a calm and composed smile. He knew that the more panicked he became, the less he would be able to explain himself. He had to act decisively and use the most direct and effective method to resolve this crisis. He took a deep breath and did something that surprised everyone. He neither comforted the jealous Qin Lengyue nor explained his relationship with Su Wanqing. He stepped forward and walked to the grand piano in the center of the living room. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he gracefully sat down, his slender fingers gently resting on the black and white piano keys. What is he going to do? Is he going to play the piano? Just as everyone was puzzled, a melodious and gentle piano sound, like flowing water under the moonlight, slowly flowed from his fingertips. That melody, is it? Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? Everyone was stunned. They had expected a dramatic 2 women fighting over a man showdown, but the plot took an unexpected turn and became a kindergarten concert? However, the next second, when Jiang Chen started singing, everyone's thoughts changed. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. His voice, like the sound of his piano playing, was clean and gentle, possessing a strange magic that could soothe the soul. He didn't use any fancy techniques, he simply and purely sang this familiar children's song. But for some reason, the version of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star that he sang was more moving and more affectionate than any other love song. His gaze did not fall on Qin Lengyue nor on Su Wanqing. He simply lowered his eyes slightly, looking at the piano keys in front of him, as if he were immersed in his own world. The gentle singing voice echoed in the quiet living room. Everyone was captivated by the sudden singing, forgetting their gossip and discussions, simply listening quietly. Their restless hearts seemed to be gently cleansed by the tender melody. Qin Lengyue was also stunned. She came in a fit of anger to demand an explanation. She found out that Jiang Chen had come to Su Wanqing's party, and the nameless anger and possessiveness in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She wanted to announce to everyone that her relationship with Jiang Chen was unusual. She wanted to make Su Wanqing back down. She was even prepared to have a huge argument with Jiang Chen in public. But she never expected that Jiang Chen would respond to her provocation in this way. He offered no explanation, no argument. He simply and quietly sang for her the song Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, which she had clumsily learned for a long time for him. That gentle singing voice, like a warm, large hand, soothed all the anxiety, anger, and unease in her heart. She looked at the man sitting at the piano, bathed in soft light, and his cold phoenix eyes slowly melted away without her realizing it. The raging red-purple storm above her head gradually subsided, transforming into a gentle pink that represented emotion and heart-fluttering. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing was equally captivated. As she watched the man shining brightly at the piano and listened to his gentle, tender singing voice, the little bit of grievance and bitterness in her heart had long since vanished. She simply felt that this man was incredibly charming. He was like an omnipotent magician, always able to solve all problems in the most unexpected yet just right way. The music ended, but the lingering melody remained. Jiang Chen's fingers played the last note on the piano keys. The entire living room remained completely silent. Everyone was still immersed in the gentle singing and hadn't come back to their senses. Jiang Chen slowly stood up, and for the first time, looked directly at Qin Lengyue. His face held a hint of helplessness mixed with a doting smile, as if he were looking at a little girl who was being unreasonable but whom he couldn't do anything about. "Mr. Qin, you see, I haven't forgotten your exclusive service. But next time, could you please not come to check up on me when I'm out on field duty? That would make me seem very unprofessional." He said this in a half-joking tone. This explains why he was here on field duty and also highlights Qin Lengyue's behavior checking up on him. She also conveniently defined their relationship as he being her personal waiter. Everything he did was to serve her. This explanation is absolutely flawless. He appeased Qin Lengyue without openly offending Su Wanqing. A textbook example of mastery of diplomacy. Put. Su Wanqing was the first to burst out laughing. She looked at Jiang Chen, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with smiles and admiration. She now finally understood why Qin Lengyue was so concerned about this man. With a man whose emotional intelligence is off the charts and who can always bring you surprises by your side, what woman could resist? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words checking up on her, Qin Lengyue's pretty face, which had just begun to soften, flushed bright red once more. She then realized how impulsive and childish her actions had been. She actually came here in a very aggressive manner, just like a wife catching her husband cheating. In front of so many people, he even asked such an embarrassing question as, "Do you sing lullabies?" She wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground right now. Who checked up on you?" I was just passing by." Qin Lengyue stubbornly tried to defend herself, but her evasive eyes and burning cheeks made her words seem utterly unconvincing. She glared at Jiang Chen fiercely, as if to say, "You just wait, I'll settle this score with you later." Then, she couldn't stay any longer and turned to escape the scene that had made her socially miserable. "Hey, Mr. Qin, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Jiang Chen called out to her. He walked to Qin Lengyue's side, then turned to Su Wanqing, a sincere smile on his face. "Perfect timing, since you're both here. I have a project I'd like to discuss with you both." He looked at the two people in front of him. One was an ice queen, the other a national film queen. One was a top business tycoon, the other was half of the entertainment industry. The corners of his mouth slowly turned up. Inner monologue, a battleground? No, to me, this is called resource integration. An S-class project, capable of changing the entire industry. Chapter 94. The project was too big. Both queens were stunned. S-level project? Transformed the entire industry? Jiang Chen's casual remark was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake once again. The atmosphere in the living room, which had just eased, instantly became subtle again. The guests present, especially the men who considered themselves to be elites of Tianhai City, looked at Jiang Chen with a shift in their gaze, from initial disdain to shock, and now to uncertainty. Who exactly is this kid? What gives him the right? What makes Qin Lengyue and Su Wanqing, two women at the very top of the pyramid, both stop for him? What gives them the right to make such a boast in front of them? They couldn't understand it, nor could they comprehend it. The two women at the center of the storm reacted in completely different ways. Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with undisguised curiosity and anticipation. She had developed an almost blind trust in Jiang Chen. This man always seemed to create miracles. If he mentioned an S-level project, it must be a groundbreaking, earth-shattering undertaking. She looked at Jiang Chen with great interest and asked softly, "Oh? What project makes you so confident? Tell me about it." Meanwhile, Qin Lengyue on the other side had just stopped trying to escape. She remained where she was, without turning around, only facing Jiang Chen with her cold profile. Inner monologue, here we go again. This bastard always manages to have me completely under his thumb. An S-level project? I'll see what kind of tricks he comes up with. If he dares to mess with me, he can forget about lullabies tonight. Although she was internally ranting and raving, as the head of the Qin group, her deep-rooted business instincts still made her unable to ignore the words S-level project. She was well aware of Jiang Chen's abilities. From revitalizing the star core organisms to turning the tables on Qin Feng, and then to that textbook-level crisis management just now, the skills and vision this man has displayed have long exceeded the scope of his special advisor. His words are never unfounded. Jiang Chen took in their reactions and smiled to himself. Inner monologue, great, the fish have taken the bait. One is curious, the other is defiant, the emotional buildup is spot on. He glanced around at the guests in the living room, all ears perked up and faces full of gossip, then gestured for Su Wanqing and Qin Lengyue to enter, and smiled. This project is of great importance. It's too crowded and noisy here, so it's not very convenient. Wanqing, do you have a quiet study at home that we could borrow for a few minutes to talk? His tone was as natural as if he were at home. Su Wanqing immediately understood and nodded with a smile, of course. I'll take you to the study upstairs. As she spoke, she naturally reached out to take Jiang Chen's arm. But this time, just as she reached halfway out, she felt a chilling gaze that could almost freeze the air. Su Wanqing paused, followed the gaze, and met Qin Lengyue's warning phoenix eyes. It was as if invisible sparks were crackling in the air. Inner monologue, ugh, here we go again. This jealous person is just too powerful. I haven't even done anything yet, but if something really happens, wouldn't the sky fall? Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine and quickly took a half step back without making a sound, cleverly avoiding Su Wanqing's hand. At the same time, he gave Qin Lengyue an innocent look that said, I'm very well behaved. President Qin, this way please, he said politely to Qin Lengyue. Qin Lengyue snorted coldly, giving him face, before turning her gaze away and taking long strides towards the stairs. The sound of her high heels hitting the floor seemed to strike Jiang Chen's heart with every step. Su Wanqing glanced at Jiang Chen helplessly, her eyes seeming to say, you see, she really cares about you. Jiang Chen could only respond with a bitter smile that said, this is too hard for me. Under the watchful eyes of all the guests, the three of them walked up to the second floor, one after the other. Only after their figures disappeared around the corner of the stairs did the living room on the first floor erupt in chaos, as if the silence had been lifted. I didn't see wrong, did I? Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin was just jealous? Absolutely. That look in his eyes, my God, I felt a chill run down my spine even from 10 meters away. Just who is this Jiang Chen? How can he make the Ice Queen jealous? And how can he make the National Film Queen so intimate with him? I don't know. But did you guys see that just now? He crippled that kid Chien Cohen. He crushed a Romani Conti bottle with just one finger. That's something a human could do. He can play the piano and sing nursery rhymes to please the queen, and he can crush a wine bottle and become a second-generation rich kid. This guy must be a novel protagonist, right? The most outrageous thing is that he actually turned this chaotic battleground of gods into a business meeting. And he even wants to discuss an S-level project. How did he even develop such a brain? The crowd buzzed with discussion, speculating about Jiang Chen's identity and reviewing every detail of what had just happened. The more they talked, the more they felt that this man was unfathomable and extremely mysterious. Chien Cohen, utterly humiliated and terrified, had already been dragged out of the villa like a dead dog. From now on, he would likely no longer exist in Tianhai City's high society. Meanwhile, in the study on the second floor, the heavy solid wood door shut out all the noise from downstairs. The study is decorated in an elegant modern Chinese style, with a faint scent of ink and tea filling the air. Su Wanqing thoughtfully brewed a pot of fine de Hong Pao tea for the two of them, then quietly sat aside, handing the reins to Jiang Chen. Qin Lengyue crossed her arms and leaned back on the mahogany sofa, her posture languid and arrogant, but her sharp phoenix eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen without blinking, full of scrutiny. Speak, she said sparingly, let me see what this so-called S-level project of yours really is. If it's just a publicity stunt and a waste of my time. She didn't say what she was going to say next, but the threatening meaning was self-evident. Jiang Chen pulled out a chair and sat down opposite the two of them, without rushing to speak. He first picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and savored the rich aroma of the tea spreading in his mouth. Inner monologue, good tea. It seems the Su family's heritage is indeed extraordinary. Alright, the atmosphere is set enough, time to bring out the main course. He put down his teacup, raised his head, and met Qin Lengyue's scrutiny with a calm and confident gaze. Mr. Qin, Miss Su, before I talk about my project, I would like to ask you both a question. In your opinion, what is the core competitiveness of today's media and entertainment industry? This question came rather suddenly. As an insider in the industry, Su Wanqing almost blurted out, it's about traffic, it's about celebrities, it's about capital. This is the consensus in the industry, and it is also the reality. Qin Lengyue remained silent, but clearly agreed with this viewpoint. In the eyes of capital, everything can be quantified. A celebrity's value lies in the traffic and commercial returns they can generate. After listening, Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. No. He slowly uttered a single word. What you're talking about is just the surface, a tool, a consumable that can be replaced at any time. Today you can be this star, tomorrow you can be that star. Today this platform is popular, tomorrow another platform will rise. Capital is ruthless, it flows wherever there is profit. His words hit the nail on the head, directly puncturing the bubble of the industry's prosperity. Su Wanqing's expression turned serious. She realized that Jiang Chen's understanding of the industry was far more profound than she had imagined. Qin Lengyue also sat up slightly, her scrutinizing gaze now carrying a hint of seriousness. Jiang Chen looked at them, his voice not loud, but every word was firm and resounding. I believe that the media industry's true core competitiveness, its only barrier to entry in the future, lies in just one thing: IP. It's the kind of super IP that can transcend time, become a cultural symbol, and generate unlimited commercial value. IP. Upon hearing this word, both Qin Lengyue and Su Wanqing's pupils contracted slightly. They certainly understand the value of IP, but the super IP that Jiang Chen mentioned clearly has a deeper meaning. Jiang Chen didn't give them much time to think and continued. The S-level project I'm going to talk to you two about today is a super cultural IP that we created ourselves, from scratch, and that is enough to become the cornerstone of our media empire. He stood up, walked to his desk, picked up a pen, and wrote 5 large characters on a piece of white paper. Inheritors of Chinese Civilization. Chapter 95. A billion-dollar empire begins with a TV show. Inheritors of Chinese Civilization. When these 5 words were clearly presented to Qin Lengyue and Su Wanqing, both of them were stunned. This name sounds too proper. Just like the documentaries produced by state-run television stations, they are full of grand narratives, but lack the most popular entertainment elements on the market. Su Wanqing frowned slightly, asking with some confusion, "Inheritor? This is a cultural program?" "That's right." Jiang Chen nodded, his face filled with an almost fanatical confidence. A large-scale outdoor reality show with the core of discovering and inheriting Chinese intangible cultural heritage. Reality show? Qin Lengyue keenly grasped the key word, but her tone was even more suspicious. You just said that popular celebrities are expendable. Isn't reality show the type of program that relies most on celebrities and scripts? She hit the nail on the head as soon as she opened her mouth. As a top businesswoman, her judgment of the market is calm and ruthless. Culture? Sentiment? These things are worthless in the face of cold financial statements and ratings. She has seen far too many projects that used the guise of culture to end up losing everything. Inner monologue, I knew it. This bastard just wanted to pull off some fancy stuff. Intangible cultural heritage? Who's going to watch this kind of thing? A bunch of old men and women banging and fiddling in front of the camera? How many views could that get? Qin Lengyue has practically sentenced this project to death. Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated her reaction completely, and calmly smiled. President Qin, don't be in a hurry. My reality show is different from those flashy and cheap ones on the market. My program has 3 principles. He held up 3 fingers. First, I don't want a bunch of popular celebrities. I don't want those so-called idols who have nothing but their looks and fans. Second, no melodramatic scripts. I don't want drama, I don't want fabricated couple pairings, and I don't want malicious editing to create conflict. Third, I don't take the flashy route. I don't want technically impressive shots or fancy packaging. What I want is authenticity. Upon hearing these 3 no's principles, Qin Lengyue burst into laughter and anger. No celebrities, no script, no gimmicks? Jiang Chen, are you kidding me? Are you making a TV show or a lullaby? She bluntly questioned. Without celebrities, where would the initial traffic and fan attention come from? Without scripted conflicts, where would the topicality and discussion come from? What makes you think that viewers would choose your bland documentary among so many entertainment programs? Most importantly, what is the business model? Without traffic and buzz, how do you attract investment? How do you get sponsorships? Do you expect me to let you burn my Qin Group's money for nothing? Qin Lengyue's questions were like sharp knives, precisely piercing the project's Achilles heel. She's not unpatriotic, nor is she without ideals. But she's a businesswoman, and she has to be responsible for every penny of the group's investment. In her view, Jiang Chen's plan was full of idealistic naivety, but it completely violated business logic and was simply a bottomless pit that was bound to lose money. Su Wanqing also looked at Jiang Chen nervously. The questions Qin Lengyue raised were the same doubts she had in her heart. Although she was willing to believe Jiang Chen, reason told her that the possibility of this project succeeding was extremely slim. Despite Qin Lengyue's barrage of questions, Jiang Chen maintained a smile throughout. Inner monologue, good question. That's exactly what I'd been waiting for. How could you willingly part with your money if I didn't dispel all your doubts? That's professionalism. I'll let you use up all your ammunition first, and then I'll take you down with one shot. He waited until Qin Lengyue finished speaking before slowly opening his mouth. Mr. Qin, what you said is all correct. If we look at it from the perspective of traditional business logic, my project is indeed a dead end. But he changed the subject, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Have you ever wondered why viewers today, while criticizing reality shows for being scripted and fake, still feel compelled to watch them? Because they have no other choice. The programs on the market are all the same, just different versions of the same thing. Audiences are already tired of them. They may not say it, but deep down they desperately crave something that has real substance, warmth, and soul. This is our biggest opportunity. While everyone else is heading east, we're going west. We're not trying to cater to the market, we're creating a new one. Jiang Chen's voice was so captivating that it made Su Wanqing's eyes shine brighter and brighter. He then looked at Qin Lengyue and continued, "You're worried about traffic? Worried about attracting investment? That's because you're still looking at things from the past. I admit that we need a catalyst in the early stages of the show. I don't intend to invite a bunch of popular celebrities, but I didn't say I wouldn't invite any of them." Jiang Chen paused, then slowly turned his gaze to Su Wanqing. His eyes were gentle yet firm. "My show doesn't need a bunch of celebrities to fill the space. I only need one person, a true inheritor of Chinese culture, to be the soul of the show. She must have top-tier national recognition, a universally acclaimed positive image, and a heartfelt love and reverence for Chinese culture. She cannot be a high and mighty star, but a humble student and a sincere experiencer. She will take the eyes of the audience to explore, learn, and feel those forgotten treasures. She is our show's biggest trump card, the nuclear warhead that will ignite all the viewership." Jiang Chen's voice echoed in the quiet study. Following his gaze, Qin Lengyue looked at Su Wanqing. At this moment, the icy coldness in her phoenix eyes seemed to crack slightly. She instantly understood Jiang Chen's entire plan. This man, what a grand gesture. He wasn't just making empty promises, he genuinely wanted to make this happen. When Su Wanqing heard Jiang Chen's words and felt his burning gaze, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. She knew that the person Jiang Chen was talking about was her. This role was practically tailor-made for her. This is not just a job, but an honor, a mission that allows her to realize the values she deeply cherishes. So Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze from Su Wanqing and looked back at Qin Lengyue, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Mr. Qin, do you still think my show will lack viewership or fail to attract sponsors?" A top-tier cultural IP produced by the Qin Group, with renowned actress Su Wanqing joining the project, dedicated to preserving and promoting the treasures of Chinese culture. "Do you think any top domestic brand would refuse to collaborate with such a project? We don't even need to go to them, they will come to us themselves, line up, and come with money to beg us." Jiang Chen's voice was full of magic. The blueprint he described was too tempting, too magnificent. A seemingly money-losing cultural project was transformed into a super gold mine with unlimited commercial potential through a top-notch combination of persona and resources. Qin Lengyue's brain was working at lightning speed. She had to admit that she was attracted to him. If Su Wanqing is really willing to join, then the most critical risk of this project will be instantly resolved. The name Su Wanqing represents top-tier traffic, reputation, and commercial value. When she looked at Jiang Chen again, her eyes had completely changed. This man not only possesses skill and vision, but also a terrifying ability to turn the impossible into the possible. He is like a top-level chess player, calculating every move with perfect clarity, even anticipating his opponent's reactions. Inner monologue, that bastard. He planned everything from the very beginning. He knew Su Wanqing would be interested, and he calculated that once I saw the commercial value, I wouldn't refuse. He even took advantage of my slight annoyance with Su Wanqing to make this happen. Qin Lengyue suddenly felt a little frustrated, but also a little admiring. She found herself, once again, completely orchestrated by Jiang Chen. Just then, Su Wanqing, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Her voice was trembling with excitement. Jiang Chen, this project, Chapter 96, The Queen's Investment, the movie Queen's joining, it's a success. Jiang Chen. I'm willing to participate in this project. Su Wanqing's voice was clear and firm, like a pebble thrown into a lake, creating ripples in the quiet study. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light, a burning passion that came from finding a sense of belonging and mission. As a woman at the top of the entertainment industry, she was already tired of those fake scripts and boring commercial activities. She longed for a work that could truly stand the test of time and leave behind something of value. Jiang Chen's proposal, Inheritors of Chinese Civilization, perfectly matched all her expectations. This is not just a TV show, it's an opportunity, a chance for her to transform from celebrity Su Wanqing to cultural communicator Su Wanqing. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded at her, his eyes full of approval and encouragement. Inner monologue, 1 done. Su Wanqing's side is safe. Her emotional spectrum is now pure gold, representing excitement and sense of mission, without any impurities. Great, now it's time to see who comes next. His gaze shifted to the still silent Ice Queen on the sofa. At this moment, all the pressure in the study was focused on Qin Lingyue. Su Wanqing has already made her stance clear, and now it's her turn as the biggest capital investor to make the decision. Qin Lingyue felt Jiang Chen's gaze, but did not respond immediately. She picked up the tea in front of her, which had already cooled slightly, and took a small sip, using this action to conceal the turmoil in her heart. Her fingers unconsciously caressed the warm, smooth surface of the cup, her brain racing at an unprecedented speed. She admitted that Jiang Chen's plan was flawless. Su Wanqing's joining the project was like a perfect piece of a puzzle, instantly transforming the entire project from an unrealistic fantasy into a highly feasible business blueprint. The Qin Group needs such a project. A positive project that can enhance brand image, enrich cultural connotation, and bring huge commercial returns. Logically, she had no reason to refuse. But emotionally, she just felt unhappy. Extremely annoyed. Inner monologue, why? Why did this bastard plan everything so perfectly? He elevated Su Wanqing to the status of a key figure, and what about me? Is my Qin Group just a sucker who pays money? If this project succeeds, everyone will only remember that it was Su Wanqing's work, and Jiang Chen was the genius mastermind behind it all. What am I, Qin Lingyue, then? A walking ATM? A strange sense of competitiveness and possessiveness rose within her. She didn't want to be just a simple investor. She looked at Jiang Chen's confident face and suddenly spoke coldly. The project sounds good. However, I have a question. Who calls the shots in this media empire? Her voice was icy, and her gaze was like a knife, piercing straight at Jiang Chen. Is it your newly established New Trend Media, which probably doesn't even have much registered capital? Or is it you, Jiang Chen? As far as I know, you and Mr. Su Jianan have a betting agreement. If you lose, what guarantees the safety of my Qin Group's investment? Jiang Chen, do you think I look like someone who's easily fooled? You want me to invest in a project that's entirely driven by your personal will and could potentially change hands due to a failed bet? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Qin Lingyue's words were exquisite, each sentence striking precisely at the most vulnerable point of this newly formed alliance. Su Wanqing's smile froze slightly. She hadn't expected Qin Lingyue to be so direct and ruthless. She looked at Jiang Chen with some worry. Jiang Chen, however, seemed to have expected her to ask this question, showing no surprise whatsoever. Inner monologue, here it comes, the Queen's controlling nature is kicking in. She's not content to be just a background character, she wants to be the player. Excellent, that's exactly what I want. An investor who only provides money and a partner who will use all resources to ensure the project's success are two completely different things. Meeting Qin Lingyue's sharp gaze, Jiang Chen didn't back down but instead leaned forward slightly, saying each word clearly. President Qin, you've misunderstood. I never intended for one person to have the final say. New Trend Media is merely the executor and carrier of this project. The real controller of this project has never been me alone from the very beginning. He stretched out his finger, first pointing at Su Wanqing, and then at Qin Lingyue. This project requires Ms. Su's personal brand and industry influence that SR momentum. We need you and the Qin Group behind you to provide top-notch capital support and resource backing, which is our route. And I, he finally pointed to himself and smiled frankly, am just the gardener responsible for connecting the roots and the potential so that this tree can grow strong and eventually bear fruit. Therefore, this project was a collaboration between the three of us from the very beginning. It wouldn't have been possible without any one of us. These words were perfectly worded, both elevating Qin Lengyue and Su Wanqing's status and cleverly binding the interests of the three together. Su Wanqing nodded repeatedly, and her admiration for Jiang Chen deepened. The frost on Qin Lengyue's face melted a little. Jiang Chen's words dispelled most of her displeasure. What she wanted was this equal attitude. But she still didn't budge. That sounds nice. But how exactly will the cooperation work? How will the equity be distributed? Who will take the lead? She continued to press, not letting any detail slip by. Jiang Chen smiled. It's very simple. New Trend Media Group, which will become a multi-billion-dollar media empire in the future. I personally own 70% of the shares and have absolute control. This is the bet between me and Uncle Su, and it cannot be changed. However, we can establish an independent project company to operate the Inheritors of Chinese Civilization project. New Trend Media invested with its IP creative and production team, holding a 51% stake and being responsible for the specific execution. The Qin Group will invest cash and resources to hold a 30% stake. You, Mr. Qin, will serve as the honorary producer of the project company and will have veto power, especially in terms of financial budgeting. The remaining 19% of the shares will be used as a personal incentive for Ms. Su. Ms. Su is not only our host, but also the co-initiator and art director of our project. When this plan was announced, both Qin Lengyue and Su Wanqing were stunned. That's so sincere. Especially with Qin Lengyue, Jiang Chen's terms practically handed over all financial and supervisory power to her. Her veto power represented her supreme status in the project. For Su Wanqing, a 19% stake in the project goes beyond a salary, it signifies being treated as a true partner. A 19% stake in an S-level project could be worth hundreds of millions, or even billions, in the future. Jiang Chen so easily gave up such a huge benefit. Qin Lengyue gave Jiang Chen a deep look. The spectrum of emotions above her head had completely changed from the dark gray of scrutiny and doubt to the bright yellow representing surprise and appreciation. Inner monologue, this man, what is he after? He gave us fame and fortune. He only wanted a shell company with a controlling stake and the title of gardener for himself? No, that's not right. I understand, what he wants is absolute control of this empire. He's using immediate profits to gain our wholehearted support to help him win that multi-billion-dollar gamble. What deep cunning! What great audacity! Qin Lengyue understood the crux of the matter and had no more doubts. She slowly stood up, walked to Jiang Chen, and for the first time, took the initiative to extend her hand to him. Okay. I've voted. Her voice remained cool and clear, but it carried an undeniable certainty. It's a pleasure to work with you. Jiang Chen looked at her outstretched hand, stood up, and shook it. Her hands were slightly cool, yet very soft. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Qin. Then, he looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing also stood up with a smile and extended her hand to him as well. Jiang Chen, thank you. I will definitely do my best in this project. It's a pleasure working with you, Su, the big star. Jiang Chen held her hand, feeling the warmth and excitement in her palm. At this moment, in this small study, a three-giant alliance that is powerful enough to shake up the future of the business and entertainment industries was officially established. An ice queen who controls capital. A national film queen leading the way in online traffic. A mysterious strategist is planning for the future. At this moment, Jiang Chen's multi-billion-dollar media empire has finally laid its first solid foundation. Chapter 97: The system explodes again. God-level director skills. Once the agreement was reached, the atmosphere in the study instantly became relaxed and warm. The tense atmosphere that had just been palpable vanished, replaced by a shared anticipation for the future. Qin Lengyue didn't linger any longer. She was a decisive woman, and once she made a decision, she would immediately start thinking about how to execute it. Have your team bring a detailed budget proposal and timeline to the Qin Group headquarters at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. My investment team will handle the coordination with them, she said to Jiang Chen in an authoritative tone. No problem, Mr. Qin, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Qin Lengyue nodded, then gave Jiang Chen a deep look. Her gaze was complex and unfathomable, seemingly containing admiration, scrutiny, and even a hint of dependence that she herself was unaware of. Then, she turned around, put on her high heels, and left the study without looking back, without even saying goodbye to the owner, Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing didn't seem to care at all. She just shrugged helplessly at Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "She's always been like this. You'll get used to it." "I know." Jiang Chen watched Qin Lengyue's disappearing figure, his smile deepening. Inner monologue: while I'm saying I'm being completely businesslike, the pink hue of satisfaction and expectation on my emotional spectrum is practically overflowing. Ah, women. But it's all for the best, at least I've managed to appease this lady. After Qin Lengyue left, only Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing remained in the study. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat ambiguous. Su Wanqing walked to Jiang Chen's side, her beautiful peach blossom eyes, as if filled with water, staring at him intently. "Jiang Chen, I really don't know how to thank you," she said sincerely. "What you gave me was not just a role or a project, but a completely new possibility that I have always dreamed of." "You're welcome." Jiang Chen looked at her with clear, sincere eyes. "I've said it before, you are the sole soul of this project. Without you, this IP wouldn't stand. We've made each other successful. Mutual success." Su Wanqing repeated these 4 words softly, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. She felt that even the words spoken by the man in front of her were so pleasant to hear. Suddenly, she mustered her courage, took a step forward, opened her arms, and gently hugged Jiang Chen. This was a very pure hug, full of gratitude and joy. Her body was soft and warm, with a faint fragrance. Jiang Chen stiffened slightly, but quickly relaxed and gently patted her back. Inner monologue: "Ugh, here we go again. What day is it today? Hugging to exceed KPI? But this hug is pure, a golden spectrum representing gratitude and joy. Unlike that hug with President Qin, which was practically an apocalyptic survival signal. Alright, it's getting late, I should head back." Jiang Chen politely ended the hug and pulled away. "There are so many things to do on the project, we'll be very busy starting tomorrow." "Yes." Su Wanqing nodded emphatically, his face beaming with high spirits. "Don't worry, starting tomorrow, all my schedules will be cleared for you." Jiang Chen smiled and said goodbye. Su Wanqing escorted him all the way to the villa entrance, watching his Audi RS7 disappear into the night before reluctantly turning back. The car drove out of Tianhai No. 1 courtyard and merged into the city's traffic. Jiang Chen finally had some space to himself. His nerves, which had been tense all night, finally relaxed completely at this moment. He let out a long sigh of relief, and then, unable to hold back any longer, slammed his fist on the steering wheel. "Yes." Then, he burst into laughter like a child in the driver's seat. "Ha ha ha. I'm simply a genius. A crisis management master. An artist of maintaining balance. A god of resource integration." He laughed while screaming wildly in his heart. Inner monologue: "System. System, did you see that? I've turned an S-level chaotic situation into an S-level business partnership. This operation, this level of skill, how many points would you give it? Where's my reward? Where's my reward? Show it to me now." As if in response to his call, that crisp electronic voice finally exploded in his mind. Bite. The host was detected successfully resolving an S-level emotional crisis, the battle of the two queens, under extremely unfavorable social circumstances, demonstrating extraordinary emotional intelligence, IQ, and adaptability. And they cleverly transformed the crisis into a top-tier business partnership, the Three Giants Alliance, laying a crucial foundation for the epic quest, Create Your Empire. The host's performance perfectly exemplifies the highest level of service spirit of turning the impossible into possible, triggering the hidden achievement God-level crisis public relations. Overall assessment: this mission's completion level is SSS. The reward settlement is an incredible bonus. A series of system notifications made Jiang Chen's breathing quicken. SSS level rating. Super critical hit. Inner monologue: here it comes. The big one is coming. Let me see what good stuff it has. Rewards being distributed. 1. Reward the host with plus 20,000 service points. 2. Reward the host with 3 special items, Absolute Focus Potion. After use, it grants 6 hours of absolute focus, increasing thinking speed, learning ability, and memory by 500%, with no side effects. 3. Reward the host with a God-level skill God-level Director. Boom! When Jiang Chen saw the third reward, his mind went blank. A God-level Director? He slammed on the brakes, pulled the car over to the side of the road, and then eagerly opened the skill description. God-level skill, God-level Director. Skill description: when the host activates this skill, you will become the sole god on set. Your brain will transform into a top-tier supercomputer, capable of instantly analyzing scripts and reconstructing narratives. Your eyes will become the most precise lenses, able to capture the most captivating light and shadow in composition. You will possess the ability to understand people's hearts, guiding actors to unleash their peak performances. From camera language, mise en scene, and art direction, to post-production editing, music scoring, and color grading, you will reach the pinnacle of human achievement in everything related to film and television creation. Skill effect: on your film set, there are no bad shots, only not enough film. In your hands, there are no incapable actors, only undiscovered acting talents. Holy crap! Looking at the domineering skill description, Jiang Chen couldn't help but swear. This is too intense. This isn't just directing skill, it's practically being a tyrant on set. No, it's being a god of creation on set. He was just worrying that although he had put forward the grand idea of inheritors of Chinese civilization, he was actually a novice when it came to how to film it and how to turn the ideas in his mind into images. His original plan was to find a top-notch directing team to execute the project, while he would only be responsible for controlling the overall direction. But now, with this god-level director skill, what need is there for a directing team? He himself is a top-notch director. This project, from its concept and investment to its final execution and presentation, will bear Jiang Chen's complete mark. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Inner monologue: just what I wished for. System: you're such a sweetheart. Now, the multi-billion-dollar media empire is secure. The Inheritors of Chinese Civilization project is destined to be a huge hit. He glanced at his attribute panel. The number of service points has skyrocketed from 9,200 to 29,200. Get rich overnight. Jiang Chen was in an extremely good mood. He restarted the car, merged into the traffic, and looked at the dazzling city night view outside the window. He felt as if the whole world was at his feet. All right, the investors, the leading actress, the director, everyone's here. Next, it's time to assemble my core production team. A glint of ambition shone in Jiang Chen's eyes. Chapter 98. Li Xiang and Wang Hao were stunned the boss was a god. The next morning at 9 o'clock, at New Trend Media Group. Although the company has just been established and the office is still rented, the atmosphere in the whole company is very lively and enthusiastic. All the employees were working with boundless energy, busily fulfilling their duties. Li Xiang and Wang Hao, Jiang Chen's two right-hand men entrusted with important tasks, hadn't slept all night. Their eyes were bloodshot, yet they shone with excitement. At yesterday's meeting, Jiang Chen's S-level project, Inheritors of Chinese Civilization, and his crazy idea of inviting Su Wanqing to host completely ignited the flames in their hearts. Li Xiang, in particular, was born with a background in directing and screenwriting, and always harbored a dream of creating a truly profound and influential program. However, after entering the workforce, reality wore down his edges, leaving him only able to dabble in various low-quality short video projects. Jiang Chen's appearance showed him the possibility of realizing his dream. Howzy, do you think Chairman Jiang can really get Su Wanqing? Li Xiang asked Wang Hao beside him uncertainly while organizing project materials. Wang Hao yawned, took a big gulp of coffee, and then said confidently, "Nonsense. Of course it's possible. Don't you know who Brother Jiang is? Although I don't know the specifics of how he's going to do it, remember one thing, with Brother Jiang, there is no such thing as impossible." Wang Hao held Jiang Chen in an almost godlike adoration. From the time Jiang Chen casually gave him a few million to start his business, to now transforming himself into the chairman of two companies, Jiang Chen's image in his mind had become almost that of a god. Just then, the conference room door was pushed open. Wearing a well-tailored casual suit, Jiang Chen walked in looking radiant. "Chairman Jiang." "Good morning, Chairman Jiang." Everyone in the office immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. "Good morning." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone, especially noticing the bloodshot eyes of Li Xiang and Wang Hao. "Judging from your appearance, you put in a lot of effort last night." Li Xiang scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. "Chairman Jiang, we only did some preliminary data collection." Very good." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Come to the conference room for a short meeting. I have some good news for you." "Good news?" Everyone perked up and immediately put down their work, following Jiang Chen into the conference room. Jiang Chen walked to the head seat, placed his hands on the table, looked around at his startup team members, and without beating around the bush, announced directly. The Inheritors of Chinese Civilization project has been officially approved. Our first round of investors is the Qin Group. Our Chief Experience Officer and co-initiator Ms. Su Wanqing. Jiang Chen's voice wasn't loud, but every word he spoke was like a bombshell, exploding in the small conference room. After a brief silence, the entire conference room erupted in cheers. Holy crap! Wang Hao was the first to jump up from his chair, his eyes wide like saucers, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Jiang, brother Jiang. You're not kidding, are you? Qin Group invested? Su Wanqing joined? Just one night? You got all this done? His voice was trembling, and he felt that his worldview had been impacted like never before. What was just a wild and unattainable idea yesterday has become a definite reality today. This is incredible efficiency. Li Xiang was completely dumbfounded. His mouth was agape, his mind blank, and he was utterly unable to process the information. He knew Chairman Jiang was powerful, but he never imagined he was powerful to this extent. That's the Qin Group. A business behemoth in Tianhai City. That's Su Wanqing. The pinnacle of the Chinese entertainment industry. How exactly did Chairman Jiang manage to do that? Is he really a deity descended to Earth? The other employees were even more excited, their faces flushed, and they all looked at Jiang Chen with the same kind of fervent gaze one might give a god. Chairman Jiang is awesome. It's unclear who shouted it first, but then the entire conference room erupted in thunderous cheers. Chairman Jiang is awesome. We're sticking with you. That's incredible. It's a miracle. Jiang Chen raised his hand and gently pressed it down, signaling everyone to be quiet. He was very satisfied with the scene before him. What a startup team needs most is morale and confidence. And now, with one night's achievements, he had brought the morale of the entire team to its peak. Inner monologue, standard procedure, don't be surprised. Basic stuff, everyone sit tight. This is nothing. After the show airs, you'll see what a real miracle is. Alright, now is not the time to celebrate. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. Project approval is just the first step in a long journey. Qin's investment and sister Su Wan's joining us have given us a perfect start. But if our production can't keep up and we ruin this good hand, then we will all become a laughingstock in the entire industry. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately suppressed their excitement and looked at Jiang Chen solemnly, awaiting his instructions. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Li Xiang. Li Xiang. Here. Chairman Jiang. Li Xiang immediately stood up straight. Starting today, you will serve as the chief producer of the Inheritors of Chinese Civilization project, overseeing the entire project team's operations. I will serve as the chief director, personally controlling the content. Director? Li Xiang was taken aback again. He had assumed that Chairman Jiang would hire a big-name director from outside. He hadn't expected Chairman Jiang to personally take the role? Although he admired Chairman Jiang's business acumen immensely, being a director, that's a highly specialized job. Jiang Chen noticed his doubts but offered no explanation. He immediately began assigning tasks, and his words completely shocked Li Xiang. Our first episode is themed 1,000 years on silk threads, and we're going to visit a Suzhou embroidery intangible cultural heritage inheritor. I don't want the conventional interview format. I want an immersive experience. Jiang Chen's eyes seemed to be shining as he activated his god-level director skill, and countless perfect shots and images began to appear in his mind. Our lenses need to get incredibly close. I want to capture the changing light and shadow as sunlight shines through the windowpane onto the embroidery hoop. I want to capture how the embroiderer's weathered hands use a thread as thin as a hair to pass through the eye of a needle smaller than a grain of rice. I want to use high-speed photography to capture the moment the needle pierces the silk and then emerges, and the fabric trembles slightly. Su Wanqing's role is not that of a host, but an apprentice. She will live and eat with the embroiderers for 3 days. On the first day, she will learn how to split thread, dividing a single silk thread into 16 or even 32 parts. I want to film her entire process from clumsiness to focus, to film the frustration she feels when she fails, and the heartfelt joy on her face when she finally succeeds. The next day, she will learn the most basic needlework techniques. I want to show the tip of the iceberg of dozens of complex needlework techniques in Suzhou embroidery through her perspective. I want the audience to feel the greatness and difficulty of this craft through her eyes. The real interview will take place on the 3rd day. When Su Wanqing embroiders a small petal by hand, when she truly understands the dedication and perseverance behind this craft, her conversation with the embroiderer will be heartfelt and powerful. Jiang Chen spoke eloquently, his descriptions filled with vivid imagery and emotional tension. He didn't use any technical jargon, but every word he uttered precisely constructed a moving story scene. The entire conference room was completely silent. Everyone listened intently, as if they could already see the amazing program. Li Xiang listened with shining eyes and a surge of emotion. He felt as if he were not listening to a boss assigning him work, but rather listening to a top-notch artist explaining his creative philosophy. Chairman Jiang, how could he know so much? Moreover, every detail he mentioned was so precise and so touching. Is this really something a young person in their 20s could come up with? At this moment, the last trace of doubt Li Xiang had about Jiang Chen vanished. Instead, there was an almost fanatical worship. He looked at Jiang Chen, nodded heavily, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Chairman Jiang, I understand. I completely understand. Rest assured, I will definitely prepare all the preliminary work according to your requirements. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao. Here I am, brother Jiang. Your marketing department, immediately develop an online pre-launch plan around the keywords Su Wanqing, Intangible Cultural Heritage Inheritance, and Mysterious S-Level Program. I want to whet everyone's appetite and build up anticipation before the program even starts filming. No problem. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Wang Hao patted his chest and assured him. Okay. Jiang Chen stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his voice steady and powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, our era has now officially begun. Get moving. Yes, Chairman Jiang. The entire team, like a supercar with a full tank of gas, instantly unleashed terrifying energy and sped up at full speed. Chapter 99 President Qin's Awkward Thank You Gift, a list. Over the next few days, Jiang Chen was completely immersed in the intense yet well-organized preparations for the Inheritors of Chinese Civilization project. The Qin Group's efficiency is astonishing. With Qin Lengyue personally overseeing the project, the first installment of 50 million yuan in startup capital was transferred to New Trend Media's account the following afternoon. With money, everything becomes easier. With his authorization, Li Xiang quickly poached the top photography, lighting, and sound recording teams from within the industry. When those experienced veterans heard that they were filming a program for Su Wancheng and that the production company was the Qin Group, they agreed almost without hesitation. Wang Hao, along with his new media team, stirred up wave after wave of public opinion storms online. Instead of directly announcing the program's content, they adopted a suspenseful marketing strategy, keeping the audience in suspense. Hashtag Su Wanqing turned down 3 movies just for a mysterious variety show. Hashtag Qin's Group invests heavily in cross-industry development of a top-tier cultural IP. Hashtag what kind of show could bring together the Ice Queen and the nation's top actress for the first time. Hashtag a series of thought-provoking topics were precisely targeted and distributed across various social media platforms, quickly igniting discussions across the internet. Netizens' curiosity was completely piqued, and they began to speculate about what kind of amazing program this was. Jiang Chen, meanwhile, spent the last few days locking himself in his office, using his god-level director skills and absolute focus potion to write out the entire creative outline and episode scripts for all 12 episodes of the first season. When he handed the thick stack of scripts, filled with detailed shooting techniques, camera language, and narrative rhythm, to Li Xiang, the newly appointed executive producer's hands trembled as he held the document, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen was no different from looking at a god. That evening, Jiang Chen had just finished a conference call with Su Wanqing and finalized the travel schedule. He stretched and was about to leave work when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Qin Lengyue, and it was as concise as ever. My office. Now. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Inner monologue, here we go again? What instructions does Her Majesty have this time? Could it be a problem with the investment funds? No, Wang Defa said the accounts were clear. So, she misses me? Filled with curiosity, Jiang Chen drove to the Qin Group headquarters. Top floor, CEO's office. Qin Lengyue was still dressed in a black business suit, sitting behind a huge desk, exuding a powerful aura. However, Jiang Chen's god-level emotion perception told him that President Qin's emotions seemed somewhat different today. The spectrum above her head was no longer the deep blue that usually represented focus and majesty, but rather a hint of a bluish-green that represented hesitation and awkwardness. President Qin, you wanted to see me? Jiang Chen walked to the desk, asking knowingly. Xin Lingyue didn't look at him, her gaze was fixed on the computer screen in front of her, as if she were dealing with some important document. She remained silent for about 10 seconds, seemingly organizing her thoughts, before coldly speaking. "How is the project preparation going?" "Everything is going smoothly," Jiang Chen replied succinctly. "The team and equipment are all in place. We'll officially set off for Suzhou next Wednesday to film the first episode." Xin Lingyue responded faintly, and then the office fell silent again. Jiang Chen didn't urge her, but just stood there leisurely, watching her with great interest. He wanted to see what this queen was really up to. After another full half-minute, Xin Lingyue seemed to have finally made up her mind. She took a brown paper file bag from the drawer, and without even looking at it, slid it directly onto the table in front of Jiang Chen. "Here, take this." Her voice still betrayed no emotion. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and picked up the file folder. "It feels slightly heavy when you pick it up. It seems to contain a thick stack of documents." He opened the seal and took out the documents inside. His pupils contracted sharply after just one glance. The document bag contained neither contracts nor reports. It is a list. An incredibly detailed list, so detailed it could even be described as confidential. The list includes nearly 30 inheritors of intangible cultural heritage from all over the country. From shadow puppeteers in the north to oil paper umbrella artisans in the south, from ancient papermaking masters living in seclusion deep in the mountains to Gucina's 7-string zither makers hidden in bustling cities. Each person's name is followed by extremely detailed personal information. This includes their life stories, skills, current living conditions, personality and preferences, and even their little-known life stories, home addresses, and contact information. The level of detail in some of the information was so astonishing that even Jiang Chen was taken aback. For example, the information about that Suzhou embroidery inheritor even mentions a love affair that ended without fruition in her youth, as well as the reason why she never married and only kept company with needle and thread throughout her life. This is information that cannot be collected through public channels at all. Behind this, it must have been the Qin Group's terrifying intelligence network that was mobilized, and a huge amount of manpower and resources were spent to compile it in just a few days. Jiang Chen understood instantly. This list was Xin Lingyue's thank you gift to him. An awkward, unspoken, yet incredibly precious and thoughtful thank you gift. It is more than just information, it provides the most core and valuable source of stories for the program Inheritors of Chinese Civilization, directly elevating the depth of the program's content by several levels. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked intently at the woman in front of him, who was still pretending to be looking at the computer. Inner monologue, "My God, this woman, her way of expressing gratitude is so arrogant. She won't say a single kind word, yet she's done so much for me behind the scenes. This is more touching than just giving me $1 billion. A warm feeling welled up inside him, but he still maintained his cynical tone. He placed the file back on the table and, in a tone that sounded like he was scrutinizing a subordinate's work, said with feigned seriousness, "Yes, Mr. Qin, the supplementary material is excellent and very valuable. It will greatly improve the success rate and depth of our project. As your special advisor and the project's director, I am very satisfied with your performance as an investor." Puff. Xin Lingyue was drinking water when she heard his words and almost spat it all over the screen. She turned her head sharply, glaring at Jiang Chen with a mixture of shame and anger. That bastard! How dare he speak to me in that tone? I was trying to help him out of kindness, and he actually turned around and criticized me like an employee? Jiang Chen, she growled through gritted teeth. "Yes, Mr. Qin. Do you have any further instructions?" Jiang Chen asked innocently. Looking at his smug smile, Xin Lingyue felt her chest heave, and the words of curse she wanted to say were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't utter a single one. In the end, all she could do was glare at him fiercely and say coldly, "Focus on your own business. Don't let my investment go down the drain." "Yes, sir, my dear investor." Jiang Chen gave an exaggerated bow. "Roll." "Okay." Jiang Chen smiled, turned around, picked up the heavy list, and prepared to leave. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, Xin Lingyue's voice came softly from behind him again. "Etc." Jiang Chen paused and turned around. Xin Lingyue avoided his gaze, looking at the night view outside the window. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet exceptionally clear. "Tonight, a lullaby. Don't forget." As soon as she finished speaking, her ears turned a deep blush. Looking at her proud yet shy appearance, Jiang Chen could no longer suppress the curve of his lips, which turned up wildly. Chapter 100, Late Night Piano Music, the Queen's Second Moment of Emotion. 11 p.m., the main building of the cloud-top Heavenly Palace. Jiang Chen knocked on Qin Lengyue's bedroom door right on time. "Please come in." The sounds inside were much calmer than usual. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and entered, only to find that the scene in the bedroom was completely different from the previous times. The tense standoff of the first time was gone, as was the hysteria of the second time. The dim bedside lamp cast a soft glow. Qin Lengyue wasn't wearing her usual aloof silk robe, but instead changed into a set of comfortable and soft cotton loungewear. She didn't sit on the bed or curl up on the carpet, but sat quietly on the chaise lounge in front of the French windows, a book on her lap, her bare, delicate white feet gently swaying. Outside the window was the dazzling night view of Tianhai City, with thousands of lights shining like a galaxy, reflecting on her beautiful profile and softening her usually cold and sharp features. When she saw Jiang Chen come in, she merely raised her eyes, gave a soft and then turned her gaze back to her book, as if Jiang Chen's arrival was the most natural thing in the world. Jiang Chen's God-level emotional perception clearly told him that at this moment, Qin Lengyue's heart was a tranquil lake blue, without waves or storms, only faint, light golden light spots representing expectation shimmering at the bottom of the lake. Inner monologue, "Not bad, not bad. It seems Her Majesty is getting used to my personal service. The atmosphere is so much better than the last few times. I can't sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, today I need to change to a more sophisticated song, otherwise how can I live up to my title of top waitress?" Jiang Chen didn't tease her as usual. He knew that this moment of tranquility was very precious. He simply smiled and nodded, then walked straight to the white Yamaha digital piano in the corner of the bedroom. This piano was bought by Qin Lengyue on short notice to learn Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and she never expected it to come in handy now. Jiang Chen sat down, turned on the power, and gently ran his slender fingers across the piano keys to test the sound. Then, he closed his eyes and recalled a very gentle Irish folk song he had heard long ago. The next second, melodious and slightly ethereal piano music slowly flowed into the quiet bedroom. The melody is not as simple and straightforward as Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. It carries an ancient and gentle narrative feeling, like an evening breeze, a stream, or a lover's whisper in your ear. Qin Lengyue unconsciously stopped turning the pages of the book. She looked up at the man sitting at the piano. Under the lights, his profile was focused and gentle, his fingers dancing gracefully on the black and white keys, and the whole world seemed to consist only of him and his music. Just as Qin Lengyue was somewhat lost in thought, Jiang Chen began to sing. He didn't sing in Chinese, but instead sang softly in very pure English with a touch of magnetism. "Down by the Sally Gardens my love and I did meet. Deep in Sally's garden, I met my lover. She passed the Sally Gardens with little snow-white feet. She walked through Sally's garden, her little white feet treading on the path." His voice, already incredibly captivating thanks to systematic enhancement, is now further amplified by this gentle melody and poetic lyrics, acting as a powerful tranquilizer to soothe the deepest anxieties and weariness in one's heart. Qin Lengyue put down the book in her hand completely. She just watched him quietly and listened to him sing. All the pressure and exhaustion of these past few days seemed to have found an outlet at this moment. The harrowing scene at the Qinglong Bay project, the lingering fear and chilling feeling of being cursed in the most vicious way by a loved one. The arduous task of persuading the group's board of directors and overcoming opposition to restart the project. The nameless jealousy and irritation he felt when he clashed with Su Wanqing at the party. And a complex mix of anticipation and apprehension towards the brand new project, Inheritors of Chinese Civilization. At this moment, all emotions, along with his gentle singing, slowly settled and dissolved. The frozen lake in her heart seemed to be truly beginning to melt. In Jiang Chen's God-level emotion perception, the tranquil lake blue above Qin Lengyue's head began to ripple with gentle waves. The pale golden specks representing expectation gradually converged, and then, one after another, pink flowers representing emotion, peace of mind, and trust quietly bloomed at the bottom of the lake. The song ended, its lingering notes still echoing. Jiang Chen's fingers stopped on the piano keys. A long silence fell over the bedroom. Only the faint light of the city outside the window and the soft indoor lighting intertwine. Jiang Chen didn't turn around or say anything. He just sat quietly, giving her enough time and space. After a long while, Qin Lengyue's voice finally rang out softly. Her voice was no longer cold or hoarse, but rather clear and soft, like the sky after a rain. "The list you gave me." She paused, seemingly considering her words. "The Suzhou embroidery artist above is named Lin Huixin. When I was a child, when my grandmother was still alive, I loved the handkerchiefs she embroidered the most. This is a very small, extremely private piece of information. But Jiang Chen instantly understood the profound meaning behind those words. This was the first time Qin Lengyue had taken the initiative to reveal a soft corner of her heart to him. She was no longer the high and mighty queen, but was sharing a childhood memory with someone she could trust. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and looked at her. Her face no longer held its usual sharpness, only a faint, almost fragile tenderness. Jiang Chen's heart was gently touched. He didn't say anything like "Please accept my condolences," but looked earnestly into her eyes and nodded solemnly. "We will tell her story well." "Mum." Qin Lengyue responded softly, then lowered her head, avoiding Jiang Chen's gaze, and whispered, "Thank you." The voice was very soft, but Jiang Chen heard it clearly. This was the first time she had ever said thank you to him. Jiang Chen smiled, a genuine smile from the bottom of his heart. He stood up, walked over to her, and, as usual, spoke in a professional tone that was half joking. "Mr. Qin, your personalized lullaby service has been completed. Customer satisfaction is my only pursuit. If you are satisfied, please remember to give us a 5-star review." Qin Lengyue raised her head and looked at the familiar, slightly cynical smile on his face. The slight sadness and vulnerability that had just arisen were instantly replaced by shame and anger. She grabbed a cushion next to her and threw it at him. "Roll." Jiang Chen nimbly caught the pillow and stepped back with a smile. "Okay, you should get some rest." He turned and left, gently closing the door behind him. The moment the door closed, a crisp notification sound exploded in his mind. Byte. Under the host's continuous and high-quality exclusive service, the core client Qin Lengyue's inner defenses have structurally weakened, and her emotional dependence has greatly increased. S-rank long-term mission, the Queen's personal guardian. Significant progress made. Current task progress, 60%. Client Qin Lengyue has officially entered a state of deep dependence. Chapter 101: The Emergence of an Empire. The entire team upgrades. Back in his room in the annex of the Cloud Palace, Jiang Chen leaned against the door and let out a long sigh of relief. Recalling Qin Lengyue's rare tenderness and her awkward thank you at the end, he couldn't help but smile. Inner monologue, TSK, the feeling of the iceberg melting is really great. This Queen's personal guardian quest, although the process is tortuous, the sense of accomplishment is much better than simply making money. 60% progress, looks like we're not far from taking down this iceberg. In high spirits, he poured himself a glass of whiskey from the liquor cabinet, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and while admiring the night view, brought up his system panel. God-level customer service system. Host, Jiang Chen. Level, Gold Customer Service Specialist. Experience 95-100. Service points, 29200. Skills list, God-level driving skills, Grandmaster-level feng shui, Master-level business insight, God-level emotional perception, God-level people judging skills, God-level directing. Inventory, Protective Jade Pendant X1, Absolute Focus Potion X3. Task panel. S-rank long-term mission, the Queen's personal guardian, progress 60%. Epic quest, create your empire, progress 1.5%. Looking at the long list of glittering skills and the soaring service points, Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented surge of pride. In less than 2 months, he has grown from a low-level worker who was worried about his sister's medical expenses to what he is today. Starcore Biotechnology has gotten on the right track and become a rising star in science and technology. New Trend Media, with its S-level projects and backed by the Qin family and Su Wanxing, is about to make a name for itself. And he himself began to transform from a waiter into an emperor. But Jiang Chen knew very well that this was far from enough. One person's strength is ultimately limited. To build a true business empire, he needed an absolutely loyal and invincible army. He needs a group of capable leaders to guard the 4 directions and expand his territory. His gaze fell on a special function module on the system panel. Team Management. This module appeared after he upgraded his system. Last time, he had already added Wang Defa and Li Weidong from Xingha Biotechnology, as well as his best friend Wang Hao, to the team. They were also given basic, stripped-down versions of the skills, and the effects were immediate. Wang Defa transformed from an ordinary finance director into a financial expert who could spot accounting loopholes at a glance. Li Weidong's project management skills have also made a qualitative leap. Wang Hao has made great strides in the new media field with his master-level marketing planning, earning him the awe and admiration of his subordinates. Inner monologue, it's time to give my founding heroes a major upgrade. Jiang Chen looked at his nearly 30,000 service points without feeling the slightest bit heartache. These service points can't generate interest if they're left standing. Investing in your own people is the only way to generate returns that are hundreds or thousands of times greater. He opened the Team Management module, and 4 lit card slots appeared before his eyes. Slot 1, Wang Defa Chief Financial Officer. Trust level, 96 Fanatical Worship. Current skill, Master Level Financial Analysis Cut Down version. Slot 2, Li Weidong RD Director. Trust level, 94 Absolutely Trustworthy. Current skill, Master Level Project Management Abridged version. Slot 3, Wang Hao Marketing Director. Trust rating, 99 Blood Brothers. Current skill, Master Level Marketing Planning Abridged version. Jiang Chen looked at the information of the 3 people and nodded in satisfaction. They have a very high level of trust and fully meet the standard of absolute loyalty. Next, he turned his attention to the 4th card slot, which he had just activated. On a whim, he locked onto Li Xiang, the chief producer of New Trend Media. Target, Li Xiang. Beginning the God-level person assessment analysis. A data stream that only Jiang Chen could see flashed across Li Xiang's name. Name, Li Xiang. Internal character, resilient, persistent, and idealistic, mild social anxiety and not good at socializing, but extremely confident in one's professional field. Actual abilities, A content creation and production, B+ team management, C business negotiation. Possesses exceptional learning ability and growth potential. Hidden ambition, desires to create a masterpiece that will go down in industry history and realize personal value. Has a low desire for money and power. Maximum life achievement, A+ with the right opportunity, one could become a top-tier producer. True attitude towards the host, trust level 93 Admiration and awe. Views the host as a talent scout and mentor, willing to give everything for the host's dreams. Inner monologue, excellent. Li Xiang is indeed a talented leader. He's capable, ambitious, but his ambition lies in his professional field, and he's utterly loyal to me. This kind of pure technical talent is exactly what I need. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and made a thought. Ding. Target Li Xiang has a trust level of over 80 with the host, meeting the criteria for adding a team member. Add him to team slot 4? Yes. Ding. Team member Li Xiang has been successfully added. As he watched the 4th card slot light up, Jiang Chen felt like a player in a nurturing game who had collected yet another SSR character, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. Alright, the 4 Heavenly Kings are back in their positions. Next, it's time to upgrade our skills. Jiang Chen opened the Jet Skills list in the System Shop and began selecting new equipment for his 4 beloved generals. Wang Defa, take charge of my finances. Financial analysis is no longer enough. My future empire will inevitably involve a lot of capital operations, mergers and acquisitions, and IPOs. This is great. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he locked onto a new skill. Master Level Capital Operation Abridged version. Price, 3,000 service points. Effect, to enable them to grasp the core principles of the capital market and master advanced financial techniques such as financing, mergers and acquisitions, restructuring, and listing. I bought it. Ding. Purchase successful. Skill remotely transferred. Next, Li Weidong. Xingha Bio is the foundation of my technology. The pet collar is just the first step. In the future, we will also work on smart homes, biomedicine. Our project management skills also need to be improved, but the core technology is the most important. This one. Master Level Chip Architecture Design Cut Down version. Price, 2,500 service points. Effect, to enable them to master the current mainstream chip design concepts and architectures in the world, and to lead the design of high-performance, low-power application-specific chips. I bought it. Ding. Purchase successful. Skill remotely transferred. Then there's Housie. New Trend Media is my mouthpiece for public opinion. Marketing and planning are just the first layer. The higher level is guiding and controlling public opinion. This skill is practically tailor-made for him. Master Level Public Opinion Control Cut Down version. Price, 3,000 service points. Effect, enables it to accurately understand the generation and spread of online public opinion, skillfully set agendas, guide public opinion, and diffuse public relations crises invisibly. I bought it. Ding. Purchase successful. Skill remotely transferred. Finally, my new executive producer, Li Xiang. Masterclass in Program Production Abridged version. Price, 2,500 service points. Effect: to enable them to master the entire process of an S-level program, from planning and filming to post-production, perfectly execute all the director's intentions, and provide constructive suggestions. Purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. Skill remotely transferred. A frenzy of spending, 11,000 service points vanished in an instant. Zhang Chen's service point balance plummeted from 29,200 points to 18,100 points. But he didn't feel any heartache at all, on the contrary, he felt incredibly happy. Inner monologue, ha ha ha. Awesome. What a waste. I wonder what expressions these four people will have when they wake up tomorrow morning and find so much God-level knowledge in their heads. Will they think they've been cyborged by aliens? Welcome to the world of pay-to-win players. Zhang Chen finished the last sip of whiskey in his glass, his eyes gleaming with an imperial light. He looked out the window, as if he could already see a vast empire, one he had personally created, slowly rising on the horizon. Chapter 102, First Stop, Meeting the Embroiderer. 1 week later, at Tianhai International Airport. The morning sunlight streamed through the huge glass curtain wall, bathing a group of people who were about to set off. This group of people is the core creative team of the program Inheritors of Chinese Civilization. Leading them were naturally Zhang Chen and Su Wanqing. Zhang Chen was dressed very casually today, in a simple white t-shirt, cargo pants, and sneakers. He looked like a college student about to go on a trip, without any of the airs of a chairman. Su Wanqing, who was standing next to him, attracted frequent glances from passing travelers. She was almost makeup-free, with only very light nude makeup on her face. Her long hair was casually tied into a ponytail. She was wearing a white windbreaker and jeans in the same color scheme as Zhang Chen, and a pair of clean white sneakers on her feet. Without the glitz and glamour of the red carpet, without the impeccable perfection in front of the camera, she is like a girl next door, full of youthful energy and anticipation for the unknown journey ahead. Director Jiang, are you all ready? Su Wanqing, carrying a backpack, winked playfully at Zhang Chen. After a week of intensive communication, she and Zhang Chen had become very familiar with each other, and even their way of addressing each other had become more casual. Don't worry, Suda's apprentice, Zhang Chen replied with a smile. The script, equipment, and personnel are all in place. We're just waiting for you, the chief experience officer, to go and experience the hardships of life. I'm not afraid at all. Su Wanqing raised her chin, her face full of excitement. I've wanted to try for a long time what it feels like to split the thread and embroider with my own hands. Behind them were Li Xiang and Wang Hao, who were equally excited. As the executive producer, Li Xiang was holding a thick itinerary and was directing the staff to check in luggage and equipment in a tense but orderly manner. Although his eyes were still bloodshot, he was unusually excited. This week, he felt like he was living in a dream. The storyboard that Chairman Zhang gave him completely overturned his understanding of program production, putting him in a state of enlightened learning every day. Wang Hao, too, shamelessly followed along this time. His reasoning was that the marketing director had to be on the front lines to gather the most authentic materials for subsequent promotional activities. But Zhang Chen knew that this guy just wanted to come along for fun and get a close look at the big star. Brother Jiang, look! There are so many people secretly taking pictures of the big star Su over there. Wang Hao leaned close to Zhang Chen, winking and whispering, "Don't you think we're getting paid to be a fan? This is so awesome." Zhang Chen rolled his eyes at him. "Stop being so conceited. From now on, we are a professional production team. Miss Su is our colleague, not a celebrity. Watch your words and actions." "All right." Wang Hao replied with a grin, but his eyes couldn't help but dart towards Su Wanqing. Soon, all the formalities were completed. A team of more than 20 people boarded a flight to Suzhou through the VIP channel. In first class, Zhang Chen and Su Wanqing were seated next to each other. After the plane reached a stable flight, Su Wanqing did not immediately put on an eye mask to rest like other celebrities. Instead, she took out a book about the history of Suzhou embroidery and began to read it carefully. "So diligent?" Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. Su Wanqing raised her head and said seriously, "Didn't you say I'm an apprentice? An apprentice has to do some homework, right? I don't want to be clueless when I'm in front of the embroiderer. That would be too disrespectful." Seeing her serious expression, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of approval. Inner monologue, no wonder she's a national film queen. There's a reason she's been popular for so many years. Her dedication and humility are 100 times better than those idol stars. I definitely made the right choice. Don't be too nervous. Jiang Chen lowered his voice and said softly, "What I want most for this shoot is authenticity. You don't need to play a perfect apprentice. What I want to see is your most genuine reaction as a modern urban woman when she comes into contact with an ancient and great skill. Your clumsiness, your frustration, your curiosity, your amazement, these are the things that are most touching." Su Wanqing listened quietly, looking into Jiang Chen's eyes that seemed to see through everything, and nodded heavily. "I see." On the other side, Li Xiang, sitting in the row behind them, was holding the script that Jiang Chen had given him and studying it with great eagerness. The director of photography next to him, a highly respected senior figure in the industry, also leaned over. The two discussed the design of a shot in hushed tones, sometimes frowning, sometimes suddenly realizing something, completely immersed in the world of creation. Jiang Chen looked at all of this and felt a sense of satisfaction. Inner monologue, this feeling, is wonderful. It's not just about the system rewards, nor is it about the money. It's about everyone working together towards a common goal, creating together. Of course, if we can make money and build an empire along the way, that would be even better. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Suzhou Airport. The team did not stop in the city, but directly transferred to several commercial vehicles and headed towards their destination, an ancient village deep in the western mountains of Taihu Lake. As the car drove along the winding mountain road, the scenery outside the window gradually changed from the steel and concrete of the city to the picturesque landscape of Jiangnan. White walls and black tiles, a small bridge over a flowing stream, distant mountains shrouded in a thin mist. The noise inside the car gradually subsided. Everyone was captivated by the beautiful scenery before them, as if their hearts had slowed down and calmed down. After nearly an hour of bumpy travel, the convoy finally stopped at the entrance of a quaint village. The village is small and quiet, like a paradise. Li Xiang took the address, confirmed it with a local guide, and then excitedly said to Jiang Chen, "Chairman Jiang, this is it. Teacher Lin Huixin's house is at the very end of the village, next to that big ginkgo tree." "Okay." Jiang Chen nodded. "Have everyone move the equipment down, and be careful to handle it gently so as not to disturb the villagers." The group got out of the car, breathed in the fresh mountain air, and felt refreshed. They walked along a path paved with bluestone slabs deeper into the village. On both sides of the path are babbling brooks and lush bamboo forests, with only birdsong and the sound of the wind in your ears. After walking for about 10 minutes, a huge, ancient ginkgo tree, so large that it would take several people to encircle it, appeared before them. Under that ginkgo tree, there is a small, traditional Jiangnan-style house with an independent courtyard. The gate to the courtyard was open, and a figure was sitting quietly under the eaves inside the courtyard. Everyone stopped in their tracks. She was an old woman with a full head of silver hair, dressed in a blue cloth dress. She sat in front of a small embroidery hoop, sunlight filtering through the grapevines overhead, casting dappled patterns of light onto her and the colorful silk threads in her hands. Her back was slightly hunched, but her hands were unusually steady. A slender embroidery needle, seemingly brought to life by her fingertips, danced and leaped across the silk. The whole world seemed to have fallen silent. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The scene before me was serene and peaceful, yet it was filled with a breathtaking power. Su Wanqing covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. She felt as if she were not visiting a craftsman, but rather on a pilgrimage to an artist. Jiang Chen looked at that figure and took a deep breath. He knew that their journey, their story, was only just beginning at this moment. Chapter 103: A God-level director, shocking the entire audience. Attention all units. Camera positions confirmed. Lights crew, get ready. The recording team. The next morning, various professional filming equipment had already been set up in Grandma Lin Huixin's courtyard. In order not to disrupt the original tranquility of the courtyard, all the equipment was covered with black cloth, and the staff were all dressed in dark clothes, moving carefully and trying not to make any noise. The production team invited a well-known documentary director in the industry, surnamed Zhang, who is in his 40s and has a wealth of experience. At this moment, Director Zhang is holding a walkie-talkie, calmly directing the scene. According to his filming plan, the first shot was of Su Wanqing walking into the courtyard and meeting Grandma Lin for the first time. This is a very conventional and safe opening. "Okay, Wanqing, are you ready?" Director Zhang called out to Su Wanqing, who was standing at the gate of the courtyard. "Walk in naturally in a moment, and when you see Grandma Lin, smile and go up to greet her. Be friendly and natural, just like you're visiting an elder in your own family." "Okay, Director Zhang." Su Wanqing nodded, took a deep breath, and composed himself. "Grandma Lin, don't be nervous. Just sit and embroider as usual. This young lady will come in and talk to you in a moment. You can chat with her. Director Zhang patiently said to Lin Huixin, who was sitting upright to the side. Grandma Lin had lived in this small village her whole life and had never seen anything like it. Although she was a little nervous, the old lady was calm and simply smiled and nodded. Jiang Chen didn't speak, but stood with his arms crossed in an inconspicuous corner, watching quietly. He activated his god-level director skill, and everything before him was transformed into the most basic composition, lighting, and cinematic language. Director Shang's design isn't bad, but it's too ordinary. It's like a glass of plain water, safe, thirst-quenching, but tasteless. It completely failed to capture the sense of collision and inheritance that Jiang Chen wanted across time and space. All right. Attention all units. Ready. Director Zhang raised his hand, ready to call action. Wait a moment. A calm voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Jiang Chen slowly walking out from the corner. Director Zhang was taken aback and looked at the young producer and chief director with some confusion. Chairman Zhang, is there a problem? The dozens of staff members on site also looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity and doubt. They all knew Jiang Chen was the boss and the investor, but directing, that's a technical job. A young man in his 20s, no matter how rich, would usually just be a figurehead on a professional film set like this, and wouldn't actually get involved in the actual filming. Jiang Chen walked over to Director Zhang, pointed to the screen on the monitor, and shook his head. Director Zhang, this opening is too peaceful. Flat? Director Zhang was stunned. In his 20 years in the industry, he had made countless award-winning documentaries, and no one had ever said that his shots were flat. He said somewhat indignantly, Chairman Zhang, documentaries are all about authenticity and naturalness. This kind of documentary style is the safest and easiest for the audience to accept. I don't want to play it safe. Jiang Chen's tone left no room for argument. What I want is to be amazing. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across the entire film set. With the help of his god-level director skills, his brain was working at high speed, and countless perfect shot combinations instantly formed in his mind. All camera positions, readjust them all, he said, his voice not loud, but carrying an irresistible authority. Camera number 1, give up the panorama. Give me a 100mm prime lens, lower the camera position to the lowest setting, almost touching the ground. I want a perspective that slowly moves forward from the bluestone slab at the courtyard gate, with the focus always on Grandma Lin's wrinkled yet incredibly nimble hands. Camera number 2, switch to macro lens. I don't want to film faces, I just want to film needles. Film threads. I want the audience to see clearly how that gold thread, thinner than a hair, is transformed into a shimmering light on a phoenix's tail feather in the hands of the embroiderer. Aircraft number 3, prepare for aerial filming. I need a shot that looks vertically down from high above, gradually zooming in on the entire village, finally focusing on this small courtyard, focusing on the magnificent landscape within this small space on the embroidery frame. Jiang Chen issued 3 instructions in one go, each of which subverted conventional shooting methods. All the photographers present were stunned. This is supposed to be a documentary? This is clearly an epic art film. This cinematic language is so sophisticated, and also so bold. Director Zhang was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found that he couldn't utter a single word. Just imagining the scenes Jiang Chen described sent chills down the spine of this veteran director. What an incredible visual impact that must have been. There's more. Jiang Chen's gaze turned to Su Wancheng. Wancheng, wait a moment, don't come in. Ha? Su Wancheng was also stunned. Just stand at the gate of the courtyard, don't speak, and don't show any extra expression. Just stand quietly and watch Grandma Lin in the courtyard as she embroiders. What I want to film is not your first conversation, but your first look at each other. One is a top-tier celebrity who represents modernity, extravagance, and a fast pace. One is a century-old craftsman who represents tradition, tranquility, and a slow-paced life. Between you, there is a courtyard, and nearly a century of time. What I want is this silent, timeless gaze, the sense of destiny that it brings. Jiang Chen's voice was full of magic. Su Wancheng stared at him blankly. She felt as if she were facing not a businessman, but a passionate artist. Every word he spoke sent chills down her spine. She nodded vigorously, her eyes shining. I understand. Director Zhang. She had already changed how she addressed him, almost unconsciously. The scene was deathly silent. All the staff, including Director Zhang, were completely stunned by Jiang Chen's words. Laymen watched the spectacle, experts watched the details. These professionals knew better than anyone how terrifying the directing skills Jiang Chen had just displayed were. That's no longer just about technique, it's about thought, philosophy, and art. Director Zhang looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes shifting from initial confusion and disbelief to extreme shock and awe. He took a deep breath, walked up to Jiang Chen, lowered his head slightly, and said in a tone of sincere admiration, "Chairman Jiang, no, Director Jiang. You are the real director. From now on, I will be your executive director. Just tell us what you see in your mind. We all guarantee 100% that we will make it happen for you." Jiang Chen looked at him and smiled faintly. "Good." He turned around, picked up the walkie-talkie, and his expression instantly became focused and sharp. "Attention all units. Prepare again as I just instructed. Action." With his command, the entire crew, like a precision instrument activated, began to operate with unprecedented efficiency and enthusiasm. When the first shot was filmed as Jiang Chen requested and played back on the monitor, everyone gathered in front of the monitor gasped. In the scene, the camera slowly glides across the ancient bluestone slabs, finally settling on those nimble hands. In the background, Su Wanqing stands at the door, her figure blurred, quiet and beautiful. The entire scene is perfectly composed, with stunning lighting and shadows, full of a sense of story and cinematic quality. That wasn't a scene from a television program anymore. It was a breathing, flowing oil painting. Oh my God. It's so beautiful. This is what I filmed? The photographer carrying camera number 1 muttered to himself, unable to believe his eyes. Su Wancheng looked at herself on the monitor and at the scene that shocked her. Then she looked at the man standing behind the monitor, his expression focused, as if his whole body was glowing. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. At this moment, Jiang Chen's image in her heart was overturned once again. If Jiang Chen in the past was a business prodigy with ability, vision, and charisma, then at this moment, Jiang Chen is a true master of art, who controls light, shadow, and emotion. Li Xiang stood at the back of the crowd, trembling with excitement. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was surrounded by everyone like a star, he had only one thought in his mind. Following him, my life has been worthwhile. Jiang Chen ignored the shock of the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on the monitor. He raised his head, his voice calm yet firm. Very good. Prepare for the next shot. Chapter 104. When Director Jiang makes a move, the whole place trembles. In front of the monitor, the air was so quiet you could hear the flapping of insects' wings. All eyes were drawn to the small screen, then uncontrollably drifted to the young man with his arms crossed and a calm expression. The image freezes on the last frame. Sunlight filters through the grapevines, dappling the ground with light onto Grandma Lin Huixin's hands, hands marked by the passage of time yet remarkably steady. In those hands, she holds a fine embroidery needle, its tip gleaming with a cold light. In the distance, the figure of national film star Su Wanqing is blurred into a hazy silhouette, standing silently at the courtyard gate, like a modern visitor who has stumbled into an ancient painting. Composition, lighting, depth of field, everything is perfect to the point of being impeccable. More importantly, an indescribable sense of story and destiny emanated from this still image, sending chills down the spines of all the professionals present. This is what I took. The senior photographer in charge of the main camera position, a middle-aged man who had won several awards in the industry, looked at the screen and muttered to himself, his tone full of unfamiliarity and disbelief. He had been in the industry for 20 years and had filmed countless grand scenes, but he had never imagined that a simple hospital admission shot could be filmed with the quality of an epic art film opening. He was clearly just following Jiang Chen's instructions, but the result completely exceeded his own expectations. Director Jiang. Director Zhang, the renowned documentary director who had been invited to oversee the event, stood with his mouth agape for a good 10 seconds before finally finding his voice. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. If he felt a slight displeasure at being offended as a senior and a skepticism towards the young man when Jiang Chen called a halt earlier, now all that remains is pure awe and admiration. He strode to Jiang Chen's side, adopting an extremely humble posture, even bowing slightly, his tone utterly sincere. Director Jiang, regarding what you just mentioned about the sense of collision and the sense of inheritance, I think I understand a little, but not completely. Could you elaborate a bit more? As he spoke, he actually pulled a small notebook and pen out of his pocket, looking as if he was ready to record the supreme instructions at any time. The rest of the crew were stunned when they saw this. Director Zhang is known in the industry for his fiery temper and sharp eye. Many producers and investors treat him with utmost respect. Now, he's acting like a schoolboy, asking for advice from a young man in his early 20s? This world is so magical. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Inner monologue, standard procedure, standard procedure. God-level directing skills, that's just how unreasonable it is. This director is actually pretty good, getting into learning mode so quickly. He maintained his inscrutable composure, glanced at Director Zhang, and slowly said, "It's nothing complicated." Director Zhang, look. He extended his finger and tapped lightly on the monitor. We're not filming Su Wanqing walking into a courtyard, but rather a dialogue between modern and traditional civilizations. Grandma Lin's hands are still, representing decades of unwavering dedication and accumulation. They represent roots. Su Wanqing's standing is dynamic, representing the outside world's glitz and exploration. She represents fruit. By using a telephoto lens to compress space, these two completely different senses of time and space are forced into the same frame. What the audience sees at first glance is not the star, but those hands, that craftsmanship. Only after they are attracted by those hands will they notice the star in the background. At this point, a question will arise in their minds: what is it that can make a top star willingly become a background figure? This question is the hook. Only by piquing their curiosity can they truly immerse themselves in our story. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but every word was like a nail, precisely driven into the hearts of everyone present. After he finished speaking, the entire team fell silent. The photographers looked at Jiang Chen as if he were a god. Director Shang's hand holding the pen trembled slightly as he frantically jotted down notes in his notebook, muttering repeatedly, "Root and fruit, space-time compression, yes, yes. So true. How come I never thought of that?" Standing to the side, Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She had previously only thought Jiang Chen's instructions were unique and evocative. Now, after hearing this explanation, she understood the deeper meaning behind them. This man wasn't thinking about how to make a single shot look good, he was thinking about how to construct the soul of an entire story. He is not a director, he is a poet, an artist who writes poetry with the camera. She couldn't help but step forward, her voice filled with an admiration she herself hadn't even realized. "Director Jiang, you're amazing." "Basic stuff." Jiang Chen subconsciously replied in his mind, but gave Su Wanqing a gentle smile. "You stood well and your emotions were on point, Teacher Su." Just then, a discordant voice weakly rose from the corner. "Director Jiang. Director Jiang, your camera language is sophisticated, but it's also incredibly difficult to execute. That close-up shot just now, if my hand had trembled even slightly, the whole shot would have been ruined. This puts too much pressure on us cinematographers." The speaker was the young photographer on camera number 2. He'd only been in the industry for a few years, but his skills were good, though he was also quite ambitious. Jiang Chen had just made him work himself to the bone by asking him to use a macro lens to photograph only needles and thread. In an instant, all eyes were on the young man, and many people were worried for him. Having just witnessed Jiang Chen's methods, how dare he complain at a time like this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was not angry. Instead, he turned his gaze to the young man and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Without saying a word, he walked straight to camera position number 2 and said to the young photographer, "Get up, I'll take over." The young man was taken aback, then obediently stood up. Jiang Chen sat down skillfully, his eyes close to the viewfinder, his hands firmly holding the camera. He didn't even take a test shot, but directly said into the walkie-talkie, "Grandma Lin, please start embroidering that gold thread." Lin Huixin, who was in the courtyard, nodded, picked up a gold thread thinner than a hair, threaded it through the needle, and began to move it across the embroidery hoop. Jiang Chen's fingers moved slightly on the focusing ring, and he seemed to become one with the machine. The image reappeared on the monitor. This time, everyone held their breath. The scene features only a single gold thread and a silver needle. Under the macro lens, every fine detail of the gold thread is clearly visible. As Grandma Lin moves, the gold thread weaves through the silk, sometimes like a dragon swimming in the sea, sometimes like a golden snake dancing wildly. When the needle falls and the gold thread is taut, the camera precisely captures the dazzling brilliance reflected in the sunlight, as if the most dazzling radiance on a phoenix's tail feathers has been given life. The entire process was seamless and executed flawlessly. The stability of the footage and the precision of the focus switching were so high that they seemed impossible for a human to achieve. Rather, they resembled a state-of-the-art cinematic crane coupled with a highly sophisticated computer program. Click. Jiang Chen stopped the machine, stood up, patted the young photographer on the shoulder, and spoke in a calm tone. "The pressure is because you don't have enough control over the machine. If your basic skills aren't solid, thinking a lot won't help. Go back and practice more. The young photographer stared blankly at the playback. He opened his mouth, his face flushed red, and finally bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, unable to utter a single word. This move completely stunned the entire audience. If the previous theory was literary, then the current practice is martial. Possessing both literary and martial skills, one's depths are unfathomable. Li Xiang stood at the back of the crowd, trembling with excitement. Looking at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, only one thought occupied his mind: damn it, I've made the right choice in this life. This isn't just filming a variety show, this is witnessing the birth of a legend. Jiang Chen ignored the reverent gazes of those around him. To him, this was nothing more than muscle memory attached to the god-level director skill, and was not worth mentioning. He glanced at the time, picked up the walkie-talkie again, and his voice returned to calm and professional. Attention all units, the opening shot is over. We will now proceed to the second phase of filming. He paused, then turned his gaze to Su Wanqing at the courtyard gate. Teacher Su, from now on, you are no longer a celebrity, nor a visitor. Su Wanqing immediately stood up straight and listened attentively. Jiang Chen's voice, clear and powerful, resonated throughout the venue via walkie-talkie. You are an apprentice. The dumbest, most untrained apprentice. For the next 3 hours, your only task is to go to Grandma Lin, sit down, and look at her hands. No talking, no asking questions, no unnecessary movements. Just look, with your eyes, with your heart, look. The moment the command was given, everyone was stunned again. Why make a national film queen sit and watch hands for 3 hours? What kind of filming technique is this? This time, however, no one dared to raise any questions. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Wanqing nodded heavily. Understood, Director Jiang. She stepped into the courtyard and sat quietly on a small stool next to Grandma Lin, her gaze fixed intently on the hands that were creating a miracle. Jiang Chen watched this scene with a slight smile on his lips. Inner monologue, the real show is just beginning. Chapter 105: Splitting the Thread, is it the hand or the heart? In the courtyard, time seemed to be slowed down. The cicadas chirped incessantly in the summer, and the dappled sunlight cast on the ground moved slowly as time passed. Grandma Lin Huixin remained immersed in her own world, the embroidery frame in her hands her universe, the colorful silk threads her stars. She seemed completely unaware of the new figure beside her, only occasionally glancing up at the quiet girl when changing threads, a kind smile appearing in her cloudy eyes. Su Wanqing, a national film queen accustomed to the spotlight and being surrounded by admirers, is experiencing the most peculiar drama of her acting career. There was no script, no lines, and not even any interaction with the other actors. She just sat there and watched. Jiang Chen wasn't idle, he directed several camera positions to record everything in the least disruptive way. A camera was pointed specifically at Su Wanqing's face, using a telephoto lens to capture her most subtle changes in expression. The first hour. Su Wanqing's face was filled with curiosity and wonder. Like a child entering a museum for the first time, she watched Grandma Lin's fingers fly, watching how colorful threads transformed into dewdrops on flower petals and bird feathers. Her eyes sparkled, filled with amazement at this ancient craft. The second hour. As the initial novelty wore off, boredom and restlessness began to creep onto her face. She started shifting her body unconsciously, her gaze occasionally drifting elsewhere, looking at the clouds in the sky or the ants in the corner of the yard. For someone accustomed to a fast-paced, high-intensity work environment, this kind of pure, uninformed sitting still was torture. Jiang Chen looked at her slightly furrowed brows and somewhat unfocused gaze on the monitor, but his heart remained unmoved. Inner monologue, yes, that's exactly how it feels. The first step in falling from grace is experiencing the boredom of ordinary life. But wait, there's more torment to come. Director Zhang, watching from the sidelines, seemed a bit puzzled and whispered to Jiang Chen, Director Zhang, isn't this a little too boring? Will the audience be able to watch it? Jiang Chen didn't turn his head, his eyes fixed on the screen. Director Zhang, we're not shooting a short video, where there's a climax every 3 seconds. We're brewing wine, which needs time to ferment. What you see as tedious is the build-up to the emotions. Without enduring this tediousness, you can't appreciate the joy of mastering the craft later. The audience needs to experience this process with the protagonist. Director Zhang nodded thoughtfully and said nothing more, but his eyes showed even more admiration. The third hour. A miraculous change occurred. Su Wanqing was no longer restless, her body relaxed, her shoulders slumped slightly, and she seemed to blend into her surroundings. Her gaze no longer wandered but refocused on Grandma Lin's hands, but this time, her seeing was completely different from the first hour. It is no longer a curiosity, but a gaze that is almost reverent. Her breathing seemed to be in sync with Grandma Lin's rhythm as she threaded the needle. As the needle fell, she would unconsciously hold her breath as the thread was pulled up, she would slowly exhale. An unprecedented tranquility and focus appeared on her face, as if she had entered a meditative state of complete absorption. Zhang Chen, watching from the monitor, finally nodded in satisfaction. Inner monologue, not bad, she's quick to grasp things. She got into character so fast. Looks like she's a movie queen for a reason. Her control and perception of emotions are truly top-notch. Click. Zhang Chen picked up the walkie-talkie and quietly told them to stop. Su Wanqing seemed to wake up from a long dream. She blinked blankly, only then realizing that 3 hours had passed. She felt her neck and back were a little stiff, but she had a strange sense of relaxation. Teacher Su, how are you feeling? Zhang Chen's voice came from not far away. Su Wanqing stood up, stretched, thought for a moment, and then said, "It's amazing. At first, I thought it was magical, then I thought it was boring, and then I don't think about anything else, my mind is only on that needle and that thread. I can even feel that when Grandma Lin was embroidering the phoenix wings, she used a little more force than when she was embroidering the petals. Her wrist would have a very subtle tremor, as if she was making the silk thread more alive." As she spoke, she gestured with her hands, trying hard to find the right words. Her words surprised the staff present. Just by looking, they could discern so much? Zhang Chen smiled. That's exactly the effect he wanted. Only when a person truly calms down and lets go of all distractions can they observe these details that ordinary people cannot see. Very good, he praised. You have already acquired the most basic quality of an apprentice: observation skills. He turned to Lin Huixin and said respectfully, Grandma Lin, next, we'll need your help to teach her the first step. Lin Huixin stood up with a smile, put down the embroidery frame in her hand, and beckoned to Su Wanqing, girl, come here. She took out a bundle of colorful silk threads from an exquisite wooden box, and then pulled out the most ordinary red silk thread from it. The essence of Suzhou embroidery lies in the word fine, Grandma Lin said gently and slowly. The finer the thread used in a good embroidery piece, the more realistic and spirited the picture will be. Therefore, the first and most important step in learning Suzhou embroidery is splitting the thread. As she spoke, she put one end of the red silk thread in her mouth and moistened it gently, while gently twisting the other end with her right thumb and forefinger. A miraculous scene unfolded. The already thin thread was split in two by her fingertips, becoming two even thinner threads. This isn't over yet. She twisted one of the thin threads again, splitting it in two once more. This process is repeated. 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, an ordinary silk thread was ultimately transformed in Lin Huixin's hands into 32 fine, almost invisible strands, as thin as spider silk. Oh my god. How did they do that? That hand is so steady. The crew members gasped in barely suppressed astonishment. They finally understood why Zhang Chen had made Su Wanqing look at his hands for 3 hours. These hands were a work of art in themselves. Lin Huixing handed one of the almost invisible thin threads to Su Wanqing and said with a smile, girl, you try. If you can split 16 threads, you've graduated. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and accepted the ordinary red thread. She imitated Grandma Lin, carefully twisting the thread between her fingertips. However, her hands, the hands that captivated audiences on screen, played the piano, and signed countless autographs, now appeared incredibly clumsy. She either used too much force and broke the thread, or she didn't use enough force and the thread slipped on her fingertips, making it impossible to separate them. She tried for more than 10 minutes, and had changed the thread in her hand several times, but she didn't succeed each time. Fine beads of sweat began to seep from his forehead. A strong sense of frustration welled up inside me. She's Su Wanqing. The Su Wanqing who strives for perfection in everything she does and always manages to do her best. How could she not even be able to handle a tiny thread? She refused to believe it and gritted her teeth, continuing to try. It's broken. It broke again. It still broke down. The surrounding cameras faithfully recorded her increasingly pale face and the growing anxiety and resentment in her eyes. Zhang Chen stood not far away, arms crossed, watching all of this with a blank expression. Inner monologue, yes, that's the feeling. Shatter your pride, your halo. What the audience wants to see isn't an omnipotent goddess, but a person who fails, gets frustrated, but ultimately gets back up through perseverance. The more pathetic you are, the more moving your comeback will be. That's the essence of reality TV, my Su Shui apprentice. Time passed second by second, and Su Wanqing's fingertips were already red from being worn down. Her confidence, along with the broken threads, was being worn away to almost nothing. She finally couldn't hold back any longer, raised her head, and looked at Jiang Chen with eyes that were almost pleading. Her eyes were filled with a plea that said, "I can't do it, and can we take a break?" However, Jiang Chen simply looked at her quietly, his eyes as calm as a deep pool of water, without any ripples. He raised his hand, glanced at his watch, and then spoke into the walkie-talkie in a completely emotionless tone. "Lunch break is over, let's continue." Chapter 106: A bowl of plain noodles, and the movie queen broke down. Jiang Chen's words, "continue," struck Su Wanqing's heart like a cold stone. The pleading look in her eyes froze instantly, then shattered. The air around them seemed to fall silent. The crew members exchanged uneasy glances, barely daring to breathe. They could sense that Su Wanqing's emotions had reached a breaking point. "Director Jiang, isn't that a bit too ruthless? That's Su Wanqing, a national film queen whom so many people cherish and are afraid she'll melt in their hands, and he's just leaving her hanging like this? Director Jiang, how about we let teacher Su take a break? She's been practicing all morning." Assistant Director Zhang leaned over and cautiously advised. "No need," Jiang Chen replied succinctly. He continued to look at Su Wanqing, his heart unmoved. Inner monologue, "Giving up now would mean all my previous efforts were wasted. The buildup of emotions is like boiling water, it's already at 99 degrees, just one final touch of heat is needed. If I turn off the heat now, the water will never boil." Su Wanqing lowered her head, her long eyelashes concealing all the emotions in her eyes. She didn't look at Jiang Chen again, nor did she speak. She simply silently pulled a new red thread from the ball of yarn. Her movements became somewhat mechanical, even carrying a hint of defiance. 1, 2. Smack. The line broke again. Her shoulders trembled almost imperceptibly. She pulled out another thread. Smack. It broke again. All afternoon, the only sounds in the courtyard were the chirping of cicadas and the crisp snap of silk threads being snapped. The sound was like a series of small slaps to Su Wanqing's pride. She felt her fingers were numb, and her heart went numb along with them. She even began to doubt whether participating in this program was the right decision. She had never felt so frustrated, so powerless. Finally, as the sun began to set and the last rays of light were about to disappear below the horizon, Li Xiang announced the end of today's filming. Su Wanqing felt as if all her strength had been drained away, and she collapsed onto the small stool, not wanting to move at all. The crew members began busily packing up the equipment, and delicious boxed lunches were delivered, filling the air with their aroma. But Su Wanqing had no appetite at all. She just sat there blankly, staring at her fingertips, which were worn red from being rubbed, her eyes vacant. Just then, the aroma of simple food wafted over. It's Grandma Lin Huixin. Instead of eating the crew's boxed lunches, she cooked a large pot of noodles in her own small kitchen using an old iron pot. The noodles were just ordinary dried noodles, and the soup base consisted of a little lard, soy sauce, and chopped green onions, the most basic kind of plain noodles. The old woman, her body trembling, carried a large bowl to Su Wanqing. The bowl contained freshly cooked, steaming noodles. "Girl, you've been busy all day, are you hungry? Have something to eat." Grandma Lin's voice, like the bowl of noodles, was warm and simple. Su Wanqing looked up at the simple, even somewhat humble, bowl of noodles in front of her, then at Grandma Lin's wrinkled but concerned eyes, and her nose suddenly stung with tears. These days, everyone around her calls her teacher Su or actress Su, politely but distantly. Only the old lady in front of her calls her daughter. She took the bowl, said thank you, and her voice was already heavily nasal. She picked up her chopsticks, took a bite of noodles, and put it in her mouth. That was it. The warm noodles slid across her tongue, carrying the salty aroma of soy sauce and the fresh fragrance of scallions. The simple and pure taste was like a key, suddenly unlocking the gate in her heart that had been tightly locked all day. All the grievances, frustrations, resentment, and exhaustion all burst forth at this moment. A single, glistening tear slid down her cheek without warning, then a second, then a third. She didn't cry out loud, but bit her lip tightly, her shoulders shaking violently. Tears fell like broken beads, one after another, into the bowl of noodles in front of her, splashing small ripples on the clear soup surface. She cried as she mechanically stuffed noodles into her mouth, as if only in this way could she stop the sobs that were about to burst forth from her throat. Everyone in the crew was stunned. Who would have thought that Su Wanqing, who is always radiant and elegant in front of the camera, would cry like this over a bowl of plain noodles? Grandma Lin looked at her, didn't say much, but simply stretched out her hands, which had been sewing all her life, and gently and slowly patted her back, as if comforting a wrong child. "Eat slowly, child, no rush," the old woman said softly. "That thread has its own temper. The more you argue with it, the less it will listen to you. You have to go along with it and listen to it for it to listen to you." This scene was faithfully recorded by a camera that was still running in the distance. Jiang Chen stood in the shadows, watching the footage on the monitor, and a smile finally appeared on his lips. Inner monologue, success. SSS level material in hand. This is the power of real. More moving than any melodramatic script. He didn't go forward to comfort Su Wanqing. He knew that at this moment, any comfort would be superfluous, even intrusive. What he needed to do was to make the most of this genuine emotion. He quietly walked to the other side of Grandma Lin and sat down. As if having a casual chat, he asked softly, "Grandma Lin, when you were learning to split strings, did you also cry?" Grandma Lin was taken aback by his question, then laughed, and the wrinkles on her face smoothed out. Crying? It was more than just crying. The old lady seemed lost in memories. "I was only a teenager back then, and my master was much stricter than you, Director Jiang. If I didn't cut the lines well, he wouldn't give me food and would hit my palms with a ruler. My hands swelled up like carrots in the winter, and I couldn't sleep at night because of the pain, so I would secretly hide under the covers and cry. But after crying, I still have to keep practicing the next day. Because I love it. Just thinking about being able to embroider such beautiful paintings on cloth makes me feel that no amount of hardship is too much." The old woman's voice carried a calmness and strength honed by the passage of time. Su Wanqing's crying gradually subsided. She sobbed as she listened intently. Seeing this, Jiang Chen continued to steer the conversation. "I heard that when you were young, you embroidered a phoenix in flight painting, which is your most prized work?" This is a detail mentioned in the information Qin Ling Yue gave him. When that artwork was mentioned, Grandma Lin's eyes suddenly became distant, as if she had pierced through time and space and seen herself from decades ago. "Yes, that was embroidered for someone." The old woman's voice lowered, carrying a hint of barely perceptible melancholy. "Back then, there was a young man in our village who was going to join the army. I wanted to embroider something for him to keep him safe. I embroidered for 3 months, working day and night, and my eyes were almost blinded, but I finally finished it. But when I took it to him, he was already gone. He had never seen that embroidery before. Later, it was kept at the bottom of my trunk." The courtyard was completely silent. There was only a young girl and an elderly man, both heartbroken over something they longed for but could not have. Su Wanqing had completely stopped crying. She raised her red eyes and looked at Grandma Lin. Her gaze no longer held defeat, but a new, complex emotion. There was sympathy, admiration, and even more so an indescribable understanding. She seemed to suddenly understand what Grandma Lin meant by listening to the wire. Each and every thread carries the embroiderer's heartfelt thoughts. Jiang Chen keenly noticed the change in her eyes, and he quietly made a close-up gesture to the photographer not far away. The camera focused precisely on Su Wanqing's face, which was still wet with tears but shone with a light of sudden enlightenment. Chapter 107 President Qin's phone call, warning of a battlefield. That bowl of plain noodles, and that long-forgotten past, seemed to act as some kind of magical catalyst. The next day, when Su Wanqing sat down on the small stool again, her entire aura had changed. Gone was the anxiety and resentment, and the burden of being a big star. Her expression was calm and focused, her eyes filled with an almost reverent awe. She picked up a red thread, no longer in a hurry as she had been yesterday. Instead, she gently felt the texture and elasticity of the thread with her fingertips, as if she were talking to something alive. Then, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and recalled Grandma Lin's wrinkled yet exceptionally nimble hands, the warmth of that bowl of plain noodles, and the regretful story about the phoenix taking flight. When she opened her eyes again, her heart was calmer than ever before. She imitated Grandma Lin, gently twisting the thread between her fingertips. This time, she didn't command the threads to separate, but instead felt the structure of the threads themselves, guiding them with a gentle and skillful force, following their texture. A miracle happened. The red thread obediently split in two at her fingertips. It was a success. Although it was just a simple division in two, Su Wanqing was so excited that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She looked up, instinctively glancing in Jiang Chen's direction, a radiant smile blooming on her face. That smile was pure, innocent, devoid of any pretense. It was genuine joy, more captivating than any smile she'd ever worn in a movie. Jiang Chen, who was in the distance, was leaning against a ginkgo tree with his arms crossed. When he saw her smile, he simply nodded indifferently, which was taken as approval. Inner monologue, not bad, not bad, I got the Apprentice's epiphany scene. This small success is even more gratifying than winning in Best Actress award, right? The arc of that transformation was perfect. Now, it's time to add some spice to this peaceful plot. Su Wanqing's success enlivened the atmosphere of the entire crew. Everyone applauded for her, and Li Xiang excitedly ran over, praising Teacher Su as talented. The subsequent filming went incredibly smoothly. Su Wanqing seemed to have unlocked her full potential, progressing from 1 to 2, then to 4, and finally to 8. Although she still stumbled along the way, each step of her progress was clearly captured by the camera. That process of growth from clumsiness to proficiency was full of inspiring and moving power. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen was reclining in a deck chair, sipping an iced cola, and mentally planning the next scene. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a video call request. Caller ID, Mr. Qin. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, took his phone, and slowly walked to a quiet corner outside the yard before pressing the answer button. On the screen, Qin Lengyue's icy face, which looked like someone owed her 8 million every single day, immediately appeared. She was likely in her office, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window behind her overlooking the entire financial center of Tianhai City. She wore a sharply tailored white suit, her makeup was exquisite, and she exuded a powerful aura, creating a stark and jarring contrast with the earthy fragrance of the small Jiangnan village. How's the project going? Qin Lengyue's voice, like her expression, was cold and devoid of any warmth. Don't tell me that the 50 million I invested was just enough for you to take a big star to the countryside to experience life. Hearing that familiar mocking tone, Jiang Chen wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed. Inner monologue, oh, the queen's here to check up on me. That sour tone, did she catch me in something? Instead of answering directly, he grinned mischievously and turned his phone camera around. The camera first slowly pans across the rustic blue bricks and gray tiles of the courtyard, and the lush grapevines, and then, casually and very briefly, it sweeps across Su Wanqing, who is concentrating on practicing splitting. At this moment, Su Wanqing, with a bare face, a simple ponytail, and a plain windbreaker, was sitting with Grandma Lin. They were chatting about something happy, and Su Wanqing's eyes were crinkled with laughter. Her profile was as soft as a traditional Chinese ink painting in the sunlight. Jiang Chen quickly turned the camera back to himself, a professional smile on his face. Reporting to investors, the project is progressing smoothly. As you can see, our Chief Experience Officer is fully immersed in the immersive art creation and is very dedicated. On the other end of the video, Qin Lengyue's face remained expressionless, but Jiang Chen's God-level emotion perception system accurately detected a dark red ripple representing displeasure and irritability suddenly surging in the tranquil lake blue spectrum above her head, mixed with a hint of lemon-yellow sourness. Inner monologue, ha, this is amazing. The queen's jealousy has been exposed. The effect is outstanding. The environment looks all right. Qin Lengyu paused for a few seconds before speaking again, her voice even colder and harder than before. The female lead's mood does indeed seem like she's on vacation. She emphasized the word vacation very heavily. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing, but he forced it back and explained seriously, President Qin, you don't understand. We call this work-life balance. Maintaining a pleasant mood is essential for better artistic creation. It's professional, you understand? Professional. Professional? Qin Lengyue sneered, her gaze seemingly able to freeze Jiang Chen into an ice sculpture through the screen. Just when Jiang Chen thought she was about to launch another round of sarcastic attacks, Qin Lengyue suddenly changed the subject and calmly dropped a bombshell. My schedule is free tomorrow. So? Jiang Chen had a bad feeling. Qin Lengyue looked at him and said clearly, word by word. So, I will go to Suzhou tomorrow to personally inspect the progress of the project. After saying that, she hung up the video call decisively without waiting for Jiang Chen's reply. Jiang Chen stood there, stunned, holding up his blacked-out phone screen. A cool breeze blew by, and he shivered. Inner monologue, oh my god. This is a disaster. The queen is about to parachute into the battlefield? This is going to be a mess. An S-level cultural reality show is about to turn into an S-level hellish reality show. He could even picture Qin Lengyu and Su Wanqing standing together in his mind. An ice queen, a national film queen. One was dressed in black, as dark as night, the other in white, as pure as snow. A single glance can kill, a single smile can captivate a city. Then, their gazes all focused on themselves. Jiang Chen felt a chill on the back of his head. Inner monologue, system, is it too late to apply for a one-click peace feature? Or a survival guide to Shura Fields would also be great. Ding! The system has detected that the host is about to face an extreme challenge of a battle between two queens. In the spirit of enjoying a good spectacle, the system gleefully reminds you, please handle this yourself. Jiang Chen. This lousy system is becoming more and more human-like, but also more and more like a dog. He put away his phone, rubbed his temples, and let out a long sigh. Forget it, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Isn't this just a battleground? As long as I'm carefree, no one can hurt me. What's more, the feeling of manipulating two exceptionally beautiful women is actually quite exciting. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's lips curled up uncontrollably again. Chapter 108. The Ice Queen arrives, the crew is in an uproar. What? Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin is coming? When Jiang Chen casually told Li Xiang the news, the newly promoted executive producer was so shocked that he almost dropped the walkie-talkie in his hand. His face turned pale instantly, his eyes widened like saucers, and his voice trembled. Chairman Jiang, you're not joking, are you? Qin Ling Yue from the Qin Group? She's coming to our little village in person? In Li Xiang's mind, the image of that business queen on the cover of a financial magazine, with eyes so cold they could shatter ice, instantly came to mind. That's Qin Ling Yue. She's the biggest financial backer of their S-level project, a true figure at the very top of the pyramid. Is she coming to inspect? This is 100 times more nerve-wracking than having leaders from the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television come to review a film. Oh no, oh no. Li Xiang started pacing around in circles, muttering to himself, is our filming schedule too slow? Is the security on set enough? Should we raise the standard for the boxed lunches? Will President Qin, will she not be used to the environment here? What if she thinks what we're making is garbage and withdraws her investment in a fit of anger? Seeing Li Xiang's panicked expression, as if the sky were about to fall, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Calm down, Producer Li. He patted Li Xiang on the shoulder, his tone relaxed. She's just an investor, coming to see if her money was well spent. It's not like the Empress Dowager is on a royal tour, so you don't need to be so nervous. Inner monologue, although she might really think of herself as an Empress Dowager, your panic won't help. If she wants to find fault, she can find a speck of dust even if you lick the floor clean. Jiang Chen reassured her, you don't need to prepare anything. Just film according to our original plan. Let her see our most authentic working state. Remember, we let the quality of our work speak for itself, not flattery. That's what he said, but Li Xiang's heart was still pounding. Looking at Jiang Chen's calm expression that said, it's no big deal, he felt both admiration and confusion. Who exactly is this Chairman Jiang? It seems like even the biggest problems are just child's play to him. The next day, at 10 a.m. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came from the narrow dirt road at the entrance of the village. A small convoy of several black luxury cars slowly drove up and stopped under the large banyan tree at the village entrance. The cars were gleaming, with sleek lines, and clearly very expensive, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding simple farmhouses. The film crew members who were busy in the courtyard all subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked over curiously. The car door opened, and several bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses got out first. They quickly dispersed and stood guard around the area. Their professional demeanor was more exaggerated than that of a police and gangster movie. Immediately afterwards, the driver's side door opened, and a woman dressed in a sharp black haute couture pantsuit stepped out. It was Qin Ling Yue. The moment she appeared, the temperature in the entire village seemed to drop several degrees. Today, she was as meticulous as ever. Her hair was neatly tied up in a bun at the back of her head, and her face wore exquisite yet cold makeup. The perfectly tailored suit accentuated her tall and slender figure, and she exuded a powerful aura that said keep away. She stood there like an elegant black panther that had strayed into a flock of sheep, proud, dangerous, and deadly alluring. The entire crew fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned by her powerful aura, and they all froze on the spot as if they had been struck by acupuncture. Li Xiang and Director Zhang realized what was happening and quickly ran to meet him. President Qin, President Qin. Welcome, welcome. Your presence is such an honor to our humble abode. Li Xiang bowed, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace, his words tumbling out in nervousness. Director Zhang nodded repeatedly, "Hello, President Qin, hello, President Qin." However, Qin Lengyue didn't even spare them a glance. Her gaze, like two precise ice blades, bypassed everyone and locked onto the guy who was leaning against the old ginkgo tree in the yard, leisurely drinking tea from a thermos. Jiang Chen. He was dressed simply today, in a white t-shirt, cargo pants, and sneakers. He watched Qin Lengyue's queen-like demeanor, even solemnly raising his thermos as if to greet her. That relaxed demeanor seemed to say, "Oh, you've arrived?" Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Qin Lengyue's eyes turned even colder. She strode forward, her long legs clicking in her high heels, and walked straight toward Jiang Chen. The high heels clicked on the cobblestones, each step feeling like a blow to the hearts of everyone on the film crew. Su Wanqing, who was practicing splitting lines on a small stool on the other side of the courtyard, naturally saw this scene as well. When she saw Qin Lengyue, the serene smile on her face unconsciously faded. She slowly stood up, patted the dust off her pants, a seemingly casual action, but her entire demeanor instantly shifted from that of a relaxed apprentice back to that of the stunning national film queen who outshone everyone on the red carpet. An invisible sense of vigilance and wariness, belonging to women, quietly arose. It sounded as if electric sparks were crackling in the air. Qin Lengyue ignored everyone's gaze and walked straight up to Jiang Chen, stopping a step away. She raised her chin and scrutinized Jiang Chen from head to toe with a critical look, then glanced around at the small courtyard that she found incredibly shabby. "Jiang Chen, is this the S-level project you told me about?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling coldness and undisguised sarcasm. "To me, it's more like a farm-stay team-building activity." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear yet slightly cold voice came from the side. "President Qin." Su Wanqing walked over and stood next to Jiang Chen, naturally forming a 2-against-1 formation. She looked at Qin Lengyue with a polite smile, but there was no hint of amusement in her eyes. "You may not be familiar with the film and television production process. Sometimes, the most touching art is born in the most simple and unpretentious environment." Two women. A man dressed in an expensive black haute couture suit, like a drawn sword, exuding brilliance. A person dressed in a simple white windbreaker, with a bare face, is like a piece of warm and beautiful jade, with a restrained brilliance. Their gazes met in the air, one as cold as frost, the other as gentle as water, yet neither would yield an inch. Everyone on the film crew felt like they were about to stop breathing. "Oh my god! What a chaotic battleground this is!" Li Xiang's legs were already trembling. He wanted to go up and mediate, but he didn't dare. If an ordinary person like him went up to this level of confrontation, he would probably be crushed to pieces. Just as tensions were about to escalate and a conflict was about to erupt, a lazy voice broke in. "Hey, ladies, you've come all this way, calm down, calm down." Jiang Chen took a small step forward, standing perfectly between the two women, still holding his old-fashioned thermos cup steadily in his hand. He first gave Qin Lengyue a bright, harmless smile. "Mr. Qin, since you're already here, don't rush to conclusions. You're an investor, you need to let the data and results speak for themselves, right?" He unscrewed the thermos, slowly took a sip of goji berry tea, and then said unhurriedly, "Since you're here to inspect our work, why don't you take a look at what we filmed yesterday? I assure you, it's far more impressive than your company's quarterly financial statements." Chapter 109. A video recording silenced President Qin. Jiang Chen's words were like a drop of cold water poured into a pot of boiling oil, causing the atmosphere, which was on the verge of exploding, to freeze for a moment. Qin Lengyue's icy gaze shifted from Su Wanqing and refocused on Jiang Chen's smiling face. She scrutinized him for a few seconds, seemingly trying to determine the truthfulness of his words. "Looking at things? Right here?" She glanced around, her disdain undisguised. "Of course not." Jiang Chen smiled and gestured for him to enter. "We have a professional mobile editing room. Mr. Qin, this way please." As he spoke, he turned and walked toward a white van parked outside the yard. The van looked unremarkable from the outside, but it was actually rented by the film crew at a high price and was equipped with top-of-the-line editing and playback equipment. Qin Lengyue snorted coldly, said nothing, but still followed. Her two bodyguards in black immediately followed closely behind her. Su Wanqing watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. She also wanted to know what Jiang Chen had photographed that gave him the confidence to make such a boast in front of Qin Lengyue. So, she followed him. Li Xiang and Director Zhang exchanged a glance and quickly followed. A large group of people surged toward the mobile editing room. The interior of the carriage, though not spacious, was fully equipped. Several high-end computers and a huge monitor screen exuded a professional, high-tech feel. Jiang Chen sat down skillfully at the control panel and said to the people behind him, "It's a small place, so please squeeze in." He tapped a few times on the keyboard and brought up a folder. The atmosphere inside the carriage was terribly oppressive. Li Xiang stood behind Qin Lengyue, his palms sweating with nervousness. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. This was practically a public execution. If President Qin wasn't satisfied, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Lengyue crossed her arms and leaned against the carriage wall, her face still bearing that unchanging icy expression, as if what she was about to watch was not a film or television video, but an insignificant document. Su Wanqing stood beside Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes fixed on the screen, filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen didn't say another word. He pressed the play button immediately. The monitor screen lit up. The first shot that appears is a close-up of Su Wanqing sitting on a small stool, crying as she stuffs plain noodles into her mouth. That usually flawless face was now streaked with tears, filled with grievance and stubbornness. Her crying was silent, but the immense sorrow and helplessness overflowed through her violently trembling shoulders and the constant dripping of tears, creating a powerful visual impact. Then, the camera slowly pulls back, revealing the kind-looking Grandma Lin next to her, and her simple, unpretentious bowl of noodles. Grandma Lin's story about the hardships of learning her craft and her regrets about the phoenix taking flight slowly rises as a voiceover. Jiang Chen used his god-level director's skills to do some initial editing on this footage. He didn't use any fancy techniques, but simply inserted a few empty shots of Grandma Lin's wrinkled hands, Su Wanqing's red eyes, and the bowl of hot soup with scallions floating on top at the most crucial emotional moments. The background music is also extremely simple, just a faint piano piece with a touch of sadness. However, this simple and unadorned combination unleashed an astonishing emotional power. The entire carriage was deathly silent. Even the rough men in the crew who were used to all kinds of scenes had tears in their eyes and felt a tightness in their chests. Reality. That's so true. This kind of emotion, rooted in real life, is something that no S+ level TV drama script could ever write. Looking at herself on the screen, Su Wanqing was once again drawn back into the emotions of last night, and her eyes involuntarily reddened again. She turned to look at Jiang Chen beside her, who was intently watching the screen, her heart filled with mixed feelings. This man was like a master hunter, accurately capturing her most vulnerable and authentic side and transforming it into the most moving art. Qin Lengyue remained in the same posture, arms crossed, expressionless. However, Jiang Chen's god-level emotion perception system could see it clearly. Beneath the icy blue spectrum above her head, representing arrogance and judgment, a pinkish-purple light, representing sadness and emotion, was constantly flashing and surging. Tiny cracks had begun to appear in her icy emotional shell. Jiang Chen knew that the information Qin Lengyue gave him specifically mentioned this story from Grandma Lin's youth, and also noted that Qin Lengyue's own grandmother loved suzhou embroidery the most during her lifetime. This video precisely touched the softest and most vulnerable part of her heart. Inner monologue, "Humph, you little brat. Even the Ice Queen can't resist this kind of tender charm. I don't believe you won't break down." The short film, which lasted a little over 3 minutes, has finished playing. The screen went black. Inside the carriage, a long silence remained. After a full half-minute, Qin Lengyue finally moved. She slowly straightened up and spoke. Her voice was no longer the cold, sarcastic tone it had before, but instead had a slightly hoarse quality. The picture quality is quite good. She paused for a moment, as if searching for the right words. The capture of emotions was fairly accurate. Is it adequate? Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. Inner monologue, "Dude, your emotional spectrum just now was almost as intense as a New Year's Eve fireworks display, and you're still being stubborn? Fine, you're stubborn, but I'm even more stubborn than you." He turned around, looked at Qin Lengyue, and revealed the cynical smile that Qin Lengyue hated most. "Thank you for your professional comments, Mr. Qin." Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen changed the subject, a sly glint in his eyes. "Since President Qin is quite satisfied with our work, and it seems you have a deep connection with suzhou embroidery." He deliberately dragged out his words. "Then, why don't you participate yourself?" Qin Lengyue was taken aback, her brows furrowing. "Participate? How do I participate?" Jiang Chen's smile grew even brighter. "That's right. This afternoon, Grandma Lin is preparing to start embroidering the most crucial and difficult part of her beautiful landscape painting, a phoenix rising from the ashes. Apprentice Su can already manage the splitting of the threads. However, embroidering a phoenix requires hundreds of different colors of silk thread, which need to be changed frequently and is very tedious. Grandma Lin is old and her eyesight is failing, so threading the needle is very difficult for her. He paused here, staring intently at Qin Lengyue. Apprentice Su needs to focus on practicing string splitting and is unable to do so. Therefore, President Qin. Jiang Chen's voice was full of seduction. Would you, as a major investor, be interested in personally experiencing this glorious yet challenging threading the needle task? Chapter 110. The Queen threads the needle, creating big news. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the air in the entire carriage seemed to freeze. Li Xiang's mouth was agape in an O shape, and his eyes were practically bulging out. What did he hear? Why would you send Qin Lengyue, the head of the Qin Group, the ice queen of Tianhai City, to help the old lady with her needlework? He's gone mad. Chairman Jiang must have gone mad. This is like pulling the hair off a tiger's head. No, this is like removing the fuse from an atomic bomb. Director Zhang was also horrified. He subconsciously tried to smooth things over, but found himself too nervous to utter a single word. Su Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen with the same disbelief one would give an alien. She simply couldn't understand how this man's thought process worked. How could he bring up such a highly humiliating suggestion in such a serious tone? Sure enough, Qin Lengyue's face turned cold inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those beautiful phoenix eyes exuded a chilling aura, as if they could freeze the surrounding air into ice. Jiang Chen. She practically spat out the words through clenched teeth, her voice low and dangerous. Are you ordering me to do something? That familiar, suffocating sense of oppression once again enveloped the entire carriage. However, Jiang Chen seemed completely unaware. He maintained his signature professional service smile, even giving Qin Lengyue a slight bow, his tone so sincere it was impeccable. President Qin, you've misunderstood. How could I dare to give you an order? This is not an order, but an opportunity to provide you with a value-added service, an opportunity for you, our esteemed investor, to set aside data and reports and personally experience and deeply understand this great project you have invested in. Think about it, when our program airs, audiences across the country will know that behind this great work, there is not only your financial support, but also the result of your own hard work, stitch by stitch. What a sentiment! What a vision! This is a tremendous boost to your personal image and the Qin Group's brand image that cannot be measured in money. Inner monologue, come on, Your Majesty, take this. I'll put this high hat on your head and see how you get out of it. If you dare to accept, the system will probably give me a huge reward, and the mission will be called Let the Queen Thread the Needle for You. Just thinking about it is exciting. Jiang Chen's words were grand and righteous. They took a clearly difficult suggestion and elevated it to a strategic level of enhancing brand image and demonstrating vision and ambition. Qin Lengyue was speechless for a long time after being choked by his twisted logic and heresy. She stared intently at Jiang Chen, her eyes blazing with fury. She knew, of course, that Jiang Chen was deliberately messing with her and retaliating for her earlier mockery. However, she couldn't find any reason to refute it. Reject? Just like Jiang Chen said, that would make her seem like a stingy investor, not supporting her own project, and just a pure capitalist. This contradicts the slight sentimentality she felt after being stirred up by that video. Accept? To make Qin Lengyue sit on that small stool in front of everyone, like a laborer threading a needle. Her pride, her dignity, absolutely not. For a moment, Qin Lengyue found herself in an unprecedented dilemma. The atmosphere inside the carriage was extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the Queen's final verdict. Time passed, second by second. Just when Li Xiang felt like he was about to suffocate, Qin Lengyue finally spoke. She took a deep breath, her icy eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, as if she wanted to poke two holes in him. Then, in a tone that could almost freeze a person, she uttered two words. Lead the way. The smile on Jiang Chen's lips widened instantly. Inner monologue, yes. The fish has taken the bait. On the afternoon filming set, a spectacular scene unfolded that is worthy of being recorded in the history of Chinese variety shows. In the courtyard, all the cameras were pointed at one spot. Qin Lengyue, the business queen worth hundreds of billions, actually took off her haute couture suit jacket, which symbolized power and status, and sat stiffly on the small, hard wooden stool, wearing only a white silk shirt. She sat ramrod straight, her back ramrod straight like a javelin, her entire being radiating resistance and humiliation. Grandma Lin handed her a long, thin embroidery needle and a strand of peacock blue silk thread, finer than a human hair. Miss Qin, why don't you give it a try? Xin Lingyue stretched out her hand, a hand that was used to signing contracts worth hundreds of millions and running a business empire. But when she picked up that small embroidery needle, she seemed a little lost. She tried to thread the thread through the tiny, almost invisible eye of the needle, just as she remembered her grandmother doing. The first time, I misaligned it, and the thread slipped past me. The second time, my hand trembled and I missed again. The third time, she became impatient and used too much force, causing the thread to bend. Her perfectly manicured fingers, adorned with expensive nail polish, appeared utterly clumsy when faced with this tiny thread. Her usual decisive and composed demeanor had vanished without a trace. But someone on set couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although the sound was very soft, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet courtyard. Xin Lingyue's face instantly darkened. She abruptly looked up, her icy gaze sweeping over him, and the laughing staff member immediately shrank back in fear. Jiang Chen stood not far away, arms crossed, watching with great interest, his face showing undisguised schadenfreude. Inner monologue, awesome. So awesome. Making the Ice Queen look foolish, this feeling is even more exhilarating than earning $1 billion. Xin Lingyue felt his gaze and glared at him fiercely, her eyes seeming to say, Jiang Chen, you just wait. She gritted her teeth, stubbornly picking up the silk thread again, trying to conquer the tiny embroidery needle. Just when she was about to run out of patience after repeated failures, she persevered. An accident occurred. Snap. The sound of a camera shutter clicking, accompanied by a blinding flash, rang out without warning outside the courtyard. A man wearing a baseball cap and carrying a camera had somehow broken through the outer security and was standing at the gate, frantically pressing the shutter button on Xin Lingyue. Who? Stop him. Xin Lingyue's bodyguards and the crew's security personnel reacted instantly and rushed forward. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Li Xiang was terrified, repeatedly shouting, delete it. Delete the photos right now. At the heart of the incident, Xin Lingyue, after her initial shock, was filled with boundless rage. She stood up abruptly, but her angry gaze did not fall on the reporter. Instead, it was like two sharp swords, shooting straight at the instigator Jiang Chen. The moment the flash went off, she understood everything. This was no accident. It was a setup. A setup that Jiang Chen tailored specifically for her. That reporter was definitely arranged by him. Under the flash, that photo was frozen in time forever. The Ice Queen of Tianhai City, the iron-fisted president of the Qin Group, took off his suit and sat on a bench in a rural courtyard, being taught how to thread a needle by an elderly woman with white hair. Once this scene gets out, Xin Lingyue's breathing became rapid.